Rebirth of the Supreme Rich Second Generation. Chapter 1, Flight Attendant in my arms, but I recall the cold lab bench. Ding. Congratulations, handsome readers, your God-level Tycoon system has been bound. Next, please enjoy your wonderful life to the fullest. The system has issued its first task: give this book a positive review, and be rewarded with an all-purpose 20 centimeters. This book is set in a parallel world and has no connection to reality. Please do not take it seriously. Updates are guaranteed, a minimum of 6,000 words daily, 10,000 words frequently. No dropped updates ever. If I drop an update, I'll lose my little brother. Note, minors, please read this book accompanied by a parent. Change your posture, turn around, Jiang Yan said in a commanding tone. The woman in front of him let out an obedient, soft moan. Without the slightest hesitation, she obediently turned her body around according to Jiang Yan's instructions. With her back to Jiang Yan, she propped her hands against the headboard. She even deliberately looked back, giving Jiang Yan a charming and somewhat pleading look. She seemed terrified of doing something wrong and displeasing this top-tier wealthy young master, who could casually book a presidential suite. Inside the presidential suite on the top floor of a certain super first-tier 5-star hotel in Beijing, China. A luxurious and lazy atmosphere filled the air. Jiang Yan, with his toned upper body bare, leaned lazily against the headboard. He looked pleased, but there was none of the panic or awkwardness of tasting forbidden fruit for the first time. He didn't look like an 18-year-old youth at all, let alone a green newcomer stepping into this kind of situation for the first time. In those eyes lay the weathering of time, as well as a coldness that had seen through the world in a past life. Beside him, the young flight attendant in black stockings, who had been dignified and elegant in first class, was now straddling him. As she exerted herself, her proud curves were displayed to the fullest before Jiang Yan. Her once neat uniform had long since been scattered messily on the carpet. Those seductive black stockings had also been torn open with a wild rip. Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged, and even his breathing pattern didn't alter much. After the woman changed her posture, Jiang Yan didn't pay much attention to her strenuous performance. His other hand picked up the latest model smartphone resting on the nightstand. The screen lit up, and facial recognition unlocked it instantly. He casually opened the banking app on his phone. The next second, a string of numbers long enough to make an ordinary person's scalp go numb popped up. Balance, 1,017,000,000.00 Hua coins. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions, billions. A whopping 1.017 billion. Jiang Yan stared at the string of numbers and suddenly laughed out loud. In this smile, there was mockery, relief, and a deep sense of desolation. He closed his eyes, and an image suddenly flashed in his mind. It was his past self, the poor researcher who, for the sake of a $3 million mortgage and to get ahead in life, had slaved away like a dog over a cold lab bench all day long, eventually working himself to death. The scene reversed like a black and white silent film, violently dragging his thoughts back to that unforgettable past. It was his past life, inside a key laboratory of a physics research institute in China's capital. The electronic wall clock displayed the cold time, 3:15 a.m. The data finally matches. Jiang Yan sat in front of the computer, his eyes bloodshot. On the screen, sets of experimental data for materials physics scrolled rapidly. His fingers grew stiff from typing on the keyboard, until the last set of data was imported into the model. The curve closed, the error became zero, and the model was established. Jiang Yan leaned back, looking as if all his strength had been drained. This was the fourth time he had verified the key data of this materials physics experiment. Once this project was completed, it would be enough for him to make a breakthrough in the academic circle. Once the paper was published, professional titles, bonuses, and resources would all follow. More importantly, he could finally give his father an explanation. He could finally stop that man, who had spent his whole life carrying bricks on construction sites, from saving every single dollar just to help him pay off the mortgage. With trembling hands, he took out his old phone, which had a cracked corner on the screen, and sent a long message to his advisor, reporting this good news that was enough to cause a sensation throughout the entire institute. 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes. There was a dead silence in the chat box, no reply came. Jiang Yan laughed mockingly at himself. At this hour, his advisor was probably lying in a luxurious large flat within Beijing's Third Ring Road, sleeping soundly with his wife in his arms. How could he possibly bother with a poor student's middle-of-the-night interruption? He stood up, walked to the sink in the corner of the lab, turned on the tap, scooped up a handful of ice-cold tap water, and splashed it on his face. When he raised his head and looked at the water-stained mirror on the wall, he froze. The person in the mirror had a sallow complexion, dark circles under his eyes that looked like he had been punched hard, and cheeks deeply sunken from long-term sleep deprivation and malnutrition. His hair was as messy as weeds, and his hairline already showed a clear sign of receding. It was clearly a face of only 28, but looking at it, it was so weathered and haggard that he resembled a middle-aged man in his 40s who had been completely crushed by life. Jiang Yan wiped the water droplets off his face with a bitter smile. He walked back to his desk, where a photo frame sat on the corner, holding a family photo. The woman in the photo had a gentle smile, but there was a lingering fatigue in her eyes. That was his mother. In the year he was admitted as a master's student in the physics department of Shuimu University, his disabled mother, who had spent years in a wheelchair, enduring pain just to save a few dollars on medicine, finally failed to survive that harsh winter and passed away. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It wasn't a reply from his advisor, but a WeChat message from his father. "Son, Dad was carrying bricks at the construction site today. The foreman gave me 30 more yuan, so I made 300 in total today. Dad has transferred the money to you. You're always reluctant to eat anything good, make sure not to overwork yourself. Dad is still in good health and can still save up money for you to marry a wife." Looking at the record of the 300 yuan transfer on the screen and those simple words that made his nose sting, Jiang Yan's eyes instantly welled with tears. He clenched his teeth hard, forcing back the sourness. 300 yuan. That was the money his father had earned by bending his back and sweating all day long. Yet, when his father sent it to him, his tone was as cheerful as if he had won the lottery. In his past life, it was with this kind of love and expectation that Jiang Yan desperately crawled forward in this man-eating city of Beijing. Crawling until his hands were covered in blood. Crawling until there was no way back. The gears of memory continued to grind forward relentlessly. After graduating with his master's degree, relying on his credentials from Shuimu University and his reckless drive, Jiang Yan entered a certain national-level key scientific research institute in Beijing. In this scientific research circle full of returned PhDs from abroad, where everyone competed on connections and backgrounds, a poor kid like him with no foundation had only his own life as capital. He worked like crazy, took on projects frantically, and practically lived in the lab day and night, all for a very ordinary dream: to stay in Beijing and buy a small apartment of his own. With his master's degree in physics from Shuimu University and his salary at the research institute, as long as he lived frugally for 4 or 5 years, he could barely scrape together enough for the down payment and pay off the mortgage on a small apartment of several dozen square meters. Meanwhile, to take care of his elderly father, he brought him from their hometown to Beijing. That father, who had done hard labor all his life and whose hands were covered in calluses, moved into the 80-odd square meter, 2-bedroom apartment bought with the mortgage. The old man's greatest hope every day was to help his son pay off more of the mortgage, and to find different ways to cook a warm meal for Jiang Yan, then sit by the dining table waiting for his son to return from work. Coming home at 2 or 3 in the morning was the norm. Every time he pushed open the door, he would see his father's back as he slept slumped over the table. The dishes were set on the table, heated and cooled, cooled and heated again. When eaten, it was no longer possible to tell whether the food was bitter or life was bitter. Jiang Yan did not complain. He had always felt that as long as the materials physics project he led was implemented and the paper was published, he could get promoted, receive bonuses, and move his father to a better place. That day finally arrived. But what came was not hope. It was a knife. His experiment achieved a key breakthrough, both the core data and the first draft of the paper were in his hands. Just an hour before he was prepared to submit it to the academic committee, the director's secretary found him. "The director wants you to go over." Inside the spacious and bright office of the director, an expensive handmade wool carpet was laid out. Behind a massive mahogany desk, the pot-bellied director was slowly savoring a cup of premium Dahompo tea. The curling tea aroma rose, forming a stark contrast with the sour, lab-stinking smell on Jiang Yan that could never be washed away. Xiao Jiang, take a seat, the director said, pointing to the chair opposite him without even raising his eyelids. Jiang Yan sat down apprehensively. Director, you wanted to see me. My materials physics project has already. I know, the progress is very good, the director interrupted, putting down his teacup. I looked at your data. It is indeed very solid. However, after research, the Institute has decided that the first author of this project needs to be changed to Zhou Wenchang. As an assistant, your name will be added at the end. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Jiang Yan thought he had misheard. Zhou Wenchang. That rich second-generation heir who didn't even know which way the lab door opened and spent his time driving sports cars to go clubbing. What right did he have? Because he was a PhD student personally advised by the director. Because his father was an influential figure with real power in the research department. Jiang Yan stood up abruptly, his voice trembling. Director, that's impossible. From project initiation and modeling to experimental deduction and data verification, most of this project was done by me alone. Zhou Wenchang hasn't participated in a single experiment. What right does he have to be the first author? This is my life's blood. By the time he finished speaking, his throat was hoarse. The director looked at him without the slightest guilt, showing only a condescending coldness. Xiao Jiang, control your emotions. Scientific research is not a solo endeavor, it's about teamwork. You're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. But Wenchang needs to be evaluated for a senior professional title this year. This paper is very important to him. The director picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. You are a smart man. You must look at the bigger picture. Be understanding. Be understanding, these two words were very light, but they crashed into Jiang Yan's heart heavier than anything else. His 3 a.m. experiments, his balding head, his heavy dark circles, his bloated body. Those meals his father had heated and let cool. In front of these words, all of it turned into a joke. Jiang Yan stared at the director. For a split second, he really wanted to rush over and splash the cup of tea onto this hypocritical face. He even wanted to delete all the data and make a real name report so everyone could go down together, but he couldn't. He still had his father, his mortgage, and that pitifully small space to survive. If he flipped the table, he would be blacklisted by the entire scientific research circle the next day. He couldn't afford it. So in the end, he only heard himself say in a voice that didn't sound like his own. Okay. I understand. The day he walked out of the office, the wind in Beijing was very strong, blowing against his face like slaps. Chapter 2, Reborn and Returned. My father is a provincial governor. My mother is a business tycoon. That night, deep in the night, Jiang Yan returned to his rented room like a walking corpse. His old father was still hunched over the table waiting for him. Hearing the door open, the old man jolted awake and quickly stood up to go to the kitchen to serve the food. Son, you're back. You must be exhausted today, right? Dad stewed some pork ribs for you, hurry and eat them while they're hot. Looking at his father's gray hair and the way he cared for him, Jiang Yan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Son, what's wrong? Did you run into trouble at work? The old man keenly sensed that something was wrong with Jiang Yan, his eyes full of worry. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, trying hard to squeeze out a smile that looked worse than crying, and turned his back to wipe his face indiscriminately. It's nothing, Dad. Just got some dust in my eyes. Work is going quite smoothly, the leader even praised me today. That night, for the first time in forever, Jiang Yan didn't think about any code or data. He walked alone to the cramped balcony, less than 2 square meters, lit a cigarette, and stood in the biting cold wind of the capital for half the night. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about resisting, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about taking the evidence to higher authorities to report them by name. But he knew this circle that devoured people without spitting out the bones all too well. The director himself was a standing member of the National Academic Committee with connections that reached the heavens, and that Zhou Wenchang who had replaced him had the backing of a big shot in the Ministry of Science and Technology. What was he, Jiang Yan? Just a master's graduate from Shuimu University with no background and no foundation. In front of this massive and tight-knit interest group, he was at best a slightly larger ant, and that was only because he came from the highest institution of learning in China, otherwise, he wouldn't even count as an ant. Once he dared to overturn the table, he wouldn't even need to wait for the sun to rise tomorrow before he would be ruined and completely blacklisted by the entire Chinese scientific research community. He would not only lose this job, the only thing that could support his family, but he would also be saddled with huge breach of contract fees and a mortgage. At that point, what would he have to support his father in his old age? How would he survive in this cold city? Low status, weak voice. These 4 words were like Mount Wuji, completely breaking his spine. He could only swallow this bitter pill that tasted of blood, swallowing his broken teeth along with the blood into his stomach. After that, Jiang Yan seemed like a different person. He no longer fought for any honors, just worked frantically like a soulless machine. 3 months later. In order to keep his job and catch up on progress on another non-core project, Jiang Yan hadn't closed his eyes for 4 consecutive days and nights. High-intensity mental labor and long-term extreme suppression had long since overdrawn his young but already dilapidated body. 5 a.m. on the 5th day. The light in the laboratory was dim and somewhat yellowish. Jiang Yan was holding the mouse, preparing to click save on the final data file. Suddenly, a violent, twisting pain exploded from his chest, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. It was a pain as if an iron hand covered in barbs had tightly gripped his heart and was tearing at it with force. The computer screen, which had been clear, instantly turned into a blur of static. Ugh. Jiang Yan clutched his chest, wanting to shout, but only a rattling, wheezing sound came from his throat. In the second before his consciousness plunged into endless darkness, he vaguely saw a blinding white light and heard a robotic prompt without any emotion beside his ear. Ding. Detected strong unwilling host emotions, God-level influence system activated, performing soul binding and space-time leap. It was an incredibly long dream, filled with a sense of weightlessness and the excruciating pain of space-time being torn apart. When Jiang Yan suddenly opened his eyes again and greedily gasped for fresh air, he instinctively reached out to grab the clothes over his heart. No biting pain, no suffocating smell of disinfectant. He sat up in terror, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Everything that met his eyes instantly caused his heart, which had been beating violently from terror, to pause for a full 3 seconds. This was not that small 2-bedroom apartment he had bought with a 3 million yuan loan, nor was it that research institute filled with all sorts of reagents. He was lying on a top-tier custom-made bed that was 3 meters wide and so soft it felt like sinking into a cloud. He was covered by a thin silk quilt with an excellent texture, sewn by hand. Sunlight streamed into the room through huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and outside the window was a neatly manicured private garden and an outdoor swimming pool sparkling in the sunlight. The air in the room was filled with a faint yet tranquil scent of top-tier sandalwood. Just as Jiang Yan's mind went blank, wondering if he had gone to heaven after dying, a massive, dizzying torrent of memories violently rushed into his mind without warning. After the intense throbbing pain, Jiang Yan's pupils slowly focused, and the shock in his eyes was gradually replaced by an unbelievable ecstasy. He had been reborn. He had returned to 10 years ago, to the summer when he had just turned 18 and the college entrance exam had just ended. But what truly made him feel thunderstruck and his blood boil was not returning to his youth, but the terrifying identity the system had reshaped for him in this life. In this life, he was still called Jiang Yan, but his family background had undergone a heaven-shaking, magical reversal. That disabled mother who had sat in a wheelchair for years in his previous life, calculating every penny for medicine. In this life, she was the chairwoman of Dingxin Capital, a top-tier investment bank famous throughout China, controlling a vast financial empire worth trillions. That father who had carried bricks on construction sites in his previous life, happy like a child because he earned 30 yuan more. In this life, he was the powerful second-in-command of Su province, a provincial governor. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. His grandfather was one of the vice-premiers who shook China. His maternal grandfather was a top-tier real estate tycoon in Hong Kong who could trigger a financial tsunami just by stomping his foot. The place he was in was the most luxurious rich neighborhood in Shijiazhuang, Beihai Province, Sandalwood Villa, Courtyard No. 7. This was a top-tier luxury detached villa covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. The value of this property alone was enough to make his previous self work for a lifetime and still never be able to live in it. Jiang Yan sat on that 3-meter-wide bed, stunned for a full 5 minutes. Then he fiercely slapped himself in the face. Hiss. The crisp sound of the slap and the burning pain told him clearly, this was not a dream. The poverty, illness, networking barriers, and class divide that had crushed him in his previous life had all reversed into the top-tier trump cards in his hand in this life. This contrast, rising from hell to the 9 heavens in an instant, made Jiang Yan's heart, which had already died, beat wildly again. Jiang Yan threw off the expensive silk quilt and stepped barefoot onto the bedroom floor covered with a thick Persian rug. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror that occupied almost half the wall. The mirror reflected a tall, straight young man over 1.85 meters tall. His features were as if carefully carved by a top craftsman, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, a high nose bridge, and the corners of his lips naturally carrying a trace of an unruly arc. Most importantly was his aura. Although he was only 18, because he had merged with his memories from his previous life, his eyes lacked a bit of frivolity and immaturity. Not only was he stunningly handsome, but he also had a feeling that made people unable to ignore him. Compared to the balding, fat, sallow-faced research dog from his previous life, the current him was simply as perfect as a masterpiece of the creator. Being alive is really good. Being alive with money and power is even better. Jiang Yan pulled a bright smile at himself in the mirror. He casually pulled a silk bathrobe of excellent material from the wardrobe, draped it over himself, pushed open the heavy carved wooden door of the bedroom, and walked downstairs along the expensive spiral staircase. The ceiling height on the first floor of the villa was a full 12 meters, with a huge Swarovski crystal chandelier hanging from the dome, refracting brilliant light. The entire wall of floor-to-ceiling glass windows offered a panoramic view of the private garden and swimming pool outside. Hearing the footsteps on the stairs, the 3 ants who had been busy in the spacious living room on the first floor immediately stopped what they were doing. "Young master, you're awake." The 3 ants bowed their heads respectfully and greeted him, their attitude impeccable. Chapter 3, Call This Pocket Money. This is 300 apartments from my past life. Auntie Wang, who was specifically in charge of cooking, had already come up to greet him, her face wearing a kind and ingratiating smile. "Young master, breakfast is already prepared. Will you be eating now?" Jiang Yan nodded slightly, walked to the long table that could accommodate 20 people dining at once, pulled out the chair at the head of the table, and sat down. Soon, an exquisitely prepared breakfast was served. Pan-seared top-tier French foie gras, with an enticing caramel color on the surface. Crushed black truffles were sprinkled over perfectly cooked French scrambled eggs, emitting a rich and enticing aroma. Beside it was a cup of freshly ground, steaming premium Blue Mountain coffee. Jiang Yan picked up the silver knife and fork, cut a small piece of foie gras, and put it into his mouth. It melted instantly upon entering, and the rich, fatty aroma exploded in his mouth. His chewing motion paused slightly. Scenes from his past life flashed uncontrollably through his mind. A winter morning in the capital, in the biting cold wind, the 2 shriveled meat buns he bought at the subway entrance for 2 yuan each. The feeling of not being able to tell what kind of meat it was seemed to still linger deep in his throat. Jiang Yan lowered his eyes, hiding the sharp glint that flashed through them. He was not pretentious, nor did he feel any discomfort. He simply ate the food on his plate, bit by bit, with a calm expression and extremely elegant movements, until it was completely clean. The moment he swallowed the last sip of coffee, he silently made a solemn vow to himself: in this life, he would never wrong himself by even a fraction. The dignity he lost and had trampled upon in his past life, he would take back 10-fold, 100-fold. He would never treat himself poorly, nor would he treat the old men who loved him poorly. Even though in this life, his father was already a high-ranking official governing a vast territory. Just as he set down his coffee cup, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang out deep in his mind. Ding! Host's emotional state detected as stable, system interface is unfolding. A translucent, pale blue holographic panel that only he could see popped up instantly before Jiang Yan's eyes. This was the system that had brought him through time and space, allowing him to defy the heavens and change his fate. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, carefully scanning the information on the panel. The system's design was extremely concise and powerful, with only one core function: influence point system. The rules were simple: no matter what field he was in, business, academia, entertainment, or even just in a crowd, performing feats to awe others and causing a sensation. As long as he could generate sufficient social influence and change the perceptions and destinies of others, he would earn corresponding influence points. And these points could be used to redeem any item in the system mall. With a thought, Jiang Yan opened the system mall directory. Currently, his authority only allowed him to unlock the first page. When he saw the items listed on the first page, even with the temperament of someone who had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but gasp. What was displayed there were not mundane luxury cars, famous watches, or gold and silver treasures, but rather black technology that surpassed the current technological level of the Blue Star civilization. The item listed at the very bottom, which was also the cheapest, clearly read, Primary Genetic Optimization Serum, price, 10,000 points. Efficacy, comprehensively modifies the human genetic sequence, clears all hidden diseases and ailments in the body, raises physical fitness to the human physiological limit, and significantly delays aging. Genetic Optimization Serum. Jiang Yan murmured to himself, his deep eyes instantly erupting with unabashed ambition and fanaticism. In his past life, he had died suddenly due to heart failure caused by overwork. He knew better than anyone what a strong physique meant. What were money and power? To live long and possess power that transcends mortals, that was the true pursuit. The system provided not only rebirth and wealth but also a ladder to a higher dimension. His perspective was instantly elevated by this small panel. The poor researcher from his past life who only dreamed of buying a small apartment was dead. In his place was an ambitious schemer who would trample this world under his feet. After understanding the system rules, Jiang Yan leaned back into the comfortable chair and fished out the latest smartphone from the pocket of his silk bathrobe. He unlocked it with his fingerprint, and the screen lit up. He went straight to the banking app on his phone. Although he already knew his current net worth from his memories, when he saw the account balance with his own eyes, even he, who had seen his fair share of storms, couldn't help but have his breathing grow heavy for a moment. Account balance, 1,017,000,000 Yuan. A full 1,170,000,000. Of this massive sum, 1 billion was the startup capital that the system had deposited into his account at the beginning of the binding process as a newbie starter pack, done in an absolutely reasonable, legal, and impeccable manner. And the remaining 17 million was the summer pocket money sent to him by his mother, Chairwoman Lin Wantong, who controlled a 100 billion yuan investment banking empire. 17 million in pocket money. Jiang Yan curled his lips in mockery. In his past life, for a 3 million yuan mortgage, he had been rubbed into the dirt like a dog by his director. But now, the cash flow he could casually mobilize from his card was enough to buy 300 of those. He exited the banking app and tapped the WeChat icon. At the very top of the chat interface, 2 unread messages lay quietly. The first was from Chairwoman Lin Wantong, noted as Mother Dear, sent 3 days ago. Yenner, Mom is really caught up with an acquisition case on Wall Street these days. I can't accompany you to see the university you'll be attending later. Have the driver take you to the capital, and once you're settled, remember to let Mom know you're safe. I've transferred another 5 million to your card. If it's not enough, just tell Secretary Zhang anytime. The second message was from the governor of Su province, noted as Father Dear, sent late last night. The wording was brief but revealed the stern, natural authority of a superior. Be careful when you go to the capital. Once you're at Shuemu University, study hard and don't embarrass the family. Looking at these 2 messages, a flash of complex emotion crossed Jiang Yan's eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. In his past life, although his parents were so poor they couldn't even afford medical care, that deep parental love, giving everything they had to support his education, was the softest pain in his heart. But in this life, these parents who gave him the whole world and stood at the pinnacle of China's power and wealth pyramid were absent from his life year-round due to their respective power and careers, sometimes not even meeting twice a year. It's all the same. Jiang Yan chuckled inwardly, his finger sliding lightly across the screen. He didn't reply to either message, simply pressing the lock button. Whether rich or poor, they're just not around. But that's fine, parents being healthy and having their own careers is for the best. Besides, I have the soul of a 28-year-old, I don't really need warm concern. What I need is capital, is freedom. The phone screen went completely dark. Thoughts receded like a tide. The scene instantly pulled back from that sunny villa to the dim and luxurious presidential suite of the super 5-star hotel in the capital. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard, still holding the phone that showed the 1 billion balance. Before him, the flight attendant in black stockings had already turned around as he requested, trembling and working incredibly hard to twist her slender waist. She was trying to use every ounce of her ability to please this young, handsome, and wealthy young master. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, and in the eyes she occasionally cast back at Jiang Yan, besides lust, there was an extreme longing for and submission to wealth and power. Jiang Yan looked at the enticing, pale body before him, feeling the most authentic sycophancy and submission from this world. He laughed. He laughed wantonly, he laughed arrogantly. In this life, he was handsome, had a good temperament, and most importantly, he had money, power, and a system that transcended the rules. The timid Jiang Yan from his past life, who couldn't even protect his own research results, had been completely buried by that sudden cardiac arrest in the early morning. Make your movements bigger. Jiang Yan grabbed the flight attendant's messy long hair and pulled her violently toward him. The flight attendant let out a cry of surprise, but a flash of masochistic ecstasy crossed her eyes, and her movements became even more frantic. Chapter 4, Don't Talk About Feelings, 500,000 to buy out your dream of high society. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, spilling onto the ridiculously wide bed. A cloying, sensual scent still lingered in the air, the testament to last night's madness. Flight attendant Liu lay limp in the soft silk quilt like a lazy cat. Her face was still flushed, and her eyes, languid and filled with desire, watched Jiang Yan as he dressed by the bedside. To her, everything from last night felt like an unreal dream. This 18-year-old youth was young, handsome, and had ridiculously good stamina. He also possessed a composure far beyond his peers. He lacked the awkwardness of boys his age, and he didn't have their fawning clumsiness. From beginning to end, he was in control. Coupled with this presidential suite that cost tens of thousands a night, and the air of nobility that radiated from his every gesture without need for display, those thoughts in Liu's heart suddenly came alive. She was considered pretty at the airline. But what was the use of being pretty? Every day she had to wear a uniform, serve tea and water, and force a smile even when encountering difficult passengers. If she could cling to this truly powerful figure before her, would she still need to keep flying back and forth and enduring others' moods? Thinking of this, Liu gently bit her lip, deliberately softened her voice, and pushed up her proud, snow-white cleavage, trying to lean toward Jiang Yan. Young Master Jiang, I was so tired last night. I have an international flight today, and I don't even have the strength to walk. As she spoke, she reached out to touch Jiang Yan's forearm, her eyes filled with probing intent. Young Master Jiang, can I add your private WeChat? Next time you come to Beijing, I'll be your tour guide. Or, as long as you're willing, I can quit my job and stay in Beijing to keep you company. These words were spoken very softly. But the meaning behind them was already very straightforward. What she wanted was not just last night. She wanted a long-term relationship. She wanted to enter this youth's life, even if it meant being a woman who couldn't see the light of day. It was still better than continuing to fly back and forth in the sky. She even had a bolder thought flash through her mind. What if she was a little luckier? What if she really had a chance to fly onto a high branch? But her fingers, carrying a seductive intent, froze in midair before they could touch Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned his head and glanced at her. Those eyes were very calm. There was no attachment, no tenderness, and none of the post-coital fluster of a youth. What remained was only a coldness, like looking at a priced commodity in a display window. It was as if he was looking at an item for which the transaction was already complete. Take your hand away. 3 words, not heavy. Yet they were like a bucket of cold water poured directly over Liu's head. Her heart trembled, she immediately pulled her hand back, and the smile on her face stiffened. Jiang Yan ignored her further. He got up, casually picked up a dark blue silk bathrobe and put it on, his movements clean and decisive. No comfort. No explanation. And certainly no room for her to fantasize. Throughout the whole process, there wasn't a single word of unnecessary chatter. Those thoughts of Cinderella meeting a top young master, long-term companionship, and marrying into a wealthy family that had just been in Liu's mind were smashed to pieces by that one look and 3 words. Jiang Yan walked to the bar, picked up the ice water the butler had just delivered, and took a sip. Your bank account number? Jiang Yan asked indifferently, his back turned to Liu. Huh. Liu froze for a moment, her brain short-circuiting for a second. Account number. Jiang Yan did not turn back, his voice becoming even colder. Liu did not dare to hesitate any longer, and she certainly dared not mention adding him on WeChat again. She hurriedly fished her phone out of her bag scattered on the carpet and recited a string of numbers with a tight voice. Jiang Yan picked up the phone placed on the bar and entered the account number expressionlessly. His fingers tapped casually on the screen a few times, then he pressed the confirm button. Ding. In less than 3 seconds, the screen of the phone held in Liu's hand lit up. It was a text message notification from the bank system, sounding exceptionally crisp in the quiet suite. Liu subconsciously looked down. She only took one glance, and the next second, her entire body froze. Your account ending in 0656 received a deposit of 500,000 Chinese yuan at 9:15. Current balance. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. A full 500,000. Liu gasped, the phone nearly slipping from her palm. 500,000. This was no small amount. It was equivalent to the total salary she earned in nearly 3 years of working round the clock, early and late shifts at the airline. And now, it was just for one night. 500,000 had just been smashed into her account like that. Wild joy surged up first, followed immediately by an indescribable sense of humiliation. She suddenly understood. Her beauty, which she took such pride in, was indeed valuable in this man's eyes. But it was only valuable. She didn't even have the qualification to become a long-term mistress. This 500,000 was not a reward. It was a buyout. A buyout of last night, and also a buyout of all the fantasies she shouldn't have had. Money and goods cleared. Simple, direct, and even somewhat cruel. Liu looked up at Jiang Yan, her eyes extremely complex. Had she been humiliated? Of course. But could she refuse? She could not. That was 500,000. This number was enough to grind her little bit of self-esteem into the ground. Besides, she had to accompany someone anyway, and with such a handsome guy, she wouldn't lose out even if it were for free. Just then, a mechanical notification sound rang in Jiang Yan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has subverted the consumption values and class cognition of flight attendant Liu, slightly changing her short-term destiny trajectory. Congratulations to the host, obtained influence points +1. Subsidiary reward, cash deposit of 10,000 yuan, automatically deposited into the host's account ending in 8888 through legal channels. Hearing this sudden notification sound, Jiang Yan's hand holding the water glass paused slightly, and his sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. Changing a person's consumption values and cognition only gave 1 point. Jiang Yan calculated silently in his heart. He did not feel disappointed because of the few points. Instead, in that instant, relying on the rigorous logical analysis ability of a top scientific researcher from his past life, he accurately captured the micrologic behind the system's reward mechanism. He quickly had a judgment in his mind. The system's rules were more detailed than he had imagined. So-called influence did not require him to immediately invent some black technology that could change the destiny of all mankind, nor did it necessarily have to immediately change the world landscape. Such grand influence would of course bring massive points, but his current situation did not require him to aim too high. The core standard for the system to judge influence was, as long as his actions could cause a strong vibration in someone. As long as his existence brought extremely strong shock to others, subverted others' values, or even changed others' life trajectories or psychological trajectories, he could obtain points. Moreover, points could not only be used to exchange for black technologies beyond human civilization's cognition, such as genetic agents, in the system mall, but they would also come with a 10,000 cash reward. 1 point was 10,000 in real, hard currency. Although for him, with $1 billion lying in his account, 10,000 was not even a fraction of a fraction. This meant that as long as he kept influencing others, his wealth would grow endlessly like a snowball. No need to stay up late doing experiments like in his past life, no need to look at anyone's face, he only needed to show his absolute strength, to crush, to subvert. Individual influence, small points. Group influence, amplified points. Social level influence was the real big prize. This logic was very clear, and Jiang Yan was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was very satisfied. The habits left over from doing scientific research in his past life made him like this kind of system with clear rules and clear paths the most. As long as rules could be quantified, they could be utilized. The current him did not need to stay up late doing experiments like in his past life, did not need to look at the director's face, and did not need to waste his life in front of cold laboratory benches. He only needed to show his strength. To shock, to subvert, to harvest influence. This wave was a huge profit. Jiang Yan put down the water glass and turned to walk toward the walk-in closet in the suite, which was larger than a normal family's living room. Inside, the hotel's exclusive private butler had long since prepared 2 full rows of the season's highest-end custom clothing according to his measurements. Jiang Yan casually picked out a pure black casual outfit. There were no exaggerated logos on the clothes. But the fabric, cut, and lines all exuded an unreasonable expensiveness. The true top class never needed to hang brands on themselves. They themselves were the brand. This outfit brought out his perfect 1.85-meter physique to the fullest. After getting dressed, when he walked out of the walk-in closet, his entire temperament had completely changed. Like a blade sheath in a black scabbard. Not flashy, with a bit of oppression, but more importantly, full of nobility. Liu was still sitting on the bed, holding her phone, unable to recover for a long time. Jiang Yan walked to the door without even turning back to look at her. He only threw out one sentence indifferently. "When you leave, clean yourself up." After speaking, he pulled open the heavy solid wood door of the presidential suite and strode away. Chapter 5, From Research Peon to Top-Tier Second Generation, A Shift in Mindset. Liu watched Jiang Yan's tall, cold figure disappear outside the door. Her legs went weak, and she instinctively sank to her knees on the messy bed. Her heart was still racing. It wasn't until a full 5 minutes after Jiang Yan had left that Liu dared to let out a long, heavy breath. Shame, disappointment, ecstasy, regret, all sorts of emotions churned together like a pot of boiling water. But in the end, every emotion was suppressed by the 500,000 in her account. She hadn't managed to reel in this top-tier young master. She hadn't gotten his contact information either, and had even been told in the most direct way possible, "Don't dream." But so what? How many women could fly their entire lives and never meet such a young, handsome, and generous top-tier rich kid? Her self-esteem had been crushed. But her vanity had swollen to its peak in this moment. Liu climbed off the bed, not even bothering to dress properly, and stepped barefoot onto the thick carpet. Like a thief who had obtained a peerless treasure, she wandered around the presidential suite with glowing eyes. Her gaze swept past the $1,000,000 crystal chandelier in the living room, over the one-of-a-kind view from the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling heart of the capital, and finally landed on the bar counter and coffee table. There, scattered about, were a few high-end clothing bags that Jiang Yan had tossed aside. They had no logos, but anyone in the know could tell at a glance that they belonged to a workshop that exclusively supplied the top 0.1% of the world's wealthiest. On the bar sat the top-tier caviar and black truffle room service breakfast, carefully prepared by the butler, of which Jiang Yan had only taken one bite. In the ashtray on the leather sofa, half of a premium, specially supplied cigarette that Jiang Yan had brought from home and finished smoking lay quietly. Liu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She took out her phone, opened the camera, and adjusted various filters and angles. Click. Click. She photographed those high-end bags, the luxurious breakfast, and didn't even let that half-smoked cigarette slide. Finally, she stitched these photos together with the 500,000.00 transfer screenshot on her phone, which only showed half the information. At the edge of the photo, she deliberately revealed a glimpse of the unique patterned carpet found only in the top-floor presidential suite of this super 5-star hotel. After finishing all this, she took a deep breath and sent this visually impactful message to a private WeChat group called Cloud Beauties. There were only a dozen or so people in this group, all of whom were the youngest, prettiest, and most avid senior flight attendants who enjoyed hunting for prey in first class. Less than 10 seconds after the photos were sent, the previously quiet WeChat group was instantly thrown into chaos, as if a depth charge had been dropped into it. Holy crap! You, where are you? This carpet pattern, don't tell me this is the top-floor presidential suite at the Park Hyatt Beijing, the one that costs 80,000 a night. A lead flight attendant who often hung out in high-end social circles immediately recognized the background with a sharp eye. Immediately after, messages in the group refreshed frantically like a waterfall. My God. What's with that transfer screenshot? 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 500,000. You, Have you been kept by someone? 500,000. How many transoceanic flights do I have to fly to save up that much money? What kind of god-tier sugar daddy did you run into? I've seen those bags. That private Italian handmade brand, they only take orders if you verify over 100 million in assets. Who exactly did you spend the night with? Messages flooded the screen one after another. Liu watched the messages popping up on the screen, filled with shock, jealousy, and even a faint hint of fawning and pleading. Her vanity was satisfied to an unprecedented degree. The disappointment of being cold-shouldered by Jiang Yan earlier had already been completely washed away by the adulation of her colleagues. She deliberately dawdled for half a minute before leisurely replying in the group. Just a guest I just met. He's very young, only 18, and he's even more handsome than the top-tier popular male celebrities. He was quite nice to me and just casually gave me some pocket money. Once this message was sent, the group went completely insane. 18. Handsomer than a top celebrity. Casually giving 500,000 in pocket money. The combination of these tags completely shattered the moral baseline of these flight attendants. In their experience, those who were rich enough to charter planes and book presidential suites were mostly pot-bellied, balding, greasy middle-aged nouveau riche. When had they ever encountered such a top-tier young master who was young, wealthy, and devastatingly handsome? Young, handsome, wealthy, and generous, this combination was practically straight out of a novel. Good sister. You must pass this young master's contact info to me. Even if it's just adding him on WeChat, I'd be willing to be his backup. Sister aren't you flying an international route today? Is the young master still in the suite? I'm going to ask for leave and head over right now. I don't want the 500,000, I just want to see him once, I'd even be willing to pay him. Do you have any information on this young master's upcoming schedule? I'll pay 50,000 for his flight number. In this private group of only a dozen or so people, money worship and madness spread like a plague, and were diffusing outward in a small range at an extremely fast speed. The beauties in the flight attendant circle, who usually thought highly of themselves and couldn't be bothered with ordinary economy-class passengers, had now completely torn off their masks of reserve for a boy they had never met, scrambling to throw themselves at him. Just as the flight attendant circle was experiencing a localized earthquake because of Liu's few photos. On Chang'an Avenue, the busiest street in the capital. A long, imposing black Maybach S480 with a consecutive Beijing A license plate was smoothly merging into the traffic. This was the exclusive vehicle specially equipped by the hotel for guests in the highest-level presidential suite. Jiang Yan was leaning lazily against the soft, aviation-grade rear seat of the Maybach. Just then, the system's familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding. Detected host's casual spending behavior. After fermentation by supporting character Liu, it has triggered a strong vibration within a specific small circle of flight attendants. This event has caused extreme psychological imbalance in dozens of people in that group, and has reshaped their cognitive values regarding top-tier wealth. Congratulations to the host, obtained influence points, 20. Subsidiary reward, cash deposit of 200,000 yuan, already deposited into the account. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Jiang Yan looked at the points jumping on the panel and laughed outright. As expected, the rules were just as he had judged. He didn't even need to personally step in and show off to others how wealthy he was. As long as he revealed a little scrap of his wealth in front of certain people, their own vanity, greed, and imagination would help him spread his influence. Showing off invisibly is the most lethal. Is this the power of capital? Jiang Yan said in a low voice. Jiang Yan lowered the bulletproof window of the Maybach, which was covered with a one-way privacy film. The cool breeze of early late autumn blew in through the gap in the window, brushing across his handsome profile. He watched the streetscape of the capital flying past the window. The glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers in the CBD, towering into the clouds, refracted a cold light under the sun. At the subway station entrance during the morning rush hour, countless young people in cheap suits, clutching jianbingguizi in their hands, looking hurried, were squeezing into the underground passageway like sardines. This scene reminded Jiang Yan of his past life. At that time, he was also one of these people. To make it to the research institute by 8 a.m. for clock-in, and to avoid having his perfect attendance bonus deducted, he had to squeeze onto that suffocating subway every day in the freezing cold wind. He had exhausted his youth in this city, drained his heart and blood, and overdrawn his health. In the end, even the research results he had fought for with his life were easily snatched away by others. In his past life, this city had used its ubiquitous class barriers and cold worldly wisdom to force his spine to bend, crushing him on the cold laboratory bench. But now, Jiang Yan looked at those tired faces rushing about for survival outside the window, and the haze in his eyes gradually dissipated. It was the same capital, the same concrete jungle. But this time, he was sitting in the back seat of a Maybach. With 1 billion in cash in his card. With the world's top power and wealth standing behind him. In his past life, he was an ant. In this life, he would be the one playing the game. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze and pressed the window up button, completely shutting out the clamor outside. He glanced at the spacious and luxurious cabin and calmly instructed the driver who was focused on driving. Change the itinerary. We aren't going to Shuemu University anymore. Go to the largest auto show center in the capital. In his past life, in order to pay off his mortgage as soon as possible, he had only bought a commuter car worth a little over 100,000, and he didn't even drive it often. After all, parking fees in the capital were ridiculously expensive. Since he was living a second life, and since there was now a full billion in cash sitting in his card, the first thing to do was, of course, to splurge. To buy a top-tier vehicle that could match his current status, and to completely pull that past version of himself, who couldn't bear to drive and squeezed onto the subway during morning rush hour, out of his memories. And then tell him. Don't rush. In this life, it's our turn to win. Very well, sir. The driver respectfully glanced at Jiang Yan through the rearview mirror without any superfluous words. He immediately turned the steering wheel skillfully at an intersection. The Maybach emitted a low, steady engine sound and sped toward the International Auto Show Center at the North Fifth Ring Road of the capital. Chapter 6, The Ultimate Rich Man's Shopping Guide. Don't ask, don't look, just swipe. Half an hour later, a black Maybach S480 pulled up steadily in front of the largest and most luxurious International Auto Show Center in the capital. 2 doormen in crisp uniforms immediately jogged forward, respectfully opening the door for Jiang Yan and carefully shielding the edge of the roof with their hands. Jiang Yan stepped out of the car. Standing on the red carpet, he looked up at the massive glass showroom in front of him. The showroom was brightly lit. Sales Director Wang Hai was introducing a car model to an upstart client. The other party was still haggling over a 20,000 yuan gift. Wang Hai caught a glimpse of Jiang Yan getting out of the car, and his heart tightened instantly. He had been in the luxury car circle for over a decade, his eyes were well trained. Truly wealthy people and those trying too hard to act like second-generation rich kids have completely different vibes. This young man before him wore no flashy, oversized logos. Yet, the cut and texture of his clothes were clearly custom-made. Having spent over a decade crawling through this Vanity Fair, the sales director had long since developed a sharp eye. He had encountered many second-generation rich kids who deliberately dressed gaudily, wore thick gold chains around their necks, and practically had "I'm rich" written on their faces. But someone like this young man was a rare sight. The most critical part was his state of mind. He was too relaxed. Facing supercars, models, and lights, there wasn't a hint of excitement in his eyes. It was as if he weren't here to buy a car, but rather to pick out a toy from his own warehouse. A big client. Definitely a top-tier big client we cannot afford to offend. The highest level of red alert instantly blared in the sales director's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately ditched the upstart client who was still haggling over the 20,000 yuan gift. With a face full of the most professional, respectful, and even slightly fawning smile, he hurried over like a sprinter. Here, there were no idiotic tropes of looking down on people or sneering at the protagonist just because he was young. Hello, sir. I am the sales director here, Wang Hai. It is a great honor to serve you. Wang Hai stopped a meter away from Jiang Yan. He bowed slightly, the angle of his waist precisely at 30 degrees, his tone extremely humble. I wonder what type of car you are looking for today. We just received several new models from Aston Martin and Ferrari today. I can immediately arrange to clear the floor and give you a private introduction. Jiang Yan had his hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping over the Ferrari 488, McLaren 720S, and other so-called ordinary supercars in the front row that were polished to a shine under the lights. His pace did not falter in the slightest. He didn't even spare a glance for these multi-million-dollar industrial machines. A car worth a few million is the ceiling for ordinary people. But for him now, it felt like nothing. Until his gaze crossed most of the showroom and finally landed on an independent display stand in the deepest part of the hall, which also had the highest security level. The car wasn't fully exposed. The entire body was tightly covered by a black velvet cloth. But just the extremely low-slung, rigid lines that outlined its peak aerodynamics and aggression were enough to make one feel the aura of a violent beast hidden beneath the black curtain. What car is that? Jiang Yan stopped and tilted his chin. He went straight to the point without any hesitation, perfectly embodying the nonchalance of someone buying a head of cabbage. Sales Director Wang Hai followed Jiang Yan's finger, his heart skipping a beat. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. "Sir, you have an incredibly sharp eye. That is the treasure of our showroom, which just arrived by air from Italy late last night, the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ 63 Special Limited Edition. Only 63 units were released globally, and there are only 3 quotas for the Greater China region." Wang Hai's voice rose involuntarily, drawing curious glances from several customers who were originally looking at other cars. He continued in that tone filled with awe. "This car is equipped with an extremely tuned V12 naturally aspirated engine, with 770 horsepower, and it only takes 2.8 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100. It is considered a very representative peak model of Lamborghini's fuel era." However, Wang Hai paused, his tone becoming subtle, as if subtly hinting at the barrier to entry for this car. "Sir, this car was originally reserved a year ago by a wealthy second-generation heir in the capital with a deposit paid. But because the young master's family recently experienced some issues with their capital chain, the final payment was never settled, so headquarters just issued an order this morning to unlock the vehicle and put it back on sale. The current total landing price, including various expensive options and tariffs, is around nearly 15 million Chinese yuan. And because it is extremely scarce, we need to verify the assets of the purchasing client." Wang Hai's words were very tactful, but the implication was clear. This car is not just expensive, it is an extremely scarce symbol of status. People who can afford a 15 million yuan supercar must have assets behind them with at least hundreds of millions in cash flow. This in itself is a huge filter for wealth. The surrounding customers who were listening with pricked ears all gasped when they heard the astronomical figure of 15 million. Those who had originally wanted to get closer to watch the excitement unconsciously took a few steps back, fearing they might accidentally brush off a single thread of velvet from the black cloth. This wasn't buying a car. This was buying the down payment for a luxury mansion in the capital, or even the kind of cash many people would never touch in their entire lives. Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Yan. They wanted to see how this young man would react. Hesitation. Shock. Asking if he could pay in installments. However, when Jiang Yan heard this number that would make an ordinary person's scalp tingle, there wasn't the slightest ripple of emotion on his face. He didn't ask any questions about fuel consumption, maintenance, or even a test drive, because those questions were boring to him. He just scanned the violent car body covered by the black cloth. "Uncover it." Wang Hai jumped, immediately trotted over, personally grabbed a corner of the black velvet cloth, and yanked it off. Swish. Accompanied by the sound of the velvet cloth hitting the floor, a Lamborghini SVJ, painted in matte black, covered in exaggerated carbon fiber aerodynamic kits, and resembling a fighter jet from hell, was revealed to everyone's sight without reservation. The extremely low-slung body and the sharp lines of the scissor doors all exuded a breathtaking beauty of money and violence. Jiang Yan looked at the car, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It perfectly matched his current mood of crushing everything. The next second, under the shocked gaze of everyone in the hall, including Sales Director Wang Hai, Jiang Yan didn't even open the door to look at the interior. He reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a black card that was deep dark gold throughout, with tiny diamonds embedded along the edges. This was the Centurion Black card, symbolizing the top identity in the global wealth pyramid. And it was the top-tier version with no spending limit. Jiang Yan held the black card between two slender fingers, handed it forward casually, and in a dull tone as if he were buying a pack of gum at a convenience store, he calmly spat out 3 words. "Swipe the card." The entire showroom fell silent instantly. Dead silence. Several car models froze in place. The upstart client who had been haggling just a moment ago also widened his eyes. 15 million. Didn't ask about performance. Didn't test drive. Didn't even look at the interior. Just looked at the exterior and swiped the card. What kind of absurd scene was this? Wasn't this a scenario only found in novels? Wang Hai's brain buzzed. He had been in the luxury car circle for over a decade and had seen countless wealthy people, but he had never seen such a direct, domineering, and extreme way of spending, treating money like dirt. Gulp. Wang Hai took the black card with both hands, his attitude as respectful as if he were holding an imperial edict. Yes, yes. Sir, please wait a moment. I will personally go and handle the highest level VIP fast track for you. He turned and ran toward the finance office, nearly knocking over a display board on his way. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Hai ran back, sweating profusely, with the finance manager and several staff members holding contracts. All the red tape was omitted, insurance, temporary license plates, and even the car delivery ceremony were waved off by Jiang Yan. He quickly signed his name on the contract. When the POS machine spat out the receipt for the 15 million yuan purchase, an irrepressible gasp and intake of breath erupted from the surrounding crowd. Envy. Jealousy. Awe. And a few car models were already looking at him with eyes that were practically melting. Jiang Yan ignored the gazes filled with awe, jealousy, and even the desire to pounce on him to call him sugar daddy. He casually took the extravagantly designed car key handed over by Wang Hai, walked to the matte black Lamborghini SVJ, opened the iconic scissor door, and sat into the combat-ready carbon fiber driver's seat with an extremely dashing motion. Ding! The moment Jiang Yan closed the car door, the system's mechanical notification sound rang in his mind again. Detected host's boring spending behavior of throwing money around, crushing the crowd's perception of wealth in a direct manner, and strongly changing their class value judgment. Congratulations to the host, you have gained plus 180 influence points. Subsidiary reward, 1,800,000 yuan in cash has been deposited into your black gold account. Jiang Yan looked at the panel, in a good mood. As expected. The more people, the higher their status and wealth, the stronger the shock, and the higher the points. This system was very reasonable. V-Room. Jiang Yan pressed the red start button. The roar of the V12 engine exploded instantly, like a sleeping beast being awakened. It made everyone's eardrums numb. The glass of the entire showroom seemed to tremble along with it. Everyone held their breath subconsciously. Jiang Yan gripped the steering wheel and chuckled. In his past life, he only had a car worth a little over 100,000 yuan that he was usually reluctant to drive. In this life, his first car was the globally limited Lamborghini SVJ 63. This wasn't consumption. This was a receipt of dignity for his past self who squeezed onto the subway. The next second, Jiang Yan stepped on the gas pedal. The matte black Lamborghini turned into a bolt of black lightning, roaring out of the auto show center amidst the shocked, speechless gazes of everyone, and dominated its way into the capital's traffic. Chapter 7, Farewell to the impoverished past of squeezing into subways. With one step on the gas, memories are crushed to dust. Boom. The roar of the V12 naturally aspirated engine exploded like a beast released from its cage. The matte black Lamborghini SVJ 63 rushed out from the glass doors of the International Auto Show Center. With its low-slung body and sharp rear wing, the entire car looked like a black fighter jet skimming the ground. The engine roar rolled over the parking lot. Car alarms on nearby ordinary vehicles were triggered immediately. Several young white-collar workers waiting for ride-hailing cars, as well as car enthusiasts who had been lurking nearby to photograph supercars, instinctively pulled out their phones. Holy crap, what car is that? It looks like a Lamborghini. Wait, that rear wing, could this be an SVJ 63? They didn't even see what the person in the driver's seat looked like, they only captured a black afterimage and that ridiculously exaggerated carbon fiber rear wing. Inside the car, Jiang Yan held the Alcantara-wrapped racing steering wheel with one hand, while his other hand casually pressed the seatback adjustment button. The engine's vibration, the feedback of the tires gripping the ground, the sense of mechanical violence in the steering wheel, all of it gave him a long-lost sense of control. This feeling was far more real than staring at a pile of cold data in the laboratory. The vehicle merged into the main road of Pingan Street, the busiest in the capital, with a somewhat unpolished posture. After all, this was his first time driving a supercar, and he still needed to adjust. Just as he merged into the traffic, Jiang Yan caught a glimpse of the familiar subway entrance on the side of the road. The dense crowd, like worker ants, was being pushed by the tide of people behind them, squeezing into the bottomless underground passage with expressionless faces. Images of his past life flashed in his mind, the freezing cold wind, fingers stiff with cold, and himself preferring to walk an extra stop in the cold just to save 2 yuan. And the suffocating air in the subway carriage, mixed with the smell of cheap perfume, sweat, and jianbingguizi. But this image lasted less than half a second. Jiang Yan stepped on the gas pedal with an expressionless face. Accompanied by the sudden rise in engine RPM, those dilapidated, humble, and sorrowful past memories were instantly torn to shreds, completely scattered in the billowing exhaust fumes behind him. Meanwhile, inside the auto show center, Sales Director Wang Hai maintained the respectful posture of seeing Jiang Yan off, but his chubby hands were gripping the 15 million POS transaction receipt, his palms sweating so much they even dampened a corner of the paper. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Wang Hai took it out and his breath tightened suddenly. It was a call from the group's vice president far away in Shanghai, a figure that usually only the regional manager could contact directly. He quickly pressed the answer button. Before he could speak to report, a low voice came from the other side of the phone. Wang Hai, I saw the 15 million full payment transaction you just reported from over there. What's the background of that guest surnamed Jiang? Have you checked? Wang Hai took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steady. President Zhou, this Mr. Jiang is just too young, he looks at most 18 or 19. But the decisiveness of his spending is something I have never seen in my life. Wang Hai weighed his words, the image of Jiang Yan's casual attitude, as if buying a multi-million-dollar supercar was like buying cabbage, flashing in his mind, and continued. President Zhou, this person is definitely not like an ordinary rich second generation. Those princelings from nouveau riche families, no matter how rich they are, would have a trace of excitement or a desire to show off when spending over 10 million. But this Mr. Jiang, his state was too relaxed. He didn't take this car seriously at all. Looking at his eyes and demeanor, he is more like a core junior from a top family with a century-old heritage, out to experience life and picking up a toy casually. That kind of relaxation carved into his bones absolutely cannot be faked. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds. Such high-level figures had a much deeper understanding of human nature and social circles than Wang Hai. A few seconds later, President Zhou's tone was significantly more serious. Listen. Immediately list this Mr. Jiang's car purchase information and personal profile as group confidential files. Any employee who dares to disclose even half a word privately will be sent to legal proceedings immediately. In addition, from now on, establish an exclusive 24-hour after-sales team personally responsible by you for the subsequent maintenance and servicing of this car, including all his car usage needs in the capital. Whatever requirements he has, try your best to satisfy them. For a second generation of this level, even if we just get familiar with him, the future returns will be immeasurable. Do you understand? Understood. President Zhou, don't worry, I will keep an eye on it personally. Wang Hai hung up the phone, looked at the bustling street outside the door, and swallowed. He suddenly felt that the truly valuable part of today's business was not that 15 million. It was that young man surnamed Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Yan, who was driving the Lamborghini SVJ63 steadily on Pingan Street, suddenly had a system prompt pop up in his mind without warning. Ding! Detected that system influence is undergoing delayed fission. The event of the host taking away one of only 3 Lamborghini SVJ63s in the country is beginning to spread exponentially within specific circles through the Auto Show Center employee private group, on-site customer moments, and car fans uploading to short video platforms like Quai. System judgment, the coverage base of this secondary dissemination and the shock caused to people's worldview far exceed the on-site effect. Congratulations to the host, you have gained delayed additional influence points, plus 300 points. Subsidiary reward, 3 million yuan in cash has been credited, legally laundered through overseas hedge funds, and deposited into your black card account ending in 8888. Listening to the continuous prompts in his mind, Jiang Yan's eyes changed slightly. He didn't feel excited because of the extra 3 million in his account. Right now, he still had 1 billion in cash lying in his card. Chapter 8, Insight into the System's Essence. 3 million was not enough to make him lose his composure. What truly mattered to him was the logic behind the system's notifications. Just now at the auto show, he had thrown away 15 million, shelling out real money, yet the system only settled 180 points. But now, simply because of the curiosity of ordinary people and the spread on social networks, he had received nearly double, 300 points, for doing nothing at all. What did this imply? It meant that influence, in its essence, was not just about spending money. It was about events. It was about dissemination. It was about emotions. It was the fission formed by the layering of countless people's shock, envy, jealousy, skepticism, and admiration. The research brain of his past life, a physics master's graduate from Shuemu University who spent his days dealing with complex data models, was instantly activated at this moment. Jiang Yan held the steering wheel with one hand, his brain beginning to race as he quickly constructed a rough deductive model of system influence in his mind. Event intensity times propagation leverage times audience base equals final point yield. He muttered to himself in a low voice. But soon, Jiang Yan realized that this formula was still incomplete. Because people themselves were not equivalent. The habits of thought left over from his past life in research caused him to instinctively begin decomposing the variables a second time. Shocking an ordinary passerby and shocking a capital mogul worth tens of billions, the influence generated by shocking each could not possibly be the same. Similarly, changing the consumer perspective of a worker earning 5,000 a month versus changing the worldview of a top family heir, the system points brought about by these would definitely not be on the same scale. Class, wealth, status, connections, knowledge, social influence, and even a person's own beauty and scarcity value would all affect the system's judgment of the weight of the influenced. Take Liu for example. She was just a pretty flight attendant with low social status and limited wealth accumulation. But her beauty, professional attributes, and the ability to disseminate information within the special circle of flight attendants gave her a slightly higher propagation weight than the average person. Therefore, when Jiang Yan casually spent 500,000, it directly overturned her class perception, yet only granted 1 point. But when she let this matter spread throughout the entire flight attendant circle, triggering a collective shock among a dozen or 20 young, beautiful, vain women who were extremely sensitive to class mobility, the system immediately added 20 points. This indicated that beauty itself was also a resource. Especially when beauty was tied to vanity, desire, and social circles, it would possess stronger dissemination value. And the auto show just now was another model. Those on-site customers, car models, sales staff, and roadside car fans, taken individually, each person's social weight might not be high. But keywords like supercars, 10 million level consumption, limited edition models, an 18-year-old youth, and a black gold card, when stacked together, formed a sufficiently intense event. After spreading through WeChat moments, private employee groups, and short video platforms, it directly leveraged even greater propagation leverage. Thus, 180 points on-site, with an additional 300 points from subsequent fission. Jiang Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. What if in the future, those he shocked were no longer these ordinary salespeople and car fans, but people from Beijing's top second-generation circles, financial circles, academic circles, or even the core political and business circles? What if a capital mogul worth hundreds of billions changed their investment direction because of a word from him? What if a Nobel-level scientist doubted their lifelong learning because of the black technology he produced? What if a top heiress was completely shaken because of the power, wealth, and future potential he displayed? What if a group of people who controlled public opinion resources, capital channels, and scientific research discourse were all crushed in their cognition by him simultaneously? The points generated at that time would absolutely not be just a few hundred. It would be thousands, tens of thousands, or even more. So, what the system truly values is not the sheer number of people. Jiang Yan's slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. But the weight of the influenced. Ordinary people provide basic emotional value. Beautiful women provide desire and dissemination value. The wealthy provide wealth perception value. Highly educated elites provide professional cognitive value. Those in power provide value at the level of class and order. And those who already stand at the top of the world, once I shake them, the points they contribute will be the real bulk. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth slowly curled up. This world was indeed more interesting than he had imagined. In this era where self-media is extremely developed and information flows highly, the return on investment for showing off on the spot is actually extremely low. The truly lucrative way to harvest points is not to stand in front of people yourself and scatter money lavishly. It is to create events that can trigger intense social controversy and precisely prick the nerves of different classes. To shock ordinary people. To make beautiful women swoon. To make the wealthy jealous. To make elites doubt. To make the powerful wary. To force those standing at the top of the pyramid to re-examine his existence. Then, use the natural information gaps between networks, human nature, social circles, and classes to act as an amplifier. Leverage. Jiang Yan chuckled softly. So, influence itself can also be financialized, modeled, and leveraged. At this moment, he understood completely. What he needs to do in the future is definitely not to act like a low-level playboy, scattering money in nightclubs, throwing money at women, and using the crudest and most inefficient methods to exchange for cheap screams and worship. That is too stupid. And too wasteful. The truly efficient way to play is to use the smallest actions to trigger the cognitive collapse of the widest range and highest weight groups of people. He wants to use the computational power of a researcher, the cold efficiency of a capitalist, the status resources of a top second generation, and the black technology provided by the system to design one event after another sufficient to shake social circles. Every event will become a precision machine for him to harvest influence points. Every person who is shocked will become a gear in this machine. And the higher a person stands, the more conceited they are, and the more they possess scarce resources like wealth, status, knowledge, and beauty. Once their cognition is shattered by Jiang Yan, the rewards given by the system will be even more generous. It seems I have a direction for how to walk the road ahead. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, his gaze passing through the windshield, looking at the skyline of Beijing filled with high-rise buildings. There is capital. There is power. There is academia. There are Vanity Fairs. There are also top-tier circles that the him of the past life didn't even have the qualifications to look up to. And now, those once unreachable places will all become his new hunting grounds. Chapter 9, Pulled over while driving a Lamborghini. This car owner's actions are worth a perfect score. He was driving a brutal performance beast capable of easily unleashing 770 horsepower and hitting 0 to 100 in just 2.8 seconds. But Jiang Yan did not do what those second-generation rich kids who had just received their supercars would do, floor the gas pedal in the busy downtown area to make noise. On the contrary, he drove very steadily. So steadily that it was almost restrained. He kept his speed extremely precisely below the maximum speed limit of the city's main roads. As time passed, from the initial unfamiliarity, every lane change and turn gradually became smooth and composed. The vehicle's aggressive mechanical exterior and his steady, composed driving posture created an extremely strong, almost mesmerizing contrast. The car was a fierce, bloodthirsty beast, but the driver holding the steering wheel was a calm beast tamer. In his past life, he had struggled in Beijing for several years. To meet project deadlines, he did not know how many times he had weaved through the traffic of this city. He knew every main road, every intersection prone to traffic jams, and even every hidden camera location in this city by heart. This sophistication and steadiness, settled by a 28-year-old soul, stripped every one of his movements of the impetuousness typical of a young person. Just as the Lamborghini SVJ63 was about to enter a major intersection in the core CBD area, the speed of the traffic ahead slowed down significantly. On the side of the road, several traffic police motorcycles with flashing lights were parked. Several young traffic police officers wearing fluorescent green reflective vests were conducting routine checks on passing vehicles for temporary license plates and drunk driving. Seeing that matte black Lamborghini with its exaggerated design and low, roaring sound approaching slowly, the young traffic police officer in charge immediately sharpened his gaze. This kind of top-tier supercar without an official license plate was usually a key target for inspection. Driving without a license, expired temporary license plates, illegal modifications, drunk driving. Such things were not uncommon in the luxury car circle. The traffic policeman walked up, stood in front of the side of the vehicle, gave a standard salute, and signaled for him to stop for an inspection. Jiang Yan did not hesitate or show any impatience, cooperating fully by lightly pressing the brake and steadily parking the car in the inspection zone designated by the traffic police. The flashy scissor doors did not rise. Jiang Yan simply pressed the button to roll down the window. Hello, routine inspection. Please show your driver's license and the vehicle's temporary license plate documents. The traffic policeman's voice carried the seriousness of official business, and his eyes showed no obsequiousness despite the 15 million yuan luxury car. Jiang Yan's expression was calm. He took the temporary license plate and car purchase contract that Wang Hai had just processed from the passenger seat storage compartment, and handed them out the window along with his brand new driver's license. The traffic policeman took the documents and lowered his head to verify the paperwork item by item. The seal on the car purchase contract, the anti-counterfeiting embossed seal, and the expiration date of the temporary license plate all had no issues. But when his gaze landed on Jiang Yan's driver's license and he saw the information in the date of birth column, the traffic policeman's action of checking the documents paused significantly. His gaze lingered on the number 1998 for a full 3 seconds, then he looked up and re-examined Jiang Yan sitting in the driver's seat. He hadn't seen clearly through the privacy film earlier, but seeing him up close now, the young man before him was truly too young. Sharp features, calm temperament. But that face was undoubtedly the face of someone who had just reached adulthood. 18 years old. At an age when most of his peers were still anxious about their college entrance exam results or feeling smug about their parents buying them a pair of limited edition sneakers worth a few thousand yuan. The young man before him was already driving a Lamborghini, one of only 3 in the country, worth 15 million yuan on the road. A hint of scrutiny inevitably flashed in the traffic policeman's eyes, but he was highly professional and did not show any offensive overstepping. He quickly folded the documents and handed them back with both hands. Without saying any unnecessary words, just as Jiang Yan took the documents and prepared to roll up the window, the young traffic policeman couldn't help but add a well-intentioned reminder. Sir, your paperwork is all in order. However, the car is great, and the horsepower is high, but the person needs to be even steadier. In city sections, drive safely. This wasn't just a routine matter for the traffic policeman, it was also because he had seen too many tragedies on duty where hot-blooded second-generation rich kids caused fatal accidents because they couldn't control high-horsepower rear-wheel drive cars. Jiang Yan tossed the documents onto the passenger seat, looked at the traffic policeman, and nodded slightly. His tone was calm, without the impatience of someone who had been lectured, and he didn't spout nonsense to show off his driving skills, he just replied indifferently. Rest assured, I won't risk other people's lives to get a thrill for myself. The traffic policeman was clearly stunned when he heard this. This sentence was simple. But coming from the mouth of an 18-year-old driving a multi-million yuan supercar, it was inexplicably surprising. Too steady, he didn't seem like a teenager. He seemed more like someone who had seen many things and endured many hardships. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a safe trip. The traffic policeman nodded slightly in acknowledgement and signaled for him to proceed. Jiang Yan lightly pressed the accelerator. The Lamborghini emitted a low, gentle roar and elegantly drove away from the inspection zone at a speed that absolutely did not disturb the public. Watching the black silhouette blend completely into the traffic, the young traffic policeman couldn't help but walk over to his colleague and whisper. This kid is definitely not ordinary. What's wrong? He's a second-generation rich kid. What's so strange about him driving a supercar? His colleague replied casually while directing traffic. It's not about the car. The young traffic policeman shook his head, recalling the relaxed look in Jiang Yan's eyes just now. Driving a supercar of this level at 18, being able to keep his composure so well, not saying a single word of nonsense throughout, and having an attitude where you can't find a single fault. This level of self-control is leagues ahead of those upstarts who, with a little money, can't wait to floor the gas pedal through the floorboard. Meanwhile, this scene was captured clearly and in its entirety by the dashcam of a Toyota Camry waiting in line for inspection behind them. The owner of the Toyota was a hardcore enthusiast who had frequented car forums for years. Although he didn't hear the conversation between Jiang Yan and the traffic policeman, he recognized the car and clearly saw the brief glimpse of the young side profile when Jiang Yan rolled down the window. Less than 10 minutes later. A high-definition video titled, Encountering a Limited Edition Lamborghini SVJ63 Being Pulled Over on the Streets of Beijing, Car Owner Suspected to be Under 20, was uploaded to the largest domestic car forum and short video platforms. From a few dozen views at the start, within just half an hour, it triggered a massive explosion of traffic due to the strong contrast in the video. In the comments section, someone immediately recognized the origin of the car. Holy crap! Isn't this the store's treasure that was snapped up with a full cash payment at the International Auto Show Center this morning? There are only 3 in the whole country. I checked. The SVJ63 is a second-hand investment product. It starts at least 15 million. No, did you guys not notice the young man in the driver's seat? He looks even more handsome than a celebrity. He's way too young. Buying toys with pocket money after the college entrance exam. I suggest he open a class on how to be born into the right family. In the video, Jiang Yan's calm, cooperative, and neither servile nor overbearing attitude when facing the traffic policeman, as well as his extremely restrained starting maneuver, became the biggest point of contention. Soon, someone used technical means to amplify the audio from the traffic policeman's body camera. Although there was some noise, the sentence, "I won't risk other people's lives to get a thrill for myself," was faintly recovered. Public opinion instantly split into 2 camps. Some people were incredibly bitter, cursing class solidification and cursing second-generation rich kids for being born well. But more people were won over by Jiang Yan's short sentence and his steady aura. Stop being bitter. He's 18, driving a 15 million yuan car, cooperating with the police, not making noise, not having road rage, and even saying things with such depth. If it were you at 18 with these conditions, you'd probably have driven the car up a tree already. This is true top-tier background. Although I'm so jealous that my back teeth are grinding, I can't find a single fault with this young master's character. This huge controversy was itself the most terrifying catalyst for traffic in the internet age. At this moment, Jiang Yan, still driving, did not know that his second wave of influence point storm had already quietly started to brew on the internet. Chapter 10, his 2 nonchalant words were more hurtful than any mockery. In the heart of the Beijing CBD, the lanes gradually widened, but traffic remained heavy. Jiang Yan drove the Lamborghini steadily, his gaze calm as he watched the road ahead. Just then, a flash of blinding orange appeared in the rearview mirror on the right. An orange McLaren 720S, modified with a full wide-body carbon fiber kit and a deafening exhaust, was weaving crazily through traffic. Less than 10 meters from the front right of Jiang Yan's car, the McLaren swerved violently to the left without signaling, relying on its rapid acceleration to forcefully and rudely cut into Jiang Yan's lane. Its left side mirror brushed past the Lamborghini's expensive carbon fiber front fender, missing it by less than 3 centimeters. Beep, beep. The McLaren in front arrogantly honked twice, as if showing off its driving skills. Any other young person driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, having been cut off in such a provocative manner, would likely have been enraged and slammed on the gas to chase after them for a confrontation. But Jiang Yan didn't even lift an eyelid. There was no road rage on his handsome face from being offended. He simply let off the gas very calmly, tapped the brake, and unhurriedly yielded half a car length, creating an absolutely safe distance. To him now, getting into a row with an idiot eager to prove himself on the road was not only beneath him but also meaningless. The red light ahead turned on. The orange McLaren was forced to stop at the crosswalk. Jiang Yan glided forward, stopping right on the left side of the McLaren. The 2 top-tier V8 and V12 supercars stopped side by side, instantly attracting the gazes of all surrounding pedestrians and vehicles. Before the green light even turned on, the driver's side window of the McLaren slowly rolled down. A man who looked about 25 or 26, with a tinfoil perm and wearing flashy sunglasses, turned his head to look at Jiang Yan. The man was wearing a floral shirt with 2 buttons undone, his left hand deliberately resting on the window edge, pretentiously showing off the $1 million Rolex watch on his wrist. This person was Chen Xiaoyang, who was somewhat well known in the circles of Beijing's second-generation wealthy. Chen Xiaoyang looked up and down at Jiang Yan's matte black SVJ63, which exuded immense pressure, and then swept a glance at Jiang Yan's excessively young face. His eyes were filled with the kind of presumptuous familiarity and subtle probing typical of Beijing's elite heirs. "Friend, an SVJ63, huh?" Chen Xiaoyang raised his voice slightly, his tone carrying an air of self-assumed superiority. "There are only 3 quotas in all of China, where did you get yours?" He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if recalling some gossip in the circle. A couple of days ago, my buddy phone Yuan had to return one because his family's cash flow was tight and he couldn't settle the deposit, and you're driving one out today. Chen Xiaoyang's mouth curled into a meaningful arc. Don't tell me it's his. Buddy, you've got guts to snatch something from young Master Feng. Which circle are you from? This was by no means a simple pickup line or mindless provocation. It was an instinctive vigilance and information-gathering tactic among these so-called top-tier second-generation heirs in Beijing when facing a suddenly emerged, unknown top-tier player. They needed to probe to determine Jiang Yan's background and identity, in order to decide whether to go up and offer a cigarette to build connections or to step on them directly. However, facing Chen Xiaoyang's rapid-fire probing, Jiang Yan didn't even turn his head. He maintained his posture with one hand on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the countdown of the traffic light ahead, and gave a faint two-word reply. Bought it. He didn't explain who he was, didn't explain whether he snatched anything, and didn't show the slightest fear because of the so-called Feng Yuan mentioned by Chen Xiaoyang. It was just buying a car. Did he really need to report to some random street-side nobodies like them? Chen Xiaoyang had been ready with a belly full of circle slang to dig for information, but he was choked back by Jiang Yan's two rigid words. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, and the look behind his sunglasses instantly turned gloomy. In Beijing, those bosses worth hundreds of millions usually had to smile and call him young Master Chen, yet today he was ignored by a kid who hadn't even grown up. He wanted to say something else to regain his standing. But the woman sitting in the passenger seat next to him made him swallow his words. He didn't want to be uncouth in front of the woman he liked. In the passenger seat sat a woman wearing an oversized sun hat and a minimalist black spaghetti-strap dress. Su Nianwei. A popular signed model for a top modeling agency in Beijing. She had textbook-perfect head-to-body proportions, the collarbone lines exposed looking like exquisite art, and a pair of slender legs crossed casually, exuding an aggressive, cold beauty from head to toe. She had originally been looking down, bored, swiping her phone screen with her thumb, having no interest in Chen Xiaoyang's boring pickup attempts on the road. But the moment Jiang Yan's cold bought reached her, her movements stopped. Su Nianwei raised her head, looked past Chen Xiaoyang's body, through the lowered windows on both sides, and glanced at the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. Just one glance. Sunlight shone through the windshield, landing on Jiang Yan's profile. That face had clean, sharp lines. He was young, but lacked the rashness of a youth. His fingers rested on the steering wheel, his posture relaxed, as if he hadn't taken this little interlude beside him to heart at all. What was even more deadly was that aura. No reliance on big logos, no luxury watches, no exaggerated movements. He sat there as if he belonged there. Su Nianwei's thumb, which had been sliding on the screen, froze in midair, pausing for a full 2 seconds. She had seen too many second-generation wealthy in the Vanity Fair, and quite a few capital tycoons as well. But this was her first time seeing someone like Jiang Yan. Young, handsome, cold. And a kind of indescribable sense of oppression. She turned her head and caught a glimpse of Chen Xiaoyang beside her, who was pretending to be calm and trying to say something to regain face. In front of Jiang Yan's natural temperament, Chen Xiaoyang looked like a clown who had stolen an adult's clothes and was eager to show off in front of adults. Su Nianwei quickly withdrew her gaze and looked back down at her phone, as if nothing had happened. But for Chen Xiaoyang, who was extremely sensitive in the passenger seat, his peripheral vision accurately captured that 2-second pause from Su Nianwei. Men are incredibly sensitive at times like this. Those 2 seconds were more stinging than any mockery. Chapter 11, An elephant never cares about an ant's provocation. Chen Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles tightening. Jealousy and humiliation burned in his chest like fire. On the traffic light at the intersection ahead, the red numbers ticked down to the final second. 3, 2, 1. The instant the green light turned on, Jiang Yan's right foot, which had been resting lightly on the accelerator pedal, pressed down steadily and firmly. Boom. That Lamborghini, with its 770 horsepower naturally aspirated V12 engine tuned to the absolute limit, erupted into a violent roar at that moment. The sound didn't seem like an engine starting up, it sounded more like a fighter jet about to break the sound barrier, tearing through the air. The all-wheel drive system instantly distributed the terrifying torque to the 4 wide semi-slick tires. There was not a hint of wheel spin, nor any wasted movement. The matte black Lamborghini SVJ63 was like a heavy shell fired from a chamber, carrying a sense of overwhelming pressure as it launched instantly. Beside him, Chen Xiaoyang, at almost the same time, slammed his foot onto the floor as if he had gone mad, attempting to regain the face he had just lost. The McLaren's 4.0T twin-turbocharged engine emitted a sharp screech. He wanted to catch up. He wanted even more to regain his face in front of Sun Yanwei. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. In less than a second, the Lamborghini's exaggerated carbon fiber rear wing had completely occupied Chen Xiaoyang's entire field of vision. Within 2 seconds, Jiang Yan's car had mercilessly pulled a full 3 car lengths ahead of the McLaren. That feeling of powerlessness from being crushed made Chen Xiaoyang's eyes turn red. 3 seconds later, that flash of matte black had turned into a black dot in the distance, disappearing into the traffic ahead with a low roar, leaving Chen Xiaoyang with nothing but a trail of dissipating exhaust fumes. Damn it! Chen Xiaoyang slammed his hand hard against the McLaren's steering wheel, spitting out an extremely foul curse. His hair, which he had carefully styled, was now a bit messy. In this part of the capital, he had never been humiliated from the inside out like this before, especially in front of the woman he liked. That car phone Yuan Tian reserved was actually snatched by this little brat who popped out of nowhere. Damn it, who the hell is he? Chen Xiaoyang muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes full of unwillingness and wariness. Someone who could pay for this car in full instantly, and who dared to ignore him like this in the capital, was definitely no simple character. Before figuring out the other party's background, he wouldn't dare to actually ram his car into them, even if he had 10 times the courage. This was the truest law of the capital's second-generation circle, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Before figuring out your hand, they would only ever dare to bare their fangs behind your back. In the passenger seat, Sun Yanwei did not respond to Chen Xiaoyang, nor did she even glance at him, as if the furious men beside her were mere air. She maintained her lazy posture. However, her slender fingers, painted with wine-red nail polish, quietly unlocked her phone screen. She opened WeChat and found a private group chat named High-End Circles of the Capital. The number of people in this group was small, but they were all core members of various top-tier supercar clubs in the capital, second-generation scions of major conglomerates, and top-tier socialites and models like her who could access the core of this circle. Every piece of information here represented the latest trends in the capital's Vanity Fair. A strange glimmer, one she didn't even notice herself, flashed in Sun Yanwei's eyes. Her long fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, typing out a line. Sisters, does anyone know who was driving a newly released matte black Lamborghini SVJ63 on Pingan Street today? After finishing this line, she clicked send. Afterward, she naturally pressed the lock button and put her phone back into her bag. Her face remained expressionless, just watching the retreating streetscape outside the window. But she knew clearly in her heart that 18-year-old young man had already ignited her curiosity. This wasn't low-level infatuation. Nor was it being unable to walk after seeing a luxury car. Sun Yanwei had seen money. She had also seen men. What she was truly interested in was that untraceable feeling about Jiang Yan. In the capital's Vanity Fair, the harder it was to trace someone, the more it meant something. She wouldn't engage in the kind of low-level sycophancy that Liu exhibited when stunned by 500,000. What she was better at was testing, approaching, and laying out a plan. Like a beautiful and patient snake. After completely shaking off the overconfident McLaren until not even its shadow could be seen, Jiang Yan did not continue to accelerate. He eased off the accelerator, letting the vehicle's speed drop back within the speed limit, and cruised steadily forward with the flow of traffic. For the little episode that had just occurred, not even a ripple formed in his heart. He had seen many people like Chen Xiaoyang in his past life. People who truly held power and capital would not compete for face on the road like some reckless youth. Only those second-generation heirs who were like half-full buckets of water, needing to rely on their family's legacy and external material goods to decorate their facades, would care so much about so-called face. An elephant never cares about an ant's provocation. In the capital, at the Shuemu University admissions office. The midsummer sunlight shone through the glass window onto the desk of Deputy Director Zhou Minghai of the admissions office. The desk was covered in estimated data for high-scoring segments from various provinces, competition lists, and special recruitment materials. At this moment, there was still 1 week left until the national college entrance exam scores were officially released to the public. But as one of China's 2 top institutions of higher learning, the battle to snatch talent had already begun. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai held a high-scoring segment estimation table sent internally from the Beihai Province Department of Education. His gaze swept quickly over the table, finally stopping at the first line. The name was simple. Jiang Yan. In the total score column behind it, written clearly was a number that made even an admissions veteran like Deputy Director Zhou Minghai, who was used to seeing all kinds of geniuses, couldn't help but gasp. A raw science score of 741. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, confirming he hadn't misread it. Although Beihai Province was a notoriously large province for the college entrance exam, this year's science paper was notoriously skewed, difficult, and strange. While there were over 100 people in the whole province who could score above 700, those above 710 were few and far between. And this candidate named Jiang Yan not only rushed to first place, but was also nearly 20 points higher than the second place. This is an extremely rare, landslide-style crushing victory. With this score, he's definitely the provincial top scorer. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai muttered to himself. According to his many years of experience, this score was not only a certainty for the Beihai Province science top scorer, but even when compared horizontally across the national papers, it was a top-tier existence. More importantly, Deputy Director Zhou Minghai knew that the pack of hungry wolves at the Yanjing University admissions office next door must have also obtained this data. Top universities never wait until the scores are released to start snatching top scorers. If they waited until then to act, it would be too late. Without any hesitation, Deputy Director Zhou Minghai immediately picked up the red desk phone and dialed the student contact number left on the document. He not only wanted to express his welcome in advance but was also prepared to offer this year's highest-spec bargaining chip from Shuemu University, the top-notch plan. This plan only released a few extremely rare spots each year for the entire university. Those selected could skip the red tape of the ordinary undergraduate stage and receive small class instruction from top-tier mentors at the academician level. They could also freely enter and exit national-level core laboratories, and it came with the qualification for a continuous bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program. For an ordinary student, this was a ladder to heaven that could change their fate. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai could already imagine the scene of the candidate and parents on the other end of the line, becoming so excited they would be incoherent upon hearing this news. Chapter 12, College Entrance Exam Top Scorer. Identity Information Classified. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. At this moment, Jiang Yan was driving that 15 million value Lamborghini SVJ63, cruising steadily along a wide main road in the capital. Inside the cabin, a soothing cello piece flowed from the 6-figure high-end Burmester sound system. He rested one hand on the carbon fiber racing steering wheel and casually pressed the answer button on the car's Bluetooth. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Yan's voice came through the car microphone. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai, on the other end of the line, was momentarily stunned. The voice was too steady, so steady that he felt a bit unaccustomed to it. But he quickly adjusted his emotions, put on an enthusiastic smile, and spoke in that highly approachable, official tone. "Is this student Jiang Yan?" Hello, I am Deputy Director Zhou Minghai from the admissions office of Shuemu University. First of all, I must congratulate you in advance. Although the provincial scores have not been officially released, according to the internal information we have, your science score is highly likely to be the top scorer in Beihai Province this year. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai deliberately emphasized the word top scorer, trying to trigger an excited exclamation from the other end of the line. A normal student hearing this would have some reaction. Excitement, surprise, skepticism, questions. There should be at least one. However, all that came back from the car audio system was the faint background sound of the engine, and Jiang Yan's flat, "Oh." This one, "Oh" word stifled all the congratulatory words Deputy Director Zhou Minghai had prepared. But he quickly found an explanation for himself. He just assumed the young man hadn't reacted yet, so Deputy Director Zhou Minghai decided to use his trump card. "Student Jiang Yan, given your extremely outstanding results, our school places great importance on your potential. I am calling today not only to congratulate you in advance, but also to formally invite you to participate in our Shuemu University top-notch program special admissions interview. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai's speed of speech increased, his tone filled with temptation. I think you should know what this program means. Small class teaching guided by academicians, tilted resources from national-level laboratories, direct track for undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degrees, as long as you are willing. This spot. I will consider the top-notch program. Jiang Yan interrupted Deputy Director Zhou Minghai, his tone devoid of any feeling of being flattered. He was too familiar with Shuemu University. In his past life, he had spent 7 full years there, completing his undergraduate and master's degrees. He knew clearly which water dispenser in the 3rd teaching building was broken all year round, knew which window in the 2nd canteen had the most popular braised pork, and even more, knew the temperaments of those high and mighty academic giants in private. As for the top-notch program, in his past life, Jiang Yan had dreamed of getting in. Because that was a direct shortcut to changing his destiny. But he didn't even have the qualifications to apply. That program didn't just look at scores, it looked at family background, connections, and competition records. It was a high-speed lane specially prepared for specific, favored children of heaven. And at that time, he was just a poor student who had to calculate carefully even when buying a 2 yuan meat bun. This life is different. They took the initiative to bring this once unattainable ticket to his mouth. Jiang Yan looked at the traffic outside the windshield and smiled lightly. Deputy Director Zhou, thank you for your kindness. I might not necessarily go for the interview for the top-notch program, so you don't need to take special care of me. Just follow the normal procedures when the time comes. I'll go to whichever college I'm supposed to go to. I have other things to do. Hanging up now. Beep, beep, beep. The call was mercilessly cut off. In the Shuemu University admissions office, Deputy Director Zhou Minghai held the receiver, listening to the dial tone, frozen in his chair. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds before he incredulously put down the receiver, muttering to himself. This child, why is he not excited at all? Could it be that he thinks he didn't do well enough? That shouldn't be. A provincial top scorer plus the top-notch program, invited by a personal call from Shuemu University. If it were anyone else's family, their ancestral graves would be smoking with good fortune by now, they'd be crazy with joy. Yet Jiang Yan's reaction was just an oh. And then he hung up. This is too outrageous. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai was a bit annoyed, and even more confused. He felt that Jiang Yan's attitude was a kind of slight to the golden brand of Shuemu University. I want to see what kind of background he has to be so calm. With some frustration, Deputy Director Zhou Minghai clicked on the internal system and pulled up Jiang Yan's basic family information. In the preliminary screening for admissions, the basic family information of candidates is recorded in the system. The page refreshed. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai's gaze fell on the parents' column. The next second, his eyes, which were a bit cloudy from staying up late, widened sharply, and his glasses almost slid off the bridge of his nose. The parent information column popped up. Father's column, Jiang Linzhou, position, Governor of Su Province. Mother's column, Chairwoman Lin Wantong, position, Chairwoman of Dingshan Capital. Hiss. Just these 2 lines of information made Deputy Director Zhou Minghai's breath hitch sharply. The Governor of Su Province. The Chairwoman of Dingshan Capital. One is a powerful local official, the other is the Queen of Huaxia Finance who controls a trillion-level capital landscape. This kind of family background can no longer be described as just rich and powerful in the ordinary sense. Even for Shuemu University, this level of background is almost unseen. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai swallowed, subconsciously continuing to look down. Then, he saw the grandfather's column. But the screen did not display any specific name or position. There was only a line of cold, almost blinding red prompt. This information is classified. Current authorization is insufficient to view. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai's pupils contracted suddenly. He stared fixedly at that line of red text, his whole person as if nailed to the chair by something. The admissions system of Shuemu University is already one of the internal systems with extremely high authority among national universities. It can retrieve the basic identity information of candidates' parents and see background materials that many ordinary people cannot access. But now, the column for Jiang Yan's grandfather could not even be viewed by the authority of the deputy director of the Shuemu University admissions office. What does this mean? It means that the other party's information is not simply unregistered, nor is it ordinary, missing data. It is locked directly by a higher-level security system. Even top universities like Shuemu University are not qualified to pry. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai closed the laptop screen with a slap, sweat already on his forehead. He finally understood why the 18-year-old young man on the other end of the phone was so uninterested in the top-notch program. He even used that almost cold tone to tell him to follow the normal process. No wonder he wasn't excited. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave a bitter smile. For ordinary people, that is a ladder to heaven. But for an heir from a family standing at the pinnacle of power and wealth, Shuemu University might really just be an ordinary stop in his life. The top-notch program that could determine the fate of ordinary people, in their eyes, might just be a trivial icing on the cake. What's even more terrifying is, Jiang Yan himself not only has an unfathomable background, but his grades are also outrageously strong. Beha Province Science Raw Score 741. A landslide provincial top scorer. If this kind of person were just an ordinary scion of a powerful family, that would be one thing, but he also possesses truly top-tier intelligence and learning ability. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai was silent for a moment and reopened the computer. This time, he did not try to click on any hidden information related to Jiang Yan's family background. He knew very well that some things, if you shouldn't look, you absolutely must not look. Deputy Director Zhou Minghai silently put away the report, and next to Jiang Yan's name, he solemnly drew 3 pentagrams representing the highest level of attention with a red pen. After thinking for a while, he added a line of small text next to it. Special attention, contact with caution, treat with the highest specifications. After writing these words, Deputy Director Zhou Minghai leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. He knew that in the pool of Shuemu University, a true dragon capable of turning the rivers and seas was about to arrive. Chapter 13, The Warmth and Coldness of Human Relationships. Only old Zheng is that beam of light. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan did not drive directly to his original destination. He pulled the matte black Lamborghini SVJ63 steadily into a roadside parking spot on the street where temporary parking was allowed. The roar of the V12 engine subsided into a low, steady idle, like a well-fed beast snoring. Outside the car was the bustling street view of the capital, with sunlight streaming through the windows onto the suede and carbon fiber dashboard, casting a luxurious glow that represented top-tier wealth. But at this moment, Jiang Yan's gaze was not fixed on this $15 million top-tier toy. He leaned back into the soft, aviation-grade seat, released his hands from the steering wheel, and stared with unfocused eyes at the blue sky outside the windshield. He lit a cigarette but didn't smoke it, simply letting the expensive smoke curl up inside the car. That phone call from Deputy Director Zhou Minghai brought the 4 words, Shuemu University, back in front of him. He thought of one person, Yuan. In his past life, when he was a graduate student at Shuemu University, the class barriers in the academic circle were even stricter than in society. To most professors, poor students with no background and no resources were just cheap research labor. The professors would show concern for those second-generation rich kids, but for someone like him, who crawled up from the bottom, they were strictly professional or even cold and indifferent. But in that cold campus, there was only one person who had been kind to him. That was the leading expert in materials physics, academician Yuan. The old professor was over 70 at the time, his hair completely white, his back slightly hunched, and he always spoke slowly and leisurely. Jiang Yan was not his direct student. He had only caught the old man's attention in one of his open lectures by pointing out a data flaw in a complex model. The most vivid memory was a winter day in the capital when a blizzard was raging. That year, Jiang Yan's mother had just finished a surgery, their family savings were completely wiped out, and his father, working non-stop at the construction site, couldn't scrape together enough money for the next semester's dormitory fees and living expenses. Jiang Yan, wearing an old, faded-down jacket with a broken zipper, stood outside the laboratory in -10-degree weather, holding that tuition reminder slip, his lips purple from the cold, his eyes full of despair. That was the day academician Yuan happened to pass by. The old man didn't ask anything, he just glanced at the crumpled slip in his hand and then told him to follow him to his office. Little Jiang, when doing research, your mind cannot be chaotic. The old man leisurely brewed tea while taking out his old-fashioned Nokia phone, putting on his reading glasses, and fiddling with it for a long time with somewhat clumsy movements. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan's broken phone with the cracked screen vibrated. It was a bank transfer notification. 30,000 yuan. At that time, 30,000 yuan was like a lifeline to a poor student who was almost at the end of his rope. Jiang Yan's eyes turned red, and he wanted to write an IOU. Academician Jing waved his hand, pushed a cup of hot tea in front of him, and said in a gentle but unquestionable tone, "No need to pay it back. If anyone asks, just say it's a special scholarship from the department. Go pay your fees, eat a hot meal, and finish the data model." Later, the old professor retired due to health reasons and returned to his hometown in the south to recuperate, and Jiang Yan never got to see him again. Until he finally died of exhaustion at the experimental bench, that "thank you" he never got to say in person became one of the few regrets of his past life. Sitting in his multi-million-dollar supercar, the cigarette between Jiang Yan's fingers burned to the end and scorched his finger, snapping him back to reality. He glanced at the long string of cold numbers in his banking app on his phone. This was the cash he could use at his disposal in this life. In his past life, he didn't even have the qualification to touch a $15 million sports car, but that 30,000 yuan had been as heavy as a mountain, pressing on his heart and leaving him grateful for a lifetime. This absurd contrast made Jiang Yan's eyes narrow slightly. He was not sentimental, all the suffering and grievances of his past life had turned into the ambition to climb upward the moment he was reborn. But he was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. For the blood debts owed in his past life, he would make the director and the person who replaced him pay back tenfold. And for the kindness received in his past life, since he was living again, he must repay it clearly. Old Zheng. Jiang Yan muttered, pressing the cigarette butt into the car's ashtray. In this life, since fate had brought him back here, and since he had regained the ticket to Shuemu University, the first thing he wanted to do was not to choose some badass laboratory, nor to cater to those powerful academic bigwigs. He wanted to first check where the old man who gave him 30,000 yuan on that snowy day was living now and how his health was. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, pushing all those heavy emotions back into the depths of his heart. A 28-year-old soul did not need to be fragile. He pressed the brake again and shifted into D gear. The aggressive front end of the Lamborghini cut back into the traffic. It was lunchtime, so he decided to find a place to eat first, then go look for a house near Shuemu University in the afternoon. Since he was going to stay in the capital for a long time, he didn't want to live in a hotel. He wanted to have a territory that was completely his own, private enough, and luxurious enough. 30 minutes later. Guided by the navigation, the car stopped in front of a minimalist Japanese restaurant near Sanlitun with an average cost per person of over 4,000 yuan. The security guard trotted over very obsequiously, guiding Jiang Yan to park the matte black SVJ63 in a VIP exclusive parking spot. Jiang Yan pushed the door open and got out of the car. Just as he was about to hand the keys to the valet, his gaze casually flicked to the parking spot next to him. An extremely flashy orange McLaren 720S was parked there quietly. In the bottom right corner of the windshield, there was a VIP parking pass for a top-tier private club in the capital. Jiang Yan recognized this car, not just because the car itself was eye-catching, but because just on the road, the owner of this car had recklessly tried to cut him off, even rolling down the window at a traffic light to provoke him. What a coincidence. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. However, he didn't take it to heart. To him, that second-generation rich kid driving the McLaren was like a pebble on the roadside. If you were driving a tank and passed by, would you stop just because a pebble got stuck in your tracks and blow it into dust? Jiang Yan tossed the car keys to the valet, shoved his hands into his trouser pockets, and walked into the restaurant. The interior of the Japanese restaurant was extremely luxurious yet understated, following a wabi-sabi style, with wooden tones paired with dry landscape courtyard scenery. A waiter wearing an exquisite kimono and wooden clogs respectfully welcomed Jiang Yan and led him to the VIP box area on the second floor. Because Jiang Yan hadn't made a reservation in advance, the waiter was originally prepared to politely decline, but when Jiang Yan casually placed the Centurion black card, representing an unlimited credit limit, on the bar counter, all the rules instantly became worthless paper. The manager personally stepped forward and invited Jiang Yan into the single box with the best view on the second floor, which was by the window. The boxes were separated by elaborate Japanese-style paper sliding doors and wooden screens. Although the soundproofing wasn't top tier, it was enough to ensure privacy between guests. Jiang Yan took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the comfortable tatami mat. Sunlight streamed softly through the paper windows onto the table. He casually ordered the top-tier thick-cut bluefin tuna odoro set meal, plus a wagyu sukiyaki. These were all foods he had never eaten in his past life. Chapter 14, The Rich Second Generation Isn't Actually Brainless. Just as he was about to tuck into his meal, a burst of noisy chatter from the adjacent private room penetrated the thin wooden screen and fell clearly into his ears. "Damn, Brother Yang, did you really run into that matte black SVJ 63 on the road earlier?" A male voice with a grating, duck-like rasp shouted in surprise. Immediately after, the voice of the man who had previously tried to strike up a conversation with Jiang Yan at the traffic light rang out, carrying an undisguised hint of sourness. "No shit, would I get that wrong? That massive rear wing, that engine roar, it's definitely the one from the auto show center. That grandson Feng Yuntian had it coming. His family's capital chain snapped, so he had to cough up such a top-tier ride." The speaker was none other than Chen Xiaoyang. At this moment, in front of his friends, he was completely free of the awkwardness he'd felt while trying to save face next to Jiang Yan's car. Instead, he was holding court like a know-it-all. Who was driving it? "So badass, daring to snatch a deal from young Master Feng," another voice asked curiously. "Don't know, looks totally unfamiliar." Chen Xiaoyang downed a mouthful of alcohol, smacked his lips, and said, "Looks only 18 or 19, very green, but that aura, tch, it's truly damn strange. It's definitely not something that bunch of upstarts in our circle could fake." "Hey, Brother Yang, didn't you go up to test the waters? Your McLaren isn't exactly a slouch either. Didn't you race him on the road?" someone nearby egged him on. Hearing this, Jiang Yan, in the next private room, paused slightly with his chopsticks, a flicker of amusement flashing in his eyes. He wanted to hear how this guy, whom he had left in the dust with a single press of the accelerator, would boast in front of his friends. According to the plots of those brainless web novels he had read before, such a rich second-generation heir would most likely be slamming the table and cursing right now, even threatening to find people to kill him. However, Chen Xiaoyang's next words took Jiang Yan by surprise. "Test the waters my ass." Chen Xiaoyang cursed directly in the next room, his voice lowering a few notches, revealing a sense of genuine wariness. "Can you guys use your damn brains? You know how deep the water is in this capital city. A kid who looks like he just came of age can casually pull out 15 million in cash to pick up a limited edition supercar without even blinking. A person like that either has a powerful tycoon with heaven-reaching connections behind them, or is a crown prince sent out by some reclusive family to experience life." Chen Xiaoyang sneered, "Someone of Feng Yuntian's level, yet they snatched his deal just like that, and the Feng family hasn't dared to make a peep to this day. Who the hell am I, Chen Xiaoyang? Go up and pick a fight. Tired of living, or just think the family business is going too smoothly? If I really provoke someone I shouldn't, our family's company tax records will be audited to the ground by tomorrow. When you're in the capital, you have to keep your eyes peeled. For people whose background you can't see through, it's better to walk around them than to go head-to-head." The private room next door fell into a brief silence. Evidently, those friends who were egging him on were stunned by Chen Xiaoyang's rational analysis. After listening to this, Jiang Yan picked up a thick slice of salmon dipped in wasabi and put it into his mouth, his chewing motion remaining elegant and composed. A faint curve tugged at the corner of his lips. As expected, none of these rich second-generation heirs who can survive in this circle in the real world are truly brainless idiots. They are arrogant and domineering because they precisely step on the heads of those weaker than themselves. But once they encounter a behemoth whose background they can't fathom, they know better than anyone how to avoid harm. Jealousy and stupidity are two different things. Chen Xiaoyang was very jealous of him, but he was definitely not stupid. This realization made Jiang Yan feel that this world was slightly more interesting. If everyone were just a mad dog that bit whoever it saw, it would be too boring. Just then, the sliding door of the adjacent private room was gently pulled open from the outside. Su Nianwei returned from the restroom after touching up her makeup, wearing a minimalist black camisole dress that outlined her perfect curves, walking down the corridor in swaying steps in her high heels. As she passed the private room where Jiang Yan was, because a waiter had just gone in to deliver food, the Japanese-style sliding door hadn't been closed completely, leaving a gap about 10 centimeters wide. Su Nianwei's gaze had originally just swept past casually, but in that instant, her footsteps stopped dead in their tracks as if she had been hit by a freezing spell. Inside the gap in the door, Jiang Yan was sitting quietly by the window, eating alone. The sunlight outside filtered through the paper window, casting a layer of soft yet dimensional light and shadow on his profile. His movements while eating were unhurried, and his posture with the chopsticks was extremely standard. It was a kind of composure that only someone who had undergone strict etiquette training from a top-tier family and had long internalized it as instinct could possess. On him, there was none of that upstart aura that Qin Shaoyang had, who was desperate to hang every brand name on his body, nor was there that greasy feeling of someone eager to show off their wealth in front of women. He was just sitting there, eating quietly, yet it was hard for people to look away. What shocked Su Nianwei the most was his gaze. At 18, it should have been full of flamboyance and callousness. That was not the gaze an 18-year-old boy should have. Too calm, too steady, as if he had seen many things, and also as if he had already lost interest in many things. The contrast formed by this young appearance and mature aura directly cut through the defenses Su Nianwei had honed in the Vanity Fair. It's him. She gripped the small Hermes bag in her hand tightly. She recognized this face. This was the young man who had been driving the SVJ-63 at the intersection earlier. He was also the man who had made Qin Shaoyang lose face completely with just 2 words. Su Nianwei stood there for a full 3 seconds until a waiter came walking from the end of the corridor. Only then did she snap out of it, quickly withdrawing her gaze and continuing to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Pulling open the door to the adjacent private room, Su Nianwei sat down next to Qin Shaoyang with a normal expression and took a gentle sip of the sake in front of her. "Why were you gone for so long?" Qin Shaoyang leaned over and smiled ingratiatingly. "I touched up my makeup." Su Nianwei's tone was flat. She didn't even glance at Qin Shaoyang. She did not tell Qin Shaoyang that the owner of the SVJ-63, who had made their entire private room feel wary just moments ago, was currently sitting just one wall away from them. Su Nianwei chose to conceal it. Having mixed in this circle for so long, she knew the value of information better than anyone. She did not intend to go and hit on Jiang Yan immediately. That was something low-level gold diggers would do. For a figure of Jiang Yan's level, actively throwing oneself at him would only lower one's own value. But not telling Qin Shaoyang was in itself an extremely subtle form of psychological betrayal. Su Nianwei looked at the so-called capital city wealthy young master sitting beside her, who was still boasting to his fox friends, and a sense of deep weariness suddenly arose in her heart. Having seen a real goshawk, who would still be interested in a squawking crow? A silent rift had, at this moment, quietly planted its first nail in this private room. Jiang Yan finished the last piece of top-tier Wagyu beef on his plate in a leisurely manner. He picked up the warm, damp towel placed to the side and elegantly wiped his mouth and slender fingers. Living a life again, he not only inherited this young, highly energetic body, but also brought over the rigor and discipline that had been carved into his bones in his previous life. No matter what top-tier ingredients he faced, he maintained just the right amount of restraint. He didn't overeat, nor did he waste anything. This life was so wonderful that he absolutely could not let anything happen to his body. Chapter 15, You can approach me, but don't play these low-level games of probing and flirtation. Waiter, Jiang Yan called out softly. The high-end server, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately slid open the door, took small, quick steps inside, and bowed deeply. "Sir, how can I help you? Is there something not to your satisfaction with today's dishes?" "The bill," Jiang Yan said, taking out his phone to pay. The server maintained a professional smile but spoke with a hint of caution. "Sir, I am very sorry. The bill for your table has just been paid by someone else." Jiang Yan's hand-wiping motion paused slightly. There was no surprise on his face, instead, a cold, guarded glint flashed in his eyes. "Who?" The server remained bowed and answered truthfully, it was a female guest in the next private room. "She stopped by the counter just now to pay your bill and asked me to convey a message. She said that on the road earlier, her friend's car nearly disturbed you while merging, and this meal is her way of apologizing on their behalf." Upon hearing this, the image of the cold and glamorous woman wearing a huge sun hat in the passenger seat of the McLaren at the traffic light instantly flashed in Jiang Yan's mind. He was silent for 2 seconds. If it were any other rich second-generation heir, encountering such a top-tier beauty offering to pay the bill, even if they didn't lack the money, they would likely take the opportunity to go over and toast her, making this so-called romantic encounter a natural progression. But Jiang Yan was not one of those idiots who thought with their lower halves. He understood the logic behind this unsolicited display of courtesy all too well. Especially from beautiful women who frequented the circle of second-generation heirs. Smart, sharp, knowing their boundaries, and knowing how to probe. That woman had clearly seen his dominance on the road and realized his background. Therefore, she wanted to use a meal costing a few thousand to establish the lightest, lowest-cost connection with him. The calculation wasn't loud, but it was cunning. Unfortunately, in Jiang Yan's eyes, this kind of probing was too shallow. Last night, he could use 500,000 to buy out Liu's fantasies because that was a transaction with a clear price tag. But he would not accept others using such petty favors to attach an invisible string to him. Want to get close to him? Sure, but don't beat around the bush, and don't use ambiguity as a bargaining chip. Jiang Yan threw the towel on the table with an expressionless face, his voice calm. Go refund her money. Ah. The server was stunned, clearly not expecting this outcome. In high-end restaurants like this, male guests often fought to pay the bill, but it was her first time seeing a female guest's offer to pay for a male guest get rejected. Did you not understand me? Return the bill. I will pay for my own meal. Jiang Yan took out his phone, brought up the payment QR code, and placed it on the table. Scan it. The server didn't dare say more and quickly scanned the code with the device she was carrying. Just as the server was about to leave, Jiang Yan added without looking up, also, convey my exact words to that lady. Just 3 words. Not needed. After saying this, he stood up and draped his high-end casual jacket over his arm. He didn't glance once toward the next private room, nor did he dwell on how that woman would react to his words, walking straight out of the restaurant. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. This was not just a rejection of a meal, it was a rejection of her petty schemes. 2 minutes later, in the next private room, Chen Xiaoyang was holding a wine glass, loudly discussing with a few friends which nightclub had the most beautiful atmosphere crew. The server gently slid the door open and walked in, holding the returned bill and cash, and walked over to Sun Yanwei. Excuse me, Ms. Su. The gentleman in the next room insisted on paying his own bill and has returned the money. The server kept her head low, although her voice wasn't loud. In the relatively quiet room, it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Following that, the server dutifully completed Jiang Yan's request. That gentleman also asked me to convey one thing to you, not needed. He has already left. As soon as those 3 words were spoken, the hand Sun Yanwei had been using to hold an exquisite sake cup froze in midair. She controlled the expression on her face well. But the embarrassment in her heart surged up all at once. In the Vanity Fair of the capital, relying on her stunning appearance and cold, elegant temperament, she was always the one doing the rejecting. As long as she released even the slightest signal, even bosses worth hundreds of millions would swarm toward her like sharks smelling blood. But that 18-year-old young man had given her a resounding slap in the face. He didn't even have the interest to come over and look at her. The more unattainable something is, the more maddening it becomes. This sense of disparity from being coldly rejected by someone in a higher position was like a barbed hook. Instead of making Sun Yanwei back down, it dug deep into her heart, creating an almost pathological obsession and desire to conquer the men she had only met once. But compared to the turmoil in Sun Yanwei's heart, Chen Xiaoyang's face had darkened completely. The laughter in the room ceased abruptly, and the atmosphere became awkward. All the friends looked at each other. What female guest? What gentleman in the next room? What not needed? Chen Xiaoyang put down his wine glass, his voice suppressing anger. Nianwei, can you explain to me what the hell is going on? You went to the restroom, so how did you end up paying the bill for some wild men in the next room? Men might be slow in other aspects, but when facing the possibility of their woman cheating on them, or even just emotional infidelity, their intuition is absolutely sharper than radar. His own girlfriend, behind his back, secretly paying the bill for the men who had just crushed him on the road. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Facing Chen Xiaoyang's murderous gaze, Sun Yanwei panicked for only a split second before hiding the emotions in her eyes. She knew all too well how to deal with this type of vanity-driven rich second-generation heir. Su Nianwei slowly put down her wine glass, her face showing a bit of innocence and grievance. Xiaoyang, why are you being so fierce? She looked at Qin Xiaoyang, her tone softening. When I came back from the restroom just now, I happened to see that person in the next room through the door crack. It's that person who was driving the SVJ-63 on the road earlier. Qin Xiaoyang's expression changed. She paused, her tone carrying a bit of grievance as if she were thinking of Qin Xiaoyang. You said it yourself just now, we don't know his background, and he might have an unfathomable history, we can't afford to provoke him. I was thinking that you merged aggressively on the road earlier and almost scraped his car. Since the other party can come here to eat, it means they are in a small circle. If he really holds a grudge and looks into you later, what if he brings trouble to your family? I was thinking of you, and I didn't want to make enemies for your parents' business because of such a small matter. So I took the liberty of paying the bill to apologize on your behalf, hoping to turn a big issue into a small one. But it turns out that young master has a big temper, he didn't appreciate it and returned the money. Su Nianwei's words were watertight. She had perfectly packaged her shady, behind-the-scenes flirtatious probing into a grand drama of swallowing her pride for her boyfriend's family interests. Qin Xiaoyang stared at Su Nianwei for a full 10 seconds or more. Su Nianwei's gaze did not waver, it was extremely candid. Seeing this, the other friends in the room quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, Brother Yang, your girlfriend did this for your own good. She's sensible, helping you smooth things over, don't be ungrateful. Exactly, Brother Yang, she's a virtuous partner. Under the prodding of his friends, Qin Xiaoyang's expression softened slightly. Su Nianwei's explanation made logical sense and greatly preserved his face. He finally took a deep breath and snorted coldly, fine, I got it. Don't do things like this again without my permission. I, Qin Xiaoyang, haven't fallen so far as to need a woman to suck up to others for me. After saying this, he picked up his chopsticks again to eat. But if one looked closely, they would notice that his hand gripping the chopsticks was significantly tighter than before. Had the matter really been turned over? Not at all. Once Qin Xiaoyang's suspicion was raised, it wouldn't be easily dispelled. Although Su Nianwei's explanation was perfect, the thorn named suspicion had already dug deep into his heart. The relationship between them remained harmonious on the surface, but during this meal, it had already been torn open by those 3 light words from Jiang Yan, not needed. Chapter 16, rounding it off, this car is practically free. Jiang Yan walked out of the Japanese restaurant. The midsummer sun was scorching. He stood on the steps, waiting for the valet to bring his car around. Jiang Yan didn't bother with the couple in the restaurant who were now locked in a psychological battle because of his few words, or their trivial emotional entanglements. The only thing he cared about now was how to fully monetize the resources in his hands and the system, transforming them into the absolute power to control his destiny. System, open panel. Jiang Yan thought to himself. Ding. God tier influence system activated. A pale blue holographic panel, visible only to him, instantly unfolded in the air. Jiang Yan's gaze locked directly onto the points and assets bar at the top. Current total host points, 501. Current cash account balance, 1,011,209,700.00 Huabi. Jiang Yan looked at the glaring 501 in the points column, his expression quite satisfied. The money he had actually spent wasn't complicated at all. First-class air ticket, 2,800. Presidential suite fee, 80,000. Buyout fee for Liu, 500,000. Full payment for the Lamborghini SVJ-63, 15 million. That Japanese meal just now, 2,700. Adding it up, the total was 15,585,500. For the Jiang Yan of his past life, who had been crushed by a 30-year mortgage and would agonize over 2 yuan just to ride one extra stop on the subway, this was a number that could cause a heart attack. But in this life, looking at this number, he didn't feel even a shred of heartache. Because the system had already given him a return. The Liu incident directly gave him 1 point and 10,000 in cash, subsequent fermentation within the circle of flight attendants added another 20 points and 200,000 in cash. Picking up the car in full at the auto show center settled 180 points and 1,800,000 in cash on the spot. Subsequent viral spread through employee groups, moments, and short video platforms added another 300 points and 3 million in cash. Calculating it all, the system had returned a full 501 points and 5,010,000 in cash to him. In other words, he had spent 15,585,500 on the surface, but the system's cash rebates alone returned 5,010,000. The actual net cash expenditure was only about 10 million. More importantly, the limited edition Lamborghini SVJ63 worth 15 million was still in his possession. This limited edition car, with only 3 in the entire country, couldn't simply be calculated as a consumable. As long as the market conditions were right, reselling it wouldn't necessarily result in a loss, it might even command a premium. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Spent 15 million to buy a car, and the system turned around and returned 4.8 million in cash, plus gifted 480 points. The car is still here, and a huge chunk of the money has been returned. By this calculation, rounding it off, what's the difference between this and getting it for free? What was most absurd was that this was only the first wave of influence fishing. If the online video of the multi-million-dollar supercar being stopped by traffic police continued to ferment, or if it caught the attention of higher-weight social circles, the system might well add even more rewards. This was no longer just simple consumption. This was using cash to leverage influence, and then using that influence to recoup funds. Spend money, gain assets. Assets create events. Events bring exposure. Exposure converts into points and cash. Points can be used to redeem black technology in the future. Once this closed loop was established, it wasn't that he couldn't spend his money, it was that the more he spent, the more valuable it became. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened slightly. The computational instinct left over from his past life in scientific research kicked in again at this moment. So what's truly important isn't how much money I spend. It's whether every sum of money can be turned into an event with enough viral value. Inefficient consumption is throwing money into the water. Efficient consumption is throwing money into people's hearts. He didn't need to accumulate good karma like an ascetic, nor did he need to go around burning and killing like a madman. He only needed to act as an event generator, casting a stone into a specific social circle with strong viral and resource-heavy attributes. The vanity, jealousy, greed, and fear of those people, combined with the speed of modern social networks, would automatically become a monstrous wave that amplified the power of that stone. Calculating based on this slope. Jiang Yan stroked his chin as he calculated. As long as I can find a sufficiently heavy fulcrum, for instance, in the most top-tier Vanity Fair in Beijing, or at a nationally prominent academic or commercial event, and perform an act that overturns all their perceptions. The growth of points will definitely not be linear, but an exponential explosion. Breaking 1,000, or even 10,000 at once, is not impossible. Having clarified his strategic direction, Jiang Yan was in an excellent mood. In his past life doing research, the thing he feared most was blind trial and error without direction. But now, the formula to the peak was already laid out, he just needed to fill in the variables according to the plan. The top priority now was to find a fixed place to stay in Beijing. Although he had over $1 billion in his account and could stay in an 80,000 night presidential suite without blinking, a hotel was still a hotel. It was crowded and chaotic, lacked a sense of belonging, and certainly didn't fit his status as he prepared to take root in Beijing and stir up the winds and clouds. Since he was to be a chess player in this city, he had to own a fortress of his own in the most core, most top-tier area of Beijing. In his past life, he had taken on a 30-year mortgage just to buy a shabby, small 2-bedroom apartment within the 5th Ring Road of Beijing. Every day, he calculated the interest for the next month. That suffocating feeling of having his life choked by reality was something he never wanted to experience a second time in this life. Since he was going to buy a house, he would buy the best house in Beijing. It would be best if it were near Shuimu University. After all, he still needed to attend school there, and he also needed to utilize the immense academic resource springboard that was Shuimu University. Help me check the most top-tier luxury residential projects currently for sale around Shuimu University or in the core area of Beijing. Jiang Yan put away the system panel, took out his phone, and dialed the number of Secretary Zhang, the top investment banker his mother, Chairwoman Lin Wantong, had arranged for him. The call was answered almost instantly. Secretary Zhang's extremely respectful, even slightly nervous voice came from the other end. "Hello, young Master Jiang. Are you getting used to Beijing? The chairwoman has instructed that all your expenses and needs in Beijing are to be fully covered by the company. Do you have any instructions? I need a house in Beijing. I have only 3 requirements. First, the location must be in the most core area, preferably not too far from Shuemu University. Second, it must be ready for occupancy, with top-tier, move-in ready renovations. I don't like to wait. Third, price doesn't matter. The more expensive, the better. The more exclusive the social circle, the better. Secretary Zhang on the other end was taken aback by Jiang Yan's, only choose the most expensive, money is no object, demand, but he immediately displayed the professional competence of a top-tier investment banking secretary. Young Master Jiang, I understand your requirements. If you want something close to Shuemu University in the core area of Zhongguancun, with a social circle that is the absolute top tier in the country, there is only one place on the market right now that can meet your requirements, Wanlu Academy. That is the true ceiling of the Haidian district in Beijing right now. It's not something you can buy just by having money. Many who live there are internet titans from the tech world and top financial giants. The unit price for houses there has already been hyped up to over 150,000. Currently, Wanlu Academy happens to have an extremely rare King of Buildings unit, a top-floor duplex sky villa. It has a full 600 square meters, comes with a private infinity pool and an independent garden, and offers a view overlooking the entire Shuemu University and the Summer Palace. It was released by a bankrupt internet tycoon desperate to cash out. The luxury renovation has never been lived in for a single day. The floor price is around 100 million, and several top tycoons in Beijing are currently eyeing this property. 100 million, sky villa, suitable location. Jiang Yan went over these keywords in his mind. The 3 million yuan shabby apartment that had crushed him in his past life became a total joke at this moment. He looked toward the direction of Shuemu University in the distance, his expression calm. This wasn't just buying a house. This was buying an admission ticket to Beijing's top-tier social circle. It was also the first piece of territory from which he would overlook Shuemu and the hardships of his past life in the future. Don't let them eye it anymore. Jiang Yan said into the phone, tell the seller. This house, I, Jiang Yan, want it. I'll go over to view the property this afternoon. If it's suitable, full cash payment on the spot. He hung up the phone. Jiang Yan walked over to the matte black Lamborghini and pulled open the scissor door. The next second, the roar of the V12 engine exploded on the street. The black supercar drove into the traffic. Like a waking beast, it sped off in the direction of Wanlu Academy. Chapter 17, A Professional Secretary, The Power of Top-Tier Capital. On a midsummer afternoon, the sun seemed ready to bake the asphalt roads of Beijing until they melted. A deep, frenzied V12 engine roar rolled in from the street corner. A matte black Lamborghini SVJ63, like a black fighter jet skimming the ground, cruised steadily into the most central area of Haidian. Directly ahead lay the legendary ultra-luxury residential complex, Wanlu Academy. This ultra-luxury residential area lacked ostentatious golden gates or tacky fountain sculptures. It featured only thick, grayish-red brick walls, quiet, restrained, yet carrying an oppressive aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. This wall separated more than just ordinary streets from a luxury residential community. It was more like the invisible yet very real dividing line between ordinary people and the top-tier wealth of Beijing. Jiang Yan tapped the brakes, and the black supercar slowed to a halt at the entrance. The security guard on duty immediately stepped forward. The security guards here were different from the gatekeepers of ordinary residential areas. They were all retired elite personnel, dressed in crisp, custom-made black uniforms, standing tall with sharp gazes. Even when facing a 15 million yuan top-tier supercar, the guard showed no signs of sycophancy or panic. He simply gave a standard salute, preparing to conduct identity verification and visitor registration according to the rules. In this community, let alone a rich second-generation kid driving a supercar, even a boss with billions in net worth couldn't easily enter without the owner's consent or a prior appointment. But just as the guard was about to speak, the voice of the security team leader suddenly came through his walkie-talkie. The guard glanced down at the temporary license plate, and his expression changed instantly. The next second, he retracted his hand gesture, stepped back half a pace, and saluted again. The barrier rose. At the same time, the security team leader jogged out from the guard booth, his attitude respectful as he personally led the way, guiding this black beast into the internal VIP parking area. The sense of exclusivity of this top-tier community was fully emphasized at this moment. But for Jiang Yan, this so-called threshold was like a thin sheet of paper in the face of his current status. He didn't even need to poke it himself, someone had already laid out the red carpet for him. Jiang Yan pushed open the scissor door and stepped out of the car. Not far away, 3 people had already been waiting for some time. Standing at the very front was a woman. She looked to be in her early 30s, wearing a perfectly tailored, high-end custom dark gray business suit. She wore no flashy jewelry, only a restrained Patek Philippe Nautilus lady's watch on her wrist. Her hair was pinned up without a single strand out of place, her features were not stunning, but she possessed a strong aura of elitism. Capable, calm, and carrying a hint of ruthlessness. "Hello, young Master Jiang. I am Secretary Zhang Huilin, the Executive Secretary to Chairman Lin." The woman stepped forward, bowed slightly, her tone neither servile nor overbearing, and her volume perfectly controlled. Jiang Yan looked her up and down, a flash of appreciation crossing his eyes. Professional. In many people's stereotypes, commercial tycoons who control trillions in capital are often followed by beautiful, vase-like female secretaries with voluptuous figures. But in reality, for a true top-tier financial magnate, the closest secretary is always an astute individual whose brains are far more important than their looks. Brains, strategy, loyalty, and execution, none can be lacking. The fact that Chairwoman Lin Wantong could keep this woman by her side as her head secretary meant that she was definitely no simple person. "Sister Zhang, thank you for making the trip." Jiang Yan nodded, his tone easygoing yet not intentionally ingratiating. He respected capable people, but his status destined that he did not need to lower his stance for anyone. Secretary Zhang Huilin felt a slight stir in her heart. She had only jumped ship to Dingxing Capital from one of the top 3 domestic investment banks last year, and she knew well the iron-fisted and cold nature of the Chairman Lin. This was her first time meeting the only son, who was rumored to have been raised freely by Chairwoman Lin in Beia Province. She had originally expected to see a frivolous, arrogant, or reserved 18-year-old boy, but the composure in Jiang Yan's every gesture, along with those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, gave her a slight jolt. She immediately cast aside all her internal disdain and handed over a thick document bag with both hands from her briefcase. "Young Master Jiang, this is all the information you requested on the Penthouse King of Wanlu Academy." Secretary Zhang Huilin reported with extreme speed and clear organization. Including the current status of the property's title, the report on the original owner's broken capital chain, and the details of core debt disputes. As well as the cards held by several potential buyers currently in Beijing, Dingxing Capital's intelligence department has already thoroughly vetted and verified everything. Jiang Yan took the document bag and casually pulled out a page to glance at it. The information was very detailed. It even calculated exactly how much interest the seller owed to various microloan companies. Jiang Yan nodded inwardly. This was the power of top-tier capital. To ordinary people, information is opaque, but under the radar of capital, everyone is essentially running naked. Standing beside Secretary Zhang Huilin were 2 other people. One was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, slightly plump, with a face full of smiles. He was wearing a refined suit, and his hair was slicked back with oil. This was the most senior luxury real estate agency manager in the Wanlu Academy area, known in the circle as Old Ma. He specialized in ultra-luxury real estate deals worth over 30 million. Having spent over a decade grinding in this cutthroat circle, he was slick and knew exactly how to cater to different clients. And standing next to Old Ma was a very eye-catching young woman. Su Qinghe. She was 26 or 27, wearing a black slim-fit business suit, with a white silk shirt underneath that slightly revealed a lace edge. Her long legs were wrapped in high-quality black stockings, and she wore pointed-toe stilettos. Her makeup was exquisite, but not vulgar. Her eyes carried both allure and shrewdness. She stood there, slightly tucking in her stomach and puffing out her chest, showcasing her most perfect body curves just right. She was not the type of vase who only knew how to act coy. A graduate of a prestigious university, with strong business acumen and high emotional intelligence, she was the top-performing luxury real estate agent under Old Ma. She was very clear that at this poker table belonging to money and men, her appearance was also a bargaining chip. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Su Qinghe, the real estate consultant here. Today, Mr. Ma and I will be providing you with full service. Suqing has stepped forward, her voice soft and carrying a hint of perfectly measured sweetness, while she handed over a business card that carried a faint fragrance with both hands. Jiang Yan did not take the business card, he merely glanced at her indifferently. That glance held no amazement, no greed, and none of the pretense common among men. It was just like looking at a piece of merchandise displayed in a cabinet. Beautiful. But merely beautiful. Suqing's hand, holding the business card, froze in midair. The smile on her face did not break, but she felt a slight prick in her heart. She had seen too many rich men. No matter how much of a gentleman they pretended to be, their eyes would always linger on her. But Jiang Yan did not, which stirred her curiosity. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze, handed the document bag back to Secretary Zhang Huilin, and shoved his hands into his trouser pockets. Let's go, let's look at the property. Chapter 18. The salesman was stunned. This young man's identity is too terrifying. The four of them walked through the quiet, tree-lined path and entered the interior of Wanlu Academy. Every gray-red brick on the exterior walls here was reportedly custom-made by hand in the Netherlands and air-freighted over. The landscaping in the residential complex wasn't the tacky, flower-cluttered type, but a master-designed garden that utilized negative space. The play of light and shadow, the trees, and the water features were all arranged to perfection. Walking through it, one couldn't hear a trace of the outside world's clamor, there was only the sound of birds chirping and the rustling of wind through the leaves. The very air was filled with the tranquility piled up by money. Secretary Zhang Huilin walked half a step behind and to the left of Jiang Yan, lowering her voice to a volume only the two of them could hear as she began to introduce the social ecosystem of the area to him. Young Master Jiang, Wanlu Academy is known as the final destination for Beijing's wealthy. If the list of residents here were made public, it would practically be half of China's modern business history. Secretary Zhang Huilin pointed to the first building to the front left. The top floor of that building is home to the co-founder of a domestic internet giant worth hundreds of billions. Last year, when their company rang the bell at Nasdaq, he received nearly 8 billion in cash. Then, she pointed to a building hidden behind the trees on the right, that one is the residence of the head of one of China's top 3 private equity funds. And over there live the family members of several core state-owned enterprise vice presidents, as well as the chairman of the board of the country's largest new energy battery company. As Jiang Yan walked along, listening to Secretary Zhang Huilin's introduction, his face remained calm and composed. But his brain was already whirring into high gear. Internet giants, private equity heads, state-owned enterprise executives, new energy tycoons. In the eyes of ordinary people, these were all unreachable big shots. But in Jiang Yan's eyes at this moment, these people were all walking, influence point packages with extremely high weight and drop rates. In his past life, in order to secure research funding, he had to act like a sycophant in front of those corporate executives, and sometimes even had to accompany them for drinks. But now, he had over 1 billion in cash flow sitting in his account, and his parents stood at the very pinnacle of power and capital. As long as he took root here, these neighbors would all become fulcrums for him to leverage even greater system influence in the future. What he wanted to harvest were these very people standing at the top of the pyramid. Suqing, walking diagonally behind Jiang Yan, wanted to interject several times, relying on her solid professional skills to introduce the building materials, feng shui layout, or property service details along the way. She was trying to build a bit of professional presence in front of Jiang Yan. But every time she was about to speak, Secretary Zhang Huilin would glance at her. That gaze was faint, yet enough to make anyone shut up. Suqing was smart and understood immediately. In front of a true capital confidant like Secretary Zhang, a luxury real estate consultant like her didn't even have the qualifications to casually interject. She could only put away her thoughts, maintain her posture, and quietly act as a pretty foil. Soon, the group arrived in front of the exclusive, independent elevator for the premier building. With fingerprint recognition, the elevator doors opened. Without any pause, it ascended steadily and rapidly to the top floor. The elevator doors slid open to the sides once again. What met their eyes was a true palace in the sky. Even Secretary Zhang Huilin, who had maintained absolute professional composure, couldn't help but gasp lightly the moment she stepped through the door. This top-floor duplex in the premier building had 600 square meters on the lower level. The upper level featured a massive 600 square meter private terrace and an infinity-heated pool, totaling a staggering 1,200 square meters of space. The interior ceiling height was extravagant, with a giant crystal chandelier refracting soft light. Underfoot was naturally veined marble, accompanied by a whole house smart system and Italian custom-made furniture. Every tiny detail wrote out the words top tier in the most overbearing way possible. What was most stunning, however, was the semi-wraparound, panoramic floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Jiang Yan walked to the window, hands in his pockets, looking down at the view outside. Looking out from this height, there was almost no obstruction. The rolling longevity hill of the Summer Palace and the sparkling Kunming Lake were all in view, like the most exquisite imperial scroll. And at the end of his line of sight, the iconic century-old domed architecture of Shuimu University was faintly visible under the midsummer sun. Standing here, it felt as if the very core of Beijing's century-old history and modern civilization were beneath his feet. Jiang Yan had his back to the others, so no one could see the look in his eyes at that moment. In that instant, images from his past life flashed uncontrollably through his mind. It was that 80-plus square meter two-bedroom apartment he had bought with a loan outside Beijing's Fifth Ring Road. The lighting in that room was terrible. Even at noon, sunlight couldn't reach the cramped living room. The corners of the walls were always covered in faint mold spots, and the sound of the neighbor upstairs flushing the toilet was clearly audible in the dead of night. The crampedness of his past life. The openness of this life. He took a deep breath of the air filled with the scent of expensive incense. There was no sadness, no self-pity, and certainly no tears. He just sneered in his heart. That weary soul died forever in that 80-square-meter moldy stench. Now. This is where I belong. Jiang Yan turned around, his expression returning to calm. He didn't even bother to look closely at the priceless furniture. He walked straight to the leather sofa in the center of the living room and sat down. Seeing this, old Ma immediately prepared to step forward. He had already rehearsed his sales pitch in his mind several times. But just at that moment. Buzz, buzz. Secretary Zhang Huilan's phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen, and her expression darkened slightly. Young Master Jiang, apologies, I need to take a call. She then walked quickly to the hallway to the side and lowered her voice to answer the call. Less than half a minute later, Secretary Zhang Huilan returned with furrowed brows, walked quickly to Jiang Yan, and spoke with an obviously apologetic tone. Young Master Jiang, I am truly sorry. A 10 billion level cross-border acquisition case of Dingxin Capital in Shanghai has just experienced a major sudden change. The opponent's trump card is vastly different from our estimates. Chairman Lin has requested an immediate international video conference to reformulate strategy, and I must rush back to the branch office to handle it immediately. As for buying the house, you will have to decide for yourself. If you like it, I can arrange for the company's legal team to come over and review the contract at any time. Jiang Yan leaned back on the sofa, his posture relaxed. Go ahead and get busy, Sister Zhang. The acquisition is a big deal. I know Mother's temper, don't delay it. It's just buying a house, I can handle it myself. Secretary Zhang Huilan bowed slightly to apologize again, without any hesitation, and walked quickly out the door in her high heels. As the door closed, there was a soft click. The atmosphere in the living room changed immediately. Old Ma and Su Qinghe exchanged a glance. Having been in this industry for so long, they were experts at reading the room. Previously, with the intimidating presence of the capital's head secretary, Secretary Zhang Huilan, suppressing the entire scene, Old Ma hadn't dared to even breathe loudly, let alone play any sales tricks. At first, he didn't know exactly which institution Secretary Zhang Huilan was from, only that she was definitely not an ordinary secretary. But when Secretary Zhang Huilan was on the phone just now, the unintentional mentions of Dingxin Capital, Chairman Lin, and 10 billion level cross-border acquisition made Old Ma's heart skip a beat. Dingxin Capital. Chairman Lin. Looking across the entire Chinese financial circle, there was only one person who could be addressed like that. Chairwoman Lin Wantong. The woman who controlled a trillion-level capital landscape and was privately called the financial queen by countless entrepreneurs. What was even more fatal was that just now, after Jiang Yan finished listening to Secretary Zhang Huilan's report, he had just said quite casually. The acquisition is a big deal. I know Mother's temper, don't delay it. Mother. These two words exploded in Old Ma's mind like a muffled clap of thunder. This young man in front of him who looked like he had just turned 18 was actually the son of Chairman Lin of Dingshan Capital. That was not a rich second generation in the ordinary sense. This was a super heir standing at the very top of the capital pyramid. No wonder a top-tier capital secretary like Secretary Jiang Yan would personally run over to accompany him to look at houses. No wonder he opened his mouth saying that if it was suitable, he would pay in full, as if buying 100 million yuan house was like buying a toy. The slight contempt that old Ma had originally felt was instantly suppressed. But soon, another kind of professional instinct emerged. Chapter 19, In the face of an absolute intelligence network, any packaging is a joke. Secretary Jiang Yan left. The woman who truly represented the risk control and legal power of Dingshan Capital had left. The buyer remaining in this 1,200 square meter penthouse villa, though possessing a terrifying background, was ultimately just a young master. Lao Ma's inner tension eased. He was too experienced in dealing with top-tier young masters who took their family's money out to buy status. These types of rich playboys care most about face and prestige. As long as you stroke their ego and make them feel that this property is worthy of their status, a premium of several million or even 10 million is nothing in their eyes. Moreover, the more Jiang Yan was the son of Chairman Lin of Dingshan Capital, the less likely he would be to haggle over a mere few million in front of an agent. Thinking of this, the taut string in Lao Ma's heart loosened slightly. Lao Ma cleared his throat, a smile piling up on his face again. Mr. Jiang, since Secretary Jiang Yan has urgent matters to attend to, let me introduce this top-tier prime property to you in detail. Lao Ma controlled his speaking pace extremely well, with perfect modulation. This house, whether in terms of location, feng shui, or internal hardware and software configuration, is absolutely a one-of-a-kind item in the current luxury housing market in the capital. The seller is also only parting with it reluctantly because the whole family is emigrating overseas. The listing price for this house is 108 million. To be honest, this price is very, very sincere for a top-floor duplex in Wanlu Academy. One could even say it is below the market rate. He hadn't finished speaking. Jiang Yan, who had been looking down and toying with the crystal ashtray, suddenly raised his head. The seller is the boss of that internet fresh food platform that imploded last year due to illegal fundraising. Am I right, Manager Ma? Jiang Yan put the ashtray back on the table. His voice was not loud, but each sentence was more oppressive than the last. This boss's company has already been jointly liquidated by regulatory authorities and the court this March. His personal assets have been frozen and seized on a large scale. He is not emigrating, he is restricted from high consumption and cannot leave the country. Lao Ma's forehead started to sweat. Jiang Yan continued. This house in Wanlu Academy, because it was held in his ex-wife's name back then, has become one of the very few high-quality real estate assets in his hands that has not yet been immediately seized. But he is now in urgent need of cash flow to fill the debt hole, striving to reach a settlement with creditors, in order to trade for a chance not to be sent to jail to eat prison food. Furthermore, his two largest creditors have already applied for property preservation to the Intermediate People's Court of Hadian District in the capital. The trading rights for this house could be locked at any time. With every sentence Jiang Yan spoke, Lao Ma's face turned a shade paler. Those packaged claims of emigration, parting with it reluctantly, and, below market rate, were torn to shreds in the face of this cold and accurate information. Su Qinghe, standing to the side, couldn't help but widen her eyes. These secret seller debt disputes and court execution progress were things that even they, as a luxury real estate agency, had to use countless internal channels and connections to figure out just 2 days ago. The 18-year-old boy in front of them had actually casually laid bare the seller's bottom cards. The analytical ability Jiang Yan developed from his past life scientific research training, combined with the all-pervasive intelligence network of Dingshan Capital, formed a true dimensionality-reducing strike. Buying a house. In his eyes, it was never a simple consumption, it was a calm financial game. Peel away the facade of the high premium, and what remains is human nature and bargaining chips. The living room quieted down, with only the faint sound of the central air conditioning vent audible. Jiang Yan leaned forward slightly, one leg crossed casually, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the sofa armrest. Da, da, da. The sound was not loud, but to Lao Ma's ears, it sounded like a countdown. 108 million, that is indeed his listing price. Jiang Yan looked at the sweating Lao Ma, his voice calm. But that is not his bottom price. If his background were clean and he had plenty of time, even if this house were listed at 120 million, if he sold it slowly, he could still meet someone willing to take over. But the problem is, he can't afford to wait. Jiang Yan's gaze turned cold. Once the court officially issues a compulsory execution order, this house will enter a more complex judicial process. You should know the rules of judicial auctions. Once it enters the process of a failed first auction and a discounted second auction, coupled with the ominous nature of this type of case-involved property, the final transaction price at that time might even be pushed below 80 million by those investors who feed on bloody chips. By then, not only will he not get enough cash, but the room for settlement will also be crushed to death. Lao Ma's throat went dry. He knew Jiang Yan was telling the truth. Even more accurate than his own judgment of the seller. Jiang Yan looked at Lao Ma and directly gave a price. 90 million. Full payment in cash. Sign the contract today. As long as the property rights are clear, there are no mortgages, and no transaction obstacles, the funds will enter the legal escrow account within 3 days. Go talk to the seller. This is the life-saving money I am giving him. I won't wait past the deadline. Cutting 18 million in one breath. Ruthless. Too ruthless. He had been in the luxury housing circle for so many years and had seen ruthless bargainers. But he had never seen anyone who could pinch the seller's fatal weakness so accurately. 18 million. Money an ordinary person couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. In the mouth of this 18-year-old boy, it was like rounding off a zero at a vegetable market. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Yan was not just randomly suppressing the price. Every word he said stepped on the seller's life gate. Lao Ma knew very well that in the face of the impending court seizure and imprisonment, the 90 million in cash, thrown out by Jiang Yan might really become the last straw that crushed the seller's psychological defense line. Mr. Jiang, this price span is really too large, Lao Ma stammered, wanting to try to negotiate again. Go make the call, my patience is limited. Jiang Yan interrupted him directly. Lao Ma dared not talk nonsense anymore. He nodded repeatedly. Okay. Please wait a moment, I will go and have an urgent communication with the owner and the entrusted lawyer immediately. After speaking, he walked quickly toward the outside terrace as if fleeing, and pulled the soundproof glass door shut behind him. In the huge living room, only Jiang Yan and Su Qinghe remained. Su Qinghe stood there, trying to calm the stormy shock in her heart. She walked in high heels to the open marble bar, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and poured it into a crystal glass. She carried the glass to Jiang Yan, bent down slightly, and placed the glass gently on the coffee table in front of Jiang Yan. This bending action was something she had practiced in front of the mirror countless times. The collar of her white shirt hung down with just the right amount of alluring curve. The faintly visible lace edge and snowy skin exuded a strong female hormone under the bright lights. Combined with the faint scent of her man-slaying perfume, any normal man's gaze would be irresistibly drawn to it. This was her weapon as a woman, and also an instinctive probing as she tried to regain a little sense of control in front of this terrifying young man. She had originally thought that Jiang Yan was just an heir spoiled in a top-tier wealthy family. Rich, with a background, with prestige. But that conversation just now made her realize she was terribly wrong. This young man didn't rely on his status to suppress people at all. He truly understood the game. Understood information asymmetry. Understood bargaining chips. And understood even better at what point a person's psychological defense line would collapse when in a desperate situation. Chapter 20, The Bottom Line. 95 million. I'll offer 90 million, and add 2 million to buy off the agents. Mr. Jiang, please have some water. Su Qinghe's voice was even gentler than before. She looked up at Jiang Yan, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. That negotiation you just conducted, it was truly brilliant. Your understanding of the underlying logic of the real estate market is deeper than most real estate bosses I've met. This wasn't a hypocritical compliment, she truly felt that way. However, Jiang Yan only glanced at her indifferently and reached out to pick up the glass of water. Jiang Yan took a sip of water, looked at Su Qinghe's exquisite face, and replied indifferently. You're wrong. I don't understand anything about the real estate market, nor do I understand the bricks and tiles of luxury houses. Jiang Yan set down the water glass, the crystal base making a soft sound against the marble tabletop. What I understand is human nature. These words were spoken very lightly, without showing off or affectation. But falling into Su Qinghe's ears, it had more impact than any grand speech. Her hands, clasped in front of her, unconsciously gripped the hem of her professional skirt. She suddenly understood. Jiang Yan had seen through the seller's desperate need for cash. He also saw through Lao Ma. And even more so, he saw through her little scheme of testing him with her beauty. Her appearance, conversational skills, and emotional control, which she was so proud of, were like transparent paper in front of him. This man was excessively young. Yet in his eyes, there was none of the restlessness or immaturity that an 18-year-old should have. It was a kind of calmness that came from having seen the suffering of the bottom layer and the cracks in human nature. For the first time, a shiver arose in Su Qinghe's heart. It wasn't fear. It was a kind of more dangerous obsession. A dragon capable of seeing through human nature is always more lethal and more fascinating than a beast led by desire. The glass door to the terrace was pulled open again. Lao Ma walked in, clutching his already hot phone. His expression was extremely complex. There was exhaustion from the tug of war, but even more, an irrepressible excitement. He walked up to Jiang Yan and swallowed hard. Mr. Jiang. I followed your instructions and explained the pros and cons to the seller's entrusted lawyer. They are indeed pushed to the edge of a cliff, but an 18 million price cut is truly cutting into their flesh. Lao Ma paused for a moment and said cautiously, after intense internal discussion, the seller finally gave their bottom line. They agreed to lower the price. 95 million. This is the lowest limit they can accept. Any lower, and they would rather risk being sold at a judicial auction. After saying this number, Lao Ma looked at Jiang Yan with some trepidation. 95 million, compared to the listing price of 108 million, had already been cut by a full 13 million. In the history of luxury real estate transactions, this could already be called a classic case. Lao Ma felt that this should have already met the young master's psychological expectations. But Jiang Yan didn't speak immediately. He stood up from the sofa and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window again. At this moment, the sun was just beginning to set. Sunlight shone through the glass from the west, spilling onto Jiang Yan's upright back, casting a golden halo over his entire figure. Jiang Yan just stood there with his back to Lao Ma and Su Qinghe, quietly watching the sunset outside the window. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. For a full 30 seconds, no one spoke. Lao Ma felt his heartbeat was almost becoming erratic. This kind of silence was scarier than getting angry. And as the silence lengthened, it increased geometrically. He even began to regret why he didn't just risk everything to pressure the seller a little more just now. Just when Lao Ma was about to lose it, Jiang Yan finally turned around. Sunlight fell on half of his face, while the other half was hidden in the shadows. 90 million. Jiang Yan stated the final number, his tone unquestionable. The extra 5 million, even if it rots in his hands, I won't pay it. Lao Ma's expression tightened. But the next second, Jiang Yan's gaze suddenly turned to Lao Ma, a flash of sharpness that pierced through worldly greed in his eyes. However, I will take out an extra 2 million as an additional hardship fee for your team personally. Added to the real estate agency commission you are originally entitled to, you should know how much you can take home after this deal. The moment Lao Ma heard this, his eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became heavy. 2 million in extra hardship fees. Plus the commission split from this nearly 100 million luxury house itself. Based on the common luxury real estate agency rate of 2%, if this deal is closed, he and his team could put nearly 4 million directly into their pockets. Real money. Not empty promises. But I have one condition. Jiang Yan's voice pulled Lao Ma back from his ecstatic state. The contract must be signed tonight, and all legal risk clauses must be locked in. Within 2 days, I want to see this house transferred to my name. This 4 million is to buy your team's overtime for these 2 days, and to buy you getting it done with the utmost efficiency. Yes or no, give me an answer. No threats, only simple and brutal inducement. This was the finishing move of capital. Jiang Yan not only calculated the seller to death, but also used money to shatter the agent's psychological defenses. When huge benefits were placed before them, these professional agents would instantly turn into the fiercest hunting dogs in his hands, biting firmly onto this transaction for him. Lao Ma didn't hesitate at all. What professional ethics, what seller's bottom line, in the face of 4 million in pure profit, it all turned into bullshit. Deal. Lao Ma's voice was out of tune. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Even if the sky falls tonight, I will have the legal department nail the contract to the table. I will keep pressing the seller. 90 million, sign tonight. I'll go handle it right now, right now. Lao Ma, like a madman injected with stimulants, rushed out of the room, almost using both hands and feet. He couldn't even wait for the elevator, running while frantically calling his team. With a bang, the door closed again. Inside the 1,200 square meter luxury penthouse duplex, it became completely quiet. The afterglow became softer, spilling into the center of the living room. Spilling onto Su Qinghe, who was standing in the center of the living room. Her black professional suit appeared exceptionally textured under the interplay of light and shadow. Su Qinghe stood less than 2 meters away from Jiang Yan. She looked at the men in front of her. From the indifferent disregard when he first entered, to the strategic mastery of exposing the seller's details, and then to the ruthless finishing move of just now, using 2 million in cash to shatter Lao Ma's bottom line. Every method Jiang Yan displayed violently impacted her worldview and subverted her perception. How could someone like this be so young? How could he master human nature, interests, legal risks, and negotiation rhythm to this extent? What kind of soul was hidden inside this young, vibrant, and explosive body? Su Qinghe bit her delicate red lips. She finally couldn't suppress the shock and curiosity surging like a tide in her heart. She took a small step forward, raised her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting Jiang Yan's figure, her voice carrying a tremor and awe she hadn't even noticed herself. Mr. Jiang. Are you really only 18? It wasn't a question of doubt, but an awe when facing an unknown abyss. Jiang Yan turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Su Qinghe's pretty face, which carried a hint of awe and confusion. He did not answer this question. 18. 28. It didn't matter. He just smiled lightly. The smile was very faint, yet it carried an indescribable arrogance. At this very moment, in Jiang Yan's mind, the long-lost system notification sound rang out. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a textbook-level commercial information gap suppression. The host has completed control over the top luxury real estate transaction in the capital through interest segmentation, psychological game, and cash driving. This event not only completed the ownership transfer of assets worth over 100 million but also caused a strong cognitive impact on senior real estate agent Su Qinghe, Ma Haitao, and others. Influence assessment, high-profile financial practitioners' worldview level shock. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic-level influence point explosion, plus 150 points. Subsidiary reward, cash inflow of 1,500,000.00 yuan. Funds have completed the legal path hedging and have been remitted to the host's account. Listening to that cold yet pleasant mechanical sound in his mind, Jiang Yan looked at the Beijing night scene outside the window, which had completely darkened, with the city lights just beginning to shine. Life was just beginning. Chapter 21, returning to a place that should have been his. Bang. The heavy, armored double-leaf entrance door slammed shut. Old Ma's frantic footsteps, which sounded like they were about to take off, were completely blocked out. The top-floor duplex, spanning a total of 1,200 square meters across 2 levels, fell into sudden silence, with the central air conditioning blowing a cool 24-degree breeze. The setting sun slanted in through the 2 panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, slicing the luxurious living room into 2 distinct areas of light and shadow. Jiang Yan stood at the intersection of light and shadow and slowly turned around. For the first time, he truly looked at Su Qinghe. The main lights in the living room were off, leaving only the natural light. In the dim glow, Su Qinghe's exquisite face appeared softened. Her black professional suit clung to her graceful figure, and the subtle lace trim at the collar of her white silk shirt still exuded a fatal attraction in the faint light. Jiang Yan quietly studied her. There was no lust, no greed, not even a trace of frivolous banter. His gaze was like that of someone appraising a precious work of art on an auction block. Being stared at by such deep, calm eyes that seemed to see through everything, Su Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. She could feel that the men before her was completely different from all the wealthy second-generation heirs, upstarts, and even those so-called internet nouveau riche she had encountered in this industry over the past 4 years. In Su Qinghe's eyes, there was none of the raw, desperate greed shown by the flight attendant, Li Yu, last night, the kind that made one want to strip off their clothes and pounce on him. As a top-tier luxury real estate agent, she was more rational and composed. Yet, at this moment, she still couldn't suppress the curiosity welling up inside her. What exactly was hidden within this young man? Time seemed to stretch infinitely within the silence. "How old are you?" Jiang Yan finally spoke. Su Qinghe was slightly taken aback, instinctively straightened her back, and replied softly, 27. "How long have you been an agent?" Jiang Yan's pace was measured, as if he were engaging in the most casual of chats. 4 years. Jiang Yan nodded and asked, "In these 4 years, what is the largest deal you've closed under your own name, and how much was it worth?" Su Qinghe's breath hitched. Images of past drinking parties, forced smiles, probing interactions, and endurance flashed through her mind. 38 million, she answered truthfully. A flat in Brownstone Garden 2 years ago. That was a deal she had managed to secure only after drinking with a coal tycoon for 3 whole days, and nearly being molested by him in a private room while he was drunk. That deal had allowed her to firmly establish her footing in this agency, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Jiang Yan smiled after listening. "Then today's deal has nearly tripled your previous record." Jiang Yan turned around and cast his gaze back toward the beautiful scenery of the capital outside the window. "A 90 million transaction, this should be considered the ceiling of your career in recent years." His words were blunt. Even a bit cruel. A woman with a higher sense of pride might have been offended on the spot. But Su Qinghe was not, because what Jiang Yan said was the truth. In the capital, where class barriers are thicker than city walls, the vast majority of people will never even touch the threshold of 38 million in their entire lives. And they weren't the only powerful luxury real estate agency in town. "Mr. Jiang is right," Su Qinghe said, taking a deep breath to restore a professional tone. "This deal is enough to keep me bragging in this industry for a long time. But the fact that it closed is mainly due to your judgment." Jiang Yan did not respond to her flattery, merely uttering 2 words, "Lead the way." Su Qinghe was taken aback. "Where to?" "The terrace. Didn't you say there was a 600 square meter private terrace and swimming pool up here?" Jiang Yan said. "Understood, please come this way." Su Qinghe immediately snapped back into her role, walking quickly to the front to lead the way. The two walked up the natural marble spiral staircase, step by step, toward the highest point of this premier duplex. Pushing open the heavy soundproof door on the top floor, a night breeze carrying the residual warmth of midsummer rushed toward them. The view opened up instantly. The massive 600 square meter private terrace was paved with top-grade weather-resistant wood. On one side was a meticulously manicured sky garden, and on the other, an infinity-heated swimming pool reflecting the skyscrapers of the capital. The water rippled gently in the night breeze, blending seamlessly with the distant city. Standing here, the entire skyline of the capital sprawled out beneath his feet without reservation. The lights of thousands of homes flickered like stars, spread out below. In the distance, the solemn Bauhinia Garden and the century-old dome of Shuemu University were vaguely visible in the evening twilight. Jiang Yan walked to the edge of the infinity pool, placed his hands on the transparent glass railing, and silently gazed in that direction. Scenes from his past life surfaced like an old movie. The countless days and nights he had endured on that campus in his previous life. The endless data models, the cheap instant noodles, and the humiliation and powerlessness he felt when his work was stolen later on. At that moment, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered the first author achievement that had been forcibly snatched from him in his previous life. It wasn't just an ordinary paper, it was a major breakthrough capable of driving the industrialization of the entire subfield of material physics. If that breakthrough had been successfully implemented, even without relying on his family background or the system, the value of the technology behind that patent alone would have been enough to change his fate within a few years. A house worth tens of millions was by no means an unreachable dream for someone who truly possessed core scientific research achievements. Of course, in his previous life, he might not have been able to afford a penthouse like the one at Wanlu Academy, which stood at the very pinnacle of the capital's wealth pyramid. But at least he wouldn't have been crushed, gasping for air under the mortgage of a 3 million yuan old, broken, small apartment. At least his father wouldn't have had to move bricks under the scorching sun, bending his spine until it cracked. Unfortunately, in that world, it wasn't the achievement that held true value, but whose name could be written first on the paper. A chill flashed through Jiang Yan's eyes. The opportunity for upward mobility that should have been his in his previous life had been stolen by Zhou Wenchang and his group with a single thin sheet of paper. But in this life, he would not give anyone a second chance. Su Qinghe stood quietly less than a meter away from him. The night breeze stirred her slightly curled long hair, and the hem of her black professional skirt swayed gently in the wind. She didn't, like an ordinary salesperson, seize the opportunity to chatter endlessly about how good the feng shui was or how expensive the lighting system was. She was a smart woman. She knew that in moments like this, silence was more valuable than a sales pitch. Jiang Yan pulled a matte black metal windproof lighter from his pocket and flicked it with his thumb. With a crisp ding, a deep blue flame sprang to life. He lit a cigarette. The faint scent of tobacco drifted into the night breeze, and the hit of nicotine allowed his brain to enter a state of even greater calm. He took a deep drag and exhaled slowly, the white smoke blurring his profile, a face that was far too young yet far too composed. Watching this scene, Su Qinghe felt an inexplicable stir of emotion. She blurted out something that, even to her later, felt unbelievable, perhaps even crossing the line. "Mr. Jiang, if I may be so bold," she said. "When you stand here looking at the view, you don't look much like a happy buyer who just purchased a 100 million yuan luxury home and should be feeling triumphant." Jiang Yan's fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly. He didn't turn around. "Then what do I look like?" Su Qinghe looked at his back and deliberated for 2 seconds. "You look more like someone who has been wandering for a long time, having experienced countless vicissitudes of life. And now, finally, you have returned to a place that should have been yours all along." The wind picked up, tousling the stray hairs on Jiang Yan's forehead. Her words were sharp, accurate enough to be like a thin blade, gently slicing through his cold, hard exterior. If his work from his past life hadn't been stolen, this place really would have belonged to him. Beneath this 18-year-old exterior, Su Qinghe had actually sensed the weariness and ambition of someone who had lived through 2 lifetimes of ups and downs. This woman's intuition was sharper than he had anticipated. Jiang Yan stubbed out the remainder of his cigarette on the stone ledge of the pool. Hiss. The embers died out. He turned and looked at Su Qinghe. This time, his gaze was direct, almost brazen. There was no probing, no beating around the bush, it was the look of a superior surveying a transaction. Chapter 22, Su Qinghe understood perfectly, adult ambiguity needs no explanation. "After we sign the contract tonight, do you have any plans?" No preamble, no flirting, no so-called romantic invitations, it was a question that bordered on a command. Because Jiang Yan was hooked. In his previous life, he had spent over 20 years as a Puritan for the sake of ethereal academic ideals, barely even touching a woman's hand. At the start of this life, he had enjoyed the company of Liu, the flight attendant in black stockings, experiencing pleasures he had never known in his past life. And now, facing a woman like Su Qinghe, who far surpassed Liu in intelligence, emotional quotient, and acuity. He had a new interest, he wanted to conquer her, and he had to do it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghe's breathing visibly hitched. Her pupils dilated slightly, and her hands, hanging at her sides, tightened instantly. She, of course, understood the meaning behind those words. In this circle, she had seen too many such insinuations. Under normal circumstances, she would use tactful language to deflect the topic, without angering the client, nor getting herself involved. But this time, she didn't. She lowered her head, her gaze landing on Jiang Yan's pristine, high-end custom leather shoes. Her mind struggled for only 3 seconds. Reason told her that this kind of top-tier young master was dangerous. One wrong step, and it could be a pit of fire. But her body and subconscious were screaming frantically. The fatal attraction this man possessed was something she had never encountered in her life, and if she missed it, she might never encounter it again. 3 seconds later, Su Qinghe raised her eyes. Her gaze met Jiang Yan's once more, devoid of the fawning eagerness Liu displayed, and without any feigned reluctance. She simply replied in a soft voice, with a tone of tacit understanding between adults. "I don't." Jiang Yan looked at her. A moment later, he nodded. Go downstairs and wait for old Ma. No more nonsense was needed, the hunter had already cast the bait. And the clever prey had already willingly walked into the cage. Everything was ready to fall into place. It was 7:30 p.m. Suqinghe called old Ma to confirm the progress. On the other end, old Ma was still pushing the process forward frantically. Lawyers, notarization, seller authorization, online signing system permissions, confirmation of the capital supervision account. Any one of these steps would be enough to cause a few days of hassle in a standard luxury home transaction. But tonight, these steps were forcibly compressed into an hourly timeframe by a 2 million yuan hard work fee. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan did not just wait idly. He sat on the living room sofa and casually pressed the smart service screen on the wall. In less than 3 minutes, the property manager of Wanlu Academy called the internal line, their voice respectful and restrained. "Good evening, Mr. Jiang. How may I assist you? Send up some dinner." Jiang Yan said indifferently, "For two, keep it light, and don't skimp on the quality." "Understood, Mr. Jiang." The other party asked no further questions. This was the service logic of a top-tier community. The owner didn't need to explain their needs, they only needed to state the result. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. 2 service staff in black uniforms and white gloves pushed a silver dining cart inside. The cart was covered with a snow-white linen tablecloth. The appetizer was sous-vide bluefin tuna with caviar, and the main courses were charcoal-grilled wagyu fillet and steamed leopard coral grouper. The soup was matsutake and fish maw chicken soup, accompanied by a bottle of decanted burgundy white wine and an exquisite seasonal fruit tart. There was no ostentatious gold leaf. No nouveau riche-style excess. Yet every dish, from the utensils to the plating, from the temperature to the order of service, exuded a composure trained by money. Suqinghe watched this scene, a complex wave of emotions rising in her heart once again. She had handled a few deals at Wanlu Academy, so she naturally knew the private dining standards here were extremely high. But knowing was one thing, seeing the service staff deliver a dinner of near-private club quality within 20 minutes just because of Jiang Yan's words, "Don't skimp," was another. This was not a hotel. This was a residential complex. Yet the lifestyle services within this complex were enough to crush the vast majority of 5-star hotels in the capital. This was the true daily life of the top-tier circle. Not showing off, but habit. Jiang Yan picked up his knife and fork, his movements steady, eating slowly. Suqinghe sat opposite him, maintaining a perfect level of quiet. She did not take the opportunity to speak more. To her, this meal felt more like a silent lesson in social class. At 9 p.m., the nightlife in the capital was just beginning, but inside the prime duplex at Wanlu Academy, a wealth transfer of staggering proportions was about to be completed. The doorbell rang. Suqinghe walked quickly to open the door. Outside, old Ma was drenched in sweat. He had taken off his suit jacket and draped it over his arm, and his tie was crooked. Behind him followed 4 lawyers and real estate notaries in suits, each carrying a heavy briefcase. "Mr. Jiang. Sorry to keep you waiting. We've brought everything." Old Ma's voice was hoarse. From 4 p.m. until now, less than 5 short hours. Old Ma and his team had forcibly compressed a process that usually took days or even a week into a matter of hours. Those 2 million in extra, hard work fees were like an invisible whip, lashing everyone into accelerating. To secure this deal, old Ma had even exhausted all his connections, dragging notaries who had finished work and were home from their dinner tables, and pulling the legal team from halfway on their journey. Jiang Yan sat on the large leather sofa, legs crossed, his posture relaxed, yet it was oppressive enough that no one dared to breathe loudly. "Sit. Let's begin." The 4 lawyers immediately lined up in front of the massive marble coffee table. Contract texts, copies of property ownership certificates, non-mortgage commitments, and legal documents were laid out one by one. The lead senior partner lawyer handed a thick contract to Jiang Yan. "Mr. Jiang, this is the official contract for the entire property transaction. We have repeatedly verified the seller's asset status. Currently, the court's seizure order is in the final signing process, as long as we deposit the funds into the supervision account tonight and complete the online signing freeze. The property rights to this house will be prioritized to your name, and any debt disputes will no longer be able to be traced back to this property." Old Ma nodded vigorously from the side. Yes, yes, yes. I've pushed the seller to the limit, they are waiting for your life-saving money right now. As long as you sign and make the payment, they will immediately confirm through the notarization authorization system. Everyone was watching Jiang Yan. In their view, such a young and wealthy top-tier second-generation heir would usually just sign with a flourish and be done with it. Dozens of pages of contracts. Who would read them? However, Jiang Yan did not pick up the pen immediately. He took the contract, calmly turned to the first page, and began to review it word for word. His reading speed was extremely fast, but this was definitely not a superficial glance. In his previous life, as a top research master's student at Shuemu University, he had processed countless complex data models and thousands of obscure English academic papers in the laboratory. This rigorous ability to spot loopholes and logical traps had long been carved into his bones. More importantly, the Jiang Yan of his previous life was not just a bookworm who only buried his head in experiments. To protect his scientific research achievements, and to understand patents, technology transfers, intellectual property ownership, and project cooperation agreements, he had minored in a Bachelor of Laws degree during his undergraduate studies. Although he hadn't managed to protect his achievements, that was a defeat against power, the knowledge was still useful. Contract law, intellectual property law, corporate law, civil procedure law, he wouldn't dare say he was more proficient than professional lawyers, but it was enough for him to understand the hidden risks in most commercial contracts. Scientific training gave him rigor. Legal training gave him boundaries. Combined, the two resulted in a truly terrifying ability for logical scrutiny. Chapter 23, Top-Tier Legal Support. This contract is flawless. The living room was so quiet that only the rustling of paper could be heard. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yan stopped what he was doing. His finger tapped on the third clause of the 7th page of the contract. Lawyerly, is it? Jiang Yan didn't even look up, his voice cold. Why yes, that's me. The lead lawyer felt a sudden, inexplicable jolt in his heart and quickly leaned forward. Jiang Yan pointed at the clause, his tone as sharp as a knife. Regarding this clause on breach of contract liability, why is the penalty for the seller failing to deliver the property on time capped at only 10% of the total price? What if, after receiving my full payment, he deliberately delays vacating the property, or even uses the house itself to conduct illegal mortgage operations during this time? Is this 10% penalty enough to compensate for my time cost? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lawyer Lee's forehead. He hadn't expected this young scion to have such a sharp eye. And here. Jiang Yan flipped to the 12th page. The move-out deadline is vague. The contract states that the property must be vacated within a reasonable time after the payment is settled. What defines a reasonable time? 3 days is reasonable, and 3 months is also reasonable. I require the handover to be completed within 2 days. Change reasonable time to unconditional move-out within 48 hours after payment settlement. For every day of delay, the penalty will be 1 million. Then, Jiang Yan flipped to the last page. What about the asset protection and isolation clause? The seller is currently under court scrutiny. If criminal measures are suddenly enforced against him during the transaction process, causing an error in the online registration system, how will the funds in the escrow account be returned in seconds? Why is there no third-party joint liability guarantee? These 3 questions, like 3 sharp daggers, precisely pierce through the most hidden traps in this seemingly perfect contract. This was not the kind of insight an 18-year-old young master should possess. This was comparable to a professional lawyer. The 4 lawyers looked at each other, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Old Ma was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. He had originally thought that Jiang Yan was just throwing his weight around based on his family's background, but now he realized that this young man's professional competence and logical rigor were truly chilling. But Jiang Yan was not so arrogant as to trust only himself. He knew very well that professional fields always have professional barriers. Understanding most issues did not mean he could replace an entire top-tier legal team. Thus, he picked up his phone and directly initiated a video call to Secretary Zhang Huilin. The video call was answered almost instantly. On the other side of the screen, Secretary Zhang Huilin was still sitting in the conference room of the Dingxing Capital Beijing branch, with an entire wall of projected screens behind her, densely packed with data models for cross-border mergers and acquisitions. Young Master Jiang. Secretary Zhang Huilan's voice remained clear and restrained. Secretary Zhang, please connect the Dingxing Capital legal team responsible for real estate transactions and risk isolation. Jiang Yan pushed the contract toward the camera, his tone indifferent. I have spotted a few issues with this contract, but regarding the details of the escrow account and court preservation procedures, I need your people to review them. Secretary Zhang Huilan did not waste any words. Understood. In less than a minute, 3 senior lawyers from the Dingxing Capital Legal Department joined the video conference. These 3 individuals consisted of one specializing in real estate transactions, one responsible for judicial enforcement risk isolation, and one in charge of large-sum capital supervision and compliance review. Jiang Yan recounted the 3 issues he had pointed out earlier one by one. After listening, the 3 lawyers' expressions became serious. One of the partner-level lawyers said directly, Young Master Jiang, your judgment is correct. The basic framework of this contract is fine, but the clauses dealing with extreme risks from the seller are not strong enough. Especially regarding asset preservation isolation and third-party joint liability guarantees, they must be added. Another person continued. We also suggest adding another clause. If the seller or their affiliated creditors affect the property delivery, online registration, or title transfer in any form, the seller shall bear irrevocable punitive breach of contract liability and authorize the escrow account to prioritize the refund of the buyer's funds. The third person quickly provided a version of the suggested revisions. Jiang Yan nodded after listening. Make the changes as they suggested. He threw the contract back onto the table, his tone brooking no doubt. I do not wish to see any more loopholes that insult my intelligence in the subsequent process. Yes. Changing it immediately. Changing it immediately. Lawyer Li hurriedly took his subordinates, opened their laptops, and began clattering away to modify the clauses on the spot, then reprinted them using the portable printer they had brought along. Half an hour later, a final version of the contract, which had been reviewed remotely by the Dingxing Capital legal team and was almost flawless, was placed back in front of Jiang Yan. This time, Jiang Yan didn't waste any more words. He picked up his phone and checked the time. 9:47 p.m. At this hour, for an ordinary family, it might already be time to prepare for bed. But for a woman like Chairwoman Lin Wantong, who controlled a trillion-dollar capital empire, night never meant the end, it only meant the beginning of another cross-time zone meeting. Jiang Yan dialed his mother, Chairwoman Lin Wantong's, private number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. It was very quiet on the other end, one could vaguely hear the sound of flipping files and, in the distance, a very low voice reporting in English. Yan. Chairwoman Lin Wantong's voice instantly switched from the seriousness of a capital mogul to the softness of a mother. This woman could be decisive and ruthless in the capital market, and could make a group of multi-billionaire entrepreneurs tremble in silence at board meetings, but when facing her only son, her tone would inevitably be different. Mom, am I interrupting your meeting? Jiang Yan leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. No. Chairwoman Lin Wantong said calmly, just finished a round of negotiations, and there's another video meeting in 10 minutes. What's the matter? Jiang Yan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I bought a house in the capital. There was a half-second pause on the other end of the line. Bought a house? Yeah, Wanlu Academy in the capital. This time, it was noticeably quiet on Chairwoman Lin Wantong's end. Given her level, she naturally knew what kind of place Wanlu Academy was. Why did you suddenly buy there? Chairwoman Lin Wantong asked. Jiang Yan glanced at the direction of Shuemu University outside the window, his voice steady. My college entrance exam results are out. Top scorer in the science stream for Beha Province, 741 points. The Shuemu University admissions office called me this afternoon, and I plan to attend Shuemu University. Wanlu Academy is close to Shuemu University, the environment is quiet, and the security and privacy are good, so I just looked at one while I was at it. He said it very casually. As if being the top science scorer in Beha Province was just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. However, Chairwoman Lin Wantong on the other end of the line was uncharacteristically silent for a full 3 seconds. She knew her son's grades were good. But she hadn't expected them to be good to this extent. 741 points, provincial top scorer. Even for a level like the Jiang family and the Lin family, this was still a sufficiently dazzling achievement. Power and wealth can pave the way for people. But this kind of landslide college entrance exam score represented Jiang Yan's own talent and willpower. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Chairwoman Lin Wantong's voice dropped a few degrees. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. You're busy. 2 words, making the other end of the line silent once again. Chapter 24, Rules and Decorum, visiting the Jiang family's anchor in the name of a provincial top scorer. Chairwoman Lin Wantong sat in the conference room, the core documents for a multi-billion-dollar cross-border acquisition spread out before her. Behind her stood the elite investment team of Dingxing Capital. Yet, in this moment, she suddenly felt that those complex valuation models and negotiation strategies were not as jarring as the words "you're busy" on the phone. Over the years, she had indeed been too busy. So busy that when her son placed as the provincial top scorer, she, as his mother, was not even the first person to know. Chairwoman Lin Wantong took a soft breath, her tone returning to calm. How much is the house? 90 million. Jiang Yan did not hide anything. The original owner's capital chain collapsed, and they are in a rush to sell. I've checked the property rights and debt situation, and I've had the legal department on Secretary Zhang Huilan's side review the risk clauses. There are no major issues. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chairwoman Lin Wantong's eyes. She had originally thought that Jiang Yan only had his eye on the location of Wanlu Academy. But listening to these few sentences, he was clearly not some rich young master being sweet-talked by a salesperson. He knew about the original owner's capital collapse. He knew about property rights risks. He knew to have Dingxing Capital's legal department conduct a review. He was even able to push the price down to 90 million in such a short time. This son of hers seemed different from the silent, introverted boy she remembered, the one who had been left to roam free in Beia province. You don't have enough money on hand, Chairwoman Lin Wantong said directly. She knew very well that the pocket money she had transferred to Jiang Yan over time added up to only a little over 20 million. Even if Jiang Yan hadn't spent lavishly in the past few days, it was impossible for him to pay the full 90 million up front. Jiang Yan did not explain the system, nor did he say much else. He simply said calmly, "That's why I called you." This statement was very natural. There was no ingratiating tone, no pouting. There was none of the nervousness that ordinary children felt when asking their parents for money. It was as if he were stating a reasonable fact. I am going to study in the capital. I need to buy a house that is safe, private, and befitting my status. Therefore, I need money. Chairwoman Lin Wantong, on the contrary, appreciated this attitude. Her son should not hesitate over the cost of a house. Much less should he lower his status for the sake of accommodation in a place like the capital. Is the card number the same as before? Yes. Wait a minute. Chairwoman Lin Wantong did not waste any words. The sound of her calmly instructing her secretary came through the phone. Transfer 100 million to Jiang Yan's personal account. Use the family gift path, and ensure all tax and compliance procedures are completed. Do it now. The 2 short words carried the typical assertive efficiency of the Queen of Dingxing Capital. Less than 30 seconds later, Jiang Yan's phone vibrated. A bank text message popped up. Your account has received 100 million renminbi. The current available balance is 100 million had arrived. Crisp, clean, without any strings attached. In the living room, old Ma, lawyerly, Suqinghe, and the others could not hear what was said on the other end of the phone, but they had seen with their own eyes the arrival notification that popped up on Jiang Yan's phone screen. 100 million. Not 1 million. Not 10 million. A full 100 million. It had been transferred so nonchalantly after just one phone call. Old Ma's Adam's apple bobbed hard. He suddenly realized that his previous understanding of the words, top-tier wealthy family, had been far too shallow. Suqinghe stood to the side, her heart tightening uncontrollably. She had seen wealthy people, but she had never seen this kind of wealthy person. A $90 million house was something ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine in several lifetimes. But for Jiang Yan, it was just a matter of calling his mother and saying, "I'm going to study at Shuimu University, so I bought a house." And then, 100 million arrived. This wasn't pampering, this was social class. It was the true top-tier life that she had only glimpsed in news and rumors throughout her 27 years of life. The call hadn't ended yet, and Chairwoman Lin Wantong's voice came through again. Put the house in your own name. The capital is not like Beha province. The circles around Shuemu University are complex. Living in Wanlu Academy is fine, the security and privacy are sufficient. If you need arrangements for follow-up issues, go directly to Secretary Zhang Huilin. Jiang Yan looked at the arrival notification on his phone, his voice calm. Understood. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something, and his tone paused. Mom, I haven't gone to see grandfather since I arrived in the capital this time. On the other end of the line, Chairwoman Lin Wantong's motion of flipping through files paused slightly. Jiang Yan continued, logically, since I've arrived in the capital, I should go to pay my respects to him first. Things were rushed before, the hotel, school, and house matters all piled up, and I didn't have time to go. His voice was steady, neither deliberately showing filial piety nor making excuses. He was merely stating facts. Grandfather was the true anchor of the entire Jiang family. Regardless of how Jiang Yan's mindset had changed, he was clear about these rules. I'll find some time to go over tomorrow, Jiang Yan said. Chairwoman Lin Wantong, however, said directly, no need to rush. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Chairwoman Lin Wantong's tone was calm, yet it carried an absolute familiarity with the internal rhythm of the Jiang family. Your grandfather may not necessarily have the time to see you in the next 2 days. As far as I know, he has a national meeting recently, and his schedule cannot be changed just like that. More importantly, if you go now, he may not necessarily have time to see you, and it would just be a routine greeting. Go after the official scores are released. Chairwoman Lin Wantong paused, her voice carrying a rare touch of gentleness. At that time, take your results as the science top scorer of Beha province to see him. He may not praise you out loud, but he will definitely be happy in his heart. Jiang Yan remained silent for a moment. He understood his mother's meaning. In a household like the Jiang family, family affection certainly existed, but beyond that, there was also a focus on timing, propriety, and appearances. If he were to rashly go now, he would be nothing more than a grandson returning to the capital to pay respects to an elder. But if he went after the official scores were announced, he would be the direct grandson of the Jiang family, presenting the old man with a sufficiently decent surprise in his capacity as a top-tier college entrance exam scorer. This was not vanity. This was the most natural sense of order within a top-tier family. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Understood. Chairwoman Lin Wantong added, your grandfather has long held high positions and is getting on in years. There aren't many things that can truly make him happy these days. You did very well on the exam this time. This matter will be enough to make him happy for a while. Jiang Yan looked out the window toward Shuemu University, his voice dropping a little lower. Then I will go after the official scores are out. Yes, Chairwoman Lin Wantong said. I will tell them over there in advance when the time comes. Chairwoman Lin Wantong paused, then suddenly asked again, does your father know about the top scorer matter? He probably doesn't know yet. Good, then don't tell him. I'll tell him. In Chairwoman Lin Wantong's voice, there was finally a hint of pride. Yan. Yes. You did very well on the exam, you are worthy of being my son. It was a very simple compliment. Yet, it was the most direct praise a woman like Chairwoman Lin Wantong could give. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment. In his previous life, when he got into Shuemu University, his mother had long been tortured by poverty and illness to the point where she had little strength left. She could only lie in her hospital bed, clutching the admission letter and weeping over and over again. In this life, his mother was Chairwoman Lin Wantong, the financial queen who controlled trillions in capital. Yet at this moment, the words, you did very well on the exam, from the other end of the phone still made a place in his heart that had long since scarred over stir gently. Thank you, Mom, Jiang Yan said in a low voice. Chairwoman Lin Wantong did not get sentimental again, she was never the type to wear her emotions on her sleeve. Sign the contract first. I'll have Secretary Zhang Huilin arrange for the legal department to keep watching it. Call me anytime if you need anything. On the day the official scores are released, your father and I, as well as your grandfather, will return to Shijiazhuang. Okay. The phone hung up. Jiang Yan placed his phone face down on the table and looked up at those who were already so shocked they couldn't speak. He did not explain, nor did he show off. He simply picked up his signing pen and calmly uttered 2 words. Continue. He picked up the signing pen and signed his name with a flourish everywhere it was needed, and pressed his fingerprint. Jiang Yan took out his bank card. Because the amount was huge, they used the highest authority enterprise-level large-sum deduction terminal on the spot. Beep, fingerprint verification passed, password entered correctly. 90 million RMB, like a tidal wave, was instantly transferred into the secure supervision account of the National Real Estate Transaction System. Immediately after, Jiang Yan swiped on the POS machine again. Beep, an extra 2 million RMB as a gratuity, along with the corresponding legal intermediary commission, was precisely transferred into the public account of the agency company where Old Ma worked, as well as the personal performance settlement account of Old Ma's team. When the POS machine zizzed as it spat out that long string of receipts with confirmation stamps, Old Ma held the receipt, his hands shaking. A $2 million extra bonus. He might only get 1 million in his hands, but that was equal to half a year's salary plus bonuses for him. After all, he was just a manager, not the boss. Mr. Jiang. Young Master Jiang. Don't you worry. As for the follow-up transfer, vacating, and changing the locks, Old Ma, will definitely get it done beautifully within 48 hours. Jiang Yan waved his hand casually. Take the money and go do the work. I don't want to hear any nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. We'll leave immediately. We won't disturb your rest, young Master Jiang. From now on, this house belongs to you. Old Ma, being extremely tactful, called the lawyer and the notary staff, and they packed up their equipment and documents at the fastest speed possible. Su Qinghe, you stay behind and help young Master Jiang organize the handover checklist. Leave the rest of the matters for me to run around and handle. Before leaving, Old Ma gave Su Qinghe a very knowing look, and after dropping this sentence, he led his people away like a gust of wind. Bang. The door closed again. The noise faded away, and in the massive sky villa, only Jiang Yan and Su Qinghe remained once more. Chapter 25. Thump. 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 Jiang Yan leaned back on the sofa, looking at the payment successful page displayed on his phone screen. The 90 million was money given by his mother. But this property had now truly fallen under his name. It would become the first fortress for him to conquer the world. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, he was waiting. Waiting for the voice that had given him a new lease on life. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, a familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the full payment purchase of the king of residential buildings at Beijing's top luxury property, Wanlu Academy. Information dissemination path confirming. Congratulations to the host. Obtained influence points, 1,000 points. Subsidiary reward triggered, high-level wealth feedback, cash deposit of 10 million yuan. Funds have been processed through legal tax channels and deposited into the host's personal account. Listening to this series of announcements, Jiang Yan smiled happily. 1,000 points. Plus 10 million in cash. With the 100 million his mother gave him, he had not only secured this core asset but also spread his influence within the circle of property owners at Wanlu Academy. Those capital tycoons and internet upstarts who were usually arrogant were probably all using their connections right now, inquiring about who this powerful outsider, who had suddenly descended upon Wanlu Academy really was. The more they paid attention, the faster the system points would rise. The transaction had only just finished a short while ago, and he had already gained 1,000 points. As time passed and more people found out, he would likely gain even more points. Adding in his previous balance, Jiang Yan's total points had now reached 1,500. He was one step closer to redeeming that bottle of primary genetic optimization serum that could change the dimensions of his life. This closed loop of using money to leverage influence, and then using that influence to nurture strength, simply fascinated him. Containing his wild thoughts, Jiang Yan opened his eyes and cast his gaze back toward Su Qinghe, who was not far away. Since Old Ma and the others had left, Su Qinghe had been standing quietly by the marble bar. She hadn't gone to pour water, nor had she made excuses to cozy up to him, she just stood there silently, waiting for his command. She keenly sensed that when Jiang Yan had closed his eyes a moment ago, there had been a momentary change in his aura. That feeling was hard to describe. It was like a young man suddenly revealing a deeper edge, one that made people afraid, yet unable to look away. Jiang Yan looked at her without speaking. In this silent confrontation, Su Qinghe suddenly moved. She slowly lowered her head, extended her slender fingers, and gently unbuttoned her professional blazer. The jacket slid down her rounded shoulders and she tossed it onto the adjacent bar stool. The white silk shirt underneath, now freed from the constraints of the jacket, clung even more closely to her undulating curves. Following that, she bent over. Click. Those expensive pointed toe high heels were taken off and placed neatly in the corner. Without the support of the high heels, her height dropped from 1.78 meters back to around 1.7 meters. With her small feet wrapped in black silk stockings, she stood barefoot on the cool, natural marble floor. She didn't proactively strike any seductive poses, nor did she deliberately try to be alluring. She simply shed that layer of professional armor and stood there quietly, like a real woman stripped of all defenses. Jiang Yan stood up and, with steady strides, walked toward her step by step. When the distance between them shortened to less than half a meter, Jiang Yan stopped. He was nearly a head taller than Su Qinghe, and this towering gaze carried an irresistible sense of oppression. You should know, Jiang Yan's voice was calm, devoid of the warmth of desire, possessing only the cruelty of reason. I will not give you any promises. Identity, status, or that so-called love, in this room, there is none of that. This statement was cruel. It tore away the layer of hazy romance between a man and a woman, leaving only the most direct rules. If it were a woman harboring dreams of high society, she might have broken down on the spot. But Su Qinghe did not. She raised her head, meeting Jiang Yan's calm gaze. Deep in her eyes, a fleeting bitterness did indeed flash, an instinctive reaction as a woman being stripped of the right to fantasize. But almost the next second, that bitterness was replaced by clarity, and her eyes were filled with honesty. I know, Su Qinghe's voice was soft but exceptionally firm. She looked at Jiang Yan and gave a bitter smile, her eyes revealing a worldly clarity. I'm 27 this year. In this industry, I've seen too many rich people. Those who are rich but ugly, those who are rich and perverted, and those who just want to exchange a little pocket change for cheap companionship. She paused. I know very well what I want, and I know exactly where I stand. The business of flying onto a branch to become a phoenix is something to watch in TV dramas, it's really not necessary in reality. She paused, tilted her face slightly upward, her eyes clear and unwavering. But at least tonight. I want to know what it feels like to stand beside someone like you. She didn't want promises. She didn't want a void future. What she wanted was just this night. This was the tacit understanding between adults. It was a moth flying into the flame driven by a psychological attraction to the strong, and it was also the most loyal, proactive choice an adult woman could make regarding her own body and desires after seeing through worldly rules. Jiang Yan looked at her face, which was full of stubbornness and clarity, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Su Qinghe was far more sophisticated than Li Yu, who only knew how to stare blankly at a 500,000 transfer. The biggest advantage of dealing with a smart woman was not needing to waste time dealing with boring after-sales emotions. Jiang Yan didn't speak again. He reached out, grabbed Su Qinghe's delicate chin, and applied slight pressure. Then, with extreme aggression, he kissed her mercilessly. Su Qinghe submissively tilted her face up and closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, waiting for the impending storm. Su Qinghe's body was a bit stiff at first, but after only 2 seconds, she completely gave up resistance, her hands involuntarily climbing onto Jiang Yan's broad, upright shoulders, responding clumsily yet passionately. Jiang Yan released her lips, without any unnecessary chatter, his strong arms suddenly swept around her waist and the back of her knees, lifting her up horizontally. Su Qinghe gasped and instinctively hugged his neck tightly. Carrying her, Jiang Yan strode toward the heavy double-door master bedroom, kicked the door open, and tossed her onto the large, soft, dark-colored bed without a hint of pity. Su Qinghe instantly sank into the high-end velvet bedding, her slightly wavy long hair splayed out. Night had completely fallen, and the door to the master bedroom was tightly shut. Outside the window was the boundless, bustling night view of Beijing. The longevity hill at the summer palace looked like a serene ink wash painting under the moonlight. Occasionally, A few sports cars sped by on the distant ring road, but they couldn't break the tranquility of Wanlu Academy, a quietness built up by money. The lights in the bedroom were not turned on, there was only the faint moonlight from outside and the neon lights of the city, passing through the floor-to-ceiling panoramic windows that were not drawn, casting mottled shadows on the bed. Jiang Yan looked down at her, knelt on one knee on the mattress, and grabbed the collar of her white silk shirt directly. He didn't bother to undo the tedious buttons, but instead pulled outward with slight force from both hands. Ryup. Immediately after, Jiang Yan's large hand went all the way down, and with another pull, that high-quality pair of black silk stockings was torn open. Suqingha's breathing became completely chaotic, her chest heaving violently, her hands gripping the bedsheets beneath her tightly. Then, accompanied by a suddenly elevated, slightly painful sound from Suqingha, Jiang Yan did not hesitate to start thrusting. Chapter 26, Since it's your first time, let's change your identity. Early the next morning. Inside the master bedroom of the crown jewel property at Wanlu Academy, heavy blackout curtains blocked out most of the sunlight. Only a faint sliver of light managed to sneak through the gap, spilling onto the carpet. Suqingha woke up first. When she opened her eyes, her first sensation was an ache throughout her entire body, as if she had been run over by a heavy truck. The tearing pain in particular made her gasp involuntarily. Last night's madness was like an endless storm. That young man, who looked only 18, seemed to possess boundless stamina and energy. She turned her head and glanced at Jiang Yan, who was still fast asleep beside her. Even in his sleep, the man's profile remained stern and cold. Suqingha did not act like those women dreaming of marrying into wealth, trying to snuggle into his arms to seek affection. Nor did she pretend to be asleep, waiting for him to wake up to act coy and shy. She was very clear that this entanglement, which occurred in a 100 million yuan luxury mansion, was not love. At its core, it was simply an exchange of value. She had given up her most precious possession in exchange for a chance to touch the clouds, and that was all. Enduring the intense discomfort in her body, she lifted the corner of the silk quilt and carefully climbed out of the large bed. As her bare feet touched the carpet, she stumbled slightly, almost falling, and had to take several deep breaths before she could steady herself. She walked into the spacious bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash away the marks on her body. After washing up, she dried her hair again and put on the white silk shirt from last night, which Jiang Yan had torn in several places. As for the black stockings that had been reduced to shreds, they had long since been tossed into the trash bin. Changing back into her tattered professional suit, Suqingha stood before the massive vanity mirror, reapplying her exquisite makeup. Looking at the woman in the mirror, still beautiful, yet now possessing a hint of mature allure, she was momentarily lost in thought. For her, last night was definitely not just a casual indulgence. It was her, clear-headed and proactive, stepping into a world she could previously only look up to. She knew the coldness of this world, there were no promises, no so-called love. But she did not regret it. Once she was ready, Suqingha returned to the bedroom and began to quietly and meticulously clean up the mess scattered across the floor. About half an hour later, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. His biological clock was always precise, even though they had been at it until 3 in the morning last night. He turned his head slightly, and his gaze immediately captured the scene not far away. Suqingha was already dressed, and was currently kneeling upright on the thick carpet by the bedside, smoothing out the wrinkles of the shirt and trousers Jiang Yan had tossed onto the sofa the night before, folding them neatly one by one. Seeming to sense Jiang Yan's gaze, Suqingha turned her head. Seeing that Jiang Yan was awake, she immediately stopped what she was doing, folded her hands in front of her, and lowered her head slightly. "Mr. Jiang, good morning. You're awake." Her tone held no sweetness or attempt to curry favor, it was as respectful as that of a subordinate formerly on the job. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard, his gaze sweeping over her. He noticed that when she stood up to pour water, her legs were trembling uncontrollably. Immediately after, Jiang Yan's gaze fell casually onto the messy sheets beside him. In the very center of the pristine, high-end velvet sheets, there was a patch of dried, dark red blood, as striking as a plum blossom. "I really didn't expect that it was your first time." His experience from past and present lives made him subconsciously assume that a top-tier beautiful saleswoman who had spent 4 years grinding in the Beijing luxury real estate agency circle, holding countless resources of the wealthy, would have long since become a seasoned pro at playing the game with ease. He hadn't held back his strength last night, in fact, he had been somewhat rough. The hand holding the glass of water trembled slightly, and a few drops of warm water splashed onto the back of her hand. She walked over, placed the glass gently on the nightstand, then gave a bitter smile and met Jiang Yan's gaze openly. "Mr. Jiang, before last night, I only sold houses, not myself. In these 4 years, there have been many bosses who wanted to throw money at me, and plenty of clients who wanted to use business deals to coerce me. I managed to dodge them all." She shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. "I'm not trying to act holier than thou, I just felt they weren't worth it. Last night was my first loss of control, driven by my own attraction to power, and it was my own choice." These words were devoid of affectation, nor did she attempt to use that spot of blood to elicit sympathy from Jiang Yan. She was simply stating a fact, using it to prove the value of her surrender and her submission to Jiang Yan's charm. However, after hearing this, no trace of so-called being moved appeared on Jiang Yan's face, nor did he feel the smugness or guilt an ordinary man might feel after taking the virginity of a top-tier woman. He casually picked up the solid black windproof lighter from the nightstand, and with a click, lit a cigarette. Smoke rose and swirled between them. Jiang Yan took a drag of his cigarette, looked at her through the thin haze, and issued an order in a flat tone. "Quit your job at the real estate agency today." Upon hearing this, Suqinghe's face turned pale instantly. Was it over already? Although she had long prepared herself mentally to not entangle and not demand. But when Jiang Yan so decisively and coldly told her to quit and draw a line, the immense sense of loss deep within her still engulfed her like a tidal wave. "Okay. I understand. I won't bother you." Suqinghe tried her best to maintain her dignity. Jiang Yan looked at her pale yet stubborn face, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He found it somewhat amusing. Then, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring and directly threw out a heavy bargaining chip. 3 million a year. Suqinghe jerked her head up, stunned. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yan flicked the ash, his voice sounding in the early morning bedroom like the tolling bell of capital. "From now on, this crown jewel property at Wanlu Academy will be yours to manage. Your new identity is my personal housekeeper. You have only one task, ensure that whenever I return here, this property is in an absolutely top-tier, move-in ready state. If you do well, my properties in Beijing and even elsewhere can be handed over to you to manage uniformly in the future." The bedroom fell silent. Suqinghe's breathing became rapid. 3 million a year. This was money she might not be able to earn even after working herself to the bone in the agency industry, faking countless smiles, and drinking through countless rounds of alcohol for several years. Moreover, this identity as a personal housekeeper meant she would be within Jiang Yan's living radius for the long term. She wasn't stupid, of course, she knew this wasn't as simple as just managing a house. Jiang Yan was using the tools of capital to redefine the relationship between them. Upgrading it directly from a short-term physical transaction last night to a long-term class-based employment. This wasn't some tacky kept woman arrangement, but employment, yet the boundaries and bottom lines between the two were entirely up to Jiang Yan alone. Suqinghe fell into a brief struggle. Once she nodded, she would completely transform from a supposedly independent professional woman into an accessory attached to Jiang Yan. But only a few seconds later, she made her decision. Following a man like this, even as an accessory, was 10,000 times better than being coveted by a group of disgusting old men in that quagmire of a circle. Suqinghe raised her head, her gaze becoming clear once again. "Okay, I agree." Chapter 27, the morning training time of a top-tier second generation. "But I have a request." She straightened her back, maintaining a final shred of dignity. "If one day, you grow tired of me, or no longer need me, please tell me in advance. I will never shamelessly cling to you, I just need a little time to leave with some dignity." Jiang Yan watched her clear-headed and transparent demeanor, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Dealing with a smart woman is just so effortless. "Very well." Jiang Yan nodded indifferently. Subsequently, he picked up the phone from the nightstand, his long, slender fingers tapping a few times on the screen. Ding-dong. Suqinghe's phone, placed to the side, chimed with a text message notification. "I just transferred 5 million to your personal account." Jiang Yan tossed the phone back onto the cabinet, his tone as casual as if he had only transferred $100. The hard furnishing of this house is barely passable, but I don't like using soft furnishings, furniture, or bedding that others have used. Take this 5 million and replace all the soft furnishings in the house. Follow my aesthetic. I don't want that nouveau riche gaudiness, I want quality. You are a woman of taste, I trust your judgment. 5 million in redecoration fees, casually tossed to a woman he'd only slept with last night. This was the sheer audacity of a top heir of the Jiang family. Su Qinghe looked at the long string of zeros on her phone screen, her heart beating rapidly. A 90 million property handed over for her to manage, 5 million in cash transferred directly to her private account for soft furnishing procurement, plus a 3 million annual salary promise. In just a few short minutes, what Jiang Yan had thrown at her wasn't just money. It was also trust. This kind of trust was even heavier than money. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will certainly get it done for you. Su Qinghe took a deep breath, clutching her phone tightly in her hand, her voice filled with submission. Jiang Yan watched her, stubbing out his nearly finished cigarette in the crystal ashtray. Subsequently, he looked at Su Qinghe, who was still kneeling by the bed, her silk shirt gaping open from her forward lean, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and deep cleavage, and a spark of aggressive possessiveness reignited deep in his eyes. Since you are a private housekeeper. Jiang Yan's voice turned deep. Then let's not waste any time. He suddenly reached out, his broad, powerful palm pressing down on the back of Su Qinghe's head, his movements crisp and decisive. From now on, fulfill your duties as a housekeeper. This extremely abrupt and powerful gesture caused Su Qinghe's body to instinctively stiffen at first. But immediately after, when she met Jiang Yan's bottomless, wild, and predatory gaze. The last line of defense in her mind regarding independence, reserve, and dignity instantly crumbled to pieces. She had already taken the money and acknowledged her master. In front of this youth who carried himself like an emperor, her only value was obedience. Su Qinghe did not hesitate, completely casting aside all her burdens. She braced her hands on the edge of the bed, her swan-like neck, white as jade, bowing down submissively. Her red lips, painted with cherry-colored lipstick, parted slightly, and her slender fingers, trembling slightly, precisely pulled down Jiang Yan's boxers. The morning sunlight finally pierced through the clouds, and a ray of light accidentally squeezed through the gap in the curtains, casting a bright spot on the carpet. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard, looking down at the elite professional woman, who was currently rising and falling before him just like the lowliest maid. But he did not let her stay in this stage for too long. Come up. Jiang Yan suddenly gripped Su Qinghe's slender waist, the muscles in his arms tensing suddenly, and lifted her entire body from the carpet, tossing her onto that messy large bed. Ah, Su Qinghe gasped, and before she could get up, Jiang Yan had already loomed over her like a hunting black panther, his strong physique pinning her firmly beneath him. The time that followed was a one-sided, brutal conquest. Jiang Yan's movements were bold and unrestrained. He grabbed Su Qinghe's long hair, forcing her to turn over and kneel on the bed with her back to him, and Jiang Yan thrust fiercely from behind once again. Is this the taste of a housekeeper for 100 million mansion? Housekeeper Su, your body is much stiffer than your mouth. Woo. Young Master Jiang, please spare your housekeeper. Su Qinghe cried out. This was a concrete manifestation of taking an elite, high-end mighty professional woman, completely breaking her down, and reshaping her to achieve perfect submission from body to soul. He ignored Su Qinghe's cries, simply enjoying the pleasure of being in total control. Power, money, beauty. In his past life, he was exploited like a dog in a laboratory, without even the qualification to look up at these things. But now, everything was at his feet. An hour and a half later. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, the two had finished washing and changed their clothes. Jiang Yan walked out of the dressing room, having changed into a casual shirt that someone had just delivered. As for Su Qinghe, she had changed back into that black professional skirt, and although she still felt exhausted and weak in the legs, she had already perfectly switched into her private housekeeper mode. She walked quickly to the door and retrieved the top-tier private custom breakfast that had just arrived via the internal food delivery passage of Wanlu Academy. The two sat in the dining room, which overlooked the beautiful scenery of the summer palace, and dined in silence. Su Qinghe ate while reporting on work matters. Young Master Jiang, old Ma called just now. He has already processed all the transfer procedures through the internal expedited channel, and the system review will be completed by this morning. If nothing goes wrong, the real estate title certificate will be in your hands by this afternoon. Jiang Yan swallowed the last sip of black coffee, picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, and nodded with satisfaction. The speed is acceptable. Once you're done eating, get ready, we're going out in a while. Understood. Suqinghe didn't ask any questions, immediately speeding up her meal. 20 minutes later. Although Suqinghe's body was somewhat overdrawn, the soreness with every step she took reminded her of the madness from last night and this morning. But she still gritted her teeth, put on her most professional demeanor, and followed closely behind Jiang Yan, taking the exclusive elevator directly to the underground parking garage of Wanlu Academy. The garage was filled with various luxury cars, but in the most prominent and spacious private parking spot, that matte black Lamborghini SVJ63, like a prehistoric beast lurking in the darkness, exuded a suffocating mechanical violence aesthetic. Jiang Yan pressed the car key. With two beep-beep sounds, those exaggerated scissor doors slowly lifted upward. Suqinghe submissively sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Yan sat in the driver's seat and pressed the start button with his finger. V-room. The roar of the V12 naturally aspirated engine instantly exploded in the underground garage. The alarms of several ordinary luxury cars nearby were triggered by the vibration. This wild engine roar instantly cut through the lingering indoor intimacy between the two, savagely pulling the entire rhythm into the outside world filled with money and desire. Jiang Yan held the full carbon fiber steering wheel with one hand and slammed on the accelerator. The black Lamborghini SVJ63 was like a bolt of black lightning, rushing out of the garage and merging into the morning rush hour traffic of the capital. A limited edition supercar is a natural center of attention when driven on the road. Vehicles along the way swerved to avoid it. Everyone understood. Never mind crashing this car, even scratching a bit of the carbon fiber front lip could bankrupt someone on the spot. At the traffic light, countless passers-by still exclaimed in shock, and the young people on the roadside even whipped out their phones, frantically pressing the shutter to record videos. Holy crap! A real Lamborghini SVJ63. And it's a special edition. Awesome. This car must have cost nearly 20 million to get on the road, right? Look at the passenger seat. Holy crap, a top-tier mature beauty. As the onlookers marveled and the video spread rapidly across social media, the system notification sound in Jiang Yan's mind began to chime pleasantly. Ding! Detected host driving a top-tier supercar, triggering attention and shock from passers-by. Influence spreading. Influence points +1. Influence points +2. Influence points +3. Listening to the constantly rising points, the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth curled into a smile. It seems that driving luxury cars out more often can also harvest points. This kind of influence diffusion didn't require him to speak, wealth itself would speak for him. Chapter 28, 10 years of drinking ice, yet the hot blood is hard to cool, I have returned. Suqinghe, sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head to look at the young man beside her, controlling the car with one hand. Her gaze grew increasingly tender. This man was too charming. She had a premonition that in this lifetime, she had truly and completely fallen into the trap of this 18-year-old youth, never to crawl out again. The black Lamborghini wove nimbly through the traffic of the capital, the car slowed down, and finally drove into that familiar, tree-lined street in Hadian district. Through the car window, Jiang Yan saw the ancient and solemn school gate at the end of the road, which carried the highest dreams of countless Huaxia students. On the massive granite steel beside it, 4 vigorous and powerful characters were engraved, Shuemu University. Jiang Yan slowly stepped on the brake, reduced the speed to a minimum, and finally parked by the tree-lined road less than 200 meters from the west gate. The interior of the car instantly fell silent, with only the low humming of the V12 engine at idle still vibrating. Jiang Yan rested his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on that steel. In that instant, he seemed to have traveled through time and space, memories of his past life surged and tore through his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. 10 years. A full 10 years. In his past life, when was the first time he walked to this school gate? It was that early autumn when freshman year started. He had endured a 3-hour journey with a standing room ticket. He had no suitcase, only a woven bag on his back that had been crudely fashioned from a cleaned-out fertilizer sack. The bag contained a few sets of new clothes his mother had bought for 100 or so yuan at the big market, as well as several high school physics textbooks with frayed edges, densely packed with notes. That was all his worldly possessions. He would always remember the day he stood before the magnificent gate of Shuemu University, watching his peers who were dressed in designer brands, brought to register by their parents in private cars. He felt like a country bumpkin who had stumbled into heaven, walking through the gates of Shuemu University. He spent a full 7 years on that campus. He ate the cheapest food in the canteen and worked as the most miserable and exhausted data recorder. He thought that as long as he worked desperately hard, as long as he could produce world-shaking scientific research results, he could change his destiny. He had finally graduated with his master's degree, received an offer from a top-tier research institute, and his life was about to change completely. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Zhou Wenchang, that scion of a powerful family who didn't even know how to turn on experimental equipment, had easily snatched away the first authorship he had earned by working until his hair turned white, all with just a phone call from his father. And that sanctimonious director had even used a hypocritical face to force him to consider the big picture. Who? Jiang Yan exhaled a long, heavy breath from his chest, his gaze instantly pulling away from the pain of his memories, becoming as cold as black ice. Compare that to now. He was sitting in a 15 million yuan, globally limited edition supercar. In the passenger seat sat a stunning housekeeper with top-tier looks and a figure that countless men wouldn't even dare to dream of. In his personal bank account lay over 1.1 billion in available cash. Behind him was the top-tier duplex at Wanlu Academy, worth 90 million, overlooking the entire capital. And in 2 months, he would enter this campus for the second time as the top science student in Beihai province with a record-breaking score of 741. The Jiang Yan of the past life, who walked with his head bowed, had already died on that night of sudden death from overwork. In this life, he was no longer a lowly scientific research worker. He would take back everything that belonged to him. And he would crush those high and mighty rules, one by one. Jiang Yan turned his head and glanced at Su Qinghe, who was somewhat confused but didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. "Wait for me in the car." "Understood, young Master Jiang." Su Qinghe nodded submissively. Jiang Yan pushed open the scissor door and stepped out of the car. In midsummer, the sycamore trees on both sides of the road at Shuemu University were lush and green. Cicadas were shrieking at the top of their lungs in the treetops. Students about to go on summer vacation rode by in 2s and 3s on bicycles along the tree-lined path. Many couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the matte black Lamborghini. Jiang Yan did not drive into the campus. There was no need. A true lion patrolling its territory does not need to prove itself with roars. Jiang Yan walked into the school gate with his hands in his pockets and a steady pace. Walking into the campus, a breeze carrying a hint of scholarly air blew towards him. Jiang Yan followed the familiar path, going deeper step by step. He passed the magnificent library, where in his past life he had queued in the cold wind at 5 in the morning every day just to grab a seat. He passed the second canteen, the place where he had eaten boiled cabbage and free hot soup for a month straight. Finally, his footsteps stopped in front of a building with a modern design that exuded an austere atmosphere, the Advanced Materials Laboratory building of the physics department. Jiang Yan stood on the square in front of the laboratory building and looked up. The sunlight stung his eyes, but he did not look away. "I have returned," Jiang Yan said silently in his heart. This time, he was not here to be a bottom-tier scientific research worker. He was here to be the chess player who controls this building, controls this field, and even controls the fate of the entire academic circle. After standing there quietly for 10 minutes, Jiang Yan turned and left the campus without looking back. The ceremony of asserting sovereignty was over. Next, it was time to handle real-world matters. Returning to the car, Jiang Yan said to Su Qinghe, "Let's go, let's eat first, then go to the Haidian District Real Estate Registration Center." "Understood, I have already confirmed with Old Ma, their team will be waiting for you at the entrance promptly at 2 in the afternoon." Su Qinghe immediately got into character. After casually finding a restaurant and having lunch, the black supercar sped towards the Haidian District Real Estate Registration Center. Half an hour later, the Lamborghini's highly imposing front end parked steadily in the parking space outside the center's main entrance. Outside the main gate, Old Ma, along with 2 subordinates, had been waiting there anxiously under the scorching sun, eyes straining to see him. Sweat streamed down old Ma's forehead along his cheeks, and the back of his shirt was soaked through. When he saw the two exaggerated scissor doors rise and Jiang Yan step out of the car, old Ma immediately sprang up like a spring, his face plastered with that comforting, fawning smile. "Young Master Jiang. You're here. All the materials, the seller's authorization, and the court's unsealing certificate, we worked through the night yesterday and finished everything." At this moment, Su Qinghe also stepped out of the passenger seat. Her gait held a trace of barely perceptible unnaturalness. When old Ma saw that Su Qinghe had actually stepped out of the passenger seat of this 10 million level supercar, and was naturally trailing half a step behind Jiang Yan, following like a personal secretary, old Ma's eyes paused. As the shrewdest of the shrewd, old Ma understood instantly. Su Qinghe had flown up to the branch and turned into a phoenix. What happened last night in that 100 million yuan mansion went without saying. But he knew even better that a top-tier second generation like Jiang Yan, with his ruthless methods and the ability to turn clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, finding favor in Su Qinghe was her good fortune, but he was by no means a fool who would be bewitched by a woman. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she was no longer just an ordinary female companion. She was more like someone who could truly get things done by Jiang Yan's side. Old Ma was indeed a shrewd person, and he immediately smiled even more enthusiastically. Chapter 29, That bathtub, is it big enough for the two of us? "Young Master Jiang, this way please. We're taking the VIP fast track. I've already spoken to Director Zhang at the bureau, so there's no need to queue, we'll handle it immediately." Old Ma hurriedly led the way. Facts proved that once the power of money and authority combined, the efficiency was terrifying. Normally, when ordinary people come to handle a property transfer, it takes at least half a day of queuing, reviewing materials, and waiting for the system process, and it might even take 2 or 3 working days for the property deed to be issued. But driven by the crazy incentive of old Ma's 2 million in hardship fees, and the terrifying, unspoken background of Jiang Yan, the entire fast track was a green light all the way. Sitting in the VIP lounge, drinking top-tier Mingqian Longjing tea. It took less than 40 minutes. A person in charge of the registration center personally held a brand new, ink-scented red real estate ownership certificate with both hands and presented it to Jiang Yan. "Mr. Jiang, your property transfer has been completely finalized. This property at Wanlu Academy now legally belongs entirely to you, with no mortgages or dispute records. Please take a look." Jiang Yan held his teacup, not even bothering to stand up, and just swept a casual glance at it. Inside the large red certificate, the column 4, property owner, clearly and boldly printed 3 characters, Jiang Yan. Location, top floor duplex, building XX, Wanlu Academy, Haidian District, Jing City. This was a top-tier luxury property that an ordinary person couldn't even touch a single brick of, even if they worked for 10 lifetimes, starting from being a monkey. Jiang Yan nodded casually, and then, under everyone's gaze, he tossed the red booklet, which symbolized 90 million in hard currency, to Su Qinghe standing beside him as if it were a worthless piece of draft paper. "Keep it safe." Clap. Su Qinghe was startled by the sudden movement and hurriedly reached out to clutch the red certificate to her chest. In that instant, Su Qinghe's eyes turned slightly red. This wasn't just a property deed, it was 90 million in wealth. Jiang Yan couldn't even be bothered to take a second look, casually handing it over to her for safekeeping. The weight of this trust made her feel a tremor in her soul and a racing heartbeat, even more so than the 3 million annual salary. She knew that from this moment on, her fate was truly bound to Jiang Yan. Old Ma, watching this scene from the side, was completely stunned. 90 million. That was a house bought with 90 million in cash. Just tossed around like that. This young Master Zhang's disregard for assets had reached an outrageous level. This also reflected from the side that in his eyes, this 90 million might really just be 900 yuan in pocket money. Why young Master Jiang, then regarding the follow-up, like changing the access cards and entering the property management system? Old Ma asked, stammering. Don't come to me with these trivial matters in the future. Jiang Yan stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his body. Just coordinate everything with my private housekeeper, Su Qinghe. Understood. Understood. Housekeeper Su, please continue to take care of Old Ma's business in the future. Old Ma immediately and knowingly bowed and scraped to Su Qinghe. Holding the red booklet, Suqinghe stood up straight and replied in a professional tone. Manager Ma is too kind. If there are any follow-up needs, I will contact you. At this moment, Suqinghe underwent a perfect transformation. In the following days, Jiang Yan didn't contact anyone from Shuemu University, nor did he return to Beia province. He stayed quietly in Jing City, enjoying this unprecedented, extravagant vacuum period after his rebirth. During these few days, Suqinghe not only had to take on the high-intensity coordination work of a private housekeeper but also had to cope with Jiang Yan's demands, which seemed perpetually tireless and as wild as a beast. For a young man who had just turned 18, had good physical fitness, and had suppressed his desires for over 20 years in his previous life, this release was extremely terrifying. For the 5 million interior decoration budget, Jiang Yan didn't hand it over to a decoration company but took Suqinghe with him, personally storming the top imported furniture expo center in Jing City. The top-floor VIP area of the expo center. Suqinghe was wearing a well-tailored black silk slip dress, with a thin cashmere cardigan draped over it, exuding a noble yet sexy aura. Holding a tablet, she followed Jiang Yan, constantly recording the top-tier furniture he took a fancy to. This set of Italian Minotti leather combination sofas, 300,000, place the order. Change the mattress in the master bedroom to the Swedish Hasens custom version. Yes, that blue and white checkered one, the one that's 1.2 million. No need to try it, just set the dimensions and ship it. Jiang Yan walked in front, and wherever his gaze landed, it was almost entirely blind selection without asking for the price. The smiles on the faces of the sales staff following them were already stiffening, and they were so excited they couldn't even hold their pens steady. Was this buying luxury furniture? It was like buying groceries. When they walked to the bathroom experience area, Jiang Yan stopped in front of a very luxurious, German-imported double bathtub with water jets and panoramic ambient lighting. He turned his head and looked at Suqinghe. The heat and aggression in that gaze made Suqinghe's legs, which had just steadied, go soft again. Young Master Jiang. Suqinghe's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and 2 blushes instantly flew onto her cheeks. How could she not understand the meaning behind Jiang Yan's look? These past few days in the hotel, in the car, and even while checking the villa for locks, this man would erupt with a shudder-inducing desire for conquest anytime, anywhere. Jiang Yan's lips curled into an evil smile. He suddenly reached out, wrapped his arm around Suqinghe's slender waist, and whispered in her ear. Before buying this bathtub, I think it's necessary to test whether its space is large enough in the same environment. Ah. Before Suqinghe could react, she was half carried and half dragged by Jiang Yan toward the spacious and highly private luxury lounge provided by the Expo Center for top VIP clients. With a bang, the heavy solid wood soundproof door of the lounge was locked. The sales staff outside looked at each other, but very tactfully retreated 10 meters away, even pulling up a cordon to prevent anyone from approaching. For a tycoon who could swipe a card for millions to buy furniture at once, let alone use a lounge, even if he smashed the floor, the boss would only smile and hand him a hammer. Inside the lounge, Jiang Yan directly pressed Suqinghe onto the large leather sofa, omitting most of the foreplay, a double crushing of pure power and hormones. Ugh. Young Master Jiang, there are people outside. Suqinghe's slender legs were forced to hang on Jiang Yan's arms, her voice fragmented, carrying an undeniable stimulation. Isn't it better if there are people? Jiang Yan looked down at her flushed, delicate face. It was precisely this sense of taboo brought about by the environment that completely ignited Jiang Yan's wild nature. Accompanied by a few dull thuds and heart-pounding splashing sounds, Suqinghe's defenses collapsed within minutes. She bit her lip hard, not daring to make too much noise, while her hands frantically clawed at Jiang Yan's solid back. In this ultimate enjoyment created by absolute power and money, Suqinghe felt her soul trembling. She discovered that not only did she not feel humiliated, but she had a pleasure of completely sinking into the abyss, willing to be devoured by this beast. Over these few days, Suqinghe had been branded with Jiang Yan's mark from the inside out, from body to soul, and had thoroughly become Jiang Yan's private property. She had transformed into an excellent housekeeper who only wagged her tail at him, handled matters efficiently, and was completely obedient in everything. Chapter 30, My waist is for thrusting, it needs proper care. The handover at Wanlu Academy was as fast as if it were on double speed. As long as you have money, many problems cease to be problems. In just a few days, Jiang Yan's 1,200 square meter penthouse had been fitted with top-tier soft furnishings he had personally selected. Over these few days of whirlwind training, Suqinghe had completely adapted to her new identity. A top-tier housekeeper, who was also his personal possession. 2 days later, Jiang Yan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the panorama of the capital. He watched as Suqinghe directed the high-end housekeeping team, removing the last of the original, gaudy furnishings that reeked of nouveau riche taste and replacing them with Italian handcrafted custom furniture he had personally selected. The entire 1,200 square meter duplex penthouse had finally shed the decaying aura of its previous owner and was now branded with the unique mark of Jiang Yan. Now, this place finally felt like his. "Young Master Jiang, your things have been packed," Suqinghe said, standing behind him, her voice very soft. With the college entrance exam results release date approaching, Jiang Yan prepared to set off for Shijiazhuang in Behe province. Suqinghe was wearing a dark gray women's suit with a skirt that hugged her curves perfectly, paired with a high-quality silk camisole underneath. Compared to the luxury real estate saleswoman from a few days ago, she had shed the feigned worldliness of her previous role. Her expression now held a touch of composure nurtured by top-tier resources, along with the docility of someone completely conquered by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned around and casually adjusted his cuffs. "While I'm away from the capital, you are responsible for the daily maintenance here. You don't need to come to Behe." Suqinghe was slightly taken aback, then asked softly with concern, "Young Master Jiang, are you planning to drive back to Shijiazhuang yourself?" "Young Master Jiang, are you driving to Shijiazhuang yourself? It's over 300 kilometers from the capital, and the seats in your SVJ-63 are too hard. Driving for that long is bad for your waist." She paused, her tone becoming more cautious. "I've seen your documents. You got your driver's license during the winter break of your senior year, right after you turned 18. You're still in your probation period, so traffic regulations don't allow you to drive on the highway alone. You're quite observant." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. How could he not know these things? In his past life, as a research dog who stayed up late in the lab year-round, he was hypervigilant about the wear and tear on his body. Now, this 18-year-old body was full of vigor and vitality, the very capital for enjoying a wonderful life. The seats of that supercar were as hard as stone slabs. Driving for a few dozen kilometers to show off was fine, but spending 3 or 4 hours bouncing on the highway would be a masochistic act of insanity. His waist was meant for doing major things. It was the core engine meant for thrusting into those top-tier women. How could he waste it on a meaningless highway? Furthermore, driving on the highway during the probation period was a low-level, amateurish violation. He wouldn't take such a stupid risk just to look cool. "Leave the car here. I've already booked a business-class seat on the high-speed rail." Jiang Yan stepped forward and reached out to pinch Suqinghe's delicate chin. "Take good care of my home." Suqinghe obediently lowered her eyes. "Yes, young Master Jiang. Have a safe trip." 2 hours later, Beijing West Railway Station. Jiang Yan sat in the private business class cabin at the very front of the G-series high-speed train. He had adjusted the seat to a semi-reclining position, and the cabin was so quiet that only the faint sound of the air conditioning remained. Buzz, buzz. The custom phone resting by his side vibrated, and a WeChat message from his mother, Chairwoman Lin Wantong, popped up on the screen. Yan, have you boarded the train? The college entrance exam results for Behe province will be released at noon the day after tomorrow. I've postponed my multinational meeting in Shanghai, and I'll be taking a flight back to Shijiazhuang tomorrow afternoon. Your father has also instructed the secretariat at the provincial government office to compress his inspection schedule for tomorrow and the day after so he can rush back overnight. Immediately after, a series of messages popped up. "Oh, right, you don't need to hail a taxi after you get off the high-speed rail. I've already had the old residents arrange a motorcade to pick you up at the Shijiazhuang station. Uncle Xiang has also personally called to confirm. I'll send you the license plate number in a moment. Someone will be there to pick you up at the exit. The car picking you up is from the old residence, the license plate is GA000XX. The driver's surname is Zhao, he's a veteran who has worked at the old residence for many years. There will also be 4 security personnel accompanying him. When you reach the exit, head towards the VIP pickup area. They will be waiting for you holding a sign with your name on it. Just go with them directly. Go back to the old residence today. Also, your second uncle and your aunt Jiang Lingsu heard that your college entrance exam results are coming out, and they both called voluntarily to say they'll be bringing cousin Jiang Yao and cousin Jiang Lin back to the old residence to celebrate with you. Looking at these lines on the screen, a faint trace of amusement flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Celebrate. For a top-tier clan like the Jiang family, which stood at the pinnacle of power and capital in China, the word celebrate was never that simple. The weight of the core figures of the Jiang family quickly surfaced in his mind. His father, Jiang Linzhou, went without saying, the governor of Su province, a bona fide ministerial-level cadre governing a powerhouse economic province in China. His power could be described as monstrous. Then there was second uncle Jiang Linhai, who was currently following a military career path and was serving as a corps-level commander in a core theater of operations. Although slightly inferior to his older brother Jiang Linzhou in terms of administrative rank, he held actual military power, and the momentum of his young, rising faction was extremely fierce. Aunt Jiang Lingsu was no pushover either. She was the deputy general manager of the state-owned enterprise giant Huadian Group, holding the power to allocate hundreds of billions in energy assets. She was also a well-known iron lady in the business world. Second uncle had a daughter named cousin Jiang Yao, 22 years old, studying finance at Peking University. Aunt Jiang Lingsu's daughter, cousin Jiang Lin, was 15 and had just been admitted to the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China in Beijing. Due to the constraints of the family planning policy at the time, there were only these three children in the fourth generation of the Jiang family. And Jiang Yan was the only male heir. The elders usually held power in their respective domains and were busy with 10,000 tasks every day. How could they possibly make such a fuss and rush back to Shijiazhuang from all over the country just for a mundane college entrance exam results release day? Even if he was the only male heir of the fourth generation of the Jiang family. Jiang Yan knew clearly in his heart that this was by no means a simple celebratory family dinner. This was a high-level, internal inspection by the Jiang family. For these years, Jiang Yan had been kept by his parents in his hometown in Beihai province under the pretext of avoiding the frivolous atmosphere of the Beijing circle. The elders of the Jiang family only knew that this sole legitimate grandson had a steady personality, but they had never witnessed his actual weight, vision, or stature with their own eyes. Now, Jiang Yan was an adult and was about to step into the highest institution of learning in China. As the future pillar of the Jiang family, did he possess the qualifications to shoulder the responsibility of this superclan giant ship? Second uncle and aunt Jiang Lingsu were both coming to see for themselves. Jiang Yan's long, slender fingers tapped on the screen, and he replied with a message, "What about grandfather and grandfather? Are they coming?" Soon, Chairwoman Lin Wantong's reply popped up. Your maternal grandfather is currently in the Middle East presiding over the signing ceremony for a multi-billion-dollar deepwater port project. He really can't get away. However, he specifically gave instructions that he has reserved a top-tier villa for you on Victoria Peak in Hong Kong, worth 1.7 billion. The keys have already been delivered to Shijiazhuang via private jet. He said it's a graduation gift for your high school completion, so you can go stay in Hong Kong. As for your paternal grandfather, there is a major national conference on political and legal work recently, and he is a core attendee, so he can't get away. However, the old man had his personal chief secretary call me to relay a message, tell that brat to bring his report card and come see me in the capital. I'll be waiting. Looking at these words, Jiang Yan felt no disappointment. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He already understood the rules of this top-tier power circle. Pillars like his paternal and maternal grandfathers were all extremely busy. If they were to drop important matters to attend a college entrance exam dinner, that would be a loss of decorum. Their absence meant they had more important national responsibilities and major business strategies. His maternal grandfather gifting a 1.7 billion villa on Victoria Peak was the simplest and crudest form of indulgence from a capital tycoon. And his paternal grandfather's words, "Bring your report card and come see me in the capital," carried immense weight. This was not perfunctory, it was telling Jiang Yan. Once you obtain the clearance document sufficient to prove your intelligence and talent, I will, as the supreme helmsman of the Jiang family, formally receive the heir of the Jiang family in the power center of the capital. Since you want to inspect the goods. Jiang Yan turned off his phone screen and looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, his eyes sharp as knives. Then let me show you just how strong I am. Chapter 31, The Return of the Jiang Family's Kirin Son. 1 hour and 10 minutes later, the high-speed train pulled steadily into Shijiazhuang Station. Jiang Yan walked out of the high-speed rail station with a small bag on his back. As soon as he reached the pickup area in the station square, the gasps of the surrounding crowd caused quite a stir. Holy crap! Whose motorcade is that? Isn't this a bit excessive? Is that middle one the 4-seater Imperial Edition of the Lexus LM? I heard the markup alone is over $1 million. Are you blind? That's a Velfire. Just that license plate is worth an entire apartment in Shijiazhuang. Look at those two Mercedes S450s in the front and back, they're clearly escort vehicles driven by bodyguards. The display is off the charts. Not far away, a motorcade consisting of 2 black sedans and a minivan sat parked in silence. The 3 vehicles were parked with meticulous order. They were neither ostentatious enough to block the lane nor positioned poorly, occupying the perfect angle for an easy departure. The license plate of the middle car was exactly the sequence of numbers Chairwoman Lin Wantong had sent him. Standing beside the cars were 4 security personnel in black suits, wearing earpieces. Among them, a middle-aged man who looked like a driver held up a simple pickup sign. The sign bore only 2 characters, Jiang Yan. With a calm gaze, Jiang Yan strode over. The driver spotted him from afar, his eyes narrowing slightly before he immediately put away the sign and hurried forward to greet him. He did not rashly get too close, instead stopping 3 paces away from Jiang Yan, bowing slightly with a tone that was respectful and restrained. "Young master, I am the driver from the old residence, surnamed Zhao." As he spoke, he produced an ID card from the inside of his suit jacket and presented it with both hands. "The madam instructed us to pick you up here and take you back to the old residence." Jiang Yan merely glanced indifferently at the ID, then looked at the license plate not far away. The person, the car, and the license plate all matched. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Driver Zhao immediately stepped aside and gestured to the security personnel behind him. The 4 bodyguards moved in unison to disperse, with 2 securing the perimeter. The other 2 hurried to the side of the middle Velfire and respectfully opened the rear door. Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged, turning a blind eye to the gazes of awe, envy, and curiosity around him. In his past life, when he preferred keeping a low profile, he might have felt such a display was too ostentatious. But having lived a second life, he had perfectly integrated into his identity as a top-tier second-generation heir. What is the proper display for the only male descendant of the Jiang family? This is the display he deserves. He walked to the car, and a bodyguard immediately reached out to shield the top of the door frame. "Young Master Jiang, welcome home." Jiang Yan nodded slightly, bent down, and sat into the rear seat of the Velfire, which was as spacious as a first-class cabin. Once the door closed, the noise outside was instantly shut out. Driver Zhao in the front seat glanced at Jiang Yan through the rearview mirror and respectfully asked, "Young master, the madam instructed us to head straight to the old residence in the city center today. Is that acceptable to you?" Let's go." Jiang Yan leaned back against the leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. As the engine started, the 3-car convoy slowly pulled away from the high-speed rail station, like a lion patrolling its territory, heading toward the very heart of Shijiazhuang. The motorcade headed straight for the most prosperous and expensive area in the center of Shijiazhuang. After passing through several bustling commercial streets, the convoy turned and drove onto a quiet asphalt road lined with towering French plane trees. The hustle and bustle here seemed to be instantly wiped away by an invisible hand. At the end of the road stood a heavily guarded, standalone Chinese-style courtyard with blue bricks and dark tiles, covering an area of nearly 3 mu. In this city center, where even high-rise apartments sell for 20,000 per square meter, such a courtyard house with its own water features, rockeries, and high walls could not be measured by money alone. This was the old residence of the Jiang family. This house had been left behind by Jiang Yan's great-grandfather. That old man was a true founding hero of steel who had crossed snow-capped mountains and traversed grasslands, shedding blood for the Republic. Although the old patriarch had passed away many years ago, this house remained the symbol of the Jiang family's most profound heritage in this province. Normally, it was only maintained by a few reliable old stewards and security personnel. Even his grandfather, a central government bigwig, only used this place during the annual New Year's Eve or for major family events. Today, the gates were open. The motorcade stopped before the vermilion gates. Jiang Yan pushed the door open and stepped out, immediately seeing an old man with silver hair wearing a Chinese-style jacket standing on the steps. Uncle Xiang. Jiang Yan walked forward and bowed slightly to greet him. Uncle Xiang had been the old patriarch's bodyguard for his entire life and was also the head steward of the old residence. In the Jiang family, even his father, Jiang Linzhou, had to politely call him uncle upon seeing him. The young master has returned. You've grown taller and your build is stronger. Good, very good. Uncle Xiang looked at Jiang Yan with eyes full of gratification. Second uncle and the third miss have already arrived and are drinking tea in the main hall. I understand. Jiang Yan stepped over the high wooden threshold, walked through the covered veranda, and headed toward the main hall. Before he even got close, he heard a steady, powerful, and resonant laugh coming from the main hall. Jiang Yan stepped into the main hall and swept his gaze casually across the room, immediately taking in the situation. Sitting on the grand armchair on the left was a middle-aged man wearing a summer military service uniform. He had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and the general's stars on his shoulders shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Although he was 45 years old, his lifelong military career made him look at most 40. He sat there with his back straight as a javelin. Even while laughing, the aura of sternness from commanding tens of thousands of troops in his brow was impossible to ignore. It was none other than second uncle Jiang Linhai. Standing behind second uncle Jiang Linhai was a young girl wearing a simple white linen dress. Her features were pretty, but her temperament was as cold and arrogant as a snow lotus on a snowy mountain. This was his cousin Jiang Yao. She was currently a junior in the finance department at Yanjing University and was a famous ice-cold talented woman in that circle. Sitting on the right was a short-haired woman wearing a dark blue haute couture suit, her makeup exquisite, holding a Jian tea cup in her hand. Every gesture she made carried the aura of a queen who held the power of life and death and could turn the tides in the business world. Aunt Jiang Lingsu. Beside her, a young girl with blue-dyed highlights, wearing trendy brand clothing, was looking down at her phone, swinging her legs. It was his cousin Jiang Lin, who would be starting her first year of high school. As soon as Jiang Yan stepped through the door, second uncle Jiang Linhai and Aunt Jiang Lingsu both stopped talking. Two scrutinizing gazes fell upon him like searchlights. Jiang Yan did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, his pace didn't falter as he walked straight to the center of the hall. Second uncle, aunt, long time no see. Chapter 32, This was no family dinner, it was a qualification review for the successor of a top-tier Huaxia noble family. Second uncle Jiang Linhai did not respond immediately. He narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned Jiang Yan from head to toe, staring for a full 3 seconds. With a gaze like that, any ordinary 18-year-old, if stared down by a military-level commanding officer holding significant power, would likely have been sweating in their palms. But Jiang Yan stood firmly, his expression steady, he was like an immovable rock. Good lad. Second uncle Jiang Linhai suddenly slapped his thigh, stood up, walked over to Jiang Yan, and raised his hand to pat him heavily on the shoulder twice. Pa. Pa. The force of these 2 pats was not light, but Jiang Yan did not move an inch, not even a slight sway of his shoulders. The look of admiration in second uncle Jiang Linhai's eyes deepened. You've grown quite tall, half a head taller than my brother was at your age. With this physique, standing like a pine, your aura restrained and not exposed, truly worthy of being of the Jiang family bloodline. Like father, like son. Second uncle, you flatter me. Jiang Yan's tone was flat, without a hint of pride. Cousin Jiang Yao, standing behind, also cast her gaze upon him. She had originally thought that this cousin who grew up in Beha province would have, more or less, the awkwardness of someone from a small place. But looking at him now, the composure and icy resolve Jiang Yan exuded were even more commanding than those of the top young masters in the capital. For the first time, cousin Jiang Yao felt that this cousin was somewhat unfathomable. All right, second brother, stop trying to scare Yan with that inspecting soldiers look of yours. Aunt Jiang Lingsu set her Jian cup on the coffee table with a light click. She leaned back in her chair, legs crossed, and looked at Jiang Yan. I heard from sister-in-law that you scored 741 on this year's college entrance exam. The top scorer in Beha province. This score was truly terrifying, so terrifying that even she, a vice president of a state-owned enterprise who had seen her fair share of storms, found it somewhat unreal. Jiang Yan turned to look at Aunt Jiang Lingsu and nodded indifferently. If the admissions offices of Shuimu University and Yanjing University weren't lying, that should be the score. His tone was matter-of-fact and understated. Cousin Jiang Lin, who had been playing on her phone nearby, suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Yan as if he were a monster. Holy crap. Cousin, you're too good at acting cool. 741 points. The total is only 750. How many brains do you have? Lin, manners. Aunt Jiang Lingsu shot her daughter a cold glance. Cousin Jiang Lin immediately shrank her neck in fear and dared not make another sound, but her eyes couldn't help but dart around Jiang Yan. Aunt Jiang Lingsu turned her gaze back to Jiang Yan, a cryptic smile on her lips. 741, certainly not bad. Even higher than what your sister from the Peking University Finance Department scored back in the day. However, Aunt Jiang Lingsu shifted her tone, instantly releasing the oppressive aura of a powerful businesswoman. Good grades only prove you can pass exams. The Jiang family has never lacked people who can study. Yan, the official results will be released tonight. Your parents will also be back for dinner tonight. At that time, at the dinner table, your aunt and second uncle have a lot to talk to you about. Are you ready? This was showing their hand. Aunt Jiang Lingsu had put her intention to inspect the goods directly on the table. If you want to take over the Jiang family, relying solely on the title of a provincial top scorer is not enough. Brains, vision, insight, and strategy, none can be missing. Even if you are only 18, you must be far stronger than your peers to be qualified. Jiang Yan looked directly into her eyes. In his previous life, he had navigated through the cutthroat world of the top academic circles. This level of probing, to him, was like a well-intentioned game from an elder. He smiled slightly, his tone calm. Whatever Aunt wants to talk about, I am ready at any time. Night fell, and the main hall of the old residence was brightly lit. A huge yellow pear-wood round table was set in the center. The sound of a car engine cutting off came from outside. Before long, two core figures of the Jiang family, Su Province Governor Jiang Linzhou and Dingshan Capital Chairwoman Lin Wantong, entered the door almost one after the other. Jiang Linzhou was wearing a very ordinary dark blue jacket, without any unnecessary decorations. But that chiseled face, combined with the aura cultivated from years of holding high office, made the temperature in the entire hall seem to drop by 2 degrees the moment he entered. In contrast, while Chairwoman Lin Wantong was also a powerful businesswoman, she was relatively softer. However, the composure and decisiveness with which she controlled trillions in capital were equally impossible to ignore. Big brother, sister-in-law. Second uncle Jiang Linhai and Aunt Jiang Lingsu both stood up to greet them. Jiang Linzhou nodded slightly, his gaze passing over the others and landing directly on Jiang Yan. Father and son stared at each other for a full 3 seconds. In his previous life, the father in Jiang Yan's memory was a bitter man who hauled bricks on construction sites for his sake, his back bent by life. But in this life, standing before him was a powerful regional official who governed a vast territory. The status had changed, but the bond, thicker than water, had not. You've lost weight. Jiang Linzhou only said 2 words. But Chairwoman Lin Wantong, who knew her husband's temperament well, secretly winked at Jiang Yan. She had seen with her own eyes that after her husband received the estimated score sheet of 741 on the plane, he had sat alone looking out the window, smiling for a full 5 minutes. The dinner party officially began. There were no outsiders, no waiters, only the old butler, Uncle Xiang, serving the table. The table was not set with ridiculously extravagant delicacies, but rather authentic northern home-cooked dishes. The heat, knife work, and plating were all very particular, but they did not steal the show. The focus of this meal was clearly not on the food. After a few glasses of matai, the real main course began. Second uncle Jiang Linhai put down his wine glass and seemingly casually brought up a topic. Big brother, the international situation hasn't been very peaceful lately. Around that island to the south, there are a few foreign military destroyers wandering around blindly, not knowing their own death. The higher-ups have ordered our theater to conduct routine training exercises, but some people below feel the measures are too mild and that we should use thunderous measures directly. He turned to look at Jiang Yan, who was picking up food, and suddenly asked, Yan, although you are a student, the men of the Jiang family cannot be ignorant of the world outside. Do you think these thunderous measures should be used? Everyone at the table slowed down their movements. This question was very sharp. A slightly off-target answer would either look like hot-headedness or a lack of courage. Jiang Yan swallowed the food in his mouth and picked up a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth. In his previous life, although he was a scientific research worker, he had read plenty of internal reference news. Now, combined with the accumulation from his previous life and the brain of this body, his vision was already far beyond that of a high school student. Second uncle, thunderous measures are a deterrent, but they cannot be blind emotional venting. Jiang Yan's voice was unhurried, carrying a rationality that transcended his age. Why are foreign militaries wandering here? To put it bluntly, it's to cooperate with their domestic elections and make political gestures to cheat for votes. If we immediately use strong-arm tactics, we will fall into their trap and provide them with material for the Huaxia threat theory. In the game of great powers, one must avoid being wrapped up in emotions. Their warships coming here is just burning money. Our response shouldn't be to ram them, but to take the opportunity to substantively extend the scope of our routine training exercises by another 30 nautical miles. Jiang Yan raised his eyes, looking at second uncle Jiang Linhai with a burning gaze. This is called slicing the sausage. Every time you come, I will take the opportunity to push forward an inch. By the time they come to their senses, the meat is already in our mouths. That is what you call truly thunderous power. As his voice fell, the table went quiet. Second uncle Jiang Linhai held his wine glass, his hand frozen in midair for a long time. The core logic of what he had just said was actually similar to the conclusions deduced by the theater's highest general staff. In some places, Jiang Yan even spoke more clearly than the staff officers. Is this really something an 18-year-old who just finished the college entrance exam could say? Good. A good slicing the sausage. Second uncle Jiang Linhai tilted his head back and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp, the look in his eyes as he watched Jiang Yan changing completely. It was no longer looking at a junior, but more like looking at an opponent of the same level. Aunt Jiang Lingsu, seeing her second brother stunned in just one round, raised her willow leaf eyebrows slightly. Yan's political vision is indeed sharp. But this is an era where the economy takes command. Yan, let Aunt test you. Aunt Jiang Lingsu stared at Jiang Yan, her speaking speed increasing. The world is currently in a high-interest cycle, and foreign capital is continuously withdrawing from emerging markets. If you had hundreds of billions in liquidity in your hands, what assets would you choose to hedge against risks and achieve counter-cyclical growth? Cousin Jiang Yao, off to the side, secretly gasped. This question was roughly the difficulty of a graduate thesis for the Peking University Finance Department, and she was asking it right to his face. However, Jiang Yan didn't even frown. Chapter 33, Testing Me on My Past Life's Major. You've certainly asked the right person. No hedging. Short the Japanese yen directly, while heavily investing in the core nodes of the entire domestic new energy supply chain. Jiang Yan didn't even need half a second of thought, he gave the answer directly. Absurd. Aunt Jiang Lingsu frowned. Although the Japanese yen is weak, it has the Americans backing it. The domestic new energy industry is currently in a state of vicious competition due to overcapacity. Investing heavily now, isn't that just becoming a bag holder? Jiang Yan laughed, a laugh that was quite direct and rather provocative. Aunt, you're only seeing the surface. The weakness of the Japanese yen is structural. In order to maintain high interest rates to bleed capital, America simply doesn't have the bandwidth to care about Japan. Wall Street capital is like a bloodthirsty shark, they are the main force shorting the Japanese yen. We are just following the trend to get a share of the spoils. Jiang Yan tapped his fingers gently on the table with a steady rhythm. As for domestic new energy overcapacity, that's called a market clearance. It will crush all those decrepit, small companies living off government subsidies. The remaining industry leaders will be monsters that hold global pricing power. If we don't buy into the core nodes now to secure our position, are we supposed to wait until they monopolize the global market and then go in to buy at a high price? The essence of finance is harvesting against human nature. On this issue, Jiang Yan, possessing memories from the next 10 years, achieved a complete dimensional strike against Aunt Jiang Lingsu. Aunt Jiang Lingsu was stunned. Her brain was whirring, yet she found herself unable to refute a single one of Jiang Yan's arguments. It felt as if she were consulting with a top macroeconomic expert in China. In 2 consecutive probes, second uncle Jiang Linhai and Aunt Jiang Lingsu, these two, Hang and Ha generals, were thoroughly crushed by Jiang Yan. His father, Jiang Linzhou, who had remained silent all this time, finally let a trace of uncontrollable pride show in his eyes. He picked up his wine glass and took a light sip to hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. After all, Aunt Jiang Lingsu was a powerful woman who had seen the world. Although shocked by the financial discussion, she still wanted to regain some face as an elder. Her eyes darted, and she decided to throw out a real, out-of-syllabus question, a problem that even her dozens of postdoctoral experts were struggling with. Yan, your macroeconomic vision truly impresses your aunt. However, no matter how good the macro view is, industrial implementation depends on technology. She put down her chopsticks and her expression became serious. Huadian Group recently built a super photovoltaic power generation array in the Northwest. But we discovered a fatal technical bottleneck during our trial run. After 6 months of use, the photoelectric conversion efficiency of the new double-glass modules experienced a cliff-like decline, with a decay rate far exceeding the expectations provided by the laboratory. The entire expert team investigated for a month and suspected it was the PID effect, but even after replacing the insulation material, it still couldn't be solved. Because of this bottleneck, this 10 billion level project is currently in a semi-stagnant state. Aunt Jiang Lingsu looked at Jiang Yan. In truth, she didn't expect Jiang Yan to be able to answer. This was a cutting-edge problem in materials physics. She just wanted to use this topic to dampen her nephew's overly dazzling brilliance and let him know the difficulties of the industry. You are the top science student, where do you think the problem lies? Everyone at the table thought that Jiang Yan would be stumped this time. But who would have known that upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes actually brightened. Scientific research. Materials physics. Photovoltaic modules. That was the professional field he had poured his heart and soul into, risking his life, in his past life. You're testing me with this. This is like showing off one's broadsword in front of Guan Yu, and the sword you're using is the very green dragon crescent blade that Guan Yu forged himself. The dining room suddenly went quiet. Even chairwoman Lin Wantong frowned, feeling that her sister-in-law's question was too outrageous. This was no longer testing a young person's vision, it was making things difficult for them. How could an 18-year-old high school graduate possibly understand the core material physics defects of the photovoltaic industry? Cousin Jiang Yao also shook her head secretly, thinking this move was a bit unfair. But Jiang Yan chuckled softly. The laugh was exceptionally clear in the quiet dining room, carrying an indescribable sense of relaxation, as well as a trace of mockery from a max-level veteran towards a beginner-level problem. He reached out to push away the empty wine glass in front of him, picked up a chopstick, dipped it in some tea, and drew 2 simple figures on the table. Aunt, your expert team investigated in the wrong direction. The first sentence Jiang Yan spoke made Aunt Jiang Lingsu's eyebrows twitch. It is not the PID effect. Jiang Yan's voice was low but carried an unquestionable sense of academic authority. The reason the expert team's replacement of insulation material didn't work is that they didn't realize at all that the extreme diurnal temperature difference in the Northwest does not cause potential-induced degradation, but rather stress-induced tearing. Stress-induced tearing. Aunt Jiang Lingsu was stunned. She hadn't even seen this term in the expert team's presentation slides. Jiang Yan used the chopstick to point at the watermark on the table that symbolized the photovoltaic module. The new double-glass module has 2 layers of high-transparency glass on the top and bottom, with the solar cell sandwiched in the middle. To bond them, the industry generally uses EVA film as the encapsulation material, right? Aunt Jiang Lingsu nodded subconsciously. This was common industry knowledge. The problem lies right in this layer of EVA film. Jiang Yan's eyes instantly became incredibly sharp. The soul of that scientific research fanatic from his past life, who used to stay up all night processing data in the laboratory, seemed to have crossed time and space to arrive here at this moment. In the Northwest region, daytime exposure can reach 50 degrees, and at night, it can drop to -10+ degrees. Under such high frequency, large temperature difference thermal expansion and contraction, the thermal expansion coefficients of glass and solar cells are different. Due to the insufficient cross-linking degree of the EVA film, its elastic modulus becomes brittle at low temperatures. When the glass and solar cells deform, this brittle layer of film cannot act as a buffer. This leads to an extremely minute thermal expansion stress mismatch. Jiang Yan's speaking speed gradually increased, and every technical term was like a heavy bomb, fiercely exploding on Aunt Jiang Lingsu's nerves. This mismatch cannot be seen with the naked eye or even with an ordinary electron microscope. But it causes subtle microcracks in the silver grid lines on the surface of the solar cell. Once the grid lines break, the electron transmission path is cut off, which is equivalent to digging countless hidden ditches on a highway. It would be a miracle if the photoelectric conversion efficiency didn't experience a cliff-like decline. Saying this, Jiang Yan put down the chopstick, leaned back in his chair, and drew a direct conclusion. The solution is very simple. First, stop using traditional EVA film immediately and switch to POE film for encapsulation testing. Its water vapor barrier rate and temperature resistance elasticity are 10 times stronger than EVA. Second, incorporate 0.15% carbon nanotubes into the silver paste formula of the solar cell to increase the mechanical toughness of the grid lines. Even if stress pulling occurs, it can ensure the integrity of the conductive network. The solution is yours. If the Huadian Group's expert team can't even come up with this experimental approach, I suggest you fire them all. Keeping them is just a waste of resources. Silence. The dining room was so quiet that one could hear breathing. Aunt Jiang Lingsu had her mouth open, and she could barely hold the teacup in her hand, with a few drops of tea splashing onto her clothes. Although she didn't have a background in scientific research, as the vice president of a 100 billion level central energy enterprise, she could judge the authenticity of these underlying technical logics the moment she heard them. These words from Jiang Yan were not only logically sound, but he had also clarified the root cause of the problem and the direction for a solution. And it wasn't just sounding plausible, it was the kind that could be directly implemented in experiments. A dead end that the expert team had investigated for a month with no results had been completely dismantled in 3 minutes by her nephew, who had just turned 18, using a chopstick dipped in tea at the dinner table. He not only pointed out the cause of the illness but also provided the prescription. Where did you see these things? Aunt Jiang Lingsu finally came back to her senses, her tone completely changed. This is definitely not something from high school textbooks. Jiang Yan's expression was indifferent. He picked up a tissue and wiped his hands. I just read a lot of extracurricular books. With just this light remark, he dialed the vibe of, I just read it casually and learned it, to the max. Beside him, cousin Jiang Yao looked at Jiang Yan, her gaze having shifted from initial scrutiny to complete shock and awe. She had seen countless straight-A students at Peking University who claimed to be geniuses, but not one of them could demonstrate the monstrous knowledge reserves that Jiang Yan showed across multiple fields. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai's gaze towards Jiang Yan was as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Chapter 34, The Top Scholar Emerges. Good. 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 Jiang Linzhou, who had remained silent until now, repeated the word good 3 times. The restraint in his eyes had transformed into undisguised ecstasy. As a politician, he knew better than anyone what the political sensitivity, economic insight, and terrifying scientific research mindset Jiang Yan had displayed today truly represented. It meant that the future helmsman of the great ship that was the Jiang family would not only avoid squandering the family fortune but would lead the Jiang family to heights they dared not even imagine. They might even have a chance to touch that divine artifact. At this moment, the antique grandfather clock on the wall emitted a soft click. Chairwoman Lin Wantong glanced at her wristwatch and broke the silence with a smile. All right, let's discuss work matters later. She scanned everyone at the table, her voice laced with uncontrollable excitement. It is now 9:59 p.m. The college entrance exam score-checking system for Beha province is about to open. Since today is to celebrate Jiang Yan's scores, let's get down to business first. While the previous probing was just probing, when the moment to check the scores actually arrived, everyone couldn't help but feel expectant. Although everyone already knew the shocking score of 741 in advance, it wasn't the official channel after all. Until they saw those digits with their own eyes, no one dared to fully relax. Cousin Jiang Lin, bring your tablet over, second Uncle Jiang Linhai said directly to his daughter, his voice even carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Cousin Jiang Lin hurriedly swallowed the meat in her mouth, wiped her hands casually with a tissue, quickly pulled the latest iPad from her bag, and opened the official website of the Beha Province Education Examination Authority. "Cousin, what is your admission ticket number and password?" Cousin Jiang Lin asked, holding the tablet with both hands, her eyes shining with excitement. Jiang Yan's expression was calm, as if he were reciting a string of meaningless numbers, and he quickly and fluently read out the information. Beep. Cousin Jiang Lin entered the last password character, took a deep breath, and then, with fingers trembling slightly from excitement, pressed the query button on the screen heavily. 10 p.m. The moment the channel opened, because hundreds of thousands of candidates across the province flooded in at the same time, a spinning loading circle appeared in the middle of the web page. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The entire dining room was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of the air conditioning still blowing softly. Jiang Linzhou leaned forward slightly, second Uncle Jiang Linhai put down his chopsticks, and Aunt Jiang Lingsu clenched her hands. Suddenly, the screen flashed. The loading circle disappeared. An electronic report card with a red official logo popped up before everyone's eyes. Cousin Jiang Lin's eyes widened as she stared at those few lines of text, and she gasped, her voice cracking. It's out. Chinese, 142. Mathematics, 150. English, 149. Science Comprehensive, 300. Total score, 741. Provincial ranking, first place. Accompanying Cousin Jiang Lin's near-cracked announcement, the entire dining room in the old residence was instantly plunged into dead silence. Although they were mentally prepared, when that bright red, indisputable 741, and the 1 representing absolute first place were truly laid out before their eyes, the pure visual and psychological impact brought about by such violent suppression from top-tier human intelligence was indescribable in words. Bang. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai slammed the table and stood up, using so much force that the soup bowl on the table even jumped. This tough guy from the military immediately cursed. 741 points. A perfect score in mathematics plus a perfect score in science comprehensive. Is this a score a human being can actually get? Beha Province is the most competitive Shura field for the college entrance exam in the entire country. To be able to achieve a top score by such a wide margin here, Jiang Yan's brain is invincible. Aunt Jiang Lingsu also stood up, ignoring her composure, snatched the tablet from Cousin Jiang Lin's hand, and leaned in close to the screen to confirm repeatedly. First in the province, it really is first in the province, and he's ahead of the second-place scorer by a gap of over 20 points. Aunt Jiang Lingsu muttered to herself. When she looked at Jiang Yan again, there was no longer any air of condescension from an elder in her eyes, there was only happiness that a genius had emerged from their own family. In powerful families like theirs, the younger generation certainly didn't lack a future. With a simple phone call, getting them into a prestigious school or sending them abroad to be gilded was not a difficult task. But so what? That was a background built by brute-forcing resources from the family. But what about Jiang Yan? With this score, he didn't use a single shred of the family's privilege. This was a pure, unadulterated first place, achieved by his own mortal brain, fighting through the bloody slaughter of millions of candidates crossing the single-plank bridge. This near-perfect intelligence meant that Jiang Yan possessed the highest level and most irreplaceable intellectual hardware to take over the great responsibilities of the family. Jiang Linzhou, sitting in the main seat, looked at his son, his eyes slightly reddened. He picked up the full glass of matai in front of him, raised it toward Jiang Yan, said nothing, and downed it in one gulp. 1,000 words were contained in this glass of wine. This was his own flesh and blood. At this very moment, while the whole family was immersed in revelry and shock, the system's mechanical voice rang out in Jiang Yan's mind like music to his ears. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the Beha Province Science Stream Top Scholar by a wide margin score exposure event. Detecting influence diffusion targets. Detected targets of shock with weight, extremely high. Target 1, Governor of Su Province. Weight rating, SSS class. Target 2, Military Level Chief of the Corps Theater. Weight rating, SS class. Target 3, Deputy General Manager of Huadian Group. Weight rating, SS class. Target 4, Chairman of Dingxing Capital. Weight rating, SSS class. Target 5, top student of the finance department at Yanjing University. Weight rating, A class. Warning. Detected that all targets shocked by the host this time are from the very top of China's power and capital pyramid. Influence index, extremely high. Congratulations to the host. Received influence points, plus 5,000. Listening to that long string of announcements in his mind, the hand Jiang Yan used to hold his teacup trembled slightly. 5,000 points. Everything he had done before added up to only a little over 1,000 points. And now, just by displaying his true strength in front of these elders standing at the pinnacle of power, he was directly given 5,000 points. The iron rule of the system was thoroughly verified at this moment: the higher the weight of the influenced, the more terrifying the drop rate. If these people stomped their feet, the outside world would shake. Shocking them was equivalent to prying open the entire upper-class circle. With these 5,000 points, he had taken a huge step closer to redeeming those world-appending black technologies in the system mall. The dinner party ended in a near-frenzied atmosphere. The elders all went to the study, clearly intending to replan Jiang Yan's position overnight and pave his future path while they were at it. On a dark and windy night, in the backyard of the old residence, Jiang Yan sat alone on a stone bench, blowing in the evening breeze, digesting the system rewards he had just received. A light sound of footsteps approached. Cousin Jiang Yan walked to the stone table, holding 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. She handed one to Jiang Yan and then sat down on the stone bench opposite him. At this moment, cousin Jiang Yan had shed the cold, aloof shell of a top Peking University student she had worn when they first met. Under the soft moonlight, her eyes appeared somewhat complicated. "Here, cousin," cousin Jiang Yan said softly, her tone more than 10 times gentler than before. Jiang Yan took the water, didn't unscrew it, and just placed it casually on the stone table. The two were silent for a while. Cousin Jiang Yan looked at his side profile, which appeared even more profound in the moonlight, and suddenly gave a bitter smile. "I've studied finance at Peking University for 3 years, and all along, I've considered myself a standout among my peers. I've received national scholarships, I've interned at top investment banks, and I felt I was worthy of the status of being a member of the Jiang family." She paused, her voice revealing a genuine sense of reflection after being completely crushed. "But tonight, sitting next to you, hearing you silence my dad and Aunt Jiang Lingsu with just a few words, watching you dismantle the expert group's difficult problems, and then seeing that score of 741. For the first time, I felt like a failure." These words had no trace of sourness or pretense. It was just an arrogant honor student, after being crushed by a true monster, feeling a heartfelt sense of submission. Jiang Yan turned his head and looked at cousin Jiang Yao's eyes, which were slightly flickering due to self-doubt. He didn't comfort her, nor did he hypocritically tell her, "You're great too." A Sigma male never doles out cheap sympathy. He only spoke indifferently. "Peking University's finance program is very good. If you achieve the pinnacle in this field, you will also be a trump card for the Jiang family. We are on different tracks, there's no need to compare." Jiang Yan stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and looked up at the night sky. "Peking University teaches you how to understand rules and use rules to make money." His voice was very soft, yet it felt like it carried an army of thousands. "I am the one who makes the rules." Cousin Jiang Yan sat in place, staring blankly at his retreating back, her heartbeat in disarray. This night, she finally understood completely. The sky of the Jiang family was about to change. A true dragon had already raised its head. Chapter 35, Interview Public Opinion Guidelines, from the Provincial Government Office. The next morning. In the heart of Shijiazhuang, inside the old residence of the Jiang family, which had witnessed over half a century of wind and rain, a sense of tranquility and majesty, far removed from the hustle and bustle, still lingered. Sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the century-old locust tree in the courtyard, casting mottled light and shadows on the blue brick ground. In the guest room on the second floor, on the heavy sandalwood bed, Jiang Yan opened his eyes. He was awake almost instantly. He did not have the habit of lazing in bed. Having endured so many years in his past life, his biological clock had long been trained to be more accurate than an alarm clock. Just as he picked up the phone on the nightstand, the screen popped up with a sea of red dots. The missed calls and message notifications were dense, like a pot that had exploded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone was still vibrating incessantly. Jiang Yan lowered his head to look. There were 45 missed calls. Among them, his senior-year homeroom teacher, Lu Guodong, had contributed 39 by himself, while the rest were from a few classmates with whom he had decent relationships. Opening WeChat, the messages were popping up like a screen refresh. There were over 20 voice messages from Lu Guodong. Jiang Yan casually tapped on the top one, which was 59 seconds long. Before he even brought the phone to his ear, Lu Guodong's voice, excited to the point of cracking, burst out of the speaker. Jiang Yan. Where are you, kid? Pick up the phone. My little ancestor. 741 points. Do you know you scored 741 points? You are the science top scorer in Beha province. And you're a first-place winner with a gap of over 20 points from the second place. You need to get ready right now. Leaders from the Provincial Department of Education, the Director of the Municipal Education Bureau, and reporters from over a dozen media outlets including the provincial TV station, the municipal station, and the Education Channel are all coming to our school playground at 10 o'clock this morning for a press conference. The principal has blown up my phone. You must be there today no matter what. This is a major event that brings honor to our ancestors and will be recorded in the history of our number 2 high school. We've always been overshadowed by Hinghu City High School in the province, but this time we've finally held our heads high. You must not be late. There was heavy breathing mixed into the voice message. It was clear that Lu Guodong had likely not slept all night since the scores were released last night. For an ordinary family, this would be enough to set off firecrackers and hold a banquet for 3 days, but there was no ripple on Jiang Yan's face. In his past life, even under those conditions, he had achieved the 8th rank in the province in the college entrance exam and entered Shuemu University. For this life, with his max-level background, getting first place in the clearly defined exam-oriented education system was just a matter of course, something he could take with ease. It was like a max-level, fully geared big shot returning to the newbie village to kill monsters and dropping a few newbie artifacts. Was it worth making a fuss about? Jiang Yan walked to the sink with an expressionless face, turned on the cold water, and splashed his face. Looking at the handsome face in the mirror, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, he was very satisfied. He couldn't get tired of looking at it for as long as he wanted. He picked up his phone and calmly replied with 3 characters. Got it. Simple, concise, without any extra emotion. It formed a stark contrast with the world outside that had fallen into a frenzy because of him. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan changed into a crisp, well-tailored casual outfit with excellent texture and walked slowly downstairs. In the spacious dining room on the first floor, a sumptuous but not extravagant breakfast was already prepared. The governor of Su Province, Jiang Linzhou, was sitting upright at the head of the table, drinking white porridge with xylitol while scrolling through news on his tablet. Latest news: the Beha Province College Entrance Exam Science top scorer for this year was officially released at 10 o'clock last night. Student Jiang Yan from Shijiazhuang No. 2 High School has captured the title of Provincial Science top scorer with an astonishing raw score of 741. This score not only broke the highest score record for the national paper, but also formed a gap-style lead over the second place. Seeing Jiang Yan walk downstairs, Jiang Linzhou put down the spoon in his hand and looked up at his son. As a high-ranking official governing a region, Jiang Linzhou's ability to maintain composure had long reached the realm of remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. He did not show the wild joy of an ordinary father, but this did not mean he was not proud. On the contrary, watching Jiang Yan's calm and unhurried pace, a flash of appreciation crossed the depths of his eyes. To achieve such results at this age and still maintain this steadiness was what a future successor of the Jiang family should look like. Take a look at the things on the table. Jiang Linzhou didn't waste words and pushed a neatly printed document in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pulled out a chair, sat down, and lowered his head to glance at it. This was the Media Interview Public Opinion Risk Prevention and Q&A Points, compiled overnight by the Secretariat of the Su Province Government Office. You scored such a high score and you are from the provincial capital's No. 2 high school. The media will inevitably swarm like sharks smelling blood to dig into your growth background. Jiang Linzhou's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an innate pressure. The media will ask about your family and what your parents do. You are the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, but you are also a student who has just come of age. Before you officially enter the vortex of power, I don't want the Jiang family's background to appear in entertainment-oriented and traffic-driven social news in a frivolous way. Jiang Linzhou stared into Jiang Yan's eyes. You manage the sense of proportion yourself. If you feel you can't handle it, I will contact the publicity department of the Beha Provincial Committee or even the Central Publicity Department to directly cut off all questioning segments regarding your family background. This was the terrifying aspect of top-tier power in China. With just one word from Jiang Linzhou, those reporters who usually dared to ask anything for traffic would have their mouths sealed like they had tape on them when facing Jiang Yan, not daring to ask a single overstepping question. Jiang Yan opened the document, read it carefully, and a moment later, he looked up to meet his father's scrutinizing gaze. Don't worry, Dad. I know where the bottom line of the Jiang family is. I won't let the Jiang family appear in places it shouldn't. Today's protagonist is just the Beha province science top scorer Jiang Yan, not the son of the governor of Su province, Jiang Yan. The father and son's gazes met in the air for a second. But in this second of eye contact, two men who were at the peak of their respective fields had already completed the deepest level of tacit understanding. A flash of absolute satisfaction crossed Jiang Linzhou's eyes. Eat, your mother has already arranged a car to take you there. Jiang Linzhou picked up his spoon again and said nothing more. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yan stood up and strode out of the residence. At the entrance of the old residence, the Vellfire with special license plates was already parked quietly under the steps, with a low-key black off-road vehicle escorting it in front and behind. Driver Zhao respectfully opened the car door. Young master, are we going to the school? Let's go. 9:30 a.m. Shijiazhuang No. 2 High School, main entrance. The originally spacious school gate plaza was now packed solid. A red banner over 10 meters long hung high above the school gate, with gold-stamped characters shining dazzlingly under the sun. Warmly congratulate our school's senior grade 3 class 9 student Jiang Yan for winning the title of Beha Province Science top scorer with a total score of 741. On both sides of the school gate were parked interview vehicles from the provincial TV station, the municipal station, the education channel, and several well-known local self-media outlets. Various long and short camera lenses were set up outside the cordon, and reporters stretched their necks, occasionally glancing down at the time. Has he arrived? Has that exam god who scored 741 arrived? I heard this kid is usually very low-key at school. When this score broke out, even their grade director's jaw dropped. I heard it was a raw score of 741, with perfect scores in both math and science. This is too outrageous. Besides the media, the periphery was also surrounded by parents who had rushed over to watch the fun, and there were even many high school freshmen and sophomores from the school itself who stuck their heads out of the walls, wanting to see the true face of this legendary figure. Just as the scene was noisy and boisterous. Beep. A low horn sound came from outside. The crowd subconsciously looked back, only to see a motorcade consisting of 3 black luxury cars cutting through the traffic steadily and slowly driving toward the school gate. With black off-road vehicles leading and trailing, the Vellfire in the middle slid into everyone's sight slowly and steadily like a silent black beast. The car body was shiny, and the lines were heavy. The most important thing was the natural sense of order formed when the motorcade moved. It was not a spectacle that ordinary rich people could put on when picking up their children from school. Although most of the people present did not know what that special provincial license plate meant, many recognized this car. Holy crap! Is that a Vellfire? This car must have a markup of at least 1 million, right? And escort cars in front and back. Who is this? Even if the head of the Municipal Education Bureau came to inspect, there wouldn't be such a spectacle, right? The noisy crowd subconsciously retreated to both sides, making way for a passage. The motorcade didn't make any extra movements and stopped steadily at the entrance of the cordon. The doors of the front and rear off-road vehicles opened almost simultaneously. For security personnel in black suits and tall, straight figures got out of the car quickly. They didn't shout loudly, nor did they push or shove rudely, but simply formed a semicircular protective circle on both sides of the Vellfire door with professional positioning. 2 of them spread out to separate the frantically surging crowd and cameras. The other 2 guarded the car door, one raising a hand to block the roof of the car, and one scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. In that instant, the reporters who had wanted to squeeze forward all stopped their footsteps. Professional. Too professional. These bodyguards were not security guards hired from ordinary malls to support the scene, but real, well-trained accompanying security personnel who knew how to control distance and on-site risks. The next second, the electric door of the Velfire's back row opened slowly. A foot wearing top-tier handmade custom leather shoes stepped onto the asphalt road. Immediately after, the tall and straight figure of Jiang Yan stepped out of the car. He had his hands casually in his trouser pockets, his eyes sweeping across the surroundings faintly. No nervousness, no excitement. And certainly no awkwardness that ordinary students have when facing the camera for the first time. It was as if standing in front of him were not dozens of media outlets and countless onlookers, but just a group of ordinary passers-by. In that instant, the entire noisy and boiling school gate actually had a second of silence. All the reporters holding microphones and preparing to rush forward recognized him. Chapter 36, Returning to Shijiazhuang No. 2 High School. This is that top scorer. His aura is just too absurd, isn't it? Isn't he supposed to be an ordinary high school student? This entourage doesn't look like an ordinary family at all. Several quick-witted reporters immediately snapped out of it, instinctively rushing forward with their microphones raised. Student Jiang Yan. May I ask how you are feeling right now? Student Jiang Yan, could you briefly introduce your study methods? Student Jiang, there are rumors online that your family background is quite extraordinary. Would it be convenient to disclose your parents' professions? A local self-media reporter even shoved their microphone right in front of Jiang Yan, attempting to snag some close-up, first-hand footage. But before he could get within 3 meters of Jiang Yan, 2 security personnel in black suits had already silently shifted half a step, blocking him directly. Their movements were not forceful, but they exuded immense pressure. Apologies, please maintain a safe distance. The lead security guard's voice was steady, his tone restrained, yet leaving no room for negotiation. Another reporter tried to skirt around the side, but as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by another bodyguard who raised a hand. The interview session will be conducted in the designated area arranged by the school. Please do not interfere with young Master Jiang's entry into the school. As soon as the words, young Master Jiang, were uttered, the expressions of many reporters in the vicinity changed. They all made their living from news, and their sense of smell was sharper than a dog's. A provincial top scorer arriving at school in a fleet of luxury cars with special license plates, accompanied by 4 professional bodyguards. What this represented was definitely not as simple as, the family has a bit of money. Several reporters who had intended to push their way through instantly sobered up. There were few fools among those who had made it to the provincial TV station or city stations. For a student with an unclear family background but an obviously suspicious entourage, if one were to really anger them just to get a shot, the program director might have to personally call to apologize that very night. Jiang Yan showed no reaction to all of this. He merely glanced at the security guard blocking the way, his tone calm. Don't let the reporters through yet, wait for the school's arrangements. Students can come over. Yes, young master. The lead bodyguard nodded immediately. The next second, the previously impenetrable protective circle opened up a small gap towards the school gate, wide enough only for acquaintances to pass through. It was at this moment that a familiar howl erupted from the crowd. Holy shit. Brother Yan. It's really Brother Yan. Zhao Lei, who was usually the closest to Jiang Yan, was the first to rush over with a flushed face, breaking through the security's blockade like a mad bull. As soon as he rushed up, a bodyguard swept his gaze over him, and his footsteps instinctively faltered. In that instant, Zhao Lei almost couldn't break in time. He had previously only known that Jiang Yan's family was well off. After all, although what Jiang Yan wore and used wasn't flashy, the quality was evident, and he never blinked when occasionally treating them to meals. But Zhao Lei had never imagined that this so-called, well-off family, was good to the extent of having a luxury car fleet for transport and bodyguards for protection. Is this what you call rich? This is more like a scion of a wealthy family visiting incognito. Jiang Yan saw the silly, scared look on Zhao Lei's face, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he raised a hand toward the bodyguard. He's with me. The bodyguard immediately stepped aside. Only then did Zhao Lei rush in as if he had received a pass, so excited that his voice cracked. Brother Yan. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. A provincial top scorer. You really brought honor to our class 9 of grade 12. I can walk with my head held high on the streets now. Another of Jiang Yan's former deskmates, Wang Hao, also shouted from behind, Brother Yan. I told them a long time ago. You are the fiercest one. Those people who usually get their tails up in the air just for ranking in the top 3 of the school, what are they compared to you? After running up close, Wang Hao couldn't help but sneak a peek at the bodyguards standing behind Jiang Yan, then looked at the Velfire not far away, and couldn't help but lower his voice. No, Brother Yan, isn't this entourage of yours a bit too scary? Zhao Lei also swallowed hard, stunned. I knew your family was rich, but I didn't expect it to be this rich. You even have bodyguards? Brother, tell me honestly, are you some prince from a powerful family who was lost among the commoners? Jiang Yan smiled and patted them both on the shoulders. Read fewer novels. Calm down, it's not a big deal. Zhao Lei's mouth twitched. Not a big deal. You are a provincial top scorer, arriving in a luxury car fleet, with bodyguards, stepping out in front of dozens of media outlets. You call this not a big deal? If it were him, Zhao Lei, let alone being calm, his legs would probably be shaking like a sieve. Yet Jiang Yan stood there, truly steady. He was so steady that he didn't look like a student who had just graduated from high school, but rather like a top-tier figure long accustomed to such scenes. Just then, several faces with fawning smiles squeezed out of the crowd. These were all classmates who usually prided themselves on being the academic elite of the class and had often made sarcastic remarks about Jiang Yan, who didn't usually participate in their academic discussions. They had more than once acidly commented behind his back that Jiang Yan was pretending to be noble and not a team player. But now, these people were smiling more affectionately than if they had seen their own fathers, trying hard to crowd around Jiang Yan. God Jiang. Oh my, God Jiang, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages. God Jiang, I could tell back in class that you had a unique bone structure. I didn't expect you to be hiding it so deep. Usually when you performed your best, it was only around the top dozen in the grade, so you were actually hiding your true talent. When we go to the capital after school starts, we must hang out often. If one of us becomes rich and powerful, let's not forget each other. As they tried to move closer, they were calmly stopped half a step away by the bodyguards. Jiang Yan looked at these faces, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, while at the research institute, he had seen too many of these disgusting, sycophantic faces. In the face of interests, so-called classmate camaraderie was laughably cheap. However, he had no interest in tearing off their masks on the spot to enjoy that kind of low-level satisfaction of slapping faces. Elephants never care about the fawning or cursing of ants. Jiang Yan just swept a faint glance at them, didn't even give a perfunctory word, and left them hanging there. He then turned his head and said to Zhao Lei and Wang Hao, let's go in. Those snobbish classmates left hanging there felt so awkward that their faces turned green and white, their hands frozen in midair, not knowing whether to put them down or keep them raised. The strange looks from the people around them made them wish they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This was the gap. It was a waste of time to even scold them. Surrounded by Zhao Lei and Wang Hao, Jiang Yan walked steadily toward the honor plaza in front of the teaching building. The 4 bodyguards did not stick too close, but maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too near, neither interfering with the school's arrangements nor ensuring that no one could suddenly rush to Jiang Yan's side. From afar, he saw a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, running over, disregarding his image. His leather shoes made a clack-clack sound on the plastic track. It was none other than the homeroom teacher of grade 12 class 9, Lu Guodong. Jiang Yan. Lu Guodong rushed up to him, his chest heaving heavily, his eyes red. He reached out both hands, grabbed Jiang Yan's hand, and his voice trembled. Good lad, good lad. I've been teaching for over 20 years and have led over a dozen graduating classes, but I never dreamed that in this lifetime, I would personally cultivate a provincial science top scorer. Lu Guodong was truly excited. For a middle school teacher, a provincial top scorer is not just about bonuses and honor, it is the highest realization of one's belief. The way he looked at Jiang Yan was like looking at a peerless work of art. Jiang Yan gripped his hand back, using a little force. Teacher Lu, thank you for your hard work. Reborn into this life, although Jiang Yan was somewhat cold in his bones and filled with an extreme desire for power and wealth, he was clear about gratitude and grudges. In his previous life, when he was impoverished and struggling, Lu Guodong had helped him out quite a bit in secret. He acknowledged this debt of gratitude. He would never put on airs with a teacher who was diligent, responsible, and kind to him just because he was now a super second-generation heir holding billions in cash and backed by a top-tier political family. That was the childish mentality of a nouveau riche. A true superior knows when to show what kind of warmth. Beside them, the pot-bellied principal was already grinning from ear to ear. His small eyes were squinted into slits, the flesh on his face bunched together, and he was frantically finding angles for the provincial TV station camera lens nearby, trying to get a big face on media. Media friends. Media friends. The principal cleared his throat and announced loudly in an official tone. Student Jiang Yan is the most fruitful result of our No. 2 high school's long-term adherence to quality education and teaching students according to their aptitude. Student Jiang Yan's usual studies were very self-disciplined and hard-working, which is inseparable from our school's excellent academic atmosphere. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Lei and Wang Hao in the background rolled their eyes. Who didn't know that the enrollment rate of No. 2 high school had been declining sharply in recent years? Jiang Yan achieving this heaven-defying result was purely because he was awesome. What did it have to do with the school's quality education? The principal was frantically gilding his own lily. Jiang Yan naturally understood the principal's little ulterior motives in these words, but he did not speak out to dismantle him. On the premise of not touching his core interests, leaving enough face for the school was the most basic social rule for an adult. All right, principal, the media friends are getting impatient, let's start the interview. Jiang Yan spoke calmly, directly taking the initiative and controlling the rhythm of the scene. The principal was stunned for a moment and subconsciously shut his mouth. He looked at Jiang Yan with some surprise, not expecting that a student, standing in such a scene, could be so steady. Chapter 37, Reporters want to dig a pit. They get buried by the top scholar instead. The interview area was arranged in front of a long, open-air table outside the Hall of Honor. As soon as Jiang Yan sat down, over a dozen microphones, each bearing the logo of a different station, were thrust forward in unison, like a row of metal spears, creating an imposing atmosphere. The camera flashes went off with a click-click sound, dazzling enough to make one dizzy under the sun. If it were an ordinary high school student, facing the wolf-like gaze of dozens of seasoned reporters, they would probably stutter even when just trying to speak. But Jiang Yan just leaned lazily against the back of his chair, watching the group of people in front of him. A young female reporter from the Provincial Education Channel was the first to seize the right to ask a question. She looked at Jiang Yan's handsome, cold face, and her eyes lit up. Hello, Jiang Yan, congratulations on winning the top spot in the science stream with a landslide score of 741. Everyone is very curious, what exactly is the secret to your studies that allowed you to achieve such excellent results? This was a very routine question. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Yan to spout clichés such as, listen carefully in class, do plenty of practice problems, and keep a mistake notebook. Jiang Yan did not follow the script. There is no secret. Focus on the present and don't do useless work. I never stay up late doing practice problems, and I never go to tutoring classes. Acquiring knowledge is not about mechanical, repetitive labor, it's about understanding the underlying logic. Once you see through the underlying thought process of the person who created the test, no matter how many shells the questions have, the essence remains the same. He paused, his gaze suddenly intensifying. I want to give a piece of advice to the younger students. Don't use so-called fake effort to move yourself. If you haven't even found the right way to think, no matter how much you stay up late or get up early, you're just disguising tactical diligence as strategic diligence. As his voice faded, the whole place went quiet for a second. Immediately after, a collective gasp of cold air arose. Several reporters taking notes scratched heavy marks onto their notebooks with their pens. Too arrogant. But also damn sharp. Don't use fake effort to move yourself. This sentence was like tearing away the fig leaf of self-deception for countless people. Among the students watching from the periphery, quite a few were stunned on the spot. Especially those who usually complained about being tired while never truly putting in the hard work. After hearing this, it felt like their hearts had been struck. Seeing that the scene was heating up, a reporter from the city TV station immediately followed up, Jiang Yan, your answer is very profound and thought-provoking. Then, in your opinion, what role did your parents play in you achieving such excellent results? How did they educate you? As soon as this question was thrown out, Jiang Linzhou, who was watching the live broadcast from afar at the old residence, furrowed his brows slightly. He wanted to see how his son would handle it. Jiang Yan didn't change his expression, he didn't even pause to think, speaking directly. They are very busy with work and rarely manage my specific studies. But they gave me the most important and most expensive thing in my life. Freedom. The freedom to think, the freedom to make mistakes, and the freedom to not be forced to bow to mediocrity. With a family like this, I only need to be responsible for my own ambitions. Impeccable. It both truthfully answered the role of his parents and, through the grand concept of freedom, completely blocked the path for reporters who wanted to dig deeper into his family's class and background. Not only did he not reveal anything, but he also elevated his status to a philosophical height that ordinary people couldn't reach. The principal and Lu Guodong, standing in the back row, looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Is this the kind of thing an 18-year-old high school student can say? This kind of airtight ability to respond was simply stronger than even his, who had been a principal for over a decade. Just then, a male reporter wearing a badge identifying him as a gold medal reporter from the provincial TV station suddenly squeezed forward. He stared at Jiang Yan, his tone significantly more aggressive than those before him. Jiang Yan. There has always been a sentiment in society that high scores equate to low capability. Some people believe that a top scholar is nothing more than a test-taking machine who is good at exams. Being good at exams doesn't mean you can handle complex real-world social problems, nor does it mean you will truly have ability in scientific research and reality later on. What is your take on this? This question was very sharp. So sharp that it was almost like tearing down the stage on the spot. Lu Guodong's face changed instantly. This was publicly stripping away the top scholar's halo. If he was even slightly careless, and his answer appeared flustered or arrogant, he would immediately be backlashed by public opinion. The principal was rubbing his hands in anxiety, preparing to step forward to smooth things over and intervene in the questioning. But Jiang Yan raised his hand, stopping him directly. Don't worry. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing through the microphones and landing directly on the face of that provincial TV station reporter. In that instant, the reporter inexplicably felt a chill down his back, as if he had been targeted by something. Jiang Yan spoke, his voice not loud, but every word clear. You're right, exams are indeed not everything in life. The term test-taking machine is not necessarily a derogatory term. But in a competition with clear rules, in the battle where hundreds of thousands of people in the province crossed the single log bridge, I took first place. Even among the 4 million candidates nationwide taking the national paper I still achieved the highest score. Jiang Yan smiled lightly, but there was no warmth in his smile. This at least proves two things. First, I respect the rules. Second, I have the ability to crush all opponents within those rules. What right does someone who can't even win the simplest written exam have to stand here and talk to a winner about social capability? Saying this, Jiang Yan leaned back into his chair. If society is a more complex game, since I can play with the rules in the palm of my hand in the exam hall. Guess what, when I truly enter the field, will those so-called social problems be able to stop me? As soon as these words were spoken, the hundreds of people present, including those knowledgeable and experienced media professionals, were all stunned into silence by this domineering, arrogant, yet irrefutable logic. No dodging the questioning. No obsequious humility. Jiang Yan used the purest logic to answer, tearing apart the so-called skepticism directly and slapping all those who tried to use high scores, low capability to cover up their own mediocrity right in the face. Gulp. That provincial TV station reporter's face flushed red, his throat bobbed several times, and in the end, he actually softened his tone himself. I've learned my lesson. This answer is indeed impossible to refute. The way the people around looked at Jiang Yan had changed. This was no longer answering questions. This was turning the entire interview into his own stage. With that gold medal reporter from the provincial TV station conceding on the spot, this group interview, which had originally been full of undercurrents, completely turned into Jiang Yan's one-man show. None of the reporters dared to throw out any more probing or provocative questions. For the next 10 minutes or so, the questions became strictly by the book. Just as the interview was about to draw to a close. Move the lights to the left a bit. Spread the tracks out more, don't shake the camera. Quick, prepare for the next shoot. From behind the main teaching building on the side of the Hall of Honor, a sudden loud commotion and the sound of heavy objects being moved rang out. Chapter 38, The Knockout, Li Yitong. Jiang Yan sat in the interview seat, turning his gaze slightly to look over. He saw several production RVs and equipment trucks parked along the tree-lined path, with dozens of staff members busy adjusting camera angles and setting up reflectors. It was quite a scene. Many students were gathered outside the cordon, craning their necks while holding up their phones, looking incredibly excited. Lu Guodong followed his gaze, took a look, and lowered his voice to explain. "Oh, it's a campus youth drama crew from out of town. The school specially approved them to film here for a week for promotional purposes. The lead actress is named Li Yitong. She's a fairly well-known newcomer, genuinely beautiful, and her acting is pretty good, too. She's had all the boys in our school spellbound for the past 2 days. And look, they just happen to be filming on location here today." Hearing the name Li Yitong, Jiang Yan's eyes paused slightly. Memories of his past life were gently stirred, as if by someone's touch. Li Yitong. In his past life, he rarely watched dramas, he spent all day immersed in the laboratory. Where would he find the time? But there was one exception, the phenomenal hit series The Knockout that swept across the country and exploded online a few years later. He had watched every single episode without missing one. He wasn't interested in the gangster bosses or the police versus criminal clashes in the show. The only thing that stunned him and left a deep impression was the actress who played the high-ranking official's daughter, Meng Yu, Li Yitong. Clean, spirited, with a hint of unyielding determination in her eyes. That temperament was the image he would occasionally recall during the most grueling days of his past life. He hadn't expected that after being reborn, he would run into her on the very day of his high school graduation. In this ordinary campus, he had bumped right into her while she was still a newcomer, before she had achieved massive fame. He cast his gaze over the crowd and vaguely caught sight of a slender figure touching up her makeup beside the RV. In his past life, he didn't even have the qualification to look up to a female celebrity of that caliber. She was a figure in the clouds. She was an existence that a research laborer like him wouldn't even dare to touch in his dreams. But now. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth. He was now a prodigy possessing massive cash flow, backed by a top-tier family, and crowned with the halo of a provincial top scorer, the pinnacle of intelligence. So what if she was a big star? In his eyes, she was nothing more than a slightly higher-class prey. An unprecedented feeling, a desire to completely crush the dream that had been so unattainable in his past life and make it his own, quietly ignited in Jiang Yan's chest like a wildfire. But he didn't show it. Instead, he calmly withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly at the reporters in front of him. "Everyone, let's end the interview here. I have other things to attend to later. Thank you all for your hard work." With that, he stood up directly. Crisp, decisive, without a hint of hesitation. And no one dared to stop him. After the interview concluded, the principal and the dean of students had wanted to take Jiang Yan to the best hotel in the city to hold a celebratory banquet. But Jiang Yan politely declined, using the excuse of wanting to have a simple meal with my classmates. Jiang Yan took Zhao Lei, Wang Hao, and a few other classmates he was on decent terms with and headed straight to the second high school's third cafeteria. They ordered a few servings of the most ordinary twice-cooked pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, then found a corner to sit down. This was the final cafeteria lunch of their high school days. Zhao Lei held his tray and took a huge mouthful of rice. "Brother Yan, after today, we'll probably really be going our separate ways. You're going to Shuemu University, that's set in stone. With my grades, the best I can manage is a mediocre provincial first-tier university." Wang Hao also sighed, putting away the excitement he had felt at the school gate, looking a bit lost and wistful. Youth is just like that, after the bustle, all that remains is the crossroads. Jiang Yan put down his chopsticks and looked at these two brothers who, in his past life, had lent him their meal cards during his most difficult times. He didn't say any empty words like, "Let's keep in touch," nor did he get sentimental. Those words sound nice, but when it really comes down to it, few can actually follow through. Jiang Yan's voice was very soft, yet it carried the absolute rationality of a mature man. Jiang Yan's tone was very flat. How far you can go depends on how much ability you have. This world doesn't care about tiers, nor does it acknowledge the sentiment of being classmates. Once you get to university, don't just coast by. I'm going to the capital, and the road will only get harder. He looked at the two of them and added earnestly. If you ever really hit a wall you can't overcome in the future, or if you find an opportunity worth turning your life around but lack the resources, call me or come to the capital to find me. As long as it's not illegal or against the rules, I will help where I can. But remember one thing, don't pin all your hopes on others. I can give you a hand, but you still have to walk the path yourselves. These words weren't sentimental, but they were very pragmatic. Zhao Lei and Wang Hao were stunned, then nodded heavily at the same time. They suddenly felt that the person sitting across from them was no longer just the brother they had shared a classroom with for 3 years, but an older brother who was already far ahead and whom they needed to look up to. After the meal, Jiang Yan walked alone toward the tree-lined path behind the teaching building, intending to leave through the school's side gate and get straight into the car to return to the old residence. His parents were quite busy and would be leaving after today, so he wanted to spend as much time with them as he could. The afternoon light filtered through the plane tree leaves and spilled onto the path, which was very quiet. Because the film crew had set up a cordon here, there were usually few people, and now it seemed even more tranquil. Just as Jiang Yan reached a corner with a blind spot. Watch out. Make way. Make way. A woman wearing a black baseball cap and a second high school uniform was rushing this way with her head down, holding 2 iced Americanos. It looked like they were about to collide. If those 2 iced Americanos spilled, they would absolutely ruin Jiang Yan's high-end casual wear completely. Just then, Jiang Yan shifted his feet and slid to the right. With a whoosh, the woman brushed past him, carrying a scent of perfume. Due to inertia, she stumbled forward several steps. The iced Americanos in her hands shook violently, and a few drops of brown coffee splashed out from the cups, but fortunately, they didn't spill. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Student, I wasn't looking where I was going just now, I almost ran into you. The woman quickly steadied herself and apologized repeatedly. She lifted her head, and beneath the lowered brim of her hat, a petite, exquisite face was revealed. Her clear eyes held a hint of panic, and there was an eye-catching, tiny beauty mark on the tip of her nose. Even without makeup, her incredible bone structure and spirited temperament, which held up perfectly even barefaced, were enough to outshine countless heavily made-up internet celebrities in the sunlight. It was none other than the film crew's lead actress, the future goddess of the knockout, Li Tong. Jiang Yan looked at this familiar yet somewhat youthful face, his eyes calm and unperturbed. He didn't show the excitement, stammering, or ecstatic expression that ordinary boys might have displayed upon being in such close contact with a female celebrity. He didn't even spare a second glance at her long legs, which could be called works of art. He simply kept one hand in his pocket and replied with an indifferent expression. Yeah, it's fine. This perfunctory, even slightly condescending attitude actually left Li Tong, who was accustomed to being treated like a star by countless enthusiastic fans and staff members, feeling slightly taken aback. She was used to enthusiastic greetings and being surrounded by fans. This was the first time someone hadn't even bothered to take a second look at her. It was a bit novel. And a bit interesting. Chapter 39, A predator of high status never rushes to bare its fangs. Li Tong blinked, proactively finding a topic to discuss, and said with a smile. Your school is incredibly lively today. I just heard from the assistant director that your school produced the provincial science top scorer, who scored 741 points. Is that for real? That score is just outrageous. As she spoke, Li Tong curiously sized up Jiang Yan. This boy was too strange. He was very handsome, had a cold temperament, and standing there, he didn't look like an ordinary student at all. He was more like the type of character who was already accustomed to being looked up to by others. Hearing Li Tong discuss himself right in front of him, Jiang Yan looked at her and suddenly asked. Then do you know that top scorer who scored 741 points? Li Tong shook her head and smiled. How could I possibly know him? I'm just an actress here to film. Why, do you know him? I suppose, we're quite familiar. Li Tong let out a laugh, taking it as a joke from a young student. Her crescent moon-shaped eyes curved into a beautiful arc. Are you top students all this good at joking around? Jiang Yan didn't take the bait, nor did he explain. He didn't impatiently reveal his identity like those braggarts, saying, I am that top scorer. A predator of high status never rushes to bare its fangs. Leaving behind an abrupt suspense that breaks conventional perception can pierce into a woman's subconscious more deeply than any straightforward display. It is also more effective at keeping someone hooked. Sister Itong. Sister Itong, where are you? Just then, a chubby female assistant hurried over from another path, holding a script in her hand, panting as she ran. The director is urging us. The next scene, the rooftop confession, is about to start filming. The lighting and camera positions are all set, they're just waiting for you to go over for the blocking. The female assistant shouted anxiously while wiping away sweat. Hearing this, Li Yitong couldn't bother to continue chatting with Jiang Yan and offered an apologetic smile. Student, I have to go film now. See you next time. After saying this, she turned around and jogged toward the film crew's RV with her assistant. After running a few steps, the female assistant, Xiao Zhou, lowered her voice and muttered somewhat strangely. Sister, the fans outside the school are about to burst through the warning tape. How do you have the spare time to chat with an ordinary high school student here? What if the paparazzi take pictures and write nonsense about it? Li Yitong stopped and subconsciously looked back. She saw Jiang Yan walking unhurriedly toward the school gate at the end of the road. That tall and straight figure showed not a trace of reluctance, nor did he take out his phone to try and snap a picture of her back like everyone else. Outlined by the sunlight, that figure exuded an indescribable sense of aloofness and cold pride. I don't know why. Li Yitong watched that figure, muttering to herself, her brows slightly furrowed. I always feel like he doesn't seem like an ordinary student at all. The moment he walked out of the No. 2 high school gate, Jiang Yan sat into the back seat of the Velfire that had been waiting for a long time by the roadside. Young master, shall we return to the old residence now? Driver Zhao asked respectfully from the driver's seat. Return. The vehicle started smoothly and drove toward the city center. Jiang Yan closed his eyes to rest. Just as the vehicle drove onto the elevated bridge, deep within his mind, the God-level influence system that had been dormant all morning suddenly erupted with a barrage of crazy notifications like a string of firecrackers. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the full fermentation of the Public Disclosure of Beha Province Science Top Scorer Identity event. Confirming information diffusion path. The host accepted an interview with provincial official media and delivered highly subversive and shocking remarks such as, do not use fake hard work to move yourself, and, possess the ability to win the rules. Relevant videos have been widely reposted and cited by the official Weibo of the Provincial Department of Education, various major city TV stations, and online self-media. The scope of influence has covered the core layer of the Beha province education system, all high school seniors and their parents, and the broad mass of social netizens. The event triggered phenomenal social discussion, and the host's image has formed a strong cognitive binding of peerless academic god. Congratulations to the host. Completed ultra-large-scale social-level influence diffusion. Obtained stage rewards. Influence points, plus 3,000 points. Subsidiary reward triggered, cash deposit of 30,000,000 yuan. Beep. The moment the system notification sound ended, the screen of the mobile phone in Jiang Yan's pocket lit up. It was a hypermission exclusive customer deposit notification from the bank. Your account has just received a deposit of 30 million renminbi. 3,000 points. 30 million in cash. Added to the 5,000 point critical hit triggered within the family last night, as well as the points accumulated sporadically before. On Jiang Yan's system panel at this moment, the available influence points were already approaching the 10,000 mark. He had completely figured out the way this system worked. One path is the high-precision route, just like last night at the dinner table, precisely shocking those at the pinnacle of the Huaxia pyramid who hold massive resources and control massive capital. Because their weight is extremely high, even if the number of people is small, the explosion rate is terrifying. The other path is the wide-net nuclear explosion route, utilizing public events with strong social topic attributes like the provincial top scorer, through media leverage. Triggering huge cognitive shock among millions and tens of millions of lower and middle-class groups in society. Once this scope spreads, the points gathered are equally massive. The identity of top scorer is not just a stepping stone, it is simply a long-term influence asset that can continuously lay golden eggs. Jiang Yan thought indifferently in his heart. With these points, those black tech materials in the system mall were finally not just for looking at. At 3 p.m., the motorcade drove into the century-old residence. When Jiang Yan stepped into the main hall, he found his parents, who were usually busy with various documents and meetings, unexpectedly sitting side by side on the sofa for the first time ever, not even opening the important official documents on the coffee table. On the TV screen, the special program urgently produced by the provincial TV station Education Channel at noon was being rebroadcast, Beha Province Science Top Scorer, the balance of self-discipline and freedom. On the screen, the zoomed-in close-up shot was lingering on Jiang Yan's cold and composed face. That line, taking first place in a competition with clear rules at least shows that I respect the rules and also have the ability to win the rules, echoed in the spacious hall, accompanied by majestic background music. Hearing the movement of the door opening, Jiang Linzhou and Chairwoman Lin Wantong turned their heads simultaneously to look at their son walking into the hall. Jiang Linzhou, the governor of Su Province, who was always as dignified as an abyss and never showed his emotions, now had a paternal pride in his eyes that had reached the point where it could no longer be concealed. He pointed at the image on the TV and said, "This sharpness and watertight maneuvering is far stronger than I was at 18. To be able to make this frontier official who governs a powerful economic province in Huaxia personally admit that he is not as good as his own son, this was the first time in the entire history of the Jiang family." Chairwoman Lin Wantong held her teacup, smiling unreservedly, and casually rolled her eyes at her husband. "When you were 18, you were still taking military cane beatings in front of the old master. What are you comparing to Yan for? I told you long ago, the son I gave birth to couldn't be bad." Having his old secrets exposed by his wife to his face, Jiang Linzhou didn't even refute it. Instead, he laughed heartily, his laughter filled with satisfaction. Jiang Yan stood where he was, watching this warm scene of his parents bickering like an ordinary family, yet overflowing with pride. His heart, which had been wrapped in the cold experiences of his past life, suddenly trembled. In his past life, when he similarly received that admission letter from Shuemu University, the only thing that responded to him was that drafty old house. His mother lay on her sickbed, clutching his hand with hands as dry as tree bark, shedding tears as she said, "I've held you back." And his father, face full of wind and frost, would squat on the threshold, smoking cheap dry tobacco, worrying about how to balance his wife's medical expenses and his son's tuition. No one witnessed his glory, there was only the endless pressure and sorrow of life. But in this life, his glory was not only declared through the TV screen and the internet to millions of people across the province and the country. He even had parents at the pinnacle of Huaxia's power present, proud of him and sharing in this glory with him. This ultimate spiritual fulfillment and emotional release brought about by crossing social classes and making up for the regrets of his past life made Jiang Yan feel that his soul had been truly completed at this moment. "Dad, Mom, this is just the beginning. From now on, I will be the one to hold up the ceiling of the Jiang family." Chapter 40, A Capitalist Dinner Party. One kick will show you who the real capital is. Inside the old residence in the center of Shijiazhuang. On the coffee table in the living room, a faint tea fragrance drifted from the purple clay teapot. Jiang Linzhou and his brother, second uncle Jiang Linhai, hadn't seen each other for over half a year. Today, because of Jiang Yan's earth-shattering 741-point provincial top scorer result, they were in high spirits and insisted on opening 2 bottles of long-treasured, specially supplied mitai at the lunch table. The result was naturally that both got drunk, and they were currently fast asleep in the guest room on the second floor. At dusk, Jiang Yan sat on a rattan chair in the backyard, casually turning a jade paperweight in his hand. The phone placed beside him vibrated, and the screen lit up. Jiang Yan picked up his phone and opened WeChat. It was a message from his senior-year homeroom teacher, Lu Guodong. "Jiang Yan, an actress from a film crew asked me for your contact information. Her name is Li Tong. I checked, and she's actually a female celebrity. She said she met you behind the teaching building at noon. Teacher didn't directly push your business card to her. Do you want to reply? If you find it troublesome, I'll find an excuse to decline." Seeing the 3 characters Li Tong, Jiang Yan's hand paused. In his past life, he was indeed quite fond of this woman's looks. In that phenomenal drama that became popular nationwide a few years later, she played the daughter of a high-ranking official, clean, lively, and with an unyielding spirit in her eyes. At that time, Jiang Yan was still a research drudge soaking in the laboratory. All-nighters, papers, experimental data, he was squeezed until he couldn't breathe. Occasionally seeing her on screen, he just thought this actress was quite eye-catching. But that was, after all, a thought from his past life. Living a new life, he held a system in his hands, had the Jiang family as his backing, and stepped on rungs that ordinary people would never be able to touch in their entire lives. A celebrity. In the eyes of ordinary people, they shine brilliantly. In his eyes, they are just more refined resources with higher dissemination value. He wouldn't rush to fawn over her like an ordinary fan. A superior's hunt is always about waiting for the prey to walk into the cage on its own. Jiang Yan tapped lightly on the screen and replied with a few words. Sure, let her add me. Less than 3 minutes later, a little red dot popped up under New Friends in his contact list. An account with a kitten avatar and the WeChat name Li Yitong sent a friend request. Accepted. The other party sent a message almost instantly. Hello, classmate. So you are the actual provincial top scorer who scored 741 points. You even lied to me at noon saying we were quite familiar. Even through the screen, he could imagine her expression of surprise mixed with a hint of playful reproach. Jiang Yan typed with one hand. I didn't lie to you, we really are quite familiar. Is it possible for a person to not be familiar with themselves? Li Yitong on the other side was clearly choked up by this logically sound yet slightly rogue remark. After a dozen seconds, she sent a rabbit emoji expressing speechlessness. Immediately after, she added. Why are you so calm when you talk? That's 741 points. First in the entire province. If I scored that, I think I could run 10 laps around the playground. How are you not excited at all? Jiang Yan looked at the screen, and in his mind, the figure of the girl from noon, wearing a black baseball cap and holding 2 iced Americanos, almost bumping into him, emerged. I'm not excited because I know I'm just that strong. Winning is a matter of course result, why make a fuss over something that is a matter of course? In a dressing room at a hotel in Shijiazhuang. Li Yitong had just finished removing her makeup and was staring at her phone screen. Seeing these 2 sentences sent by Jiang Yan, she couldn't help but let out a puff of laughter. She had seen too many young boys, fans, young actors in the same cast, and rich second-generation heirs. Those people, in front of her, would either desperately try to act humorous or be anxious to show off their money and resources. But never had anyone been like Jiang Yan. Even through the screen, that aura of depth, calmness, and even a hint of looking down on all living beings could pierce through the screen and rush toward her. Li Yitong felt that she seemed to have developed an indescribable curiosity about this ordinary, high school student. She was just about to continue typing something back. Yitong, stop playing on your phone. The manager pushed open the door, looking rather serious. Hurry up and change your clothes. Tonight, producer Ma has organized a gathering at a private restaurant in the city center. Several big shots from the investors will be there, and director Chen is going too. As the female lead, you must show up. Li Yitong frowned, a flash of instinctive resistance in her eyes. In 2016, she had only been in the industry for a little over a year. Although she had signed with a company, she had no foundation, and she was certainly not the later, wildly popular, knockout goddess. In this Vanity Fair, actresses without a background are often just bargaining chips placed on the table for others to choose from. Can I not go? I don't want to socialize with those people, Li Yitong said in a low voice. No. The final payment for this drama depends on producer Ma and the others giving the nod, the manager sighed. Don't worry, it's just a meal, I'll be with you. We won't toast, we'll just show our faces and leave. We have to at least go through the motions of social etiquette. Li Yitong bit her lip, and in the end, she could only nod helplessly, locked her phone, and put it in her bag. At 8 p.m., in the center of Shijiazhuang, a high-end Chinese private restaurant hidden in a deep alley. There was no large signboard here, it only served regular customers, and the average cost per person for a meal was over 4 digits. On the bluestone road outside the door, that Alfred with a special provincial-level license plate slowly came to a stop. From the passenger seat, cousin Jiang Yan, wearing a casual trench coat, pushed the door open and got out. Jiang Yan also stepped down from the back seat. The two elders had gotten dead drunk at noon, and Uncle Xiang, the head butler of the old residence, said that this private restaurant had a kudzu flour hangover soup made with a unique secret recipe that was extremely effective. Cousin Jiang Yan felt sorry for her father, so she dragged Jiang Yan along to pick it up. "You wait here for me, I'll go in and get it." "I've already called ahead," cousin Jiang Yan said to Jiang Yan. "Let's go together, it's stuffy sitting in the car." Jiang Yan, with one hand in his pocket, walked side by side with his cousin into the antique-style restaurant. The lobby manager had been waiting at the entrance. Seeing them, he immediately and respectfully welcomed them toward the meal pickup area in the inner hall. While passing through a corridor with carved beams and painted pillars, Jiang Yan's footsteps suddenly paused slightly. The door to a luxury private room named Heaven Class on the left was not closed tightly, leaving a palm-wide gap. From inside came a few rough voices that were clearly drunk. "Little Li, you're being no fun now. President Zhang came all the way from Beijing, and he's offering you a toast that's giving you face. What's the meaning of you holding a juice?" a man with a somewhat duck-like voice said loudly inside. Jiang Yan looked through the gap in the door. Beside a large round table, a pot-bellied, greasy-faced middle-aged man was holding a wine glass, staring at the opposite side with a sneer. And standing opposite that man was none other than Li Tong. She had long since lost that light and lively smile from the daytime. Her face was slightly pale, and she was holding a glass of orange juice. The manager beside her was fawning with a smile, trying to block the alcohol for her, but was pushed aside by that man. "Producer Ma, I really am allergic to alcohol, I can't drink." Li Tong took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. "I'll use juice instead of wine to toast President Zhang, is that okay?" "Allergic? I think you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The producer, known as Producer Ma, slammed his wine glass onto the table with a bang, splashing wine everywhere. Aided by a bit of drunkenness, his eyes, muddied by desire, stared fixedly at Li Tong. He didn't even bother to put on a fig leaf anymore and started making his intentions clear. "Li Tong, don't act like some pure, innocent jade maiden with me here. If you want to survive in this industry, want your upcoming scenes not to be cut, and want to be able to get resources in the future, don't be so stuck up. President Zhang taking a fancy to you is your good fortune. Today, whether you want to drink this glass of wine or not, you will drink it." Everyone else in the private room, including Director Chen, the director of this drama, silently lowered their heads to eat, and not a single person dared to come out to smooth things over. The power of capital in this circle is the supreme authority. Li Tong's eyes turned red. She stood there like a lone lamb surrounded by a pack of wolves. She gritted her teeth and stubbornly raised her head. Although her voice wasn't loud, it carried a determination to rather be shattered like jade than be compromised. "I can offer a toast, but as I just said, I don't drink alcohol, and I won't accept any inappropriate demands. If Producer Ma thinks I'm not suitable, you can just replace me." "Replace you?" Producer Ma seemed to have heard some huge joke. He sneered repeatedly, stood up, pointed at Li Tong's nose, and cursed. "Who do you think you are? Just a small actress who is still in the rising period, with no background and no backing. Replace you? With one word from me, I can not only replace you but also make sure you never get another acting role in this circle for the rest of your life. Do you really think?" Producer Ma's arrogant words were not yet finished. Bang. The heavy, solid wood-carved door of the private room was kicked open from the outside. The force was so great that the dust on the doorframe fell down in flurries. The huge sound instantly cut off the noise in the private room. Everyone's gaze turned toward the door in unison. Chapter 41, A Phone Call Directly to the Provincial Department. Outside the private room, Jiang Yan stood there expressionless, one hand in his pocket. The warm spotlights at the top of the corridor shone on his slender and upright figure, but they could not shine into the coldness in his eyes. He originally had no interest in the messy affairs of the entertainment industry, and sticking his nose into other people's business was not his style. But since this woman had already added him on WeChat, in his eyes, she counted as a half-acquaintance. More importantly, those in high positions have an extremely strong sense of territory. Things he took a liking to, or things he found pleasing to the eye, were not for a few pot-bellied upstarts to point fingers at. Jiang Yan ignored the shocked and angry gazes in the private room and walked straight in. His gaze fell precisely on Li Yitong's pale yet still stubborn face. "Shall we go?" He only said these two words. Li Yitong was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Jiang Yan, her brain even experiencing a brief shutdown. She never expected that at her most helpless and embarrassing moment, she would encounter this 18-year-old boy she had only met once at the back gate of the school at noon. What shocked her even more was that at this dinner party gathering capital tycoons, this high school student actually dared to kick the door open. Asking nothing, caring about nothing, and directly asking her if she wanted to go. Where did he get the courage? Why are you here? Li Yitong opened her mouth subconsciously. Where did this wild brat come from? The boss opposite, Boss Ma, finally came to his senses, feeling that his dignity had been severely provoked, and instantly flew into a rage. Fuck. Where is security? Where the hell did the manager die? Letting any stray cat or dog into my private room. The boss Zhang beside Boss Ma also darkened his face, coldly sizing up Jiang Yan. Kid, your feathers haven't even grown yet, and you dare to run here to play the hero saving the beauty. Do you know who organized this table? Do you know who is sitting here? Jiang Yan turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the two of them like he was looking at trash. Don't know, he said in a flat tone. And have no interest in knowing. This sentence interpreted the words arrogance and contempt perfectly. You fucking looking to die? Boss Ma, fueled by alcohol, suddenly grabbed a Baijiu bottle from the table and prepared to rush over around the table. Li Yitong's manager screamed in fright, and Li Yitong also subconsciously stepped forward, wanting to block in front of Jiang Yan. She didn't want to drag this 18-year-old boy down because of herself, especially since he was the provincial top scorer and still had a bright future ahead of him. Just then, a burst of hurried yet low-pressed footsteps suddenly came from outside the private room. Not the panicked footsteps of a waiter, but a sound of welcoming that carried obvious nervousness and awe. Miss Jiang, please slow down, this way please. Immediately after, the owner of that private restaurant appeared at the door in person. This owner's surname was Dong, in his 40s, and he was considered a figure in the high-end catering circle of Shijiazhuang. Being able to keep this private restaurant, which only hosted regular customers, open until today, did not rely solely on good food. He had seen too many powerful people and served too many leaders. So he knew better than anyone who could be offended and who could not even be slighted with a glance. And cousin Jiang Yao was the latter. The Jiang family's old residence would occasionally have people come to pick up dishes and soup. Over the years, Boss Dong had seen Uncle Xiang with his own eyes and vaguely knew what kind of behemoth stood behind this old residence. Moreover, although cousin Jiang Yao didn't come often, as the daughter of second uncle Jiang Lin Hai, that military tycoon, Boss Dong had long remembered this face clearly in his heart. Just now, when cousin Jiang Yao heard the commotion coming from the private room at the pickup counter, her face darkened. Boss Dong noticed something was wrong on the spot and hurriedly led her over in person. As a result, just as they arrived at the door, he saw Boss Ma with red eyes, holding a white wine bottle, about to rush towards Jiang Yan. Boss Dong's soul was almost scared out of his body. Boss Ma. He almost lunged over, tightly pressing down on Boss Ma's wrist, his voice extremely low, yet filled with terror that almost cracked. Are you crazy? Boss Ma, taking advantage of the alcohol, suddenly turned back and cursed. Fatty Dong, what the fuck are you stopping me for? This kid kicked my door, and dares to act cocky at my party. If I don't let him today. Shut up. Boss Dong's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He gripped Boss Ma's arm tightly, almost gritting his teeth as he squeezed out a sentence. If you want to die, don't die in my shop. Boss Ma was stunned. He and Boss Dong could be considered acquaintances. Usually, this fatty was slick and smooth, smiling at everyone, and he had never seen him show an expression like he had seen a ghost. Boss Dong couldn't care about his face at all, his voice even lower. Do you know who this is? Boss Ma frowned. Who? Boss Dong glanced at cousin Jiang Yao and Jiang Yan with terrified eyes, and only said a few words. From the Jiang family. Boom. Boss Ma's brain, originally burning hot from alcohol, felt like it had been doused from head to toe with a basin of ice water in an instant. The Jiang family. In Beha province, in Shijiazhuang, some surnames are not meant to be inquired about. They are meant to be avoided. Especially the Jiang family that could scare an old hand like Boss Dong so much that he didn't even dare to say the name more than necessary. Boss Ma's hand holding the wine bottle froze in midair. Although he could throw his weight around in the entertainment industry and show off relying on a few investors and projects, he wasn't stupid enough to really think he could arm wrestle with such a top-tier noble family. Moreover, after the young men in front of him kicked the door, his attitude of not even bothering to look at him properly from beginning to end was not at all like an ordinary hot-headed youth. That was a kind of indifference born from being accustomed to life and death power. Boss Ma's alcohol sobered up by more than half instantly. Just at this moment, cousin Jiang Yan walked in, wearing that casual trench coat, her face covered in frost. She didn't even glance at Boss Ma, who was holding the wine bottle and frozen in place, and walked straight to Jiang Yan's side. "Are you okay?" Cousin Jiang Yan asked in a low voice. "I'm fine." Jiang Yan's tone was flat, as if the other party rushing over with a wine bottle just now was just an insignificant farce. Boss Dong stood to the side, his back already soaked with a layer of cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed to apologize. "Miss Jiang, young Master Jiang, I am truly sorry. It is my poor management that allowed such a person to offend the two of you in the shop. I will definitely give the two of you an explanation for this matter." Cousin Jiang Yan ignored his explanation and just coldly swept a glance at the group of people in the private room. With this glance, the directors, investors, and escorts who were originally sitting at the table pretending to be dead all subconsciously lowered their heads. The air seemed to have frozen. Cousin Jiang Yan took her phone out of her bag and skillfully dialed a number. In this circle, what is the most terrifying sense of oppression? It's not loud shouting or rolling up sleeves to fight. It is that kind of power that can be mobilized in a light-hearted manner, enough to crush you to pieces. The phone was connected quickly. Cousin Jiang Yao's eyes, usually cold and clear, now revealed the sharpness and decisiveness of a top-tier young lady. In front of everyone, she didn't avoid a single word. "Uncle Lian." Just these two words, and Boss Ma, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, felt his knees uncontrollably go weak. Boss Dong's face turned even paler instantly. Of course he knew who this Uncle Lian was. Deputy Director of the Beha Province Public Security Department, Lian Yu. This name might be unfamiliar to ordinary people, but in the eyes of those who truly move in high-end circles in Shijiazhuang, it is an existence that must absolutely not be easily touched. What's even more terrifying is that Lian Yu is not an ordinary cadre in the local public security system. He came from the military in his early years, and before transferring to civilian work, he was an old subordinate under second uncle Jiang Linhai. That was a trusted old subordinate who had truly struggled and climbed up in the same system. Later, Lian Yu transferred to the Beha Province Public Security System, rising all the way to the position of Executive Deputy Director of the Provincial Department. Behind him, apart from his own tough methods, everyone knew that second uncle Jiang Linhai, that military tycoon, was standing there. And as the only daughter of second uncle Jiang Linhai, cousin Jiang Yan calling Lian Yu Uncle Lian since she was a child was absolutely not just being polite. That was a relationship that could truly call the other party's private mobile phone directly. Therefore, when cousin Jiang Yan said Uncle Lian, those in the private room who truly understood the situation all panicked. Chapter 42, Leaving Space for the Younger Brother. Producer Ma Yu perhaps didn't understand what Lian Yu truly signified. But he could read Boss Dong's expression. That wasn't the expression of fear towards an ordinary leader. That was the fear a veteran of the underworld would show only when realizing in an instant that he might be dragged into the abyss. On the other end of the line, Lian Yu's voice was low and steady. "Cousin Jiang Yan. Calling this late, what happened?" Cousin Jiang Yan didn't engage in small talk. She spoke extremely fast, her voice icy. "Uncle Lian, here in Shijiazhuang, it seems there are some very chaotic capital flows regarding a film project. I suspect there are serious issues with illegal financing and taxation, and it might even involve money laundering disguised as film investment. The location is right here at this private restaurant we often frequent." She paused, her gaze sweeping coldly over everyone in the private room. "I think the provincial department and the Economic Crime Investigation Division should intervene and investigate immediately." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line for a second. In that 1 second, everyone in the private room seemed to have been pressed with a pause button. Immediately after, Lian Yu's voice sounded again. It was still steady, but carried an unquestionable murderous intent. "Are you with Jiang Yan?" Cousin Jiang Yao glanced at Jiang Yan. "Yes." Lian Yu's tone noticeably deepened. "I understand. You two, stay safe. I'll arrange the rest." A simple sentence, yet it made the air in the private room completely freeze. There was no need for roaring, no need for threats. There wasn't even a need to ask who it was. Because for someone at Lian Yu's level, the point of the matter wasn't whether a producer was named Ma or Nyo. The point was, someone in Shijiazhuang, right under the noses of the Jiang family, had offended the son and daughter of Jiang Linzhou and second uncle Jiang Linhai. That was already enough. Cousin Jiang Yao hung up the phone, her expression showing no fluctuation. It was as if she hadn't just called the private number of the executive deputy director of the Beha Province Public Security Department, but had merely called someone to handle a trivial matter. But producer Ma Yu in the private room could no longer stand steadily. He had already sobered up quite a bit because of Boss Dong's words, the Jiang families. Now, hearing terms like provincial department, economic crime investigation, and Uncle Lian, the last shred of luck in his mind was crushed to dust. He finally realized. What he had kicked tonight wasn't some steel plate. It was a massive mountain hanging over his head, ready to crush him to pieces at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan wasn't idle either. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these small-time characters, so he directly took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a voice message to Secretary Zhang Huilin, the first secretary to Chairwoman Lin Wantong of Dingshan Capital. "Secretary Zhang, look into a producer, surname Ma, currently in Shijiazhuang. Use Dingshan Capital's name to spread the word. Within 5 minutes, I want all the investors behind him to withdraw their capital and cut off his funding." After sending the voice message, Jiang Yan casually shoved his phone back into his pocket. The private room was terrifyingly quiet. General Manager Zhang and producer Ma Yu looked at each other, and Director Chen was even breaking out in a sweat. They had spent half their lives in this Vanity Fair. They could tell at a glance whether someone was putting on airs or truly possessed heaven-reaching connections. The composure of this young man and woman before them, the way they treated capital and power like tools to be manipulated at will, this was definitely not faked. And Boss Dong was still standing by the door, his face pale, not daring to say an extra word. This in itself was the best proof. The second hand ticked away. 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes later. The phone belonging to producer Ma Yu, which was lying on the table, let out a piercing ringtone like a death knell. Producer Ma Yu glanced at the caller ID, and his complexion instantly turned from flushed red to deathly pale. The person calling was the biggest investor in this drama, a truly powerful figure in the Beijing circle whom he usually had to bow and scrape just to meet. Producer Ma Yu scrambled to answer the phone, his voice trembling. "Hello, Chairman Li." "Producer Ma Yu. Are you King crazy? What kind of people did you offend in Shijiazhuang today?" The roar from the other end of the line was so loud that even Li Yitong, sitting across the table, could hear it clearly. "Chairman Li, I didn't, I was just having a meal." "Having a meal my ass." The person on the other end was practically going insane with rage. Secretary Zhang Huilin from Dingshan Capital just called the group personally. "Not only are they canceling all cooperation with us, but they also said they're going to thoroughly investigate your accounts." Dingshan Capital. Is that someone an ant like you can afford to offend? I'm warning you, no matter who you offended just now, get down on your knees and apologize to me immediately, right now. If the other party doesn't forgive you, prepare to jump off a building tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Clatter. The bottle of white liquor in producer Ma Yu's hand dropped onto the thick carpet and rolled to the side. His legs went weak, and he collapsed directly into his chair. Cold sweat streamed down his greasy face, and the way he looked at Jiang Yan and cousin Jiang Yao was like looking at two grim reapers holding the power of life and death. I'm sorry. Young master, miss. It was me who was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. I was blind. Producer Ma Yu didn't care about dignity anymore. He slapped himself hard twice, then turned to look at Li Yitong, his voice filled with a crying tone. Miss Li. No, Auntie Li. It was my mouth that was cheap, I was drunk and talking nonsense. Please don't take what happened just now to heart. This role is absolutely yours. From now on, whoever dares to touch your scenes, I, producer Mayu, will fight them to the death. General Manager Zhang next to him had long since shrunk behind his chair, not daring to make a peep. Director Chen quickly stood up to make his stance known, swearing with certainty, Itong, don't worry, you are the female lead of this drama, no one can replace you. Hurry and go back to rest with these two friends. A farce, under the crushing weight of top-tier power and capital, didn't even make a ripple before being completely extinguished. Jiang Yan ignored those groveling dogs and turned his gaze to Li Yitong. Still staying here? Li Yitong woke up as if from a dream. She didn't even look at producer Mayu, and without hesitation, walked towards Jiang Yan, following him out of this nauseating private room. Walking out of the restaurant, the night breeze was slightly cool. Cousin Jiang Yao, holding the hangover soup packed by the waiter, glanced at Jiang Yan and teased. Little brother, how come you've just graduated from high school and are already learning to squander money like others, just to make a beauty smile? Just a coincidence. Jiang Yan's tone was calm. Cousin Jiang Yao smiled and didn't ask further, taking the soup and getting into the car first. She was a smart woman and knew when to leave space for her younger brother. Under the eaves at the end of the corridor, only Jiang Yan and Li Yitong were left. Away from that oppressive private room, Li Yitong's tightly wound emotions finally gave way. She leaned against the red lacquered pillar, covering her face with both hands, her shoulders trembling slightly. All the grievances she had suffered in the entertainment industry and the fear she had faced just moments ago erupted in this instant. I really thought just now I was finished. I prepared for that role for a long time. To get into this cast, I went to many auditions and turned down other work. I know I'm not qualified to pick resources right now, so I've always told myself that as long as I can act well, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little or endure some grievances. She paused, a thin layer of water welling up in her eyes. But I didn't expect that the grievances they wanted weren't just things I could endure and move past. They wanted to trample me into the ground. When she said this, her voice finally choked up. In this circle, a young actress with no background and no backing often doesn't even have the qualification to say no. She could endure hardship, stay up late, shiver from filming summer scenes in winter, and fall down a dozen times for a single shot. But she could not accept being treated as a bargaining chip on the table. She could not accept that even though she only wanted to act, she was forced to trade her dignity for an opportunity. Chapter 43, Why Save You? Can't exactly say it's because I wanted to kick you. Jiang Yan turned around and looked at the tip of her nose, which was slightly red from crying. He didn't offer a tissue, didn't reach out to pat her shoulder, and certainly didn't say any of those cliché lines like, "It's okay, I'm here." He just stood there, looking at her with a profound gaze. It's normal to be afraid. But don't get used to enduring it. Li Yitong was stunned. She looked up, her eyes red, and gazed at Jiang Yan. This world is just big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. If you endure it once, they will think you are weak and easy to bully. Next time, their demands will only be more excessive. The time after that, they won't even bother to pretend. You can't count on someone happening to push the door open and save you every time you're in a desperate situation. These words were cruel and real, like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly waking Li Yitong up. Li Yitong's eyelashes trembled slightly. These words were cruel. But she knew that what Jiang Yan said was the truth. She had even witnessed this truth with her own eyes in the private room just moments ago. Those people knew she was resisting, knew she was humiliated, yet no one stood up to speak for her. Because they all assumed that the weak should be sacrificed. Li Yitong was silent for a long time, then suddenly asked in a low voice. "So, why did you save me?" Jiang Yan glanced at her. "What answer do you want to hear?" Li Yitong was taken aback by his counter-question. Jiang Yan's tone was indifferent. "Do you want to hear me say it was because I couldn't stand by and watch an injustice? Or that it was a hero saving a beauty?" Li Yitong pursed her lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "That's not what I meant. I just think, we only just met today. And you knew those people were investors and producers. A normal person would run as far away as possible if they encountered something like this." She looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes filled not only with gratitude but also intense curiosity. But you didn't even ask who they were. When you kicked the door open, it seemed like you didn't care at all about what kind of background they might have. Jiang Yan smiled. Of course, he couldn't tell Li Yitong that it was because he wanted to kick her. Because there was no need. I saved you simply because I can't stand this kind of unspoken rule. Li Yitong was stunned, and Jiang Yan said calmly. As for background, I am naturally cautious in front of people I need to bow to. But those few people don't have the qualifications for me to ask about their background. This understated sentence made Li Yitong's heart tremble violently. She suddenly realized that the 18-year-old boy in front of her was different from any other young person she had ever met. It wasn't feigned arrogance, nor was it the bluster that rich kids rely on money to support. It was a kind of indifference that only comes from having truly seen the rules at a higher level. It wasn't that he didn't know those people had capital, he just felt that such capital wasn't worth mentioning. Li Yitong asked softly, Jiang Yan, who exactly are you? At noon at school, you were the provincial top scorer. In the evening here, a single word from you could make a producer like that kneel and apologize. When that girl called just now, the expressions of everyone in the private room changed. She looked at him, her eyes earnest and puzzled. An ordinary provincial top scorer couldn't possibly have this kind of power. Jiang Yan didn't answer immediately. He just took his phone out of his pocket and checked the time. Knowing too much won't do you any good right now. Li Yitong was slightly stunned. Jiang Yan put his phone away, his voice flat. You only need to know that after tonight, that guy surnamed Ma won't dare to touch you again. In this production, no one will dare to force you to drink, socialize, or threaten you with your role again. As for who I am, you will have a chance to find out. Li Yitong looked up and looked at him seriously. Then don't I owe you a huge favor? Jiang Yan said indifferently, yes. Li Yitong didn't expect him to answer so directly. She was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. You really aren't polite at all. Politeness has no meaning. Jiang Yan looked at her, just remember it. Li Yitong gazed at him, her eyes softening bit by bit. Okay, I'll remember. Just then, cousin Jiang Yao rolled down the car window while sitting inside and glanced over here. Are you done chatting? Your second uncle and eldest uncle are still waiting for their hangover soup. Jiang Yan turned back to respond, then looked at Li Yitong. I'll have the driver take you back to the hotel. Li Yitong subconsciously wanted to refuse. No need to trouble yourself, I can just take a taxi. After tonight, you'd better not walk alone. Jiang Yan's tone was unquestionable. That guy surnamed Ma won't dare to touch you for now, but there are plenty of fools in the entertainment industry. Being safe is not a bad thing. Li Yitong stared at him blankly. She suddenly realized that although Jiang Yan spoke coldly and had a strong attitude, he was terrifyingly meticulous when handling things. He wouldn't say sweet things, but he would directly think through all the subsequent risks for her. This feeling was more reassuring than sweet talk. She nodded gently. Okay. Thank you, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan glanced at her, you've already thanked me. In the future, say less and remember more. Li Yitong was choked up by him again, but this time she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She discovered that she seemed to have started getting used to this man's cold and overbearing way of speaking. She even felt a bit at ease. Jiang Yan did not bring Li Yitong back to the old residence. He was extremely measured in his actions. The old residence was the residence of the Jiang family's pillars of support. Bringing a newly met actress back there wasn't showing off strength, it was the act of a brainless playboy. He had the driver from the old residence drive the black Maybach to take Li Yitong back to the hotel where the production crew was staying. The Maybach drove steadily through the night in Shijiazhuang. Li Yitong sat in the back seat, watching the street scenes receding outside the window, her mood unable to calm down for a long time. Even now, she still felt that everything that happened tonight was like a dream. An 18-year-old boy, by simply sending a voice message, made that President Ma, who was usually rampant in the industry, beg for mercy on his knees. Buzz, buzz, the phone in her bag rang, it was her agent. Li Yitong took a deep breath and answered the phone. Yitong. Are you back at the hotel? Do you know who those two were tonight? The agent's voice had changed from the initial timidness in the private room to an undisguised panic and ecstasy now. After you left, President Ma was just taken away by an ambulance. He was so scared he had a heart attack. The investors also called me personally just now, saying that no one in the crew is allowed to force you to socialize from now on, and all your resources will not only be provided as normal but will also be given priority. The agent swallowed, lowered her voice, and asked, Itong, tell the truth, what kind of background does that person who saved you have? To be able to scare Chairman Li from the capital like that, his background must be heaven-reaching. Li Yitong gripped her phone and turned to look at the driver who was silently driving in front. The driver's soldier-like sitting posture and professional demeanor once again confirmed the terrifying power behind Jiang Yan. I don't know either, Li Yitong said softly. I only know that he just won the provincial top scorer title in science. Provincial top scorer? A provincial top scorer can have this kind of power? Stop kidding. The agent clearly didn't believe it. I'll stop talking, sister, I'm almost at the hotel. Hanging up the phone, the car happened to stop at the hotel lobby entrance. Ms. Li, we have arrived. The driver got out and opened the car door for her. Thank you, driver Zhao. Back in her room, Li Yitong took a hot shower and lay on the bed. She looked at the blue sky and white clouds avatar in her WeChat list, hesitated for a long time, and typed a line. I've arrived at the hotel. Tonight, I owe you a huge favor. Less than half a minute after sending it, Jiang Yan replied with 2 words, remember it. Extremely concise and matter-of-fact, yet it made Li Yitong hold her phone and couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. Chapter 44, Do you know who my father is? The night deepened. On a quiet asphalt road in the center of Shijiazhuang, a black Alphard, like a phantom melting into the night, slowly stopped in front of the heavy vermilion gate of the old residence. Jiang Yan and cousin Jiang Yao pushed the doors open and got out, carrying the hangover soup they had packed from the private restaurant. Just as they stepped over the high wooden threshold, they saw Uncle Xiang, the old butler, draped in a single garment with his hands tucked into his sleeves, waiting with a smile under the lanterns of the covered walkway. Young master, miss, Uncle Xiang greeted them, lowering his voice, his eyes twinkling with suppressed amusement. The 2 masters are half sober now, but they are currently being scolded by the madam and Aunt Jiang Lingsu. They say that for 2 grown men with a combined age of 100, drinking like that makes it hard to discuss matters of state. Cousin Jiang Yao, whose expression had been cold due to the incident in the private room, couldn't help but reveal a look of helplessness upon hearing this. When those 2 get together, they never hold back on their drinking. Jiang Yan, carrying the insulated container, faintly curled the corner of his mouth. This was the true essence of a top-tier family. In the eyes of outsiders, they were regional officials who dominated a province, military commanders holding tens of thousands of troops, and a queen of capital who could turn clouds into rain with a flip of her hand. But after closing this heavy vermilion gate, there remained the most authentic, ordinary warmth of a home. There was no eternal tension, only the warmth of blood kin after taking off their battle robes. The 2 walked through the covered walkway and into the main hall. The hall was brightly lit. Jiang Linzhou, governor of Su province, was leaning against a Wangwali wood armchair, rubbing his temples with one hand, his face still flushed from the alcohol. But his eyes had already regained their usual depth and composure. Beside him, second uncle Jiang Linhai was holding a cup of strong tea, drinking it with furrowed brows. Chairwoman Lin Wantong and Aunt Jiang Lingsu were sitting on the sofa opposite, chatting in low voices about several recent mergers and acquisitions in the Yangtze River Delta. From time to time, they would glance at the 2 men who were still battling their drunkenness. Cousin Jiang Lin was wearing headphones, sitting cross-legged on the carpet playing a game, her fingers moving rapidly. Dad, second uncle, I've brought back the hangover soup. Jiang Yan stepped forward, personally opened the insulated container, and poured 2 bowls of steaming kudzu flour hangover soup, which emitted a faint herbal fragrance, handing them to the 2 men respectively. Jiang Linzhou picked up the bowl and took a small sip. The bitter taste made his brows furrow slightly, but he endured it and drank it down. In contrast, second uncle Jiang Linhai was much bolder. He picked up the bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in a few swallows. After finishing, he exhaled a long breath of alcohol fumes, his eyes becoming much clearer. He casually set the empty bowl on the coffee table. Just as he was about to praise the soup's effectiveness, his gaze keenly caught a lingering trace of coldness in cousin Jiang Yao's eyes. As a commander who had participated in the Southern Border War, truly been on the battlefield, and emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as countless brutal military exercises. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai's perception of emotions was sharp to the point of instinct. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at his daughter, and spoke in a low, calm voice that carried an oppressive air of authority. "You went out to get some soup, and you still managed to run into trouble." This sentence caused Chairwoman Lin Wantong and Aunt Jiang Ling Su, who had been chatting, to stop, their gazes turning in unison toward Cousin Jiang Yao and Jiang Yan. Cousin Jiang Yao's expression was calm. She did not have the panic of an ordinary girl encountering such an incident, nor did she exaggerate the danger at the time. She simply used a rational, objective tone to recount what had happened at the private restaurant. A producer surnamed Ma, relying on the backing of investors, was forcing a female actress from the crew to drink in a private room, trying to force a sexual relationship on her, and even threatened to blacklist her. Jiang Yan didn't like it and kicked the door open. The other party, emboldened by alcohol, raised a bottle of white liquor to attack Jiang Yan. Boss Dong intervened, and then I called Uncle Lian Yu. The entire narration took less than a minute, was clear and organized, and did not contain a single wasted word. Yet, these few sentences caused the temperature in the main hall to drop instantly. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai sat in the armchair without even changing his posture. When he heard the phrase, raised a bottle of white liquor to attack Jiang Yan, the last bit of alcohol in his eyes vanished completely. He did not slam the table and roar like an ordinary father, nor did he curse the producer for not knowing what was good for him like an ordinary elder. The rage of a true person in power never relies on volume. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai simply picked up the leftover tea on the coffee table and gently stirred the tea leaves with the lid. Did Lian Yu answer? He did. Cousin Jiang Yao nodded. Uncle Lian said he would arrange for someone to handle it. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai put down the teacup and replied with only one sentence. Then tell him to clean it up thoroughly. A single sentence, understated, yet it was like passing a death sentence on a small circle. Everyone present knew that the clean it up thoroughly that Second Uncle Jiang Linhai spoke of was definitely not just going through the motions. Taxes, capital flow, and the intricate transfer of interests behind it all. Lian Yu would definitely act like the sharpest scalpel, cutting open that producer surnamed Ma, along with the entire chain of interest behind him, severing it, and exposing it to the sunlight. This kind of exercise of power was more suffocating and oppressive than any hoarse, hysterical roaring. Linhai, the movement on your side is too big, it's still the same old way within the system. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat cold, Chairwoman Lin Wantong suddenly chuckled. She did not ask if her son had been scared, because she knew that if he couldn't handle a situation like this, he wouldn't be her, Chairwoman Lin Wantong's, offspring. She casually picked up the tablet on her lap, unlocked the screen, and glanced at the encrypted briefing just sent by Secretary Zhang Huilin. Yan, I saw the message you sent to Secretary Zhang Huilin. Chairwoman Lin Wantong looked up, her eyes, usually filled with kindness, now flashing with the sharpness and shrewdness belonging to the financial queen. She placed the tablet on the coffee table, her slender legs elegantly crossed. The accounts of the 3 shell film companies under producer Ma Yu's name are as messy as a garbage dump. In that project of his, at least 100 million in funds are inflated costs, performing empty cycles. Dingxing Capital's legal and risk control teams only took 10 minutes to uncover the 3 major investors behind him. Secretary Zhang Huilin has already called the actual controllers of these 3 institutions in the name of Dingxing Capital. From now on, these 3 institutions will not only immediately stop all contact with producer Ma Yu, but will also initiate breach of contract recovery procedures against him before the market opens tomorrow morning. Having said this, Chairwoman Lin Wantong looked at Jiang Yan, the corner of her mouth curling into undisguised admiration. Using physical force is for brutes. Using systemic power to pressure others easily leaves one open to criticism. Directly cutting off his cash flow and draining his blood is the cleanest and most lethal method. Chairwoman Lin Wantong picked up her teacup and said calmly, "You are becoming increasingly adept at leveraging influence." Jiang Yan sat on the mahogany chair, his expression indifferent. He neither felt complacent because of his mother's praise nor denied his methods. With such small fry, reasoning is a waste of time, and doing it yourself just dirties your own hands. Jiang Yan's tone was cold. Since he thinks capital can crush people, then I will let him experience what real capital is. Jiang Linzhou, sitting in the main seat, looked deeply at his son. He did not speak, but the satisfaction in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Able to mobilize resources, but knowing where the boundaries of power lie. This was infinitely better than those playboys who, upon suffering the slightest grievance, would only clamor, "Do you know who my father is?" Chapter 45, Parents' Advice. You can play, but the doors of the Jiang family are not easy to enter. Alright, enough with the fighting and killing all day. Today is meant to celebrate our family's provincial top scorer. Aunt Jiang Lingsu saw that the atmosphere was becoming too commercial and political, so she leaned back lazily in her chair, deliberately changing the subject, and looked at Jiang Yan with a hint of mockery. So, is that actress, whom our little Jiang Yan was willing to kick down a door to protect, very pretty? As soon as these words were out, cousin Jiang Lin, who had been sitting on the carpet playing games, immediately perked up like a radar receiving a signal, ripped off her headphones, leaned over, and her eyes lit up. Holy crap. Brother, aren't you being too intense? Just graduated from high school and you're already putting on a hero saves the beauty act. Isn't this pace a bit too fast? Cousin Jiang Yao picked up her water glass from the side and landed another blow. It wasn't just a hero saving the beauty, he made the producer kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. You didn't see the producer's face afterward, it looked like he'd swallowed a dead fly. With these teasing remarks, the tense and murderous atmosphere in the living room instantly dissipated, replaced by the ease and humor of a family gathering. Facing the teasing from these elders and peers, Jiang Yan's expression remained calm, and he replied indifferently. I happened to run into her at school at noon. We're acquainted, so I just handled it while I was at it. Chairwoman Lin Wantong watched her son's nonchalant demeanor, and a hint of appreciation grew in her eyes. What she worried about most wasn't her son causing trouble outside, but rather him losing his mind over a woman. However, she had keenly noticed just now that Jiang Yan had not brought that actress back to the old residence, nor did he even have any intention of giving her a ride back. What did this mean? It meant that in her son's heart, he possessed a clear sense of territorial awareness and class boundaries. Chairwoman Lin Wantong did not, like those ordinary wealthy socialites, sternly warn her son not to associate with entertainers from the entertainment industry. She understood human nature too well. The more one suppresses, the easier it is to incite rebellion in young people. She just looked at Jiang Yan and, in a tone almost like talking to an equal, reminded him calmly. You are an adult now. Who you like, who you choose to associate with, or even who you are with, that is all your own freedom, and I will not interfere. However, you must remember one thing. The threshold of the Jiang family and the fleeting romances outside are two different things. You can give them money, you can give them resources, and you can protect them. But you must distinguish between a playmate and a woman capable of standing by your side to uphold the reputation of the Jiang family. Jiang Yan met his mother's gaze without flinching, nodding calmly. Don't worry, Mom, I know my limits. Jiang Linzhou, who had been quiet the whole time, set down his teacup and leaned forward slightly. As a father, there were some things that only he could say. It is normal for a man to have desires when he is young. A man without desire cannot conquer the territory before him. Jiang Linzhou's voice was deep and mellow, carrying the dignity of his dual status as both a father and a high-ranking official. But the most terrifying thing is to be led by the nose by one's desires. You may enjoy all the privileges you deserve, and you may conquer the women you wish to conquer. But you must never lose control. Jiang Linzhou stared into his son's eyes, every word carrying immense weight. Jiang Yan raised his eyes, his gaze, 7 parts similar to Jiang Linzhou's, meeting his father's in midair. In his past life, he had experienced too much betrayal and scheming and had seen through the baseness of human nature. In this life, holding immense power in the system, his state of mind had already undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Dad, rest assured. I will not place anyone above my own rules. And I will not let any relationship control me in return. Women, in his eyes, were never a weakness that could dictate his emotions. They were merely trophies to adorn his throne. Upon hearing this, a gratified smile appeared on Jiang Linzhou's face. That sounds like a man of the Jiang family, like my son, Jiang Linzhou's son. The night deepened. The guest room in the old residence was very quiet, with only the sound of the antique clock's second-hand ticking. After showering, Jiang Yan, wearing a silk bathrobe, leaned back against the broad, carved mahogany chair. He picked up the phone on the table, and an unread message popped up on the screen. It was the complete incident report sent by Secretary Jiang Yan. Young Master, the follow-up situation has been fully verified and concluded. All bank accounts under producer Ma Yu's name were legally frozen by the Economic Investigation Brigade an hour ago. The three major investors behind him convened an emergency board meeting overnight upon hearing the news. Not only did they immediately sign a unilateral contract termination agreement, but they also turned around and submitted evidence of producer Ma Yu's irregular operations to the public security authorities, attempting to completely distance themselves. Regarding the film crew where Li Yitong is, Director Chen and the executive producer contacted us voluntarily, promising to absolutely guarantee all of Li Yitong's scenes and even offered to modify the script to add a spotlight character arc for her. Additionally, the senior management of Li Yitong's agency just contacted me through indirect channels, asking if Li Yitong had latched onto some big shot on our side. Following your style of conduct, I did not provide any direct response. Jiang Yan scanned the report in a glance, did not reply, and simply turned off the screen. That was enough. Someone like producer Ma Yu didn't even qualify to be his opponent. He was just an ant on the side of the road that was a bit too noisy, stepped on, and that was that. What really concerned Jiang Yan was the system notification that sounded in his mind as this matter rapidly fermented. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the secondary fermentation of the Capital Dimensional Reduction Strike event. Scope of influence determined, participants of the private restaurant dinner, the Beijing Film and Television Investment Circle, the core directing team of a certain film crew, Li Yitong, and her agency's executive team. Weight analysis of affected targets, assets ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions, possessing a certain level of social influence and capacity for public opinion. Congratulations to the host. Obtained delayed influence points, plus 1,000 points. Subsidiary reward triggered, cash deposit of 100 million.00 yuan. Hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Jiang Yan smiled. Although these points were not as many as those earned from shocking the big shots of the Jiang family at the dinner table, they had the advantage of being extremely low cost to obtain. He had merely kicked down a door and sent a message, and he had easily gained 1,000 points and 10 million in cash. He also gained Li Yitong's favor. This wave was a huge profit. Jiang Yan immediately and keenly grasped the underlying logic of this. The entertainment industry, or rather, the celebrity circle. The actual power in this circle is not high. In front of true top-tier families, they are as fragile as glass. However, this circle has advantages that ordinary industries cannot compare to: extremely fast dissemination speed, extremely high emotional density, and a massive fan base. This means that as long as one can nudge a fulcrum in this circle and create a bit of cognitive shock, it can immediately radiate to millions of ordinary people. It seems that besides the political, business, and academic circles of Beijing, this glamorous entertainment industry is also very suitable as a long-term hunting ground for me to farm points. Jiang Yan silently set a new strategic layout in his heart. Glamorous, fragile, and sensitive. Perfect for farming points. Chapter 46, Mother's Ultimate Insight, a Starlet's Private Invitation. At the same time, inside an executive suite of a 5-star hotel in Shijiazhuang, Li Yitong had just finished showering and was sitting blankly on the sofa, wearing a white bathrobe. She clutched her phone tightly in her hand, her eyes somewhat dazed. Everything that happened tonight felt simply too unreal to her. Yitong, listen to me. Her agent, Sister Sue, was flushed with excitement, pacing back and forth in the room, waving the phone she had just hung up, her voice trembling. Oh my God. What kind of deity have you run into? Chairman Li from the investors just called me personally. Can you believe it? The dignified Chairman Li, a big shot from the capital whom we usually have to queue up just to meet, was actually speaking to me so politely on the phone. Not only did he guarantee that no one can take your lead role, but he's also adding another 5 million to the promotional budget, specifically to hype up your persona. Furthermore, Director Chen just sent a WeChat message saying he wants to move several highlight scenes in the script, originally intended for the second female lead, entirely to you. Sister Sue rushed over to Li Yitong, grabbed her shoulders, and eyes flashing with a frenzied light. Yitong, your luck has turned. Not only are you going to be famous, but from now on, in this production crew, and even in this industry, no one will ever dare to force you to attend those sleazy dinner parties again. No one will ever dare to threaten you with roles again. This isn't just simply saving you once, Itong, do you understand? Sister Su took a deep breath, her tone incredibly solemn. That person has changed your fate. Changed your fate. These 3 words struck Li Yitong's heart like a bolt of lightning. She was not dizzy with the impending flood of resources like Sister Su was. She just lowered her head blankly, looking at the WeChat chat interface, at that blue sky and white clouds profile picture, and the 2 words Jiang Yan replied with at the end, remember. Before, she thought this was just a forceful, polite remark from Jiang Yan. But now, when those resources, which she had once fought with all her might to obtain, enduring countless cold shoulders and grievances without success, were now being piled in front of her like cheap cabbage by someone voluntarily. She finally understood how terrifying the power behind Jiang Yan was. She also finally understood that the favor she owed could not simply be brushed off with a thank you. That was a line of causality that could completely change her professional destiny. And the other end of that line was held in the hands of that 18-year-old youth with deep, piercing eyes and a cold, sharp aura. In Li Yitong's heart, a mix of awe, gratitude, and an indescribable, intense desire to get closer began to sprout wildly. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the branches and leaves of the old locust tree, spilling onto the bluestone courtyard of the old residence, this century-old mansion, which carried top-tier power, had already quietly re-entered the rhythm of departure. The members of the Jiang family had no time for sentimental melancholy. For a family of their level, brief reunions were meant to better control the winds and clouds in their respective fields. Decisive and swift departures were the norm. The atmosphere at the dining table was calm. There were no long-winded emotional speeches, only brief instructions from the elders regarding Jiang Yan's upcoming movements. The private jet has been arranged, taking off in an hour. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai, wearing a crisp officer's uniform, finished the last bite of fried dough sticks with swift movements and wiped his mouth with a napkin. I need to rush back to the theater command to preside over a multi-service joint exercise. Yan, when you go to the capital, if you encounter anyone at the military level you aren't sure about, just report my name, Jiang Linhai. Aunt Jiang Lingsu also stood up, picking up her limited edition Hermes handbag. There's a multi-billion energy M&A case in Shanghai waiting for my signature, so I have to leave first. Once you're at Shuemu University, if anyone in the capital sector tries to mess with you, call your aunt anytime. Cousin Jiang Yao and cousin Jiang Lin also said their goodbyes. One rushed back to Peking University, and the other went to attend a closed-door summer camp. In the blink of an eye, only the family of 3, Jiang Linzhou, Chairwoman Lin Wantong, and Jiang Yan, remained at the dining table. Jiang Linzhou stood up and tilted his head towards Jiang Yan. Come with me. The father and son walked one after the other to the stone table in the backyard. Jiang Linzhou pulled a document from his briefcase, enclosed in a top-secret file folder, and handed it to Jiang Yan. Your grandfather's meetings will end in a few days, and he shouldn't be too busy afterward. Before school starts, you must go see him, it's the rule. Jiang Linzhou pointed to the document. Inside is a briefing on the core relationship networks of the major core political families in the capital, top-tier capital circles, and the younger generation of some powerful departments. There are a few people among them whom your grandfather specifically named for you to get to know. Jiang Yan took the file folder, it felt heavy in his hand. You must remember, Jiang Linzhou said, staring into his son's eyes, his tone earnest. The capital is not like the provinces. In Beha, you can act with complete impunity. But in the capital, there are a few families that can rival us. However, you don't need to fear them, as long as we are in the right, we don't fear anyone. You are the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, the future heir of the Jiang family. But the more you are a member of the Jiang family, the less you can easily let others get a hold of leverage that can be used to attack the family. Think twice before doing anything. If you can deliver a killing blow, don't leave a tail. Jiang Yan looked at his father's serious gaze. He knew this was his father conducting the highest-level preparatory education for power succession. I understand, Dad. Jiang Yan's tone was calm and firm, with not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, an ambition to control the whole situation burned within them. As a chess player, I will play every move well. Jiang Linzhou looked at his son deeply, finally patted Jiang Yan's shoulder heavily, turned, and strode towards the waiting car outside. He still had to rush back to Su Province to preside over tomorrow's Provincial Economic Work Conference. After Jiang Linzhou left, Chairwoman Lin Wantong's Maybach motorcade had already pulled up to the gate. This queen, who was decisive in the financial world, turned around before getting into the car and straightened Jiang Yan's already neat collar for him. "Your father talks about politics, I only talk to you about life." Chairwoman Lin Wantong looked at her son, who was more than half a head taller than her tone calm but revealing an insight that pierced through everything. "That property at Wanlu Academy is already under your name. Secretary Zhang Huilin has already checked the background of that real estate agent named Su Qinghe. Her background is very clean. This shows your eye for picking people is good, so I won't interfere in matters over there." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. He wasn't surprised that his mother would investigate Su Qinghe. This was the risk management of a top-tier wealthy family. But what surprised him was that his mother accepted all of this so readily. "Your own women, your own people, your own assets, manage them well yourself." Chairwoman Lin Wantong reached out and patted Jiang Yan's chest, her tone carrying absolute trust and delegation of power. "If you need resources at any level in the capital, call Secretary Zhang Huilin directly. If she can't handle it, she will notify me directly. Do you understand?" These words meant that Chairwoman Lin Wantong not only completely tacitly accepted the existence of Su Qinghe as a private housekeeper and lover, but also sent a strong signal to Jiang Yan: "You are an adult, and the family gives maximum respect to the boundaries of your private life." Jiang Yan looked at his mother, a deep sense of respect and approval for this financial queen's insight growing in his heart. "I know, Mom. Have a safe trip." Chairwoman Lin Wantong got into the car decisively, and the motorcade drove away from the old residence. In an instant, the once lively century-old mansion became completely quiet, leaving only the sunlight dancing on the bluestone slabs. Jiang Yan sat alone on the rattan chair in the backyard. Just as he opened the materials his father left behind, preparing to read them, the phone beside him suddenly vibrated. He clicked it open to see a WeChat message from Li Yitong: "Are you free today? I'd like to treat you to a meal to formally thank you." Seeming afraid that Jiang Yan might think it was one of those boring dinner parties with various investors and directors, she immediately sent another message as an explanation: "It's not a business dinner, just the two of us." Jiang Yan looked at the lines on the screen, the stubborn yet helpless face appearing in his mind. The games of those in high positions occasionally need a little diversion. He typed with one hand, replying with only 4 words: "You choose the location." In less than 3 seconds, Li Yitong sent an address. It was a Cantonese restaurant in the city center, known for its hidden location and emphasis on privacy and high quality. Chapter 47, a hint: the patron is right before your eyes. 12 o'clock noon. Jiang Yan did not use the flashy fleet from the old residence. He just had driver Zhao drive a relatively low-key black Maybach, which parked smoothly in the hidden underground garage of the Cantonese restaurant club. Guided by a waiter, Jiang Yan pushed open the door to the Tingzhu private room. The interior decor was elegant and serene. One side featured a floor-to-ceiling glass wall, with lush green bamboo planted outside, isolating the room from the city's hustle and bustle. Li Yitong had already arrived. She only wore light makeup today and didn't even wear the sunglasses and mask that were essential for celebrities when going out. After all, she wasn't very famous yet, so she wasn't afraid of being recognized. She was wearing a soft white silk shirt paired with slim-fit light blue jeans, her long hair casually pulled back with a claw clip. It was clean and refreshing, but in her lightly made-up state, her face with its excellent bone structure and the tiny beauty mark on the tip of her nose revealed an even purer, heart-stirring liveliness. Seeing Jiang Yan push the door open, Li Yitong immediately stood up. The panic and helplessness from last night were gone from her eyes. But after learning of Jiang Yan's unfathomable background, they were filled with deep awe and complex emotions. Without small talk, and without rushing to order expensive dishes to show off anything, she spoke in a serious tone. "Jiang Yan, if it weren't for you yesterday, I might have been doomed and fallen victim to the unspoken rules. I might have even lost the last bit of persistence I have for this profession." She lowered her head slightly, her voice tight. Jiang Yan pulled out a chair and sat down calmly. He did not follow Li Yitong's emotions to play the role of a gentle savior. He picked up the hot towel from the table, wiped his hands slowly and methodically, then raised his eyes to look at her. "You already thanked me last night. I didn't come to this meal to hear you repeat your gratitude. Say something useful." The very cold and hard opening remark instantly choked the emotions Li Yitong had been brewing in her throat. She was taken aback, but surprisingly, she didn't feel angry. On the contrary, looking at Jiang Yan's aloof demeanor, as if he could see through everything, a strange sense of obedience arose in her heart. She took a deep breath and sat back down. Okay, then I will say something useful. Li Yitong gave a bitter smile, her eyes becoming somewhat dim, and began to recount her struggles in the entertainment industry. She talked about how she filmed repeatedly for 3 hours in the heavy rain at Hengdian for just a few lines of dialogue. She talked about how she diligently studied scripts, only to be replaced at the last minute because she was unwilling to toast the assistant director. She talked about those hints, those so-called unspoken rules. She wasn't fishing for sympathy, nor was she shedding tears, she was just stating a cold fact. By the end, her voice grew lower and lower, even carrying a hint of self-doubting sorrow. I used to think that as long as I acted well enough, as long as I worked hard enough, one day I would be seen by the audience and by great directors. Li Yitong looked up, her lively eyes revealing a sense of brokenness after being beaten down by reality. It wasn't until last night that I realized that sometimes, people don't intend to look at your acting skills at all. In their eyes, I am just an object that can be used for trading. The private room fell into a brief silence. Only the bamboo leaves outside the window rustled in the breeze. Jiang Yan picked up the pu'er tea in front of him, took a sip, and then set the cup down. You haven't realized it too late. He gave a sharp, piercing judgment. Excellence without bargaining chips can only be priced by others. Li Yitong shuddered and suddenly raised her head to look at him. You think your acting is good, you think you work hard. But in the eyes of capital, every year there are thousands upon thousands of beautiful girls like you graduating from the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and dance academies. Capital doesn't need you to be a good actor, capital only needs you to be an obedient commodity. If you don't obey, they can replace you with an obedient one at any time. You have no background, no irreplaceable traffic, and no means to control the discourse. What do you have to negotiate dignity with those producers who hold the investments? Every word struck home. Li Yitong's face turned pale, she bit her lip tightly, and stared at Jiang Yan. She knew Jiang Yan was right, this was the bloodiest truth of this world. After a long silence, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, she asked him with a trembling voice, then, what should I do? Jiang Yan did not give her any false comfort, but instead used his God's eye view from 10 years in the future, as well as the height of his current position as a superior, to dismantle Li Yitong's situation and future layer by layer, like dismantling a precision machine. First, keep your position as the female lead in this current crew. Thanks to what happened last night, no one dares to touch your scenes now. What you need to do is to act this role thoroughly and steadily produce a work that makes people remember your face. Second, from today on, decline all ineffective dinner parties outside the core circle. Socializing won't bring you real resources, it will only get you labeled as cheap and available to be called over to accompany someone at any time. Third, Jiang Yan leaned forward slightly, his bottomless eyes seeming to look straight through Li Yitong's soul. Cultivate an on-screen recognizability in this circle that no one can replace. Do not take those cookie-cutter sweet and silly roles or wooden beauties in xianxia dramas. Your bone structure and eyes are not suitable for that kind of cheap industrial assembly line. In Jiang Yan's mind, Meng Yu from his previous lives, the knockout, who had amazed him, appeared, and his tone became determined and aggressive. You need to take roles that have layers and conflicts. For example, those roles that look clean and pure, but are stubborn, even a little unhinged and unyielding in their bones. You could be the daughter of a high-ranking official, you could be the woman beside a gang boss. You need to tear apart the cleanliness and cruelty for the audience to see on camera. Finally, get rid of that agent of yours as soon as possible, who only knows how to be timid and relies heavily on information asymmetry to survive. You must establish your own channels to directly connect with core directors and producers. You must become the one who plays the game, not the chess piece sold around by your agent. Jiang Yan paused, looked up at her, his tone even calmer than before, yet heavier. Fourth, and the most important point. You need to find someone with enough power to block all the dirty things in this circle for you and to have your back. Without this person, no matter how well you do before, you could still be trampled back into the mud with one kick. So, don't just stare at the resources and scenes in front of you. You must first see clearly who is the one who can truly protect you. He stopped there without elaborating further. But the implication was already as clear as could be. Chapter 48, don't thank me with cheap tears, use your value to please me. The entire private room fell silent again, one could almost hear the sound of breathing. Li Yitong sat opposite him, her hand unconsciously gripping her water glass. She naturally understood. Jiang Yan's final sentence was not merely a suggestion. The person with sufficient strength, he mentioned, referred to himself. Yet precisely because she understood, she did not speak immediately. If this had happened last night when she had just escaped from the private room, she might have had her defenses shattered by these words, or even instinctively grabbed onto this lifeline. But after a night of calm reflection, she became even clearer about one thing. In this world, there is never any protection without reason. Jiang Yan saved her last night because he was strong enough, and because she happened to cross his path. But if, starting from today, she truly chose to stand behind Jiang Yan, then it would no longer be a relationship that could be explained by a simple "thank you." It meant that her career planning, resource paths, and even a large part of her life choices would become bound to the men before her. This kind of binding was more sophisticated and more covert than the crude threats at the dinner party last night. The only difference was that someone like producer Ma Yu wanted to trample her into the mud, while Jiang Yan was placing a path leading to higher ground before her. But whether the end of that path was freedom, Li Yitong could not yet see clearly. She was silent for a long time before she raised her head to look at Jiang Yan. "Everything you said is correct." Her voice was soft, but much steadier than before. "I have no background, no traffic, and no bargaining chips to make capital consider me indispensable. So last night, as long as they wanted to replace me, I had almost no ability to fight back." Speaking up to this point, she paused. In those clear, bright eyes, gratitude remained, but there was an added trace of caution. "But Jiang Yan, I want to ask you a question." Jiang Yan held his teacup, his expression unchanged. "Ask." Li Yitong looked at him and said earnestly, "If I follow what you said and accept your protection, what do I need to pay?" After these words fell, the atmosphere in the private room stiffened slightly. She did not play dumb, nor did she pretentiously say something like, "I don't want to rely on others." After experiencing what happened last night, she already understood that in this circle, relying on absolutely no one was a near naive fantasy. Yet she also did not want to move from one dining table to another, more sophisticated dining table. Jiang Yan looked at her, and a trace of faint appreciation finally appeared in his eyes. Compared to simple tearful gratitude, he preferred someone who still retained their judgment. Because only clear-headed people have long-term value. "What do you think I want?" Jiang Yan asked back. Li Yitong was slightly taken aback by the question. She pursed her lips and did not avoid it. "You don't lack money, nor do you lack resources. With your status, if you just wanted to find a beautiful woman, there should be many people willing to approach you voluntarily." When she said this, her tone paused slightly, and her ears felt a bit hot, but she continued anyway. "So I don't think you are helping me just for a simple romantic relationship. At least, not entirely." Jiang Yan smiled, very faintly, but this smile caused Li Yitong's tense emotions to relax slightly. "Not too stupid yet." He set down his teacup, his tone calm. "I really don't lack women. And I have no interest in spending effort to groom a vase that only knows how to cry and say thank you." Li Yitong's eyelashes trembled slightly. Jiang Yan's words were very direct, even somewhat hurtful. But she did not retort, because their brief contact had already let her know that this was Jiang Yan's way of speaking. He would not coax her, nor would he comfort her, he would only lay the most real things out before her. "I am helping you for 3 reasons. Jiang Yan extended one finger. "First, I couldn't stand what happened last night. It's not because I have a great sense of justice, but because that kind of low-level oppression is dirty and stupid. Dirty things appeared before me, and I cleared them away in passing, that's all." He extended a second finger. "Second, you have value. Your face, your temperament, and your professional attributes all possess dissemination value. If you can become famous, you will be a natural node of influence. And I need such nodes." Li Yitong's heart jolted. She didn't understand the true meaning behind node of influence, but she could understand Jiang Yan's intent. In Jiang Yan's eyes, she was not merely a weakling to be rescued, but a chess piece with potential. This realization was not warm, but strangely, it made Li Yitong calm down instead. Because a value exchange with a clear price tag was at least safer than those unspoken rules cloaked in the guise of human favor. Jiang Yan extended a third finger. Third, I hate loss of control. Since I intervened last night, I don't want a bunch of messy loose ends appearing afterward. You being dragged back into dinner parties, being threatened with roles, and having your agency sell your favors around, all of this would make that kick I gave last night look cheap and beneath me. He looked up at Li Yitong. So, I am giving you a path. But whether you take it or not is your business. Li Yitong listened quietly, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening. Jiang Yan's tone remained consistently calm. Yet the more it was like this, the more she could feel that sense of stability coming from a superior. He was not in a rush to demand anything, nor did he force her to take a stance while she was vulnerable. He simply laid out the rules and the cost. This was, in turn, more oppressive than any sweet words. And even harder for people to refuse. Then what if I take this path? Li Yitong asked softly. Jiang Yan leaned back against his chair and said indifferently, it's very simple. First, do your own job well. I can block those dirty things for you, but I won't act for you. If you cannot stand up on your own, I will not waste time on a waste of space. Li Yitong nodded gently. This point, she could accept. In fact, this was the condition she was most willing to accept. She was not afraid of hardship, nor was she afraid of suffering while filming. What she feared was that her efforts would have no meaning and her dignity would be trampled upon at will. Jiang Yan continued, second, do not go around flaunting my name. I can let others know that you have someone behind you, but the degree of that must be controlled by me. You must learn to borrow momentum, not rely on power. The former can let you go further, the latter will only make you die faster. Li Yitong's gaze tightened slightly, and she remembered it earnestly. Third, keep your distance from your current management team. It doesn't mean you should immediately fall out with them, but don't hand over all your information to them anymore. They can handle your daily affairs, but they cannot decide your core choices. From today onwards, you must learn to judge the value of resources yourself. Li Yitong was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, Sister Su is actually quite good to me. Being good doesn't mean having the ability. Jiang Yan's tone was calm. That she could accompany you to the dinner party last night shows she is not a bad person. But she couldn't stop producer Ma Yu, nor could she see the true flow of resources. In this circle, kind but incompetent people are often more dangerous than bad people. Li Yitong felt a slight prick in her heart. This sentence was very cruel. But she could not refute it. Sister Su really did want to protect her last night. But the result was that both of them were almost swallowed by that dining table. Jiang Yan said finally, lastly, do not confuse gratitude with reliance. Li Yitong froze, and Jiang Yan looked at her. Right now, you have gratitude toward me, fear, and also the instinctive attraction a person feels toward the strong after being in a desperate situation. These emotions are all unstable. Wait a few days, when resources really fall into your hands and everyone in the crew starts treating you politely, you will feel the changes brought by power even more clearly. At that time, you can decide what position you want to stand in. Li Yitong was completely stunned. She had originally thought that when Jiang Yan reached this point, he would take the opportunity to demand she take a stance, or even give some ambiguous and forceful hint. But he didn't. Instead, he pointed out her current psychological state more clearly than she herself could. Gratitude, fear, reliance, the instinct to approach the strong. The moment these things were spoken by him, Li Yitong even felt a sense of having nowhere to hide. She was indeed drawing closer to him. From last night until now, what kept appearing in her mind was the image of Jiang Yan kicking open the private room door, the way he casually made producer Ma Yu kneel and beg for mercy, and the way he had just dismantled her career predicament with a few sentences. She could not deny that the attraction brought by such power was slowly dismantling her original defenses. Yet Jiang Yan had seen through this earlier than she had. And he hadn't even taken advantage of it. This made the complex emotions in Li Yitong's heart deepen even further. She took a gentle breath and finally nodded earnestly. I understand. I will first film this drama well. I will turn down the dinner parties I can, and for the ones I can't, I will tell you in advance. Speaking up to this point, she hesitated for a moment, then added, also regarding the management team, I won't immediately burn bridges, but I will start paying attention to which decisions I should make myself. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. These are the useful words. Li Yitong looked at him and suddenly couldn't help asking, then, if I really encounter something I can't solve in the future, can I come to you? Jiang Yan said indifferently, of course. Just as a trace of relaxation appeared in Li Yitong's eyes, Jiang Yan added, but don't come to me for every trivial matter. She froze, then smiled somewhat helplessly. The atmosphere, which had just been heavy to the point of being oppressive, relaxed slightly because of this sentence. Understood, young Master Jiang. She deliberately used a slightly joking form of address. Jiang Yan glanced at her without correcting her. Yet in that glance, Li Yitong inexplicably felt a sense of tacit approval, as if from this moment on, she had finally obtained some qualification to stand within his line of sight. During the latter half of the meal, the atmosphere was much more natural than at the beginning. Li Yitong did not repeat her thanks, nor did she continue to pour out her grievances. She began to take the initiative to talk about the script, the characters, and her understanding of acting. Jiang Yan would occasionally offer a few comments. His critiques were not gentle, sometimes even sharp enough to be embarrassing. But every sentence hit the mark. Li Yitong would initially blush from his words, but later she gradually became earnest, even taking out her phone to note down the few keywords he mentioned. By the time the meal was finished, the simple gratitude in her heart had slowly transformed into another, more complex thing. All remained, and curiosity had grown heavier. The seeds of reliance had indeed been planted. But she no longer imagined Jiang Yan as some savior who had descended from heaven. She began to understand that Jiang Yan had not come to save her. He had merely given her an opportunity to enter a higher class. And what she needed to do was to prove that she was worth him continuing to cast his gaze upon her. Chapter 49, Ambiguous Tug of War on the Rooftop. It's her proud backbone that caught his eye. This private lunch in the Tingzhu private room ended faster than Li Yitong had expected, all under the rhythm controlled by Jiang Yan. There was none of the vulgar routine where typical rich second-generation heirs impatiently suggest going to a hotel or a nightclub right after a meal. Jiang Yan simply put down the warm towel, wiped his hands, swept his gaze over the barely touched Cantonese dishes on the table, and rose calmly. Finished. He said it casually, and without waiting for Li Yitong to answer, he turned and walked toward the side door of the private room. Li Yitong quickly stood up, grabbed her bag, and followed him. She had assumed Jiang Yan was leaving, and a faint sense of disappointment and unease about how to end this was already stirring in her heart. But the door Jiang Yan pushed open was not the one leading to the hallway. After the door opened, what hit her was not the cold air of the hallway, but a breeze carrying the damp scent of impending rain. It turned out that outside this door was a direct connection to an open-air rooftop on the top floor of the clubhouse that was not open to the public. Outside, the sky had turned completely overcast at some point, growing quite dark. It looked like a heavy downpour was coming. The brilliant city lights of Shijiazhuang spread out beneath their feet like a sea of stars. Jiang Yan walked to the glass railing. With one hand in his pocket, he gazed at the distant lights, standing there as if born to overlook this city. Li Yitong walked silently to his side and stopped about half an arm's length away. She turned her head, looking at the lines of Jiang Yan's profile etched by the neon lights, her lips moving as she wanted to say something. Just then, the night sky, which had only been slightly cool, grew even gloomier. A cold wind mixed with heavy moisture swept wildly across the unobstructed horizon and poured onto the rooftop without warning. Li Yitong was wearing a white silk shirt. As the cold wind blew, the thin fabric instantly clung to her skin. She felt a chill on her shoulders, and her body instinctively shivered. Jiang Yan did not turn his head, nor did he act like those greasy, nice guys, who would solicitously ask, "Are you cold?" He simply reached out, gripped her wrist, and pulled her to his side. The movement was very natural. Natural, as if he were just moving a piece of porcelain from a drafty spot to a safe location. Yet, Li Yitong was pulled half a step forward by this motion, almost pressing against Jiang Yan. The distance suddenly closed, and the scent that had been blown away by the night wind instantly enveloped her. Li Yitong could even smell a faint cedarwood fragrance emanating from Jiang Yan's collar, mixed with the crisp, clean scent of a young man's hormones. In an instant, Li Yitong's heartbeat went haywire, very disappointingly, like someone drumming against her chest. The clouds overhead pressed lower, and the rain began to fall, pattering against the glass railing with a delicate sound. The two stood under the eaves. The rain couldn't reach them for the moment, but the humid air made this small distance feel exceptionally ambiguous. Neither of them had any intention of leaving. Jiang Yan continued to look into the distance, while Li Yitong lowered her head, watching her own shoe tips, which seemed somewhat uneasy in Jiang Yan's shadow. After a long silence, she finally gathered her courage. Jiang Yan, you told me so many plans tonight and are even willing to back me up. Do you like me? Or is it just that you simply thought I looked too pathetic last night? The moment she asked this, Li Yitong felt as if her breathing had almost stopped. In this circle, if a powerful tycoon who has eyes and hands reaching to the heavens grants you charity out of pity, it is the most tragic thing. Because pity is the cheapest emotion, the day he stops pitying you, you will be discarded like trash. After listening, Jiang Yan finally turned his head. He lowered his gaze to look at her, his eyes were very deep, calm, and devoid of much emotion. Neither. I don't pity anyone. In this world of the jungle, pity is often just something the powerful use to maintain a facade of decency. I have no interest in doing such things. Li Yitong's heart sank abruptly, and the light in her eyes dimmed a little. Not liking, and not pity, then what was it for? Was it just for fun? But the next second, Jiang Yan's words were like a knife, directly cutting through all her unease. As for liking you. Jiang Yan looked at her, his gaze not dodging or flinching. I am interested in you. You are very beautiful, and your bone structure is good, that is a fact. But the entertainment industry is never short of beautiful faces. And I'm not being narcissistic, but given my status, appearance, and intelligence, finding a woman is effortless for me. Jiang Yan leaned down slightly. What I truly value is your reaction in that private room last night. At the time, everyone was afraid to speak up, and even your manager tried to make you compromise. Facing the kind of threat of a career-ending ban, you were clearly scared to death, and your hands were shaking. Yet you would rather lose the role you had prepared for so long than bow your head and drink that glass of wine. Jiang Yan looked at her, his tone calm, yet it felt more impactful than any sweet nothings. This kind of unyielding backbone, in this rotten Vanity Fair, is 10,000 times more valuable than your pretty face. Chapter 50, The Prey voluntarily enters the trap. Jiang Yan closes the net on a rainy night. Boom. It felt as if something had exploded in Li Yitong's mind, and her eye sockets suddenly grew hot. She had only been in the industry for a little over a year, yet she had already seen too many men who approached her because of her face and her figure. Some tried to overwhelm her with bundles of cash, some tempted her with roles as the second or third female lead, and others used oily, sweet talk to deceive her. Everyone wanted to strip off her clothes, everyone wanted to turn her into an obedient doll. But never had anyone told her like Jiang Yan did. What I value is not your body, which can be given a price tag. What I value is that unyielding bone in your spine. This kind of recognition that pierced directly through the soul was devastatingly effective. It struck her heart far more deeply than any vows of eternal love or any wealth and resources. Li Yitong bit her lower lip hard, struggling to keep her tears from falling. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, as if she had made one of the most significant decisions of her life. She stood on tiptoe. Before Jiang Yan had fully reacted, her soft, slightly trembling lips kissed the corner of his mouth with precision. The touch was cool and fleeting, like a startled butterfly landing on a blade's edge before immediately flapping its wings and flying away. After the kiss, Li Yitong quickly retreated half a step. Her originally fair cheeks were now burning bright red, and even the roots of her ears felt hot. She lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, her voice so soft it was almost drowned out by the sound of the rain. This is a thank you gift. And it is my answer to the path you gave me. Jiang Yan stood where he was, the soft sensation still lingering at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the girl before him, stubborn, embarrassed, yet possessing a kind of desperate, moth-to-a-flame courage. This time, Jiang Yan truly smiled. It was no longer the detached, calculated arc of a man separated by class distance. It was the smile of a man who, having seen his prey not only willingly enter the trap after he cast his net with precision, but also reveal qualities that pleased him, felt a genuine warmth of satisfaction. An elephant might indeed not care about the movements of an ant. But if it were a beautiful canary with a stubborn soul that voluntarily fell into his palm, Jiang Yan would not mind closing his fingers. After Li Yitong retreated half a step, her chest was still heaving. She didn't dare to look up into Jiang Yan's eyes. That dragonfly skimming kiss had already exhausted all her impulses and courage. She didn't even know what she should do next, whether to wait for Jiang Yan's verdict or to flee in a panic. But Jiang Yan didn't give her any chance to let her mind wander. Since he had decided to close the net, he would never leave the prey any room to test him or struggle. Li Yitong felt her vision darken. Jiang Yan had already stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. His long, powerful arm shot out, his hand clasping her slender waist. The force wasn't great, but it left her no room to dodge. Li Yitong didn't even have time to let out a cry before her entire body was pulled back by that irresistible force, colliding seamlessly into Jiang Yan's chest. Ah! She had just subconsciously opened her mouth. Jiang Yan had already lowered his head, kissing her fiercely with a domineering intensity that threatened to swallow her whole. If her kiss just now had been a test, then Jiang Yan's response right now was possession. Without leaving any room for negotiation, he drove straight in, plundering every bit of oxygen and warmth from her mouth. Jiang Yan's kiss was exactly like his style of doing things, calm, domineering, and precisely hitting the vital point. He left no gap for the other party to catch their breath. Li Yitong's body stiffened in Jiang Yan's arms for a second, and then, she closed her eyes in resignation. She didn't struggle, her hands trembled as she climbed onto Jiang Yan's chest, hooking around his neck. She could only passively tilt her head back, enduring this powerful demand that poured down like a torrential rain, while countless brilliant fireworks seemed to explode in her brain all at once. All her rationality, reserve, and fear of the future were burned to ashes in this kiss filled with the scent of hormones. Buzz, 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 buzz. Just as the two were passionately entangled in the shadows under the rooftop corridor, the phone in the shoulder bag Li Yitong was carrying suddenly began to vibrate frantically. It was the exclusive ringtone she had set. Only when her manager, Sister Sue, called would it make this sound. At this time of night, for Sister Sue to call, it was most likely that there was new movement from the production crew, and they needed to report and ask for instructions from her, the female lead who now possessed a heaven-defying background. The phone vibrated with a rhythmic beat, like the Vanity Fair outside, desperately trying to pull Li Yitong back. But Li Yitong didn't hear it at all. Or rather, she heard it, but simply didn't want to pay it any mind. The rain grew heavier. The originally fine threads of rain had turned into a downpour, splashing onto the cement floor of the rooftop and sending up sprays of water. But in the narrow, dry space under the corridor, the temperature was rising rapidly. The lights of millions of households in the city were, at this moment, relegated to nothing more than silent background noise in this hunting ground where capital and desire were intertwined. In this kiss, Jiang Yan felt the unreserved trembling and submission of the woman in his arms. His heart, which had been frozen by the hardships of a scientific laborer in his past life and tempered into cold iron by power after his rebirth, seemed to be gently touched by something subtle. This was an experience completely different from Liu or Su Qinghe. Liu was just a one-night stand to satisfy himself after his rebirth. Su Qinghe was a clear-headed transaction of power and sex, a professional housekeeper who submitted to the numbers in his bank account. And Li Yitong, she was the goddess he had occasionally glanced at on the screen in his past life, someone he felt was far out of reach. But now, this future national-level goddess was willingly sinking into his arms because of the influence and vision he had displayed. The thrill of completely shattering the class barriers of his past life, dragging a fantasy down into the mortal world and possessing it entirely, caused a flash of satisfaction to cross Jiang Yan's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a cold wind carrying rain slanted in. Li Yitong's shoulders trembled slightly. Jiang Yan finally let her go. He looked at Li Yitong's cheeks, which were slightly flushed from lack of oxygen, her pair of watery eyes that were still dazed and had not yet fully come back to their senses, as well as her lips, which had been kissed until they were slightly red and swollen. Jiang Yan's breathing remained steady, and his gaze quickly returned to that calculated clarity. He raised his hand and casually wiped a trace of moisture from the corner of Li Yitong's mouth with his thumb. "What time does your crew start working tomorrow?" Li Yitong's brain was still a bit blank at this moment. Hearing this question, she blinked instinctively, her voice soft and sweet with a thick nasal tone, as she subconsciously answered obediently. "Afternoon, the call time is 2 in the afternoon." Jiang Yan nodded and lowered his hand. "Then tonight, there's no need to rush back." Chapter 51. Do you have that? Which one? Jiang Yan didn't ask, "Do you want to stay?" Instead, he made the decision for her. Having said that, Jiang Yan took her slightly cold hand and turned to walk toward the private elevator that led from the rooftop to the top-floor luxury suites. Li Yitong's heart hammered against her ribs like a drum. As an adult who had been in the industry for over a year, she knew exactly what the words, "no need to rush back tonight," really meant. It meant she was about to surrender her final line of defense. It meant her relationship with Jiang Yan would shift from mere verbal protection to actual, physical dependence. Yet, strangely, her steps didn't falter or hesitate in the slightest. She let herself be led by Jiang Yan's strong hand, feeling as if she would dare to close her eyes and jump off a cliff, provided he was the one leading her. Ding! The elevator doors opened. They both stepped inside. The metal doors slid shut, sealing out the sound of the rain. The elevator fell silent. Li Yitong leaned against the cold elevator wall. In the bright light of the cabin, she looked up at Jiang Yan, who stood beside her with a back as imposing as a mountain. She took a deep breath, her voice quiet but earnest. "Jiang Yan, I'm going with you, not because you saved me last night, and not to repay you." She wanted to preserve her last shred of dignity. She wanted to tell Jiang Yan that she wasn't the type of person to throw herself at someone just because they'd saved her once. It was because of him, the person he was. Because he had understood the part of her she most feared having broken. Jiang Yan raised his hand and casually pressed the button for the top-floor luxury presidential suite. Without turning around, he watched their two reflections in the elevator doors and said calmly, "I know." The three words were soft, yet they instantly put Li Yitong's heart at ease. Bzzzzz. After a few minutes of silence, the phone in her bag buzzed frantically for the fourth time, as if unwilling to give up. Li Yitong glanced at Jiang Yan's back, finally unzipped her bag, and pulled out her phone. The name Sister Sue was flashing on the screen. She pressed the answer button. "Oh, my little ancestor. You finally picked up. Where are you? Director Chen just called me and said there's a script reading tomorrow morning. They're calling in all the core cast members for a meeting specifically about your role. They want to merge the second female lead's plotline into yours. The investors sent another executive producer over, and they said they want to apologize to you in person tomorrow. Yitong, where are you? We need to get our story straight immediately." Hearing Sister Sue's uncharacteristically cautious tone, Li Yitong suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Just yesterday, words like director, investor, and producer had felt like mountains weighing down on her. But now, those mountains had suddenly grown lighter. It wasn't because they had changed for the better, but because someone was now standing behind her. Li Yitong glanced at Jiang Yan, her tone calm and confident for the first time. "Sister Sue, I'm busy tonight. I won't be able to make it back. Please ask Director Chen for leave for me. Tell him I need to adjust my state of mind and won't be attending tomorrow's script reading. I'll be on set for filming at 2 p.m. sharp." Sister Sue gasped on the other end of the line. If this had been 2 days ago, if a little-known actor had dared to be so high-handed about taking leave in front of an investor's producer, Sister Sue would have chewed her out. But now, she didn't dare. Not only did she not dare, but she immediately filled in the blanks. That mysterious, terrifying figure from last night, the one who could silence a Beijing heavyweight with a single word. Yitong wasn't coming back tonight, she was asking for leave. As someone who had become a seasoned pro in this industry, Sister Sue instantly put it all together. "Understood. I understand." Sister Sue's voice dropped, laced with a cautious, almost reverent tone. "Yitong, don't worry about the crew. I'll handle them. No one will dare to say a single word against you. You make sure you handle things well over there. You must keep that man happy." Having said that, Sister Sue hung up the phone immediately, as if afraid that saying anything more would be a mistake. Li Yitong put her phone away without offering any explanation for the call. Jiang Yan didn't ask, either. Those who truly control the situation never ask questions when the answers are already right in front of them. Ding, the elevator doors opened. The presidential suite on the top floor of the club, which usually only hosted top-tier VIPs, stood before them. The heavy door was pushed open. With a click, the lock engaged, sealing out the city's rain, the rules of the film set, and the filth of the Vanity Fair. The capital hunting ground that belonged to Jiang Yan had only just begun. Almost the instant the door closed, the composure and restraint Jiang Yan had maintained the entire way vanished. His most primal predatory instincts were fully unleashed. Before Li Yitong could even make out the interior of the suite, Jiang Yan's large hand gripped her slender waist and shoved her against the heavy solid wood door. MMPH. Li Yitong only had time to let out a short gasp before Jiang Yan's kiss descended like a storm. Compared to the kiss on the rooftop, which had still held a hint of scrutiny, this one was filled with suffocating aggression and urgency. His tongue forced its way past her teeth, greedily plundering every inch of sweetness in her mouth with a possessiveness that felt as if he intended to devour her whole, skin and bone. Li Yitong went weak from the kiss, her legs barely able to support her, and she could only instinctively cling to Jiang Yan's broad, solid shoulders. Amidst the suffocating intimacy, Jiang Yan didn't pause for a second. With irresistible force, his hands tore open her slightly damp white silk shirt in a few swift motions. Even the sound of the buttons popping off and rolling onto the carpet was drowned out by their rapid, mingled breathing. After a dizzying blur of motion, Jiang Yan scooped her up, strode across the living room, and tossed her heavily onto the large, soft bed in the bedroom. Li Yitong sank into the soft bedding. The slightly cool air helped her regain a shred of sanity amidst the dizziness and desire. As she watched Jiang Yan carelessly strip off his clothes to reveal his lean, muscular torso, looming over her like a predator ready to feast, Li Yitong's heart hammered against her throat. Instinctively, she reached out with trembling hands to brace against his burning chest. Jiang Yan, wait a second. Her voice was laced with the panic of someone inexperienced and a flicker of instinctive fear. Her glistening eyes gazed at him timidly. Do you have that? Jiang Yan paused, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her in the dim light of the wall lamp. Which one? Just a condom. Li Yitong bit her lower lip hard, barely daring to meet his aggressive gaze, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. Chapter 52, I don't like the barrier of rubber products. In this rotten circle, she had heard too many terrible things. This was not just a girl's instinctive reserve, but even more so, the final line of defense she wanted to protect for herself. Hearing these words, Jiang Yan not only had no intention of getting up to get it, but was instead amused by her. He effortlessly pinned her two slender wrists with one hand, pressing them directly above her head, looking down at her from a commanding position. I have never had the habit of wearing that thing. Since you've decided to be with me, every inch of your body belongs to me. I don't like having any rubber barriers between me and my woman. Li Yitong's eyelashes trembled violently, a flash of panic crossing her eyes. But, what if I get pregnant? If you do, we'll just have it. Jiang Yan interrupted her mercilessly, his eyes revealing absolute arrogance. What is my status? Do you think I can't take responsibility for that? This statement was extremely overbearing, instantly striking like a heavy hammer, completely shattering the last shred of Li Yitong's concerns and defenses. Yes, the man in front of her was a presence whose background was so terrifying that he could decide life and death with a single word. In his world, the kind of fear and anxiety ordinary people face simply did not exist. Following him was always a gamble with no way out. What was she still hoping for here, this so-called sense of security? The true sense of security was the man himself. Li Yitong completely gave up her resistance. She slowly released her tightly bitten lower lip, closed her eyes, and let herself completely succumb to this man's fervor. I'll give myself to you. Jiang Yan, I'll listen to you in everything. This unreserved obedience and sacrifice completely ignited the flames of desire in Jiang Yan's eyes. He no longer hesitated, his large hands climbing over Li Yitong's body. Subsequently, his body surged downward forcefully. Ah! An extremely obvious sense of obstruction, accompanied by Li Yitong's caught-off-guard, painful whimper, caused Jiang Yan to suddenly freeze his movements. Li Yitong's body spasmed in pain, her long legs subconsciously tensing straight, and her fingernails scratched a few faint red marks on Jiang Yan's back. A flash of astonishment crossed Jiang Yan's eyes. In this entertainment industry that was like a big dying vat, he had originally thought she was just untainted, but he hadn't expected. The first time. Jiang Yan's voice was even lower and hoarser than before, and in his previously pure desire, a thick trace of possessiveness and pleasure suddenly emerged. Li Yitong was in so much pain she couldn't even speak properly. She just nodded, her eyes red, feeling both aggrieved and stubborn. Jiang Yan's heart felt as if it had been heavily struck by something soft. He chuckled softly. No wonder she fought so hard to protect her innocence in that private room, no wonder she was so inexperienced even when filming kissing scenes. So, she had actually kept the cleanest part of herself until now. Jiang Yan lowered his head, his nose tip almost touching hers, his scorching breath spraying onto her face. Although he had roughly guessed she was still pure during his investigation, in this murky entertainment industry, an actress who could keep the purest thing until now was even rarer than a giant panda. This was her trump card, the cleanest thing she had fought desperately to protect in this circle, and now, she was willing to hand it over to him. Very good. Jiang Yan smiled, it was the pleasure of obtaining the most perfect trophy. For someone in a position of power with an extremely strong desire for control, there was nothing more maddeningly exciting than personally plucking a high mountain flower that was thorny yet clean to the extreme. Don't be afraid, relax and leave it to me. This time, although Jiang Yan's movements were still forceful, there was less of the initial urgency and more of a man's patience and reassurance. He used his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Subsequently, he slowed his movements slightly to give her time to adapt. However, the intense offensive that sought to completely crush her and swallow her into his world did not stop. Outside the window, the torrential rain was still fiercely battering the glass, and thunder roared. Inside this vast suite, a flawless white flower, under the assault of the storm, was willingly blooming with the most extreme allure for the men who had saved her from fire and water. The entire room was filled with blush-inducing tenderness and soft moans. In the time that followed, apart from eating dinner, the battle lasted almost the entire night without stopping for a moment. The dual hunting ground of capital and flesh belonging to Jiang Yan had completed its most perfect harvest tonight. Early morning. The first ray of early summer sunlight pierced through the thick gauze curtains, casting dappled light and shadows on the pure white long pile carpet. On the extravagantly large, European haute couture silk bed, Li Yitong curled up in Jiang Yan's arms, sleeping soundly. Or rather, she had actually woken up very early. She just hadn't moved. On this early morning without the life-threatening consecutive calls from the production crew, and without the urging of schedules. When she opened her eyes and felt the steady breathing and strong sense of presence of the men beside her, she subconsciously lightened her own breathing. She lay quietly on Jiang Yan's chest, lifting those clear, lively eyes to examine the face so close at hand. This was a face more refined and three-dimensional than any male star she had ever collaborated with. As Li Yitong watched, a very absurd sense of displacement arose in her heart. Just 24 hours ago. She was still like a small beast backed into a desperate corner, standing in that foul-smelling private room, facing a producer full of filthy language, holding a glass of juice and making the most futile resistance. But at this very moment, she was lying in the arms of this man, a provincial top scorer in science, a man who could change her destiny with a single word. Moreover, she had welcomed this morning in a state of willingly surrendering everything after having her soul nearly seen through. It was not because of a transaction, not because of coercion, but because this man had seen through her predicament and also saw the backbone she refused to bend. Destiny, the scripts it writes sometimes are indeed more outrageous than those of any third-rate screenwriter. Li Yitong blinked gently, she didn't wake Jiang Yan. She just leaned against him quietly, her eyes gradually becoming firm. Before last night, she only wanted to keep a role. But now, she suddenly understood. What Jiang Yan gave her was not just resources, but a path to the very top. And just at this moment, the phone screen on the bedside table lit up. Sister Su sent a message. Yitong, the production crew has already arranged it. Director Chen personally gave the word that your scenes will be filmed first this afternoon. Immediately following that, there was another one. Also, that investor producer has already arrived at the hotel, saying he must apologize to you in person. Li Yitong looked at those two messages and was silent for a few seconds. Then, she looked up at Jiang Yan, who was still sleeping. Those mountains that had weighed on her head last night had really collapsed. Chapter 53, Morning Bathroom, Extra Meal. Li Yitong gazed at Jiang Yan's profile, her eyes slightly unfocused. She even subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to smooth out the slight furrow between his brows. Just then, the rhythm of Jiang Yan's breathing shifted. However, he did not open his eyes immediately, maintaining his previous posture instead, his voice carrying that unique, languid tone of someone who had just woken up. Have you seen enough? Li Yitong felt like she had been caught red-handed, and her face flushed crimson instantly. She lowered her head in a panic, instinctively trying to shrink into the quilt, attempting to create some distance. But before she could retreat even half an inch, Jiang Yan's arm, which had been resting casually by the side of the bed, suddenly tightened, pressing precisely across her slender waist. Like a chain, he pinned her back into his embrace, leaving her unable to move in the slightest. Only then did Jiang Yan slowly open his eyes. There was no confusion in his eyes from just waking up, they remained clear, filled with that same rationality and desire for control. He turned his head slightly, his gaze landing on Li Yitong's face, which remained impeccable even without makeup, flushed red like a ripe apple. He studied her for 2 seconds. Not ugly. Li Yitong was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was Jiang Yan's evaluation of her face, which would eventually be recognized in the entertainment industry as a top-tier, high-class beauty. Not ugly. These 2 words were practically a huge insult to her looks. Outside, which investor or male star didn't exhaust every adjective to praise her as a fairy or breathtaking? Yet coming from Jiang Yan, she only got a not ugly that barely passed the passing grade. Li Yitong was so angry she laughed. The initial awkwardness from last night, along with the discomfort brought by the gap in their status, was completely dispelled by this single sentence. She couldn't help but extend her fist and gently thump Jiang Yan's solid chest. The force was light, filled with coquettishness. Don't you even know how to compliment someone? Li Yitong bit her lip, but her eyes held a smile. Jiang Yan didn't dodge, letting the harmless, soft fist land on his chest. The corners of his mouth twitched upward slightly, and he relaxed, a rare occurrence for him. Jiang Yan looked at Li Yitong's face, lively, vivid, and devoid of any sycophantic pretense, and a strange feeling suddenly flashed through his heart. This way of interacting was completely different from his dynamic with Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe was a clear-headed, absolutely obedient tool. She took a 3 million annual salary and dutifully played the role of private housekeeper and bed partner. In front of Su Qinghe, Jiang Yan didn't need any emotional value, he only needed to give orders and reap submission. That was pure class oppression and a monetary buyout. But Li Yitong was different. She possessed the aura of a female star and a resilience that refused to yield even in the mud. Because she recognized his vision and was awed by his methods, she had developed a more complex, deeply bound psychological attachment. Being with her, for the first time, Jiang Yan felt that having someone lying beside him was not just an existence he used to vent his desires. At this moment, he experienced a subtle sense of comfort that belonged to human instinct. Just then, a soft ding sounded in Jiang Yan's mind. The God-tier influence system was here again. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the emotional deep defense penetration and total anchoring of the high-weight target, Li Yitong. Target identity assessment, a top-tier node figure in the entertainment industry who will possess phenomenal social influence in the future. System analysis logic, the host did not use low-level monetary transactions or simple coercion, but rather, through resource support combined with aesthetic value recognition, caused this high-potential target to develop irreversible awe, dependence, and psychological submission toward the host. Influence points, plus 300 points. Subsidiary reward triggered, 3 million yuan deposited. The sleepiness in Jiang Yan's eyes dissipated instantly. He raised an eyebrow slightly. So, it wasn't just on-site shocks that could earn points. For someone like Li Yitong, whose influence would continue to magnify in the future, as long as he locked her in early, the system would also provide rewards. Before, when he kicked open the private room door and intimidated producer Ma Yu and the others, he earned instant points brought by event propagation. But these 300 points now were because he had turned Li Yitong, a potential stock, destined to become hugely popular, into an accessory under his absolute control. What did this mean? It meant the system acknowledged Li Yitong's node weight as a future phenomenal star. As long as Li Yitong climbed higher in the entertainment industry, became more famous, and gained more fans, then as Jiang Yan's person, she would be able to continuously provide significant indirect influence points for Jiang Yan in the future. This was a long-term check with compounding effects. He could also use Li Yitong as a catalyst to invest in and harvest other stars in the entertainment industry who were currently lukewarm but had development potential in the future. Jiang Yan looked at Li Yitong, who was still nestling obediently in his arms, completely unaware of the system prompt just now. The trace of warmth in his eyes instantly merged perfectly with rational business logic. Capital's hunt was not just about harvesting current prey. It was also about cultivating hunting dogs that could help him graze on wider pastures. And Li Yitong was undoubtedly a seed he had planted with his own hands. Get up and wash up. Jiang Yan patted Li Yitong's shoulder, his tone returning to his usual calmness. He threw off the quilt and stood up naked without any hesitation, fully exposing a set of muscle lines that would make any woman scream. Li Yitong had just taken a deep breath, trying to suppress her frantically accelerating heartbeat. She pulled the corner of the quilt, trying to cover the amorous marks all over her body and linger in bed for a while longer. But the next second, Jiang Yan did not walk to the bathroom alone. Ah! Accompanied by Li Yitong's caught-off-guard cry, she was instantly dragged out. Gee, Jiang Yan. She panicked and reached out her arms to cling to the man's neck, her fair skin completely exposed to the cool air of the air-conditioned room. What? Don't want to get up? Since you don't want to walk on your own, then we'll wash together. Before the words left his mouth, he didn't give Li Yitong any chance to refuse, sweeping her up into his arms and striding into the bathroom. The bathroom was shockingly large, with a huge, pure white two-person whirlpool bathtub in the center. Jiang Yan casually turned on the constant temperature water valve, the warm water quickly filling the tub, and swirling white mist gradually rose. Jiang Yan didn't put her down but stepped into the water while holding her. The water washed over them. Li Yitong's body, already sore from last night, became even more soft and boneless under the soaking of the warm water. Like a white rabbit that had lost its protective shell, she clung tightly to Jiang Yan's broad chest. Her hand subconsciously went to cover the alluring scenery vaguely visible beneath the water before her. Jiang Yan chuckled, using one hand to seize her two wrists that were struggling in vain, pinning them against the slippery edge of the bathtub. Before Li Yitong could recover from her embarrassment, Jiang Yan had already forcefully wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her toward him and sinking in without ceremony. MMPH. Ah. As the warm water rippled, that seamless connection made Li Yitong suddenly arch her slender neck, letting out an irrepressible, delicate cry. Jiang Yan, no more. I really don't have any strength left. The corners of her eyes instantly welled up with moisture as she pleaded pitifully. I make the rules. Only when I say we can stop, can we stop. Jiang Yan's eyes churned with the fanatical, aggressive desire peculiar to men in the morning, and his movements showed no mercy whatsoever. The water splashed and churned violently in the bathtub along with his fierce onslaught, hitting the sleek marble floor. It wasn't until over half an hour later that this morning extra meal finally came to a complete end. For Li Yitong, this morning was a nirvana where her body and mind were completely shattered and then rebranded with Jiang Yan's mark. And for Jiang Yan, it was merely a daily diversion of enjoying his exclusive prey. Chapter 54, If anyone dares to bully you, just slap them. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. When Li Yitong finally finished freshening up, forcing her aching legs to support her as she walked out of the bathroom wearing the dried shirt, Jiang Yan was already dressed and leaning against the sofa in a relaxed posture. Holding his phone in one hand and the room's tablet in the other, he seemed to be reviewing some documents. Sunlight hit his profile, making him look as cold and hard as stone. She was just about to walk over and pour him a glass of warm water. Just then, the screen of the phone Jiang Yan had placed on the coffee table suddenly lit up. Accompanied by a very brief vibration sound, a video call request popped up. Li Yitong's gaze instinctively flickered toward the lit-up screen. With that one glance, she was instantly frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell. The name flashing on the screen was simple, just two words, Mom. This should have been the most ordinary contact label. But below this name, next to the WeChat profile picture that looked incredibly authoritative and dressed in a professional suit, there was clearly displayed a line of small gray text in the signature, Dingshan Capital, Chairwoman Lin Wantong. A buzz. Li Yitong's brain felt like it had been struck hard by something, going blank for half a second. Dingshan Capital. These four words, she was all too familiar with them. How could she possibly forget these four words? Last night, after she emerged from that hellish private room, her manager, Sister Sue, had practically shouted at her over the phone. Someone from Dingshan Capital called personally, and the entire investment group was forced to kneel and clean up the mess. Just now, Secretary Zhang Huilin from Dingshan Capital called the group personally, not only to cancel the partnership but also to launch a thorough audit of the accounts. Even Chairman Li, that influential figure in the capital, was so terrified that he made producer Ma Yu kneel and beg for mercy overnight. At the time, she only knew that Jiang Yan's background was terrifying, but she didn't know where this terror originated. Now she knew. The answer was right before her eyes. The mother of this 18-year-old boy was actually the helm of Dingshan Capital. That was no ordinary tycoon. She was someone who could turn clouds with a flip of her hand in the investment and financial circles, someone who could make the capital in the entertainment industry tremble with a single word. Too many film and television companies were held by Dingshan Capital. Li Yitong's hand, holding the towel, began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, she finally understood just how terrifying Jiang Yan's background was. She had originally thought Jiang Yan was a super-rich second-generation heir with tens of billions in family assets, which was the limit of what she could imagine. But the reality was that standing behind him was the kind of top-tier, state-level power that truly set the rules of the game and viewed countless so-called capital tycoons as mere ants. No wonder when he kicked down the door last night, he didn't even bother to ask who the other person was. The power standing behind him was simply not at a level that the word wealthy could describe. It was practically the rules themselves. Mom. Just as a massive storm was raging in Li Yitong's heart, Jiang Yan had already picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. From the other end of the video call, a few short and efficient questions seemed to come through. Jiang Yan leaned against the sofa and replied indifferently, Yeah. I stayed here last night. I'm heading back to the old residence today to pack some things, and the day after tomorrow, I'll go straight to the capital to see the old man. After a few more instructions from the other end, Jiang Yan hung up the video call. The call lasted less than a minute. But in that 1 minute, in Li Yitong's eyes and heart, it felt like she had experienced a massive storm. This wasn't an ordinary phone call. This was top-tier capital having a casual conversation. Jiang Yan tossed the phone back onto the coffee table and looked up at her. Saw it. Li Yitong suddenly snapped back to reality and almost instinctively lowered her head. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look. Doesn't matter. Jiang Yan interrupted her. He stood up and walked over, his tall figure casting a heavy sense of oppression in the morning light. I didn't intend to hide it from you intentionally, but I also can't be bothered to show off my family background to everyone I meet. That's what upstarts love to do. Jiang Yan looked down at her from a height. You just need to follow my arrangements. For you, knowing who I am isn't important. What's important is that you need to know I can protect you so you can walk sideways, or I can make everything you have right now disappear in an instant. Understand? Li Yitong nodded, her voice very soft but steady. I understand. She realized that her attempt to understand Jiang Yan's background was in itself a transgression. All she needed to do was grow desperately under the shade this man was willing to provide, and prove her own worth. Just then, the clubhouse's exclusive butler rang the doorbell and delivered the breakfast Jiang Yan had ordered the kitchen to prepare. The two sat facing each other. Although Li Yitong was holding a knife and fork, her thoughts were clearly still immersed in the shock from just a moment ago. Jiang Yan cut a piece of Wagyu beef, ate it leisurely, and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. 2 things. He leaned back against the chair and got straight to the point. First, I'm going to the capital for the next 2 days to handle some family matters. For the next half-month or so, I won't have time to see you, just stay in Shijiazhuang and finish filming your drama with peace of mind. Hearing that Jiang Yan was leaving, a strong, inexplicable sense of loss rose in Li Yitong's heart. But she didn't dare to show it, only nodding obediently. Second. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. I will have people keep an eye on your film crew's activities. If the director, or any supervising producer or production manager who comes later, tries any behavior that crosses the line again. Jiang Yan's tone turned cold instantly. You don't need to suffer any more grievances or force a smile. Just slap them in the face and walk away, someone will handle the aftermath for you. Don't embarrass me. Li Yitong's fingers trembled slightly. These words were not gentle. They even carried Jiang Yan's usual assertiveness and commanding tone. Yet, falling into her ears, they were more reassuring than any comfort. In the past, what she feared most on set was having to force a smile for people even when she had been wronged. Because she had no background, no say, and no bargaining chips to make others fear her. But now Jiang Yan was telling her, no need to endure it. Someone would cover for her. This was not a lightweight promise, but a real sense of security backed by the massive mountain that was Dingshan capital. Li Yitong put down her knife and fork, took a deep breath, and said in a very soft but serious voice, I won't be like that anymore. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, then brought up the third matter. Third, I'm planning to switch you to a faster path. Li Yitong was slightly stunned. Jiang Yan picked up his phone and casually pulled up a briefing on entertainment projects that Secretary Zhang Huilin had compiled last night. Today is July 3, 2016. There is a movie called Love 020, which happens to be in the reshoot phase. Chapter 55, Joining the Cast with Capital, Replacing Zheng Shuang. Hearing this name, Li Yitong's eyes flickered slightly. She certainly knew about this drama. It was a major IP, a youth idol drama with a highly popular original work, and the lead actors and platform resources were already mostly settled. In this current era of rising traffic-driven dramas, once a project like this aired, as long as the lead actress didn't flop, it was almost guaranteed to reap a huge wave of exposure dividends. For this level of female lead resources, in the past, she wouldn't even have been able to touch the scraps of an audition. Jiang Yan said indifferently, for this project, I will arrange for you to join the cast with capital. We will add investment, supplement the promotion and distribution, and readjust the female lead. Li Yitong's breath hitched slightly. She had already vaguely guessed what Jiang Yan was going to say next, but she still found it hard to believe. Jiang Yan looked up at her. You will take Zheng Shuang's place. Boom. It was as if something had exploded in Li Yitong's mind. She raised her head abruptly, her eyes filled with shock. Ah. Me. She blurted out almost subconsciously. But, the female lead for that kind of project, wasn't it already decided long ago? And it should almost be finished filming. Jiang Yan's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest. That's why I said, join the cast with capital. In the entertainment industry, what is settled is never set in stone when faced with real money and resources. As long as the chips are sufficient, contracts can be renegotiated, reshoots can be done, and the female lead can be changed. His tone was as flat as if he were talking about the most ordinary little matter. Yet Li Yitong's heart raced as she listened. Replacing Zheng Shuang. Joining the cast of Love 020 with capital. Taken individually, any of these terms would have felt unattainable to a small actress like her. But coming from Jiang Yan's mouth, it was as if he was just casually moving a piece on a chessboard. Jiang Yan continued, what you lack now is not acting foundation, but a breakout role that can make the audience quickly remember you. Bai Weiwei in Love 020 is clean, bright, and intelligent. She has the aura of a campus goddess and sufficient reach. This role can get your face out there in the shortest possible time. What you need to do is use this drama to make the national audience remember you first. Li Yitong's fingers holding the knife and fork slowly tightened. She knew what this meant. If this really came to pass, her life trajectory would once again be forcibly rewritten by Jiang Yan. From a small actress still being threatened by producers on set, she would step directly into the ranks of a top youth idol drama female lead. This kind of leap was no longer just a normal tilt of resources. It was capital pushing her to the forefront with its own hands. But Li Yitong hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help saying, wouldn't such a last-minute change of the female lead cause a lot of controversy? Jiang Yan looked at her and said indifferently, controversy itself is traffic. As long as the subsequent promotion and distribution rhythm is well controlled, the audience won't care what happened behind the scenes. They will only care if the Bai Weiwei appearing on screen is beautiful enough and memorable enough. And what you need to do is prove that me putting you up there is not a waste of resources. Speaking of this, Jiang Yan tapped his fingertip lightly on the tablet screen. An equity structure chart popped up on the screen. Li Yitong subconsciously took a look, her pupils constricting slightly. Jiang Yan's tone was calm. The largest investor in this project is Shanghai Croton Culture Media Company, Limited. The largest shareholder behind Croton Culture is Wace Film and TV. And the largest capital shareholder behind Wace Film and TV is Dingshan Capital. Li Yitong understood in an instant. The so-called unattainable top-tier project, the so-called set-in-stone female lead, the so-called resources that countless artists would fight tooth and nail for. With Jiang Yan, they were never things to be begged for, but rather things pressed down layer by layer along the chain of capital, directly rewriting the results from the very top. Jiang Yan watched her expression suddenly quiet down and continued. I am not asking you to go beg people. Nor am I asking you to snatch it. I am simply taking resources that could have been redistributed by capital anyway and placing them on someone I believe is more valuable. You must remember, from today on, you are not a small actress waiting to be picked by others. You are someone pushed up by me, Jiang Yan. Li Yitong's heart trembled heavily. This sentence moved her more than any sweet nothings. Because it meant a change in status, she was no longer just that small actress in the crew who could be replaced, humiliated, or forced to smile at any time. She had a backer. She had chips. And she had the qualifications to be pushed to the forefront by capital itself. However, there is one rule. Li Yitong immediately looked up. Jiang Yan looked at her, his tone indifferent but carrying an unquestionable possessiveness. You can film this drama. You can play the female lead. But all kissing scenes must use camera angles. Li Yitong was stunned, and Jiang Yan said indifferently. I can make you famous. I can give you resources. I can let you stand under the spotlight. But you must remember, you are mine. The ambiguity, emotions, and atmosphere needed in front of the camera can all be accomplished through acting. Real contact is not allowed. These words were domineering to the point of being unreasonable, yet Li Yitong felt not a shred of aversion in her heart. On the contrary, at this moment she realized even more clearly that Jiang Yan was not just casually giving her a resource and then letting her drift with the tide in the entertainment industry. He had truly incorporated her into his own territory. His arrangements, his rules, and his possessiveness were all part of the boundaries of this territory. Li Yitong nodded gently, I understand. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, Dingxing Capital will go and talk to Weiss. Contracts, remuneration, promotion, press releases, and the rhythm of public opinion will all be handled for you by someone. You only need to do two things, play Bei Weiwei well. And then, don't embarrass me. Li Yitong clenched her fingers, her eyes becoming firm bit by bit, I won't let you down. Jiang Yan glanced at her, his tone still calm. It had better be so. Because what I am giving you is not just a chance. It is a change of fate. At this moment, she realized again that the private room door that Jiang Yan kicked open last night did not just save her from the dirty dinner party of producer Ma Yu. It had also dragged her directly from that muddy, slow, and fragile life path that could be crushed by others at any time onto a completely different, sky-high road. And how far she could go at the end of this road depended on how high Jiang Yan was willing to push her. And it also depended on whether she herself could be worthy of the chips Jiang Yan had given her. Chapter 56, Making You Spit It All Back Out, with Interest. In the afternoon, the sun scorched the asphalt roads of Shijiazhuang. A black Maybach was parked outside the five-star hotel where the film crew was staying, in a very secluded spot. Li Yitong sat in the back seat, clutching the strap of her bag. The car had been steady for nearly a minute, but she still couldn't bring herself to push the door open and leave. Driver Zhao in the driver's seat stared straight ahead, like a sculpture without any emotion. Sitting beside her, Jiang Yan had his eyes closed, resting, seemingly contemplating matters regarding the trip to the capital. The atmosphere of parting fermented silently in the narrow car cabin. Li Yitong knew that after getting out of the car, she would face the mixed gaze of awe and fear from everyone in the crew. She would transform from a small actress who could be bullied by anyone into a core figure whose mood even the director would have to watch. And all of this was given to her by the man beside her with his eyes closed. She took a deep breath, as if having made up her mind about something. Li Yitong suddenly opened her bag, rummaging through it in a fluster. A few seconds later, she pulled out something strung on a red cord. It was a small silver coin. Because she had worn it for a long time, the edges had been polished very smooth and shiny. On the back of the silver coin, the character Tong was engraved in an archaic font. She looked at Jiang Yan, suddenly reached out, and forcefully shoved the silver coin, still carrying her body heat, into Jiang Yan's palm. Jiang Yan slightly opened his eyes, looked down at the object in his palm, and then raised his eyes to look at her. My mom went to the temple to get this for me the day I first debuted. She said it was blessed and could serve as an amulet to keep me safe. I'm giving this silver coin to you. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Jiang Yan to reply and pushed the car door open, almost as if fleeing. She was afraid that if she left even a second later, Jiang Yan would throw the silver coin back at her, a coin she considered somewhat shabby but which carried all of her sincerity. The car door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off the heat waves outside. Jiang Yan spread his palm, looking at the silver coin engraved with the character Tong, and was silent for 2 seconds. Given his current status and the capital at his disposal, Patek Philippe's worth tens of millions or rare antiques worth hundreds of millions were nothing more than numbers he could swipe his card for at will. The material value of this silver coin was probably not even worth a single button on one of his haute couture suits. Yet he didn't throw it away. With a curl of his slender fingers, he put it directly into his trouser pocket. Driver Zhao in the front row saw this scene in the rearview mirror and immediately withdrew his gaze, even softening his breathing. Having been with the Jiang family for a long time, he knew what it meant to see it but act as if you didn't. Return to the old residence, Jiang Yan instructed indifferently. The Maybach slid silently into the traffic. Meanwhile, Li Yitong, who had just rushed into the hotel elevator, leaned against the cold metal wall of the cabin, gasping for air, her chest heaving violently. She could feel her heart almost leaping out of her throat. She had given away something so personal. What if Jiang Yan thought this thing was trash and threw it away in disgust? Just as she was feeling uneasy, her phone in her bag dinged. Li Yitong immediately pulled out her phone as if she had been electrocuted. On the screen was a WeChat message from that familiar blue sky and white clouds avatar. I've received it. Film well, don't get distracted. There was no flashy comfort, nor any mushy words. It was just such a cold and indifferent sentence. But Li Yitong stared at the screen, and her eyes instantly turned red. She stared at it for a long time before pressing the phone to her chest and slowly exhaling. Her originally uneasy heart finally settled down. Ding dong, the elevator arrived. Li Yitong lifted her head. When the elevator door opened, facing the executive director who immediately came up with a flattering face and the trembling Sister Sue in the corridor. Her gaze had shed all weakness, turning into a sharp blade just beginning to show its edge. Half an hour later, the Maybach drove into the old residence of the Jiang family. The head butler, Uncle Xiang, had long since arranged for servants to pack all of Jiang Yan's luggage for his trip to Shuimu University in the capital, all of which were newly purchased. Jiang Yan didn't bother with those trivial matters. He walked alone into the Chinese-style study that was usually only used by his grandfather and father. After closing the heavy wooden door behind him, he walked straight to the sandalwood desk and sat down. In the center of the desk lay the craft paper file bag his father had given him. Jiang Yan pulled out the thick stack of documents inside. Although he held $1 billion in cash in the system, in the capital's Vanity Fair, which was truly like an abyss, money was sometimes the most useless thing. To be able to turn clouds and rain in that game of chess, information was always paramount. He flipped through them page by page. The information was detailed to an appalling degree. It included who the core third-generation figures of the several top powerful families were, and what their character weaknesses were. Which people in the government system, military system, and even central enterprise system belonged to the Jiang family faction, as well as old subordinates who had once been promoted by them. It even included the private hobbies of several powerful department heads who had historical ties with the Jiang family and were currently holding high positions. Once these things were leaked, they would be enough to trigger a major earthquake. Jiang Linzhou handing this to Jiang Yan meant that he was truly handing the future power of life and death of the Jiang family into his hands. Jiang Yan read very carefully. His powerful brain engraved this intricate web of relationships into his mind. Just as he flipped to the power relationship network involving high-tech and academic research fields, his fingers suddenly stopped. The air in the room seemed to turn cold all of a sudden. His gaze was fixed dead on a line of names on one of the pages. That name was not among the most core families, but in the field of academic and technology management, it possessed a right to speak that ordinary people could hardly reach. Vice Minister Zhou Dehui. The data showed he was the executive vice minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, who held the power of approval and funding allocation for hundreds of billions in major national scientific research projects. His son was none other than Zhou Wenchang, 28 years old this year. He had once relied on a gold medal in the national physics competition to be admitted directly to the doctoral program in the physics department of Shuemu University without an entrance exam. After graduation, within a few short years, he became an assistant director of a national key laboratory, known as an academic leader of the youth generation in the capital. Later, as time went on, his main energy began to shift from scientific research to power operations and bullying subordinates, but relying on his father's power, he was still unrivaled in prominence. Boom. Those humiliations and despairs from his past life, suppressed in the deepest parts of his memory like a bone-eating gangrene. At the moment he saw this name, like a dam bursting, they roared crazily in Jiang Yan's mind. The humiliation, despair, and stifled anger that he had been forcefully suppressing all surged up in an instant. He remembered the laboratory from his past life that never saw the light of day year-round and was filled with the smell of toxic chemical reagents. He remembered the days when, in order to verify materials, he hadn't slept a full night for a consecutive year, his eyes covered in bloodshot veins, even coughing up blood. He remembered when he finally completed that major scientific breakthrough and thought he could change his destiny. The ugly, hideous face of the institute director, full of charity and threats. Jiang Yan, Wen provided guidance on this research, so he must be the first author. You must prioritize the big picture. The institute will give you an extra 200,000 in bonuses. And that academic press conference where Zhou Wenchang wore a designer suit, talking eloquently on stage to the media, while talking about his own achievements. Zhou. Zhou. Wenchang. Jiang Yan slowly squeezed these two names out from between his teeth. He didn't smash the desk, nor did he roar in anger. But in his pitch-black eyes, a layer of terrifyingly cold light had already surfaced. In his past life, he was just a research dog with no power, no influence, and no background. Facing that level of power crushing down, he didn't even have the qualification to resist, he could only grit his teeth and swallow the humiliation alive. In the end, he died on a cold laboratory bench without even a sound. But in this life. Jiang Yan slowly closed the document. Vice Minister Zhou Dehui, is it? Ministry of Science and Technology, is it? Zhou Wenchang, is it? Academic leader, is it? Zhou Wenchang, you probably will never imagine. Jiang Yan gently threw the document onto the desk, his voice as soft as a whisper from hell. The achievements you siphoned from me in our past life, the debts you owe me. In this life, I will personally make you spit it all back out, with interest. Chapter 57, Armed Police on Guard, Dedicated Line Clearance. Jiang Yan closed the file, acting as if nothing had just happened. Subsequently, Jiang Yan took out his phone and opened the chat box for his private butler, Su Qinghe. He tapped a few times on the screen and sent a message, returning to the capital tomorrow, wait for me at Wanlu Academy. Less than 5 seconds after the message was sent, Su Qinghe's reply popped up immediately. Understood, sir. Wanlu Academy has been fully prepared. Safe travels, I will be waiting for you at home. Even through the screen, Jiang Yan could feel Su Qinghe's absolute professional obedience. He found himself missing her black stockings. Early the next morning. Outside the old residence, the black Maybach was already parked on the Bluestone Road. Standing beside the car door was driver Zhao. Seeing Jiang Yan come out, driver Zhao didn't waste any words and respectfully opened the door for him. Young master, the vehicle has been checked. The transit documents have also been switched to a Beijing-registered internal security license plate. Driver Zhao stood straight, his tone steady. Shall we depart now? Let's go, to the capital. Jiang Yan replied indifferently, bending down to sit in the spacious back seat. The Maybach, like a black phantom, glided smoothly out of Shijiazhuang and onto the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau Expressway. The retired veteran's driving skills were excellent, and combined with the Maybach's top-tier chassis, there was almost no bumpiness felt inside the car, only the very light rustle of tire noise beneath the chassis. Jiang Yan leaned back against the soft leather seat, his posture relaxed. He took out his phone and began to process the accumulated unread messages. The first one was from Li Yitong. It was a selfie from the set. In the photo, Li Yitong had already changed into the pure makeup and hair of the female lead, with the busy lighting and camera crew in the background. Her eyes revealed an irrepressible brilliance and drive. Young Master Jiang, I have officially joined the crew and started filming. The director and producer are being especially polite to me, and no one in the crew dares to mess with my schedule. I will do a good job with the acting." Jiang Yan looked at the screen, smiled, and replied with one word, "Mm." He didn't need to provide emotional value to Li Yitong. What he wanted was her attitude of being grateful and desperately climbing upward. Returning to the main interface, the second message was from Secretary Zhang Huilin. It was an encrypted file reporting on the progress of capital operations. "Young Master, the Dingxing Capital legal team has officially intervened in Wei's film and TV. The equity change regarding the Love 020 project is being pushed forward at full speed. The procedures for Li Yitong's capital-backed entry into the crew have mostly been completed, and the Economic Investigation Department has already filed a case on producer Ma Yu's money laundering. There is absolutely no possibility of him making a comeback." After reading it, Jiang Yan locked his phone screen with satisfaction. Outside the carriage, the scenery on the highway flew backward. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling of multitasking and having everything under control. This was the charm of capital and power. He didn't even need to step in and say a word personally, he only needed a few instructions to make countless people revolve around his will. This feeling was great. The Maybach sped along the highway, listening to the soothing music coming from the Burmester sound system, when the front of the car passed the Baoding section. The phone Jiang Yan had placed on his lap vibrated slightly. He opened his eyes, clicked on WeChat, and saw a message from his mother, Chairwoman Lin Wantong. This business queen, who was decisive in the financial markets and controlled trillions in capital, revealed the most ordinary, tender maternal affection between the lines when messaging him. "Yan, you're almost at the capital, right? After you arrive, don't be in a rush to talk to your grandfather about those heavy family matters. First, have a good meal with the old man. Your grandfather has been busy with work lately and doesn't have much of an appetite. Also, after eating, if he insists on playing Go with you, just play a few rounds with him. His Go skills aren't actually that high, but he has a strong competitive streak. Your brain is sharp, so remember to secretly go easy on him when the time comes. Don't let him lose too badly." Looking at these lines, Jiang Yan's face softened involuntarily. In his past life, his father moved bricks on construction sites, and his mother passed away early due to illness. He had never experienced what intergenerational affection meant, let alone had anyone teach him hand in hand how to please his grandfather. But in this life, not only did he hold immense power and wealth, but he also had a vast and warm family behind him to back him up. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he replied, "Got it, Mom, don't worry." At 10:15 in the morning, the Maybach officially entered the capital. The car did not head toward the bustling CBD, nor did it go to the luxurious Wanlu Academy. Instead, it turned directly into a quiet street near Beiqi Street in the Dongqing district. The moment the car drove into this street, it was as if an invisible barrier had isolated all the noise, congestion, and worldliness of the capital outside. On both sides of the street were century-old plane trees that blocked out the sky, their thick branches intertwined, casting a heavy shadow on the road. The road surface was so clean that not a single fallen leaf could be found. Even more eerie was that on this wide street, one could hardly see any civilian vehicles, nor any pedestrians taking a walk. Even on the most inconspicuous warning signs by the roadside, there were no conventional traffic slogans written. They only coldly bore the words, "Restricted area, no honking." Jiang Yan looked out the window, his gaze slightly narrowing. Although he hadn't had the qualifications to step foot here in his past life, given his current vision, he could naturally tell that this was the true core area of top-level power. Those billionaires outside didn't even have the qualification to park here. Driver Zhao slowly decelerated, and the car stopped in front of a high gray wall. In the center of the high wall was a gate that looked simple but was actually suffocatingly heavy. Outside the gate, there were no prominent signs like those of other government offices. Only the national emblem of China hung in the center above the main gate. On the vertical plaque to the right of the gate was written, "Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission of China." Inside the bulletproof glass guard post next to the gate stood two armed police officers with live ammunition. Their posture was as straight as a javelin, and their gazes were as sharp as hawks. Jiang Yan estimated that the rifles held by these two young men were loaded with live ammunition. The Maybach came to a steady stop in front of the gate. The two armed police officers walked out expressionlessly, their eyes carrying a vigilance ready to deal with any sudden situation at any time. Driver Zhao rolled down the car window and, without a word of wasted breath, took out a special dark red pass from his pocket and handed it out. One of the young men took the pass and carefully checked the anti-counterfeit laser and steel seal on it. Subsequently, he turned and walked quickly back to the guard post, picked up a conspicuous red landline phone on the table, and quickly dialed a number. The red phone dedicated line. Jiang Yan watched this scene from inside the car, sighing with admiration in his heart. This level of security and communication methods all highlighted the unspeakable and terrifying level behind this compound. In less than 20 seconds, a clear instruction seemed to come from the other end of the red phone. The young man put down the phone, and when he walked out again, there was a noticeably restrained respect on his originally cold face. He returned the pass to driver Zhao with both hands, stood straight, and bowed slightly, saying, "The chief has given instructions, drive the car straight in and park it in the designated parking space on the west side of building number 2. The word chief, when spoken from the mouth of such an internal guard, carried a weight as heavy as 1,000 June. Driver Zhao nodded and put away the pass. The heavy gate slid open slowly to both sides as smoothly as silk, without making any harsh friction sounds. The Maybach drove over the speed bump and smoothly entered this red-walled compound, which represented one of the pinnacles of Chinese power. Chapter 58, Ignoring World Affairs, Caring Only for a Grandson's Well-Being. The scene inside the compound was a completely different world from the outside. There were no magnificent, golden fountains, nor were there any ostentatious, flashy sculptures. The paths within the courtyard were paved with blue bricks that carried a sense of history. 3 or 5 small buildings, designed in a modern, minimalist, and solemn style with a touch of traditional elements, were nestled gracefully among towering ancient locust trees. The greenery was astonishingly lush, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of soil and vegetation after the rain. It was quiet to the point of feeling unreal. In a place like this, the more low-key it was, the more imposing it felt. Driver Zhao skillfully parked the Maybach in the designated spot on the west side of building number 2. As soon as the car came to a stop, a middle-aged man who had been waiting on the steps of building number 2 hurried up to greet them. The man was around 50, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, dress slacks, and black leather shoes. There was no overbearing official authority about him. Instead, he exuded a steadiness that only comes from long-term work in core positions. He walked personally to the back row, opened the car door for Jiang Yan, bowed slightly, and wore a warm smile on his face. "Young Master Jiang, you have had a tiring journey. I am Secretary Jiang's personal secretary. You may just call me Old Wu." To be the personal secretary for a bigwig of this level, if Old Wu were on the outside, he would absolutely be a core figure whom even provincial-level officials would have to treat with great respect. Jiang Yan stepped out of the car without putting on any airs of a young master. He nodded slightly at Old Wu, his tone peaceful yet dignified. "Uncle Wu, you are too polite. Sorry to trouble you with waiting for me here. Just call me Xiao Yan." Addressing him as young Master Jiang seemed ostentatious and inappropriate in a modern official environment and was rarely used on formal occasions. Jiang Yan also didn't want to leave a bad impression on his grandfather, so it was better to let him address him normally. A trace of imperceptible appreciation flashed in Old Wu's eyes. He had seen too many scions of powerful families. Upon arriving in this courtyard, they were either terrified and timid, or they feigned composure and appeared superficial. But this eldest grandson of the Jiang family before him possessed a sense of relaxation fused into his very bones with every gesture, which was truly rare. "The secretary is waiting for you in the study on the 2nd floor. He just brewed some special supply Wui Mountain Premium Da Hong Pao tea. Please come with me." Old Wu smiled and led the way, slightly ahead and to the side. Jiang Yan followed Old Wu into the central building. The hallway was covered with deep red sound-absorbing carpet, making not a single sound as they walked upon it. There were no famous calligraphy or paintings hanging on the walls. Instead, wooden picture frames were hung every few steps. Inside them were all old photos, some were black and white, and some had already yellowed. The figures in the photos were all legendary figures who had left a significant mark in history textbooks. And in those group photos, Jiang Yan saw his great-grandfather in his youth. These photos silently recounted the unfathomable qualifications and unshakable historical status of the Jiang family. Arriving at the second floor, the door to the study at the end of the corridor was slightly ajar. Old Wu stopped, knocked lightly on the door panel twice, and said in a low voice, "Secretary, the young master has arrived. Come in." From inside the door came an aged voice, full of vigor and carrying a faint, smoky rasp. The voice was not loud, but it exuded a kind of authority that one dared not defy. Jiang Yan pushed the door open and entered. The study was smaller than Jiang Yan had imagined. It followed the standard for a vice cabinet elder level perfectly, without exceeding it in the slightest. There was no luxurious executive desk, only an old-fashioned mahogany writing desk. The chair was also an old leather swivel chair that had seen better days. A whole bookcase against the wall was densely packed with thick legal classics and red-headed documents marked, internal reference. At this moment, by the window, an old man was slowly standing up from a rattan chair. The old man's attire was a standard official ensemble. He was tall and lean, his back still straight. His hair was combed meticulously, his high cheekbones, paired with those deep and sharp eyes, made the air in the entire room seem a bit more majestic. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang. Vice Cabinet Elder of the Huaxia Cabinet, Secretary of the Huaxia Political and Legal Affairs Commission, and the current true helmsman of the super-aristocratic giant ship that is the Jiang family. Jiang Yan looked at the old man before him. His facial contours were 70% similar to those of his father, Jiang Linzhou. But the aura forged by experiencing trials and tribulations and wielding the power of life and death was like a dormant tiger. There was no stage fright, nor was there any deliberate fawning. Jiang Yan stopped walking, met the old man's gaze, and called out respectfully, "Grandfather." His tone was neither humble nor pushy, clean and crisp. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang did not respond immediately. His eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts, scanned from Jiang Yan's brows and eyes all the way down to his posture, scrutinizing him for a full 3 or 4 seconds. Suddenly, the old man's stern expression melted like ice and snow, and he let out 2 hearty laughs. "Good lad." Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang strode over and patted Jiang Yan's shoulder heavily twice. "I haven't seen you for over half a year. You look much more spirited than you did around the New Year. You've also shot up in height. These shoulders are broad, just like mine when I was young." Jiang Yan's lips curved slightly. "You are also more spirited than you were during the New Year." The grandfather and grandson sat down on the sofa in the study. Old Wu deftly served 2 cups of brewed Dahong Pao tea, then silently retreated and gently closed the door. Only the grandfather and grandson were left in the study. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang did not, like his father or second uncle, put on a stern face and test him on world affairs the moment they met. He looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes full of kindness. "How many hours was the drive? Are you tired? Have you had breakfast?" "Not very tired." The driving was smooth. Jiang Yan picked up the teacup and took a sip. "I just grabbed a bite at a service area for breakfast. Can the food at a service area be any good?" Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang frowned. He turned and walked to the writing desk, picked up an internal telephone, and dialed out. "Shaoli, notify the cafeteria to quickly whip up a few light, home-cooked dishes and send them up. Also, make a bowl of noodles, add plenty of shredded meat, and poach a fried egg. Make it quick." After hanging up the phone, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang walked back and sat down again, chiding. "Now that you've come to grandfather's place, how could I let you go hungry?" Jiang Yan watched the old man's back as he personally arranged the meal, and the cold shell belonging to a reborn soul in his heart was once again quietly melted by something called family affection. In his past life, when he was striving in the capital, whenever he got sick or had a fever, he had to carry it all himself. In this life, his grandfather, who stood at the pinnacle of Huaxia's power, was concerned about whether he was hungry the moment he arrived. The warmth in this was not mixed with any calculated interests. Less than 15 minutes later, Old Wu walked in carrying a tray. 4 exquisite home-cooked stir-fried dishes, accompanied by a large steaming bowl of shredded meat noodles topped with a golden poached egg, filled the study with fragrance instantly. "Eat. Eat while it's hot." Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang pointed to the noodles on the coffee table. Jiang Yan did not stand on ceremony at all. He didn't bother to put on the pretentious mannerisms of a top-tier wealthy heir, like, no talking while eating. He picked up his chopsticks and slurped the noodles in big mouthfuls, eating heartily. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang sat opposite him, drinking tea, not saying a word, just watching his grandson eat with a smile. In the old man's eyes, there was a sense of unprecedented satisfaction. Chapter 59, Walk Your Own Path, the top elite family escorts you. Once Jiang Yan had polished off the large bowl of noodles, soup and all, and pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang nodded with satisfaction. You certainly didn't stand on ceremony with your eating, kid. The old man pointed a finger at Jiang Yan and laughed. When your father was your age, he didn't even dare to speak loudly in front of me, and he ate like a mouse. As for your second uncle, he was just a boorish brute who only knew how to swing weapons around, though he was a bit bolder. But you're better than both of them. I haven't seen you in half a year, and it's like you finally had a breakthrough. You used to be quite reserved in front of me. Jiang Yan threw the tissue into the trash, leaned back in his chair, and flashed a mischievous grin. My dad was afraid of you, he knew that if he did something wrong, you'd really take a stick to him. I'm different. Oh. And how are you different? Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang raised his eyebrows with interest. I'm not afraid of you. I'm your own grandson, after all. Jiang Yan replied with righteous confidence. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang was slightly taken aback, then immediately let out a hearty, earth-shaking laugh. Ha ha ha. Good lad. You've certainly grown bold, and your tongue has gotten sharper too. After the laughter subsided, the atmosphere in the study became incredibly harmonious. The last trace of awkwardness between grandfather and grandson, caused by their long separation, was completely dispelled by these few jokes. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang stood up, walked to the desk, and took a document out of the drawer. He walked back with the document and lightly tossed it onto the coffee table in front of Jiang Yan. It was an original college entrance exam score report, stamped with the bright red seal of the Beha Province Education Examination Authority. 741 points. First in the province for science, perfect score in math, perfect score in comprehensive science. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang sat back down in the rattan chair, his tone becoming somewhat sentimental. In your great-grandfather's generation, he was half a peasant, not very well educated, and he risked his life in the revolution to build this family legacy. By my generation, due to the turbulent times, I only managed to study for a few years at a cadre school. The old man's gaze swept over the score report, his eyes filled with pride. By your father's generation, he caught a good time and became properly educated. Your sister, cousin Jiang Yao, is considered the most talented, having been admitted to Yanjing University. But when it comes to academic talent... Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang looked up, his eyes burning as he stared at Jiang Yan. All three generations of the Jiang family combined aren't as sharp as your one head. Faced with such high praise, Jiang Yan only smiled modestly. It's all just good luck, good luck. The questions just happened to suit my tastes. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang waved his hand, clearly not buying this hypocritical rhetoric. Stop giving me that bureaucratic nonsense. After your second uncle and third aunt returned from the old residence, they specifically called me to report on your situation. The old man picked up his tea mug, took a sip, and his eyes became deep and profound. Your second uncle told me that your analysis of great power games while slicing sausage at the dinner table managed to shock even him, a general who came out of the Nanjian battlefield. Among the younger generation, you are the first one who has been able to make your second uncle admire you. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang put down the tea mug, leaned forward slightly, and fixed his sharp gaze directly on Jiang Yan's eyes. However, I don't intend to test you. Your father, your uncle, and your aunt have all already tested you for me. I don't need to confirm whether you are qualified to take over anymore. Grandpa called you here today simply because I missed you and wanted to see you. Being watched by such a pillar of the family with a gaze that combined scrutiny and warmth, an ordinary person would likely have crumbled long ago. But Jiang Yan's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He met the old man's gaze and asked calmly, "Then what do you see now?" This was a subtle confrontation. Not a power struggle, but a collision of souls between the current helmsman and the future helmsman. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang was silent for a moment. I see a young man who has depth but isn't sinister, and who has an edge but knows when to restrain it. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang spoke slowly, giving a very high evaluation. He stood up, walked to the window, and stood with his hands behind his back, looking outside. Your mother reported to me about you buying property in Wanlu Academy in the capital, as well as how you handled that producer surnamed Ma in Shijiazhuang. The old man turned back, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration. Manipulating human nature, cutting off the capital chain, and utilizing forces within the system to assist in the strike. The methods were clean and efficient, leaving no loose ends. With this brain and this ruthlessness, it would simply be a waste of talent to go into academia in the future. Faced with his grandfather's hint about going into politics or business in the future, Jiang Yan's expression did not change, and his tone was firm. Grandpa, I want to pursue academia. It's what I truly love, and it's also another mode for me to stand firm in this world. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang looked at his stubborn and clear-eyed gaze and raised an eyebrow slightly. He was not angry, instead, he revealed a faint smile. An heir who has a desire for pure knowledge and determination will go much further than a politician whose only thought is power games. Good, as long as you have your own ideas. People of the Jiang family should live as they please. After chatting about family matters and future plans, the topic naturally shifted to the top institution Jiang Yan was about to enter, Shuemu University. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang sat back down in the rattan chair, pulled a pack of unbranded, specially supplied cigarettes from his pocket, and lit one. Wisps of blue smoke rose, blurring the old man's face. The department head of the physics department at Shuemu University is the son of an old comrade in arms of mine. By seniority, you should call him uncle. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang flicked the ash. However, I didn't tell him anything to get you special treatment. Your 741-point provincial top scorer sign is the strongest background. The Jiang family doesn't need to engage in cheap nepotism to assert our presence. Jiang Yan nodded. Don't worry, I'm going there to study quietly, not to be some tyrannical young master. That may be so. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang took a drag of his cigarette, a flash of coldness passing through his deep eyes. But the physics department you want to enroll in has been a mess these past 2 years, very unsettled. There are a few little brats who, relying on their family's connections in the ministries, have turned the pure academic circle into a vanity fair of cliques and fame-seeking. The old man's tone grew heavier. After you go, if you encounter anything unfair, use your own methods to handle it first. If the other party's background is too deep for you to handle, then come directly to the family. Remember, don't act like a nouveau riche, constantly bringing up the Jiang family at every turn. But you absolutely must not let anyone walk all over you. Hearing the words, relying on ministerial backgrounds to make a mess of things, Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well who the old man was referring to. Chapter 60, Butterfly Effect. Just as Jiang Yan was preparing to probe further along the current topic, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang, however, casually dropped a bombshell as if he were discussing a trivial piece of paperwork. Speaking of which, last month the Ministry of Science and Technology submitted a National Outstanding Youth Talent Special Support list, and there's a youngster on it named Zhou Wenchang. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang let out a cold snort, his tone revealing clear dissatisfaction. He claims to have made some major breakthrough in the field of materials physics. The Ministry of Science and Technology insists on breaking the rules to grant him the status of a master's supervisor, along with tens of millions in accompanying research funding. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and continued. I had someone look into it quietly. The reputation of this kid's papers within the industry is polarized. Some call him a genius, while older professors have privately reported that his experimental data cannot withstand any scrutiny. However, his father, Vice Minister Zhou Dehui, has been with the Ministry of Science and Technology for over a decade and is now a vice minister. He's been forming cliques, and his reach is quite extensive. The old man was merely complaining to his grandson about the unsavory atmosphere within the system. After all, as the highest authority in the political and legal system, he detested such abuse of power for personal gain. However, to Jiang Yan, these words were like a bolt from the blue. The hand with which Jiang Yan held his teacup paused in midair for half a second. He had originally been planning how, upon entering Shuemu University, he could quietly begin from within the academic circle to dismantle Zhou Wenchang's status step by step, and finally leveraged the situation to bring Vice Minister Zhou Dehui down. But he never expected that, as fate would have it, in their rush to climb the ladder and secure both political and academic capital, this father and son pair had recklessly delivered that list, which reeked of fraud, straight to his grandfather's desk. It was as if the prey had washed its own neck and charged headlong into his line of fire. His grandfather, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang, oversaw the political and legal system. Although he did not directly oversee the Ministry of Science and Technology, at his level, the truly terrifying thing was never the division of departmental duties, but the attention itself. Once something was fixed in his mind, as long as concrete evidence surfaced later, so-called vice ministers and ministry relationship networks were nothing more than lids that could be lifted at any moment. However, Jiang Yan was not carried away by this sudden opportunity. His first reaction was, instead, to calmly deduce the causal changes between his past life and the present. Was this matter a butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? Or had it happened in his past life as well, but he had been at too low a level back then to even know about it? A hint of hidden chill flashed in the depths of Jiang Yan's eyes. In his past life, he had been nothing more than a poor, overworked research drudge at Shuemu University, spending his days buried in the laboratory. Forget about rubbing shoulders with figures like Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang, who stood at the pinnacle of China's power. Even a minor leader in the research institute could easily decide his fate. Perhaps in his past life, this so-called National Outstanding Youth Talent Special Support List, featuring Zhou Wenchang, had also been placed on the desks of certain important figures. Perhaps someone like Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang had even glanced at Zhou Wenchang's name in some internal reference or report. Perhaps he had even felt the same disgust for the way Vice Minister Zhou Dehui and his son used their influence to fabricate an academic halo. But the problem was, there was no substantive evidence. At Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang's level, any action would have far-reaching consequences. He could not simply topple a vice minister who had been deeply entrenched in the Ministry of Science and Technology for over a decade, with complex, deep-rooted connections, based merely on a few anonymous reports or the private doubts of a few old professors. The political and legal system required a chain of evidence. Not suspicion. Not disgust. And certainly not intuition. So, in his past life, this matter might have briefly appeared on the radar of certain people. But because there was a lack of concrete evidence, and because no one had stepped forward who could truly connect the loopholes in Zhou Wenchang's papers, his experimental data, and the flow of project funds, the matter had likely been suppressed. Or rather, shelved. Consequently, Vice Minister Zhou Dehui continued to sit securely in his position at the Ministry of Science and Technology, and was even later promoted to Executive Vice Minister. Zhou Wenchang continued to wear the mantle of a young academic genius, moving unimpeded through Shuemu University and key laboratories. Until 10 years later. Until he reached out his hand toward that paper of Jiang Yan's from his past life, the one that was truly capable of changing the landscape of the field of materials physics. Until the results that Jiang Yan had bled and sweated for were shamelessly claimed by Zhou Wenchang as his own. At this thought, the murderous intent in Jiang Yan's heart became even colder, even clearer. In his past life, it wasn't that no one had suspected the Zhou family father and son. It was just that no one had been able to hold the knife to their throats. But this life was different. He was that knife, the sharp blade capable of severing everything. He not only knew where Zhou Wenchang's facade would show cracks, but he also knew the technical paths, experimental logic, and data loopholes in the field of materials physics for the next decade. He could see through papers that others could not. He could catch experimental fraud that others could not. He could dismantle the chains of interest that others could not piece together. He even had a system which contained technology that transcended the era. If the Zhou father and son had been able to remain arrogant for 10 years in his past life simply because there was no one to tear through the paper screen, then in this life, Jiang Yan would personally tear that paper screen to shreds. And he would do it just when they were at their most triumphant, most eager to climb the ladder, and most desperate to secure their labels as academic genius and rising tech star. He would drive the knife in deep, leaving them without even the chance to plead their innocence. His grandfather's current disgust for the Zhou father and son was merely a mine buried within the power structure. And what Jiang Yan needed to do was to carefully connect the fuses of evidence, timing, public opinion, and academic judgment, one by one, and wait for the day of the explosion. Zhou Wenchang would learn what it meant to fall from the clouds into the mire. Vice Minister Zhou Dehui would also learn what it meant for the genius son he had personally crafted to ultimately become the death warrant that dragged his entire family down. Jiang Yan suppressed the surge of murderous intent in his heart, fueled by his ecstasy. His facial control was perfect, not a single emotion leaked out, and not even his breathing rhythm changed. He placed his teacup steadily on the coffee table and asked softly, in an objective tone that carried the air of academic inquiry. "Grandfather, since there are reports from old professors in the industry, do you think Zhou Wenchang's academic achievements are truly the result of talent, or are they just a product of his father's influence, packaged to swindle research funds?" Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang glanced at him and shook his head. "I don't understand those complex physics data, I only care about the fairness of the national system. If he really is a genius, then approving the list is fine." The old man's eyes suddenly turned sharp as a blade. "But if he really is a fraud packaged by his father's power, treating the National Research Fund like his own personal ATM, then this matter will be exposed sooner or later." Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang sneered. "The day that paper screen is torn, I guarantee that pulling out the radish will bring up the dirt, and I'll have both him and his father, Vice Minister Zhou Dehui, sent to prison." This was the confidence of someone at the pinnacle of power. As long as there was a solid excuse, crushing a vice minister was as easy as flipping one's hand. Jiang Yan sat on the sofa, meeting the old man's sharp gaze. He nodded slightly, his voice so soft it could be carried away by a breeze, yet it carried the certainty of a death sentence. "Grandfather is right." A cruel arc curled at the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth. "A fake will never be real. That paper screen would soon be broken. And it would be by his own hand, cut to shreds, one stroke at a time." Chapter 61, Playing Chess with a National-Level Big Shot. I controlled the score on the sly. "Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy things anymore. How about playing a couple of games of chess with Grandpa?" Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang pointed to a red sandalwood chessboard in the corner of the study, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Sure, but let me state up front, my chess skills are average. Don't blame me for playing terribly later." Jiang Yan calmly stood up, walked over to the chessboard, sat down, and naturally picked up the white pieces. Sitting opposite each other, the atmosphere in the study shifted as well. Just moments ago, they were discussing ministerial power and the messy affairs of the Ministry of Science and Technology. In the blink of an eye, it had become a grandfather and grandson playing chess, and the atmosphere instantly lightened up significantly. Secretary Wu knocked and entered at this moment, replacing their tea with fresh hot tea. Seeing them playing chess, he quietly stood to the side. The game began. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang took the black pieces and went first, opening by placing a piece on the star point in the upper right corner. His playing style was bold and sweeping, carrying a domineering and sharp edge forged from years of military campaigns. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, responded unhurriedly. On the surface, Jiang Yan played quite standardly, looking like a beginner who merely knew some basic moves. But in reality, within his brain, which had been tempered by top-tier physics and higher mathematics, this 19 by 19 board had long since been transformed into a precise mathematical model. The essence of Go is computing power. Jiang Yan's calculation ability might not match that of a professional player, but it was absolutely more than enough to handle his grandfather. As early as when he placed his first 10 pieces, Jiang Yan had already simulated a decision tree of dozens of subsequent moves in his mind. He had not only calculated how to win, but also how to lose and how to draw. His mother chairwoman Lin Wantong's advice on WeChat flashed through his mind: "Once you get there, your grandfather will definitely ask you to play chess with him. Your grandfather is very competitive, so you have to secretly let him win a bit." Throwing a game sounded simple, but it was actually 100 times harder than winning one. If you let him win too obviously, it would be an insult to an elder in such a high position, which would backfire and make him angry. You had to make it completely seamless, making the old man feel like he had narrowly won after a hard-fought battle through his own seasoned experience. Only then would it provide the maximum emotional value. Thus, Jiang Yan began his precise score control. By the middle game, both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the center of the board. Jiang Yan intentionally left a hidden flaw during a crucial KO fight. This flaw was hidden behind 3 consecutive steps of calculation. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to spot it at all. But with Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang's decades of seasoned experience, as long as he studied it carefully, he would definitely discover it. Sure enough, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang furrowed his brows and stared at the chessboard, deep in thought for a full 3 minutes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he slammed down a black piece, directly cutting off one of Jiang Yan's large dragons. Ha ha ha. You kid, in the end, you're still young and impetuous, eager for quick success and making rash advances. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang clapped and laughed heartily, his face flushed with delight as he pointed at the board. Grandpa won't stand on ceremony and will take this center territory. Jiang Yan put on a timely look of regret, shook his head, and sighed. As expected, the older, the wiser. Just now, I was only focused on the actual territory in the bottom left corner. I didn't expect to be outmaneuvered by your feint attack. I resign this game. Again. Having won a game, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang's enthusiasm was fully ignited. Over the next 2 games, Jiang Yan pushed this level of control to its absolute limit. To be honest, it was even more exhausting than playing normally. In the second game, Jiang Yan didn't hold back too much. He kept the board very tight, eventually, narrowly winning against Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang by just half a point. This gave the old man the tension and excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. In the third game, he intentionally dragged it out into a war of attrition, ultimately suffering a regrettable defeat by 3 points. Best of 3, Grandpa won. Splendid. Truly splendid. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang tossed the piece in his hand back into the box, picked up his teacup, and drained it in one gulp, his face filled with a delighted smile. Usually, when I play chess with my former subordinates, every single one of them is trembling with fear, terrified of winning against me. Their games are so fake. It's much more interesting playing with you, kid. We are evenly matched, and the battle is thrilling. As Jiang Yan silently cleaned up the board, he replied with a smile. I used every ounce of strength I had, and killed off half of my brain cells, but in the end, I still couldn't turn the tables. Your layout is too deep. My overall strategic vision is still lacking a bit. As your grandson, I still need your guidance in every aspect, Grandpa. After all, you are the anchor of our Jiang family. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang was highly pleased by his grandson's seamless flattery, repeatedly praising Jiang Yan for his eloquence. Meanwhile, old Wu, who was standing to the side, was feeling far more than just shocked. As the chief secretary who followed Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang, old Wu was not only highly knowledgeable and experienced. To cater to his leader's hobbies, he himself was also a high-level amateur Go master. Others might not have noticed, but from his godlike perspective, he had seen through all 3 games clearly from start to finish. Old Wu discovered that from beginning to end, whether Jiang Yan had the advantage or disadvantage, his placement of the pieces was fast, accurate, and decisive. There was not a hint of anxiety, nor a trace of chaos. That was not the state of someone locked in a bitter struggle at all, it was more like running a program. What made old Wu's scalp tingle the most was the third game. Even within the first 20 moves of the opening, through seemingly casual placements, Jiang Yan had already locked in the final outcome of losing by exactly 3 points. This kind of abnormal calculating power was simply not something a beginner could possess. An 18-year-old youth not only possessed a monstrous IQ, but what was even more terrifying was his emotional intelligence and shrewdness. He clearly had the ability to completely annihilate his opponent, yet he could subtly control the situation to maintain the illusion of being evenly matched. He quietly coaxed a national elder who had seen it all into laughing heartily, and the entire process showed absolutely no trace of acting. While pouring tea, old Wu couldn't help but look up at Jiang Yan. Coincidentally, Jiang Yan also raised his eyelids, locking eyes with old Wu for a second. Those eyes were as clear as fire, as if calmly telling old Wu, "You've seen through it, but don't voice it out. You've seen through it, but don't voice it out." Cold sweat instantly broke out on old Wu's back. He quickly lowered his head and continued to pour tea quietly. This 18-year-old young master's grasp of human nature and unfathomable shrewdness was simply terrifying. With such a Qilin-like talent in the Jiang family, as long as nothing went wrong, securing the future prosperity of the Jiang family was already a done deal. After the game ended, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang had to handle a few documents, leaving Jiang Yan to rest for a while. Jiang Yan took out his phone and opened Suqinghe's WeChat. I'm staying over at Grandpa's place tonight. No need to wait for me. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, the typing prompt began to flash. Immediately after, Suqinghe's reply popped up. Understood, sir. Wanlu Academy has been fully prepared. The weather forecast says there will be showers in the capital tonight. Please remember to dress warmly. I will be at home waiting for your orders at any time. There was no needy coquetting typical of ordinary girls, nor any overstepping curiosity trying to pry into his whereabouts. Suqinghe perfectly exhibited the attributes of a thoroughly trained, flawless housekeeper. She knew her position very well. The sole purpose of her existence was to absolutely obey every single instruction of Jiang Yan and provide the most ultimate service. After reading it, Jiang Yan casually locked his phone and slipped it into his pocket. A housekeeper who didn't cause any trouble was indeed convenient. This emotional bond, free of any messy complications, was efficient and pleasant. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the entire red-walled compound in a solemn golden hue. Instead of taking the Maybach he arrived in, Jiang Yan followed his grandfather Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang into a black Audi A8 with the license plate, Jing A00008. This seemingly unremarkable license plate was far more intimidating on the streets of the capital than any multi-million-dollar limited edition supercar. It represented an unspoken, absolute privilege. The car drove out of the office area and turned into an unmarked compound located next to Jingnan High. But judging by the security level of a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, this was clearly a place where only high-ranking national leaders could reside. The car stopped in front of a 2-story small building with gray bricks and red tiles. This was the private residence of Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang and his wife. As soon as they walked into the living room, the rich aroma of home-cooked food wafted over them. A silver-haired old lady wearing an elegant qipao and an apron was walking out of the kitchen, carrying a steaming plate of braised pork meatballs. Oh my dear grandson is finally here. Quick, let Grandma have a look. Have you grown taller again? Upon seeing Jiang Yan, the old lady's eyes instantly crinkled into slits with laughter. She quickly set down the plate, wiped her hands on her apron, walked over, grabbed Jiang Yan's arm, and looked him up and down carefully, her eyes filled with boundless affection. Grandma, I'm already 1.85 meters tall. If I grow any taller, I'll break through our ceiling. At this moment, Jiang Yan completely transformed into a dutiful, cheerful boy, reaching out to wrap his arm around his grandmother's shoulders. Chapter 62, Grandfather personally bestows the family heirloom. Tonight's family dinner was filled only with pure familial affection. There were no tests or evaluations at the dining table, nor did anyone mention state affairs, they only chatted about everyday family matters. Grandmother kept piling food into Jiang Yan's bowl, from braised pork belly to steamed sea bass, until it was stacked like a small hill. Yan, you've graduated from high school now, won the provincial top scorer, and you're about to start university. There are many outstanding girls in college. If you meet one who catches your eye, you must act fast. Looking at her grandson who was eating heartily, the old lady suddenly changed the subject, starting the topic of urging marriage that no elder could ever avoid. Let Grandma tell you, if you meet someone you like, make your move quickly. Our Jiang family doesn't care about matching social status. As long as the girl has good character and a clean family background, and you like her, that's all that matters. Try to get married as soon as you graduate from university. My old bones are still quite sturdy, so I can still help you look after your great-grandchildren for a few years. Facing this rapid-fire urging, even Jiang Yan, who had lived 2 lives, was uncharacteristically choked by a mouthful of soup and coughed twice, a rare trace of embarrassment and shyness belonging to his age appearing on his cheeks. Grandma, I haven't even reported to university yet. How could it be so fast? Besides, these things depend on fate, don't they? Jiang Yan could only bite the bullet and laugh it off. Seated at the head of the table, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang was unhurriedly sipping a cup of matai. Hearing his wife's words, he set down his wine cup. His gaze swept over Jiang Yan's slightly embarrassed face, and a meaningful smile suddenly played on the corners of his lips. Old woman, stop worrying blindly, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang said unhurriedly as he picked up some food with his chopsticks, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. This Qilin of our family not only has a sharp mind, but his methods are also incredibly formidable. Not only did he stage a drama of flaring up in anger for a beauty outside, but he also knows exactly how to play the game of keeping a mistress in a golden mansion. I see that without you urging him, he has already arranged his romantic affairs perfectly. Boom. Jiang Yan's heart jolted slightly, and he immediately looked up at his grandfather. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang's eyes were calm and deep, revealing an ease that saw through everything as clearly as a blazing fire. That single glance not only saw through Jiang Yan's act of kicking down doors and making enemies for Li Yitong in Shijiazhuang, but even Su Qinghe, the professional housekeeper hidden in Wanlu Academy, had not escaped the eyes of this supreme ruler of the political and legal system. In this country, as long as this pillar of stability wanted to investigate, no secret could be hidden from him. Yet, there was no hint of blame in Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang's tone. Instead, it carried a kind of tacit understanding and tolerance shared between men. For a top-tier clan like theirs, how many women an heir had was not an issue at all, as long as he did not lose his ambition to idle pleasures. As long as a woman did not affect the speed of his sword drawing or the clarity of his mind, it was merely a harmless side entertainment. What capable man wasn't romantic in his youth? If one wasn't romantic, could they even be called a young man? Jiang Yan instantly grasped his grandfather's meaning. Instead of panicking, he regained his usual composure, raised his teacup, and toasted his grandfather. Grandfather, your reprimand is correct. But please rest assured, I have a clear sense of priorities in my heart. I will never let personal matters disrupt the overall situation of the Jiang family. As long as you know what you're doing. As long as your private life doesn't go out of bounds, no one in the family will interfere with you. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang nodded and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. The dinner ended in a harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, the sky outside had completely darkened. Just as the weather forecast had predicted, a fine, dense shower began to fall over the capital. Raindrops pattered against the lush sycamore leaves outside the villa, making a rustling sound. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang wiped his mouth with a tissue, stood up, and waved to Jiang Yan. Yan, come with me to the second-floor study. This seemingly casual call made grandmother, who was clearing the dishes, pause slightly in her movements. The old lady glanced at her husband's back, then took a deep look at Jiang Yan. A trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes, but she did not ask anything. Jiang Yan followed behind his grandfather, stepping on the solid wood stairs to reach the second floor of the villa. The security level here was even higher than outside, with blind spot-free surveillance cameras at both ends of the corridor flashing faint red lights. He pushed open the door and entered the private study. It didn't have the heavy atmosphere of official documents like the first-floor office study. Instead, several pieces of vigorous and powerful calligraphy hung on the surrounding walls. In the corner sat a heavy, military-grade safe that utilized dual verification of a rotary combination lock and retinal scanning. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang walked over and skillfully turned the combination dial. With a dull metallic click, the safe door was pulled open. From the innermost compartment, the old man carefully lifted out an old red sandalwood box that bore clear traces of time. The box's surface had already been rubbed to a fine patina, emitting a faint scent of agarwood. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang turned around, walked to the desk, and gently pushed the box in front of Jiang Yan. Then, he slowly sat down in his chair, his gaze becoming more solemn than ever before. Open it and have a look. Meeting his grandfather's gaze, Jiang Yan reached out and gently unclasped the brass latch on the box. Click. The lid flipped open, and under the soft light of the study, a breathtakingly rich green instantly caught Jiang Yan's eye. It was a Wuxia plaque pendant. It lay quietly on the faded red silk. Without excessive carvings or intricate patterns, it was just a simple, rectangular piece of jadeite. Its clarity and texture had already reached the level of old mine glass type, and its color was the most pure, rich, imperial green without a single speck of impurity. This jadeite seemed to possess life. When light hit it, it glowed with a translucent, gelatinous luster, as if that vibrant greenness would flow along one's gaze right into their heart. Even someone like Jiang Yan had his gaze captivated for a moment upon seeing this jadeite. In his previous life, he had seen similar things on Douyin. Based solely on the material value of this jadeite itself, it was already a rare treasure that could not be measured by exact monetary figures. Calling it priceless was no exaggeration at all. This is an item left behind by your great-grandmother back then. Looking at the jadeite, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang's voice grew somewhat raspy as he fell into distant memories. During the war back then, conditions were harsh. The Jiang family left nothing behind, only managing to preserve this plaque. Before your great-grandmother passed away, she set a hard and fast rule. This plaque is not to be passed to sons or daughters, but only to the eldest grandson of the direct line in each generation of the Jiang family who is most capable of carrying responsibility and has the brightest future. The old man's gaze slowly shifted from the jadeite to Jiang Yan's face. Back then when your father got into university and entered officialdom, he also coveted this plaque, but I didn't give it to him. Because at that time, I felt he was not qualified enough. He couldn't shoulder the great banner of the Jiang family. Later you were born, and your father became a provincial governor. He didn't bring it up again, and I didn't proactively give it to him either. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang stood up, hands propped on the desk, unreservedly releasing the aura of one who held China's supreme authority. What this giant ship of the Jiang family will face in the next 50 years is even more brutal political maneuvering and capital strangulation. If there isn't someone with supreme intelligence, thunderous methods, and an absolutely clear head to take the helm, this ship will capsize sooner or later. Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang stared directly into Jiang Yan's eyes, speaking slowly and powerfully, but today, I see you. Scoring 741 points shows that your IQ is supreme, and your methods are not bad either. Don't think this old man couldn't tell you were letting me win during our chess game. Coupled with your shrewdness, which is not inferior to those old foxes. Xiao Yan, grandfather is handing this plaque over to you today. By taking it, you are the sole, uncontested core helmsman of the third generation of the Jiang family. From now on, the resources, connections, and power network of the entire Jiang family will revolve around you as the center. Whether it's your second uncle's power in the military or your third aunt's capital in the business world, they must help you unconditionally. This was a complete, definitive designation. In any top-tier clan, the handover of power is often accompanied by countless internal friction and struggles. But this jadeite, representing their great-grandmother's dying wish and the current family head's will, was a supreme imperial sword, directly clearing away all potential disputes within the Jiang family. Jiang Yan looked at the jadeite on the table, which emitted a faint green glow. He didn't hypocritically decline like ordinary juniors, saying hypocritical nonsense like, I am still young and lack experience. In front of the throne of power, yielding was cowardice. Jiang Yan stood up straight, his expression as cold as iron. He reached out with both hands and steadily picked up the red sandalwood box. Grandfather, I understand the weight of this plaque. Since I have accepted this plaque, I will definitely carry the great banner of the Jiang family to the absolute highest point. Whoever dares to block the Jiang family's path, I will crush them. Good. 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 Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Chaoyang looked at his grandson's domineering appearance and said the word good 3 times in a row. A light of gratification flickered in his eyes. The Jiang family has a tiger, and the fierce tiger has broken out of its cage. Chapter 63, Closing the Door, Preparing for Transformation. At 11 o'clock at night, the rain in the capital stopped, and everything was silent. This villa area deep within the Jingnanhai compound was quiet to the point of being unreal. Only the occasional sound of armed police patrols could be heard from afar, orderly, restrained, and carrying a majesty that instinctively made ordinary people hold their breath. Inside the guest room on the second floor, Jiang Yan lay alone on the large bed. The bedside lamp was dimmed to a very low level. That, imperial green, jade pendant, symbolizing absolute inheritance rights of the Jiang family, hung quietly against his chest, pressed against his skin, emitting a gentle, cool sensation. Jiang Yan was not asleep. He was reviewing every detail of his meeting with his grandparents today. Every word his grandfather said. Every look. Even that half-second pause of the old man's fingers when the jade was placed into his hands was repeatedly analyzed in Jiang Yan's mind. A power transfer of this level was never as simple as a mere, grandfather believes in you. It represented that the Jiang family, this giant ship, had truly placed its future course upon him, starting from today. Just then, the system's voice resounded in his mind again. Ding! Influential event detected. Host has successfully conquered the target character, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Yang, through a comprehensive display of intellect, shrewdness, methods, and aura. Deep scanning of target character weight. Scan complete. Target, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Yang, identity confirmed, highest controller of the Huaxia political and legal system, Vice Cabinet Elder, the anchor of a top-tier noble family, whose social influence reaches the very foundation of the nation. Calculating influence points. Following the series of thrilling notification sounds, the golden number representing influence on the system panel before Jiang Yan began to jump and soar at a crazy speed. 100, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. Finally, the number settled steadily on a value that made his pupils shrink. Influence points surged, plus 8,000 points. Subsidiary material reward triggered, 80 million yuan in cash flow deposited directly. 8,000 points. Jiang Yan's originally calm eyes showed a noticeable change. This reward was too exaggerated. You have to know, he had previously spent tens of millions at the Shijiazhuang Auto Show to buy a Lamborghini and the top-floor duplex at Wanlu Academy. He accepted the top scorer interview at No. 2 high school, and at a dinner party, he ruthlessly crushed producer Ma Yu and subjugated the future top female star, Li Tong. All these events combined had only earned him a few thousand points. But now, just by gaining his grandfather's approval and confirming the family inheritance, a full 8,000 points were dropped at once. This is weight. This is the heft of a top-tier figure. In the system's logic, influencing an ordinary person and influencing an old man standing at the pinnacle of national power are simply not the same concept. The former is called a splash. The latter is a tsunami. Jiang Yan's total points had already broken through to nearly the 20,000 mark. Jiang Yan opened the system store. In the system store, that bottle of primary genetic optimization serum that shimmered with a ghostly blue light, which he had always regarded as his primary target, now had a green light lit up, indicating it was available for exchange. As long as he was willing, he could exchange for it at any time. But Jiang Yan did not rush to click the exchange button. He slowly sat up and gripped the imperial green jade pendant on his chest. The cold touch made his brain clear, and an unprecedented, grand vision sublimated in his mind like a cosmic Big Bang. In his previous life, he was just a poor student whose thesis had been stolen. Before today, his biggest thought was to find Vice Minister Zhou Dehui and Zhou Wenchang, the father and son, and use the wealth and system in his hands to ruthlessly crush them into the mud, ruin their reputations, and avenge the life-stealing grudge. That was the revenge instinct of a victim. But what about now? He held the heirloom of Huaxia's top noble family and carried a god-level system capable of changing the trajectory of the human technology tree at any time. He not only wanted the Jiang family to stand higher in his hands than in his grandfather's generation, but also to elevate his own vision to the level of the nation and civilization. Vice Minister Zhou Dehui, Zhou Wenchang. Jiang Yan softly recited these two names in the silent night, his lips curling into a cold and contemptuous sneer. What were these two, father and son? Were they even worthy of becoming his lifelong nemesis? At best, they were nothing more than a few big rats lurking in the national scientific research system, using public power to line their own pockets and steal the hard work of true researchers. My revenge against you is no longer just for that private grudge from my previous life. It is also to use this as an entry point to root out academic parasites like you, who are deeply entrenched and hinder Huaxia's technological progress. Huaxia's technological resources cannot be tainted by trash like you. Jiang Yan's eyes were terrifyingly bright in the dark night. Revenge. No, this was a liquidation and judgment by a superior against an inferior. Jiang Yan closed the system panel and lay back down. This time, he had no distracting thoughts, and accompanied by the sound of rain occasionally dripping outside the window, he drifted peacefully into sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yan got up early and accompanied his grandparents to have a simple breakfast in the dining room. During the meal, Vice Cabinet Elder Jiang Yang did not mention family matters again, only urging him to come back and visit them occasionally after reporting to Shuemu University. Jiang Yan naturally agreed without hesitation. After bidding farewell to his grandparents, Jiang Yan walked out of the red-walled compound that symbolized supreme power. The black Maybach parked outside the compound had been waiting for a long time. Driver Zhao opened the door, and Jiang Yan sat in the back seat. "Young master, where to?" Go to Wanlu Academy. Yes. The Maybach drove steadily out of the compound and merged into the morning rush hour traffic of the capital. An hour later, the car drove into the most luxurious high-end residential area in the capital, Wanlu Academy. When Jiang Yan pushed open the door to the 100 million yuan top-floor duplex overlooking the summer palace, a pleasant, constant-temperature breeze blew toward him. The indoor humidity, temperature, and fragrance were all adjusted to the most comfortable state. At the entrance, Su Qinghe was standing there respectfully. Today, she was wearing the custom housekeeper uniform specified by Jiang Yan. The black hip-hugging skirt accentuated her stunning waist-to-hip ratio, making her look incredibly alluring. Her long, straight legs were wrapped in sheer, top-quality black silk stockings, and she wore 7-centimeter stiletto heels. Her hands were folded over her lower abdomen, her head slightly bowed, her posture submissive, and her sense of propriety was just right. "Sir, welcome home." Su Qinghe's voice was as gentle as water, without a hint of affectation. Jiang Yan nodded slightly in approval, then changed into slippers with Su Qinghe's assistance. He then strode straight through the luxurious living room, pushed open the heavy solid wood door of the master bedroom, and with a click, locked the door behind him. "I didn't call for you, do not come in. Wait outside, and do not disturb me." Leaving Su Qinghe standing respectfully in place, watching the tightly closed door, a hint of awe flashed in her eyes as she obediently retreated to the side to wait for orders. Chapter 64, No Turning Back After This Injection. Inside the master bedroom. Jiang Yan drew all the heavy blackout curtains, completely cutting off the light in the room. He walked to the large double bed, sat down, took a deep breath, and instantly pulled up the system store in his mind. He locked his gaze without hesitation onto the item he had been longing for. Confirm exchange, primary genetic optimization serum. Deduct 10,000 influence points. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 8,951. As the points account decreased, the void before Jiang Yan twisted, and a silver syringe made of an unknown material materialized out of thin air, landing in his palm. Inside the syringe, sealed away, was about 10 milliliters of a viscous liquid emitting a mysterious, deep blue glow, as if it contained the power of some star. Jiang Yan looked at the syringe but did not act immediately. A look of conflict appeared on his face. This was no ordinary serum. Nor was it a liquid that current human biotechnology could create. This was the primary genetic optimization serum. Behind these 6 words lay the direct rewriting of the underlying code of life. Cells, bones, nerves, immune system, and even brain structure could all undergo irreversible changes after this single injection. If successful, he would break through human physiological limits and truly possess a body that transcended ordinary carbon-based life. But what if he failed? Genetic collapse. Organ failure. Nervous system disorder. Even immediate death. These possibilities were not non-existent. Jiang Yan had never been the type to be blinded by impulsive passion. 10 years of scientific research experience made him clearer than anyone else that any modification involving the underlying structures of life could never be entirely without risk. Even if the system's description was tempting, even if the exchange price was as high as 10,000 influence points, and even if this was the thing he had desired most since his rebirth. Before truly piercing the needle into his vein, he still had to ask himself one question. Was it worth it? He was no longer the research worker from his past life, trapped in a lab and struggling to breathe under the weight of a mortgage. He was the core of the 4th generation of the Jiang family. His grandfather was a truly top-tier existence, his father a powerful regional official, his mother a capital tycoon, and his second uncle and third aunt held power in the military, government, and business sectors respectively. He now possessed power and resources that ordinary people would spend a lifetime looking up to. The wonderful life that belonged to him had only just begun. If something went wrong after this injection, wouldn't everything return to zero? As soon as this thought surfaced, a sneer flashed across Jiang Yan's eyes, and he immediately dismissed the idea. The human pursuit of stability was, in essence, because their horizons were too low. From the perspective of an ordinary person, he was indeed already standing on the highest rung of the human society on Blue Star. Money, power, family, women, resources. He possessed almost everything an ordinary person dreamed of. But what if the scale was expanded? What if he no longer limited himself to Huaxia, to Blue Star, or to the so-called power structure of human civilization. Setting his sights on the solar system, the galaxy, and the entire universe. What did the so-called Jiang family aristocracy, the trillions in capital, or the power of a deputy cabinet minister matter? They were nothing more than territories carved out by a few ants on a speck of dust. And what about the system? It could allow him to be reborn, completely change the world line, and alter his background and identity. It could settle cash flow out of thin air. It could bypass the real-world financial system and directly rationalize funds into his account. It could accurately identify a person's future influence weight. And now, it could even produce this primary genetic optimization serum, which was clearly countless generations ahead of humanity's existing technological tree. Such an existence was simply not something that Blue Star technology could explain. With humanity's current cognitive system, they didn't even have the qualifications to understand it. Jiang Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. If the system really wanted to harm him, it wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. It could make him reborn, and it could just as easily make him disappear without a trace. The fact that it could modify cash flows and influence material generation in the real world showed that the level it operated at was already far above the existing rules of human civilization. In the face of such a dimensional gap, Jiang Yan's so-called precautions were actually meaningless. For an ant to worry about whether the sky would crush it was, in itself, a ridiculous arrogance. What he should really be thinking about was not whether the system had the ability to harm him, but why the system chose him. Since it had given him a second life, given him the influence point system, and placed the serum capable of breaking through life's limits in front of him. That meant that, at least for the current stage, the system needed a host who would constantly expand their influence and climb to higher levels of existence. It was pushing him upward, not destroying him. Moreover, Jiang Yan looked down at the imperial green jade pendant on his chest. The cold jade pressed against his skin, it was the weight of the Jiang family's heritage. It was also the responsibility he had just accepted. If he were only content with becoming an heir to a top-tier Blue Star aristocratic family, then he could indeed stop. With the protection of the Jiang family, the system's cash rewards, and his memories of his past life, he could fully indulge and enjoy this lifetime. But that version of Jiang Yan would not be worthy of this rebirth. Nor would he be worthy of the meaning behind the system's arrival upon him. He wanted revenge. He wanted to settle scores with Vice Minister Zhou Dehui and his son, Zhou Wenchang. He wanted to tear open those tangled parasites within the Huaxia scientific research system. He wanted to elevate the Jiang family to an even higher position. He wanted to use future technology to truly rewrite the destiny of this country and even the entire human civilization. And all of this required a sufficiently powerful body to serve as a vessel. Power would age. Capital would flow. Connections would change. Only one's own evolution was the most fundamental and inalienable power. The last trace of hesitation in Jiang Yan's eyes vanished completely. He suddenly smiled. If I don't even dare to take this injection, how can I talk about reaching the top? The universe is so vast, I cannot spend my whole life just being a wealthy young master on Blue Star. As his voice fell, Jiang Yan rolled up the sleeve of his shirt on his left arm and aimed the cold needle tip at the bulging vein on his arm. No disinfection. No hesitation. No turning back. His thumb exerted sudden force, mercilessly pushing the entire tube of deep blue liquid into his body. The moment he pulled out the syringe, the silver device turned into a mist of light and dissipated into the air. He rolled up the sleeve of his shirt on his left arm and aimed the cold needle tip at the bulging vein on his arm. Without any disinfection procedure, Jiang Yan exerted sudden force with his thumb, mercilessly pushing the entire tube of deep blue liquid into his body. Chapter 65, System, You Scammed Me. Is this what you call an excellent genetic optimization experience? The moment Jiang Yan pushed that vial of liquid, glowing with a faint blue light, into his body in one go. He held his breath. His research experience told him that any modification involving the underlying logic of life, any leap that breaks the evolutionary laws of carbon-based life forms spanning hundreds of millions of years, could not possibly be accomplished lightly. Genes, cells, nerves, bones. These things are not computer programs that can be rebooted with a single click of an upgrade button. He had already prepared himself to endure excruciating pain. Yet, strangely, the tearing sensation he expected did not appear immediately. The moment he pulled out the needle, the silver syringe dissolved into a mist of light and vanished into the air, as if it had never existed. Immediately after, a cool sensation spread from the injection site on his left arm. Following his bulging veins, it spread rapidly toward his limbs and bones at a perceptible, wave-like speed. That coolness was not the bone-chilling cold of soaking in icy water during the dead of winter. It was more like gulping down the first sip of ice-cold cola while drenched in sweat under the scorching sun of midsummer, with the bubbles and chill rushing down his esophagus, refreshingly cooling him all the way to his stomach. Thorough. Refreshing. Hugh. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard and slowly exhaled. He closed his eyes, letting the coolness wander through his body. Wherever the coolness passed, the fatigue accumulated from days of rushing about was swept away. He could even feel his heart rate slowing down, yet each beat was becoming more powerful. Jiang Yan almost wanted to laugh. He had originally thought that this so-called genetic optimization would be like undergoing torture. He felt embarrassed for his previous tension. It seems the black technology produced by the system actually cares quite a bit about user experience. But this thought had barely surfaced for half a minute before the anomaly arrived. After the cool sensation had traveled through his entire body, it finally converged in the center of his chest, at the location of his heart. The once refreshing coolness began to compress frantically, like an ice ball forcibly kneaded into an infinitely small point, embedding itself deep within his heart. Compressing. Compressing further. Until it reached a certain critical point. Boom. The ice ball exploded. This was not a physical explosion, but an excruciating pain erupting from the depths of his bone marrow, from every single DNA helical structure. This intense pain instantly coursed through Jiang Yan's entire body like a high-voltage electric current. Ugh! A muffled groan was squeezed from his throat. The veins on his forehead, neck, and arms bulged one by one. He clenched his teeth tightly, and the taste of blood soon filled his mouth. Pain. It was too painful. Tens of billions of cells throughout his body were being forcibly torn apart, pulverized, and then brutally reorganized at the same moment. Every muscle fiber was spasming wildly, and his bones emitted a teeth-grinding click-clack sound, as if countless steel files were grinding away at his bone marrow cavities. This agony surpassed the limits of what the human nervous system could bear. It was as if an invisible machine was taking apart and crushing every cell in his body, only to piece them back together according to a higher specification. Muscle fibers were torn open. Bones made subtle clicking sounds. Viscera, blood, and nerves were all like being pushed into an unstoppable evolutionary furnace. Jiang Yan wanted to control his body, but at this moment, he couldn't even lift a single finger. His consciousness began to sink. The world before his eyes darkened rapidly. In the last second, only one thought remained in his mind: you promised it wouldn't hurt. Bang. Darkness suddenly descended before his eyes, and his consciousness cut out completely. In the silent bedroom, only his heavy, labored, yet resilient breathing, sounding like a bellows, echoed. And within his unconscious body, a terrifying reconstruction spanning the history of human evolution was quietly taking place in a violent yet perfect manner. Outside the master bedroom of the top-floor duplex at Wanlu Academy, Suqinghe maintained her most standard and respectful private butler posture, her hands folded over her lower abdomen, waiting quietly in the living room. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Her long, straight legs, wrapped in top-tier black silk stockings, hadn't even moved an inch. But as time passed, a hint of hard-to-conceal unease gradually emerged in Suqinghe's usually calm eyes. The room was too quiet. No footsteps. No sound of water. No phone notification sounds. Even if he were resting, there should be sounds of taking off a coat, washing up, or moving around. But there was no sound at all from inside. Although she hadn't been by Jiang Yan's side for long, after several days of close contact, she understood his habits. Jiang Yan was not the type of person to remain completely silent after entering a room. Even if he were resting, there should be some signs of life. But now, it was as if it were empty behind that door. Suqinghe's mind was sounding alarm bells like crazy. For her, Jiang Yan's safety was always the top priority. If something really happened to Jiang Yan inside, not only would her 3 million yuan annual salary be out of the question, but whether she could even leave the job with her dignity intact would be a problem. Suchingha finally couldn't help it. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and knocked gently on the door twice. "Sir." There was no response. Suchingha bit her lower lip, increased the force of her hand, and knocked again. "Sir, are you inside? Do you need me to bring a glass of water in?" Still no sound. Suchingha's expression changed. Ignoring Jiang Yan's previous order of, "Do not disturb," she slapped her palm directly onto the door panel, her tone now carrying obvious urgency and panic. "Sir? If you don't speak again, I'm going to get the spare key." Having said that, she turned to leave. Just then, Jiang Yan's voice finally came from the room. "I'm fine. No need to come in." Only 6 words. Crisp, decisive, and still in Jiang Yan's usual unquestionable tone. Suchingha's nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, finally relaxed the moment she heard that voice. At least he was safe. At least, Sir was still conscious. But the next second, she keenly sensed something was wrong. Jiang Yan's voice was lower and hoarser than when he entered the room an hour ago. It didn't sound like the laziness of just waking up, but more like his throat felt heavy after enduring some kind of intense exhaustion. That change wasn't exaggerated, an ordinary person might not be able to tell. But Suchingha was different. As a private butler, she had long been accustomed to observing every detail about Jiang Yan. His speech rate, tone, emotional fluctuations, and even the subtle sense of oppression when he spoke, she remembered them all very clearly. Therefore, she could be certain that Jiang Yan inside the door was in a different state than before. Suchingha's fingers gripping the spare key tightened slightly, the worry in her heart had not completely vanished. She instinctively wanted to ask, "Are you really okay?" but the words stopped at her lips, and she forced herself to swallow them back. Since Jiang Yan had clearly said, "No need to come in," it meant she shouldn't continue to overstep her boundaries. This was the most basic sense of propriety for her as a private butler. "Yes, sir." Suchingha responded in a low voice, her tone even softer than usual. She slowly lowered her hand and retreated back to her original position in the living room, but this time, she was not as completely relaxed as before. She still maintained her standard standing posture, but her gaze was unconsciously fixed on that tightly closed master bedroom door. What on earth happened inside? Why did Sir's voice sound like he had just recovered from an extremely intense exhaustion? Suchingha didn't know, and she didn't dare to guess rashly. The only thing she could do was waiting for Jiang Yan to open the door himself. Chapter 66, Every Cell is Cheering, the Reborn Jiang Yan. Inside the master bedroom, Jiang Yan was sitting on the edge of the bed, his hands resting casually on his parted knees. He lowered his head, carefully examining his own body with a gaze that seemed to scrutinize a strange object. The expensive shirt he wore was completely soaked through with sweat mixed with gray impurities, clinging tightly to his body and emitting a faint, strange odor. That was the metabolic waste expelled after his body had undergone violent remodeling. It's appeared, the legendary pore excreting filth. Does genetic optimization have the same effect as the marrow cleansing and meridian washing from novels? Jiang Yan remarked dryly. Through the wet fabric, the astonishing changes in his physique were clearly visible. His already well-proportioned body had been sculpted anew. He hadn't turned into a bulky, exaggerated bodybuilder, instead, he had evolved in a direction closer to a jungle leopard. It was a perfect streamlined form. Every muscle fiber seemed to have been rearranged and stretched by the hands of God, taut, slender, yet storing explosive power capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards even in stillness. Jiang Yan slowly raised his right hand, gradually curling his fingers into a fist. Crack, crack, crack. A series of subtle, crisp sounds of bones emanated from his knuckles. That was the sound produced by bones and ligaments pressing against each other after his bone density had been strengthened to the limit. That sense of power was so intuitive that it left him feeling shocked. In both his past and present lives, Jiang Yan had never felt such surging, intoxicating power within his own body. He felt as if his current body was like a precision supercar that had its engine completely replaced with a nuclear-powered one, with every cell recharged. Jiang Yan stood up, ripped off his soaked shirt, tossed it onto the floor, and walked shirtless to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the walk-in closet. When he saw himself clearly in the mirror, even with 2 lifetimes of experience and a temperament long since tempered to stability, he couldn't help but pause for 2 seconds. It was still the same face, the bone structure and contours hadn't fundamentally changed, and it remained handsome. But his overall temperament was completely different. His skin looked as if it had been repolished, with pores almost invisible. What was most impossible to ignore were his eyes. His pupils, which were already deep, were now darker and more profound. A casual glance at someone could bring an unbearable sense of oppression. From the inside out, he radiated an indescribable vitality, as if a volcano were about to erupt. Jiang Yan looked at himself in the mirror and finally smiled. Not bad. That 10,000 points weren't wasted. Just then, the cold, mechanical notification sound of the God-level system rang in his mind right on cue. Ding! Primary genetic optimization completion, 100%. Along with the notification, a virtual light screen that only Jiang Yan could see popped up, listing dense summaries of his physical data. Bone density increased to 2 times the human limit. Muscle fiber recombination complete, explosive power and endurance increased by approximately 200%. Nerve conduction speed optimized, reaction speed enters the top 0.01% of blue star humans. Immune system fully upgraded, probability of conventional viral and bacterial infection reduced to near 0. Cellular metabolic efficiency significantly increased, telomerase activity enhanced, aging rate significantly slowed. Estimated lifespan reaches the human normal limit of approximately 140 years. Looking at this string of data, the smile in Jiang Yan's eyes deepened. This could no longer be called optimization, this was fundamentally an all-encompassing evolution of his life level. As he was now, even without any bodyguards, just relying on this body, he already possessed self-preservation capabilities far exceeding those of an ordinary person. However, soon, Jiang Yan's gaze fell to the very bottom of the report. There was a line of red warning text there. Warning: the optimization process consumed a large amount of the host's stored energy and reshaped the digestive system. It is recommended that the host replenish with a massive amount of high-calorie food as soon as possible, otherwise hypoglycemia-induced dizziness and muscle damage may occur. Almost at the same instant he finished reading this warning, gurgle, a violent spasm suddenly came from Jiang Yan's abdomen. It was a hunger unlike that of an ordinary person who had skipped a meal. It was a violent, terrifying sense of emptiness, as if a micro-black hole had suddenly opened in his stomach, frantically devouring every consumable energy source in his body. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, and he felt as if his stomach were sinking uncontrollably. He had to eat, and not just a little, he needed a massive replenishment. Jiang Yan turned around, pulled a clean black t-shirt from the walk-in closet, and slipped it on casually. Even with hunger burning like fire in his belly, Jiang Yan did not show the slightest panic. Before solving the issue of food, there was one more important thing to verify. The system data was beautiful. But data was, after all, just data. True physical changes must be verified through real-world feedback. Endurance. Explosive power. Recovery speed. He needed a preliminary assessment of all of them. And the first person who could provide intuitive feedback was right outside the door. Jiang Yan walked to the master bedroom door, placed his fingers on the doorknob, and pressed down gently. With a click, the heavy solid wood door was pulled open. Su Qinghe, who had been on edge while waiting outside the door, immediately lifted her head like a conditioned reflex upon hearing the door open. "Sir." She was about to speak, but her voice faltered slightly. Jiang Yan, who was inside the doorway, clearly still had that familiar face. His brows, eyes, contours, height, and even the black t-shirt he had casually slipped on, had no changes exaggerated enough to be stunning at a glance. Yet Su Qinghe noticed immediately that he was different. That change did not come from a drastic transformation of his appearance. It was something deeper, something harder to describe with words. It was like a machine that was already precise enough, but had all its parts recalibrated from the inside. His breathing was steadier. His posture was more relaxed. The muscle tension in subtle areas like his shoulders, neck, waist, back, and arms presented a state of near-perfect coordination. Even when standing still, normal people have many unconscious, tiny sways, their center of gravity shifts slightly, and their shoulders subconsciously relax or tense up. But Jiang Yan was not like that at this moment. He was just standing there casually, yet his center of gravity was incredibly stable. It was as if every muscle, every ligament, and every breath had been precisely incorporated into some more efficient body control system. Su Qinghe couldn't even put a name to this feeling. But she instinctively felt that the Jiang Yan standing before her was more dangerous and had a stronger presence than he had an hour ago. Su Qinghe's gaze uncontrollably fell upon Jiang Yan's eyes. Those eyes were still dark and deep. But his pupils were more stable than before, and his gaze was clearer. There was no fatigue, no weakness from having just experienced intense pain, and even the trivial, scattered thoughts that ordinary people have when awake seemed to have been filtered out. When he looked at someone, his gaze wasn't fierce. But the level of focus was too high. It was as if he could capture every subtle change in the other person's breathing, heartbeat, expression, and emotions in an instant. Su Qinghe felt her heartbeat skip a beat after one look from him. She knew very well that it wasn't a psychological illusion. Human perception of powerful living beings doesn't rely solely on vision. Scent, body temperature, breathing rhythm, micro-expressions, muscle state, and even faint information brought about by hormone levels are all subconsciously synthesized and judged by the brain. It's just that ordinary people cannot decompose this information and will only generalize them into one word, aura. Chapter 67, Violently Testing the New Body. At this moment, Jiang Yan's aura had indeed changed. More accurately, his vital state had become stronger. It was so strong that even if he did nothing, just standing there would instinctively make people feel suppressed. Su Qinghe's throat moved slightly. The questions she had originally prepared were forcibly suppressed. Jiang Yan lowered his eyes to look at her. He naturally noticed the momentary hesitation and tension in Su Qinghe's eyes. This gave him a more intuitive judgment of the changes in his new body. The data on the system panel was cold. But Su Qinghe's untrained yet extremely keen instinctive reaction was the feedback given by the real world. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth curled up slightly. The smile was very faint, yet it carried a sense of composure after just completing a transformation. "What are you looking at?" His voice was lower than before. It wasn't hoarse, but rather, after his vocal cords had undergone some kind of optimization, the timbre became more steady, and the chest resonance was more obvious. The same sentence, spoken from his mouth, naturally carried a few more points of unquestionable weight. Su Qinghe only then realized she had lost her composure. She immediately lowered her head, resuming the submissive posture befitting a private housekeeper. "Apologies, sir. I just felt, you look like your spirit is much better." This was the most restrained and safe way she could find to phrase it. Jiang Yan glanced at her indifferently. Su Qinghe was very smart. She didn't ask more. Nor did she try to probe what exactly had happened inside the door. She simply expressed the changes she observed with precision, keeping her boundaries at a point that wouldn't overstep. This made Jiang Yan very satisfied. He leaned against the doorframe and ordered with a smile. "Come in." These two words were completely different in context from when he had told her, "No need to come in," through the door just a moment ago. In this luxurious and secluded top-floor duplex at Wanlu Academy, Su Qinghe, as an appendage who had been completely bought out, knew all too well what these two words represented. "Yes." Su Qinghe lowered her head and obediently walked into the master bedroom filled with the scent of male hormones. Bang. The door was casually closed by Jiang Yan behind her. Su Qinghe was like a little lamb falling into a wolf's den. Inside the enclosed bedroom, the scent belonging to Jiang Yan was magnified infinitely. It was the scent of top-tier male hormones that, after genetic remodeling, had become pure to the extreme and highly aggressive. This scent couldn't be seen or touched, yet it instantaneously seized all of Su Qinghe's senses as if it were substantial. She only felt a wave of dry mouth and accelerating heartbeat. She looked at the men before her, whose posture was as upright as a pine tree, and the admiration for strength and infatuation deep in her eyes were almost ready to spill out into reality. It was as if every cell in her body was instinctively craving submission. Jiang Yan reached out and grabbed Su Qinghe's slender waist. Too light. And too soft. Jiang Yan clearly perceived the terrifying power contained within his own bones and muscle fibers. He even needed to deliberately suppress and restrain himself so as not to hurt her fragile ribs with this grip. His gaze moved downward, landing on Su Qinghe's shapely long legs, tightly wrapped in top-tier black silk beneath her high-end housekeeper uniform. No extra nonsense. Jiang Yan's large hand exerted force suddenly along the side of her thigh. Ryup. The blood-pumping sound of tearing exploded in the spacious room. The 3,000 Yuan Balenciaga stockings were instantly torn to shreds, revealing large swathes of fair, delicate skin underneath. His large hand then followed the momentum upwards, tearing even more. Before she could stand steady, her whole body was lifted with one hand by an irresistible, powerful force and thrown directly onto the bed. Jiang Yan's tall body immediately followed, looming over her. MMPH. Suqinghe's brain went blank instantly. The next 2 hours completely shattered and reshaped Suqinghe's perception of Jiang Yan. If the previous Jiang Yan was already very strong, then the current Jiang Yan was almost no longer in the category of normal humans. Jiang Yan transformed into a tireless perpetual motion machine. He began to test the piston-like capabilities of this body in every aspect. He switched between various high-difficulty positions over the 2 hours. By the end, Suqinghe didn't even have the strength left to beg for mercy. Her whole body felt like all the bones had been sucked out of it. She lay limp like mud on that large bed. Her long hair was soaked with sweat, messily sticking to her flushed cheeks, her eyes unfocused. Her lips were slightly parted, gasping for breath. She couldn't even lift a pinky finger, leaving only a sense of exhaustion and satisfaction akin to rebirth after near death. And looking at the perpetrator. Jiang Yan sat casually on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette, with a clear light flickering in his black eyes. Even after just experiencing a high-intensity physical expenditure lasting 2 hours with countless high-difficulty positions. The rise and fall of his chest was not the least bit disordered. Except for being very hungry. His breathing was as steady as if he had just finished a simple warm-up exercise, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. That terrifying recovery ability allowed the lactic acid in his body to be completely broken down by his powerful metabolic system the moment it was produced. Jiang Yan looked down at Suqinghe, who had completely lost the ability to move and couldn't even speak. He turned around expressionlessly, picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the nightstand, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and took 2 gulps. As the cold water flowed down his throat, Jiang Yan put down the water bottle, cracked his knuckles, and felt the terrifying power still as abundant as before in his limbs and bones. This sense of power, as if he could control everything and would never grow tired, was truly too intoxicating. Qualified. Jiang Yan looked at his own hands, giving a 2-word evaluation to himself. This was, of course, not an evaluation of Suqinghe, but a compliment for this new body of his, which had cost 10,000 influence points and completed a genetic leap. Meanwhile, Suqinghe, lying on the bed, looked at his broad back, covered in perfect muscle lines, with eyes full of infatuation, no longer able to hear what he was saying. Chapter 68, Service belonging to the top of the pyramid. The physical test ended, and Jiang Yan's sense of hunger amplified rapidly. Just now, it had been masked by strong desire, so it hadn't felt quite so intense. But now, that hunger, which had originally only been somewhat intense, had undergone a qualitative change after experiencing such physical exertion. At this moment, Jiang Yan felt that his stomach was no longer a digestive organ, but a gravitational black hole collapsing in a frenzy. While the genetic optimization fluid had rewritten his cellular metabolic patterns, strengthening his bones, muscles, nerves, and immune system, it had also almost completely drained the sugar and fat originally stored in his body. Coupled with that high-intensity exertion just now, his body had already begun sending red alerts to his brain. His blood sugar was plummeting wildly. He could even feel a faint numbness spreading from the extremities of his limbs. Jiang Yan knew very well that this was no small matter. If he dragged it out any longer, his body might start breaking down its own proteins for energy. Jiang Yan did not hesitate. He immediately pulled a thin cashmere blanket from the walk-in closet and casually covered that blood-pumping yet paralyzed delicate body. He reached for the remote control and turned up the room's air conditioning temperature by 1 degree to prevent her from catching a cold. After completing these casual actions, he did not linger for a second, striding out of the master bedroom and heading straight for the open kitchen of the duplex luxury mansion. He opened the 6-figure embedded double-door constant-temperature refrigerator. Jiang Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a 2-liter bottle of whole fresh milk, unscrewed the cap, and drank it straight down. Gulp, 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 the 2 liters of milk were almost finished in one breath. The cold liquid landed in his stomach, but it was like a few drops of water hitting a parched desert. It was instantly absorbed by the terrifying digestive system without a trace, not even leaving a ripple. There was no feeling of fullness. It didn't even count as relief. Not enough. Far from enough. He quickly pulled open the storage cabinet and dug out 6 compressed high-protein energy bars specifically prepared for post-exercise energy replenishment. Tearing open the packaging, he barely even chewed, swallowing them directly with the remaining half bottle of mineral water. With the milk and energy bars in his stomach, that maddening sense of emptiness was suppressed for less than a minute before it surged back with an even more violent posture. This feeling was too uncomfortable. It was as if someone were scraping his stomach wall with a spoon. Jiang Yan threw the packaging into the trash can, his brows furrowing. He completely understood now. The initial transformation had consumed too much of his own stored energy. Ordinary food simply couldn't fill this body. The genetically optimized body needed higher density energy. He needed meat. Large amounts of fresh meat. High fat, high protein, high calories. He needed a truly massive, energy replenishment meal, capable of providing a continuous stream of high-dimensional energy. Jiang Yan glanced at the time. It was 11:30 a.m. It was the golden hour for lunch. Jiang Yan took out his phone and started scrolling to see where the good buffets were. 30 minutes later. The doorknob of the master bedroom was finally turned slowly. Su Qinghe mustered her last bit of strength, holding onto the door frame, stepping out with a wobbly gait as if walking on cotton. She had already showered and changed into a decent set of women's casual wear. But her pale complexion and calves that trembled slightly from exhaustion still betrayed her terrible state at this moment. When she saw that Jiang Yan was already dressed neatly and was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Go change into an outfit for going out, be quick, and come eat with me. Jiang Yan showed absolutely no sympathy or concern for her current state. Su Qinghe's body obeyed the command reflexively. She turned and returned to the walk-in closet, changing into a decent women's suit at the fastest speed possible. 10 minutes later, the two walked side by side into the exclusive underground garage. Jiang Yan sat in the driver's seat of that matte black Lamborghini SVJ63. Su Qinghe sat in the passenger seat, her posture still respectful. Jiang Yan did not start the car immediately. He rested one hand on the steering wheel and instructed calmly. Make a call. Jiang Yan held the steering wheel with one hand, instructing in a flat tone. Use the exclusive customer service number on the back of my China Construction Bank Centurion Black card. Su Qinghe was slightly stunned. She had originally thought Jiang Yan would ever call the restaurant directly. But the next second, she realized. Ordinary people look for restaurants when making reservations. People who truly stand at the top of the pyramid never waste their breath arguing with a restaurant front desk. They mobilize an entire service system that revolves around top-tier clients. Jiang Yan casually pulled that heavy black gold card from his wallet and handed it to Su Qinghe. The card was pitch black, its edges gleaming with a low-key metallic luster. There were no flashy decorations on it, only the China Construction Bank logo and that string of card numbers symbolic enough of status and wealth. When Su Qinghe took the card, her fingertips even tightened unconsciously. She knew very well that this card was not a credit card in the ordinary sense. Domestically, people who could obtain a black card of this level could no longer be summarized by the simple word rich. The bank reviewed not just assets, but the family behind the client, social connections, capital volume, political security, and long-term financial value. Jiang Yan said indifferently, tell them I want to go to that global buffet on the top floor of China World Trade Center Tower 3 for a meal. The best seat. Within half an hour. Understand. Understood, sir. Su Qinghe immediately lowered her head, found the short exclusive customer service number on the back of the card, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. A gentle, professional female voice came from the receiver. Respected China Construction Bank Centurion Black Card VIP, hello. This is the private banking exclusive concierge center. How may I assist you? Su Qinghe tried hard to make her voice sound calm again. Hello, I am Mr. Jiang's private butler. Mr. Jiang needs to dine at the global buffet on the top floor of China World Trade Center Tower 3 now. He requires the best view and the quietest seat, 4-2. He is expected to arrive within half an hour. The customer service representative on the other end had originally maintained a standardized, gentle tone. But after hearing the name Jiang Yan, the other party paused for half a second. This pause was very slight. Ordinary people might not have been able to hear it. But Su Qinghe had keenly captured it. Immediately after, the other party's voice became noticeably more respectful. Please wait a moment, Ms. Su. Mr. Jiang's service authority belongs to the highest level. I will immediately transfer you to the High Net Worth Client Service Department of the CCB Headquarters Private Banking. Su Qinghe felt a slight jolt in her heart. She hadn't introduced herself just now. Yet the other party had accurately called her Ms. Su. This meant that at the moment Jiang Yan used this card, the service system on the bank's side had already synchronized and established a personal service file revolving around Jiang Yan. Even she, the private butler who had just taken up the post not long ago, had been included in the list of identifiable contacts. This was the terrifying efficiency of a top-tier financial system. The call was transferred. A few short seconds later, the voice coming from the receiver changed to that of a steady, middle-aged man. Hello, Ms. Su. I am Zhou Yuanshan, Deputy General Manager of the High Net Worth Client Service Department at the CCB Headquarters Private Banking. We have received Mr. Jiang's dining request. Please convey to Mr. Jiang that we will handle the seating issue. We will absolutely not delay Mr. Jiang's meal. Upon hearing this title, Su Qinghe's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Deputy General Manager of the High Net Worth Client Service Department at the CCB Headquarters Private Banking. A figure of this level, in front of ordinary wealthy people, was already a bank senior executive who would require an appointment to meet. But now, the other party had personally answered this dining reservation call for Jiang Yan. And what Zhou Yuanshan said next made Su Qinghe realize that the matter was far from as simple as just a black gold card. Chapter 69, The Restaurant Manager Leads the Way. Whose young master is this? Furthermore, Ms. Su. Zhou Yuanshan's tone grew even more respectful. Chairman Lin has already established a long-term strategic cooperative relationship with our bank, and Dingxin Capital is also one of our most important institutional clients. As the son of Chairman Lin and a top-tier private banking client of our bank, we will open a dedicated service channel exclusively for Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang's high-end lifestyle services across the country, including dining, travel, hotels, clubs, medical care, legal consultation, and cross-border payments, can all be coordinated directly through me personally or our dedicated secretarial team. You will no longer need to contact the merchants yourself. Su Qinghe's fingers tightened slightly around her phone. Chairman Lin. Dingxin Capital. Mr. Jiang. Hearing these words spoken by Zhou Yuanshan made her clearly feel the vast, suffocating network of resources behind Jiang Yan. So-called top-tier service is not about the client having to beg others for help, it is about having someone proactively pave the way for him. Jiang Yan sat in the driver's seat, his expression remaining indifferent, as if all of this were merely a matter of course for him. Su Qinghe took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Understood, Mr. Zhou, I will convey this to Mr. Jiang." Zhou Yuanshan did not hang up. It seemed that while still on the line, he had already had his secretary identify the actual operator of the restaurant on the top floor of China World Trade Center Tower 3. A moment later, the sound of typing and low voices giving instructions came from the other end of the line. Less than 2 minutes later, Zhou Yuanshan spoke again. Ms. Su, everything has been coordinated. China World Trade Center management will immediately arrange the most prime location in the top-floor global buffet landscape area for Mr. Jiang. The general manager's office of the global center will personally liaise with the person in charge of the restaurant. Additionally, I will temporarily dispatch a dedicated private banking secretary from China Construction Bank, named Chen Jixia, to assist Mr. Jiang. She is currently near the China World Trade Center and can reach the underground garage within 10 minutes to welcome Mr. Jiang. If Mr. Jiang is satisfied, she can also be designated as his long-term lifestyle concierge secretary. Su Qinghe was shaken once again. Is this the response speed of a top-tier bank for its super clients? It was not just helping to book a table, it was directly leveraging bank connections to contact the management of the China World Trade Center and then having that management pressure the restaurant. At the same time, they conveniently arranged a dedicated secretary for on-site service. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yan did not even need to say a word. Su Qinghe subconsciously looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was merely leaning back in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel, his expression calm to the point of indifference. It seemed that none of this was worth a second glance from him. Su Qinghe suppressed the shock in her heart and said to the other end of the line, "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Jiang will arrive within half an hour." "Understood, Ms. Su," Zhou Yuanshan said respectfully. "Please rest assured, all arrangements will be in place before Mr. Jiang arrives. If there is any negligence during the process, you can call my private number directly at any time. I will send you Shenjishia's contact information shortly." The call ended. Less than 5 seconds later, Su Qinghe's phone received a text message. China Construction Bank Private Banking Concierge Secretary, Shenjishia, phone, 138, has headed to the China World Trade Center Tower 3 underground garage to welcome Mr. Jiang. Immediately after, another text message popped up. Zhou Yuanshan, Ms. Su, this is my private number. Please feel free to contact me if Mr. Jiang has any requirements. Su Qinghe looked at these 2 text messages, the awe in her eyes deepening. A few minutes ago, she had instinctively been considering whether the restaurant still had vacancies and whether they would be refused for trying to cut the line. But now, she realized that she was still standing too low. At Jiang Yan's level, so-called reservations, queuing, or no vacancies were simply not issues. The only question was whether he wanted to go, and whether the people below were qualified enough to handle it for him. "Mr. Jiang, everything has been arranged," Su Qinghe reported in a low voice. Deputy General Manager Zhou Yuanshan of the China Construction Bank Private Banking High Net Worth Client Service Department personally coordinated with the China World Trade Center. The restaurant will arrange the best table in the top-floor landscape area for you. Additionally, China Construction Bank has also dispatched a dedicated concierge secretary, Shenjishia, to welcome you in the China World Trade Center Tower 3 underground garage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan merely nodded indifferently. They are sensible enough. A light, airy evaluation, yet it sounded like a score casually given by someone standing at the top of the pyramid to the entire financial service system. Su Qinghe lowered her head, but her heart could not calm down for a long time. The more she came into contact with Jiang Yan, the more clearly she realized that the so-called wealth he possessed was merely the most superficial thing. What was truly terrifying was that every massive system was actively identifying him, serving him, and currying favor with him. Banks were like this. Capital was like this. Dining was like this. It would be like this everywhere. In the capital at noon, sunlight refracted through the glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers, creating blinding spots of light. The top-tier Lamborghini supercar pulled up steadily into the luxurious and grand exclusive underground parking space at the China World Trade Center Tower 3 with an extremely oppressive posture. The scissor doors lifted upward, and Jiang Yan stepped out of the car with his long legs. Su Qinghe hurriedly got out of the passenger seat, following closely behind Jiang Yan, not daring to overstep even half a step. Not far away, a young woman wearing a dark gray professional suit was already waiting at the elevator entrance. She was also about 26 or 27 years old, with exquisite makeup and a capable temperament, holding a tablet computer in her hands. Seeing Jiang Yan get out of the car, she immediately walked up to him quickly and bowed slightly. "Mr. Jiang, hello. I am the China Construction Bank Private Banking Concierge Secretary, Shenjishia. Mr. Zhou has already given instructions. From now on, I am responsible for assisting you with this meal and all subsequent temporary concierge matters within the capital." Her posture was very low, but not servile. It was a professional restraint trained by the top-tier private banking system. Jiang Yan swept a faint glance at her. Shenjishia's body tightened slightly. Just from this one glance, she felt a sense of oppression. "Lead the way." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Shenjishia immediately turned sideways to lead the way. At the same time, several restaurant executives wearing crisp suits and white gloves had already been waiting at the elevator entrance. The leader was an exceptionally obese middle-aged man, who was none other than the restaurant's general manager, Wang Wei. Upon seeing Jiang Yan's aura, Wang Wei's small eyes, squeezed into mere slits by fat, instantly lit up. He had been in this industry for over a decade and had seen countless wealthy people, but a young master like Jiang Yan, so young, yet with that sense of ease of being born at the top, carved into his bones, was absolutely rare. Moreover, what that black gold card represented was not just money, but something much deeper. "Young Master Jiang. Hello, hello. I am Wang Wei, the general manager of this restaurant. It is our restaurant's greatest honor to welcome a distinguished guest of your status. Wang Wei walked up to him in a posture that was almost a 90-degree bow. Jiang Yan did not even look at him properly, simply spitting out 2 words, "Lead the way." His mind was filled with only one thought right now: eat. The frantically collapsing black hole in his stomach was about to devour his sanity completely. He could even feel his powerful muscle fibers letting out a silent roar, craving energy. Yes, yes, yes. This way, young Master Jiang. Wang Wei hurriedly turned aside, personally reaching out to block the elevator door, and pressed the button for the exclusive password-protected elevator that went straight to the top floor. This elevator was generally not open to the public, only group director-level figures or VIPs holding black gold cards could use it. The elevator rose steadily. Through the panoramic glass, the prosperity of the capital was in full view. Chapter 70, Serve 20 portions. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened on the top floor. What met the eyes was a scene of extremely luxurious French classical decor. Overhead were hundreds of dazzling Swarovski crystal chandeliers, and beneath one's feet was a thick, soft, handmade Persian rug. The air was filled with the faint scent of high-end fragrance and the tempting aroma of top-tier ingredients. At this moment, quite a few people were sitting in the restaurant's reception waiting area. These were all guests who were either wealthy or noble, having booked their spots a long time in advance. Among them were quite a few well-known second-generation wealthy individuals from the capital's social circles and bosses worth tens of millions. They were holding number tags, waiting listlessly to be called. When they saw the elevator doors open and the general manager, Wang Wei, actually bowing and personally leading out an excessively young boy in black clothes as if he were serving an ancestor, the entire waiting area fell silent for a moment. Afterward, hushed discussions arose. Who is that? Fatty Wang came out to receive him personally. Haven't seen him before. Which top young master from the capital is this? Doesn't this restaurant claim that queue jumping is absolutely forbidden, and even some leaders have to wait in line? It depends on who it is. Rules are rules for ordinary people, but for those at the top, they are just procedures. Did you see the 2 women behind him? Their looks and temperament are amazing, yet they can only follow behind. This status, it's truly heaven-reaching. Amidst the shocked, envious, and jealous gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yan looked straight ahead, ignoring everyone completely. He stepped on the soft carpet and strode into the deepest part of the restaurant. Beside the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the seat with the best view had already been vacated. The guests who were originally sitting there had been asked to leave by Wang Wei, who used the excuse of restaurant system failure requiring emergency maintenance, offering them a free meal plus 10 times compensation, all just to clear a spot for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sat down on the wide, comfortable leather sofa, while Su Qinghe and Chen Jixia stood respectfully by his side, not daring to sit. The 2 of you sit down too, and go get something to eat yourselves. Yes, sir. Su Qinghe felt as if she had been granted amnesty and sat down at the very edge of the opposite side. Chen Jixia appeared steadier, but the caution in her eyes did not dissipate. General Manager Wang Wei personally brought over a thick menu with a gold-stamped cover and handed it to Jiang Yan with both hands, smiling obsequiously. Young Master Jiang, although this isn't an a la carte buffet here, but to ensure your dining experience, you don't need to fetch any dishes yourself. You just need to order from the menu, and our staff will deliver them to your table. We just air-freighted top-tier Japanese marbled Wagyu beef today, as well as king crab caught from the deep Antarctic Sea. No need for nonsense. Jiang Yan didn't even take the menu. He leaned back on the sofa and said directly, "Listen clearly to my next requirements." Wang Wei immediately straightened his back, as if listening to a military order from a superior officer. Except for desserts, vegetable dishes, and staple foods, all the meat dishes on your menu, the top-tier Wagyu, seafood, caviar, Iberian ham, serve me one of everything. Wang Wei was stunned for a moment and quickly nodded, "Very well, young Master Jiang. 3 portions, right? I will immediately instruct the kitchen." "I didn't say 3 portions. Jiang Yan tapped the tabletop lightly with his finger. In those black eyes, it was as if a fire of extreme hunger was being suppressed. "According to your shop's fullest portions, serve me 20 portions as a standard to start." Once these words were spoken, not only General Manager Wang Wei, but even Su Qinghe and Chen Jixia, who had been sitting opposite, stared with wide, shocked eyes. 20 portions. Wang Wei's tongue almost tied itself in knots, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. These are top-tier ingredients, not that cheap synthetic meat from roadside stalls. Every portion of Wagyu steak is a full 400 grams, and the seafood platters are piled up like small mountains. 20 portions of meat would likely add up to dozens of caddies. Even a lion couldn't eat that much in one meal. Young Master Jiang, are you joking with me? Wang Wei swallowed hard and probed cautiously. He was terrified that he had offended this top young master and that the other party was here to intentionally smash the place. Jiang Yan's gaze darkened. Do I look like I'm joking? I want you to serve it, don't worry about whether I can eat it or not, I will pay you directly according to the order. Yes. 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 Calm your anger, young Master Jiang. I will arrange it immediately. Everyone in the kitchen, fire up the stoves. Since Jiang Yan had said so, he naturally didn't dare to ask another half-sentence, and almost ran all the way to the kitchen. Although he didn't understand why a boy who looked well-proportioned would order so much meat, in the face of Jiang Yan's terrifying status, let alone wanting 100 caddies of meat, even if Jiang Yan wanted to eat the meat off his body raw, he would have to cut it off himself, cook it, and serve it. Under General Manager Wang Wei's frantic urging, screaming at the top of his lungs like a pig being slaughtered, the entire kitchen became like a war machine with tightened springs, firing on all cylinders. All the top chefs who were originally preparing dishes for other guests were forced to stop their work, concentrating all the stoves and top-tier ingredients, just to serve that one table of distinguished guests. In less than 15 minutes, one after another, luxury carts made of pure silver were pushed to Jiang Yan's table by well-trained waiters. Thick-cut, top-grade snowflake Wagyu steaks, with surfaces grilled to a crispy brown, while the inside remained a tempting pink. Juices overflowed, emitting the ultimate aroma of bursting fat. Alaskan king crab legs piled up like small mountains, the snow-white crab meat crystalline and translucent. Spanish black pig ham, sliced as thin as cicada wings, as exquisite as marble texture. And those French oysters, fully the size of an adult's palm, laid on pure white shaved ice, garnished with black caviar. A large, long table that could accommodate 10 people dining at the same time was, in the blink of an eye, piled full of these meats emitting a tempting luster, leaving not even enough space to place a glass of water. The guests around who were sipping red wine leisurely were all stunned. Is this motherfucker a reincarnated starving ghost? Can he finish all this? Definitely just to show off and flaunt wealth. These second-generation wealthy kids nowadays are getting more and more brainless. Wasting food here is simply insulting the chef's hard work. Making such a scene in a high-end restaurant is really a bit outrageous. Don't rush, let's see how he handles this. Those around who fancied themselves as upper-class cast disdainful and expectant gazes at Jiang Yan, waiting to see the show. In their view, this way of ordering was the mindless behavior of a nouveau riche, trampling on the elegance of a high-end restaurant. Not elegant. Not decent. And even less in line with the atmosphere of a top-tier restaurant. However, Jiang Yan turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. At this moment, he only had eyes for the high-density energy in front of him. Jiang Yan had no time to pick up a knife and fork to cut slowly. The wild instinct after genetic remodeling made him tear off the hypocritical veneer of civilization the moment he saw these meats. He directly picked up a whole piece of snowflake Wagyu steak weighing half a caddy, still dripping with hot meat juices, stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, and bit down hard. Crunch. One bite, and his mouth was full of oil. The fat of the top-tier Wagyu, which melted in the mouth, instantly erupted with astonishing heat under his powerful chewing muscles. Jiang Yan ate extremely fast, so fast that it created a visual illusion. But strangely, Jiang Yan did not make any rude noises. All chewing and swallowing movements were as smooth as a precision machine. That was not a person eating, it was more like a highly efficient energy furnace wrapped in a human shell, calmly completing its refueling. A steak disappeared within 30 seconds. A king crab leg weighing a full caddy was casually squeezed by him, the hard crab shell instantly shattered, and the entire piece of crab meat was sucked into his mouth. Plate after plate of high-calorie food, like a clay ox entering the sea, was filled into that bottomless, terrifying black hole. What was most incredible was that no matter how much he ate, his abdomen showed no signs of bulging. It was as if those foods, the moment they entered his stomach, were rapidly broken down by some terrifying digestive system, turning into the purest energy, then transported through the blood into every muscle fiber, filling the huge energy gap left by the genetic remodeling. Chapter 71, A Hungry Devil Crawled Out of Hell. Sitting opposite him, Suqinghe let the knife and fork in her hand lightly tap against her plate, producing a crisp sound. She stared blankly at the men before her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She finally understood why Jiang Yan's physical stamina was so terrifying, capable of going for 2 hours straight without stopping. He could no longer be measured by the standards of a normal human. How could a normal human consume so much meat in just over 10 minutes? Beside her, Shen Jixia was also sitting ramrod straight. She had received the strictest training in private banking etiquette. Even when facing clients worth tens of billions, she could maintain a professional smile. But now, her composure was on the verge of collapsing on the spot. This scene had already exceeded her service experience. It even exceeded her understanding of humans. The diners around them, who were originally watching the spectacle, had all fallen silent at this moment. The entire restaurant fell into an eerie, dead silence. Everyone stared at the black-clad young man eating frantically, as if they had seen a ghost. Is this really a human? Is his stomach connected to an interdimensional space? I just saw him eat at least 6 steaks, right? 6. You underestimated by half. Even the French head chef of the restaurant, who had once won a gold medal at the World Culinary Championship and always held himself in high regard, couldn't help but rush out from the kitchen. Standing not far away, he watched as his meticulously prepared top-tier ingredients were devoured by Jiang Yan like a whirlwind sweeping through clouds. The expression on his face gradually shifted from initial anger to dullness, and finally, complete collapse. Finally, it turned into complete existential doubt. Half an hour later, when the last oyster was expressionlessly dumped into Jiang Yan's mouth and swallowed, the long table, which had originally been piled high like a mountain, was now left with only a stack of empty plates, as if it had been swept by a swarm of locusts. It was so clean that not even a drop of meat juice remained. A full 20 servings of top-quality meat. Over 10 kilograms of high-protein, high-fat food in total weight. All of it went into Jiang Yan's stomach alone. Who? Jiang Yan slowly let out a breath. He picked up a pristine white napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth unhurriedly. As the last bit of food was converted into energy, Jiang Yan felt the violent sense of weakness within his body finally disappear completely. Replacing it was an unprecedented sense of fullness and satisfaction. It was as if every cell was cheering and every nerve was leaping. A layer of extremely healthy luster faintly shimmered on the surface of his skin. The power contained within his muscles reached its 100% peak state after genetic remodeling. Jiang Yan chuckled softly. Now that's more like it. Just at this moment. Ding. Detected that the host's behavior has caused a strong, counterintuitive cognitive shock to the surrounding high-net-worth crowd. Affected targets include the restaurant general manager, Michelin-level head chef, wealthy diners, personal butler, and private banking concierge secretary. The worldviews of the target group are suffering a severe impact. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered slightly. The system prompt continued to sound. Calculating the scope of the cognitive shock impact. Weighted calculation of the target group complete. Influence points, plus 1,500. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had originally only wanted to simply fill his stomach and replenish the terrifying amount of energy required by this new body after its genetic leap. Yet he hadn't expected that this purely biological, instinctive behavior would unexpectedly result in a happy accident. It directly created a localized, cognitive nuclear explosion in a top-tier restaurant. 1,500 points, this windfall came far too easily. Once Jiang Yan's personal physical fitness surpassed human common sense. This body itself was a weapon of influence with deterrent power. Jiang Yan casually threw the napkin onto the table and slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, Suqinghe, sitting opposite him, uncontrollably shivered. In her view, Jiang Yan clearly hadn't done anything. But when he stood straight, she actually felt the surrounding air tighten, pressed by the extremely abundant vitality within his body. What kind of terrifying monster was hidden within that slender body? Let's go. Jiang Yan glanced down at her from above. Yes, sir. Suqinghe snapped out of her daze, hurriedly grabbed her handbag, and followed, her high heels clicking. She didn't even dare to look directly at Jiang Yan's back now. Shen Jixia also stood up immediately, her professional demeanor allowing her to quickly regain her composure. It was just that the look in her eyes as she watched Jiang Yan held a bit more uncontrollable shock than when she had arrived. Seeing Jiang Yan preparing to leave, General Manager Wang Wei, who had been standing blankly not far away, suddenly woke up as if someone had pressed a switch. He rushed forward in a few quick steps. The muscles on his fat face twitched uncontrollably due to the shock. You. Young Master Jiang. Have you finished your meal? Wang Wei's voice was trembling. The way he looked at Jiang Yan now was no longer looking at some rich young master. It was clearly looking at an unknown creature wearing human skin. One person ate over 10 kilograms of meat and wasn't even stuffed to death. His stomach didn't even bulge much. Who would believe this if it were told? Bill. Jiang Yan took out the black gold card from the inner pocket of his trench coat. With two long fingers holding the card, he casually handed it to Wang Wei. No. That won't be necessary. Wang Wei was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly. Cold sweat had long since soaked his shirt on his back. How could he dare to take money from such a person? Not to mention the unfathomable top-tier clan influence behind Jiang Yan. Just this display of eating ability that exceeded common sense today had already completely broken through Wang Wei's psychological defenses. With this kind of person, even if he just breathed a little heavily, Wang Wei felt his life was threatened. Young Master Jiang being able to dine at our restaurant is giving us immense honor. Today's meal, let it be on the house. We only ask for young Master Jiang's future patronage. Wang Wei bowed and scraped, his attitude humble to the extreme. Jiang Yan looked at him, his voice fading. In my life, I have never had the habit of letting people treat me to a free meal. Take it. 2 simple words. Yet they carried a pressure that made it impossible to refuse. He didn't dare to say another word of no, and took the black gold card with both hands. A few minutes later, the meal fee of 158,000 yuan was charged. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was the price of a family sedan. But for this black gold card with an exaggerated limit, it didn't even count as a splash. Wang Wei returned the black gold card to Jiang Yan with both hands. Afterwards, he personally led the way, escorting Jiang Yan, Suqinghe, and Shen Jixia all the way to the exclusive elevator. The moment the elevator door closed, Wang Wei bowed deeply, not daring to lift his head for a long time. Until the elevator numbers began to descend. The originally dead-silent restaurant seemed to have the play button pressed again. It exploded into chaos instantly. Crazy. Simply crazy. Is this even human? 20 servings. That was 20 servings of high-purity meat. I saw with my own eyes that he swallowed it all without leaving a single bit. Is his digestive system made of steel? Hurry up and check what kind of background that person has. Those wealthy people who prided themselves on having seen the world completely disregarded their image at this moment. Every face was filled with lingering horror. Today's scene was destined to become the most outrageous, and also the most dangerous to spread, topic of conversation at their dinner tables for the rest of their lives. And the French head chef, standing where he was, stared blankly at the table full of absurdly clean empty plates. His mouth kept nervously muttering a sentence in French. Devil. That is a hungry devil that crawled out of hell. Chapter 72, Booking the Venue for Professional Testing. The underground parking garage of the China World Trade Center. Jiang Yan and the other two took the express elevator and returned. Suqinghe walked at the very back. Although she tried her best to control her gait, attempting to display the perfect demeanor of a top-tier private butler. Yet, her long legs, wrapped in nude-colored stockings, were still trembling slightly and uncontrollably. The terrifying 2-hour experience in the master bedroom of Wanlu Academy just now, added to the frenzied, monster-like binge eating she had just witnessed in the top-floor restaurant, had already pushed her mind and body to the brink of their limits. However, Suqinghe was a smart woman. She knew that in front of a man like Jiang Yan, she had to know when to be weak and when she must be professional. So she gritted her teeth and pulled her expression back into that submissive, respectful, and tight-lipped state. Jiang Yan walked to the side of the car, but he didn't rush to open the door to get in. He lowered his head slightly, leaning against the car body, his eyes fixed on his right hand. Slowly, he spread his 5 fingers. Then, he clenched them tightly into a fist. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by this seemingly simple action, a series of subtle yet teeth-gritting sounds of bone friction emanated from his knuckles. It was an indescribable, wondrous experience. Jiang Yan could clearly feel it. A strange, violent, yet deeply addictive power was flowing along the muscle fibers of his forearm like rushing rivers, conducting with absolute precision to every corner of his fingertips. This sense of power was so overwhelming that it even gave him an illusion. As if he wanted to, he could tear a piece of armor off this top-tier supercar in front of him, costing tens of millions and built from alloy and carbon fiber, with his bare hands. Jiang Yan's gaze gradually deepened, and the mindset of a researcher, embedded deep in his marrow, began to operate at high speed in his brain. Eating 20 servings of meat in the restaurant just now was shocking, to say the least. But it could barely be brushed off with the excuse of being a gifted big eater. Even if the outside world discussed it, it would only stay at the level of curious gossip. However, if he miscalculated his physical strength next and exposed actions that exceeded common human physiological knowledge in public. For example, crushing a cast-iron dumbbell plate in a gym with one hand. Or accidentally ripping a car door off by force. That would change the nature of things entirely. In this era, information travels too quickly. One counterintuitive event could be called a coincidence. In this age of information explosion, 2 counterintuitive events stacked together would inevitably trigger a qualitative change. His current identity is the 4th-generation core of the Jiang family, and there are likely many people watching him from the shadows. Although with the influence of the Jiang family, suppressing a trending topic or blocking some news is as easy as pie. But doing so would instead attract the attention of more interested parties. Or even excessive attention from certain special state agencies. What Jiang Yan wants is to control the world, not to become a lab rat lying on a surgical table. The first iron rule of scientific research: any test must be conducted in a safe environment with all variables under control. Having figured all this out, Jiang Yan slowly relaxed his fist. He turned his head and looked at Chen Jixia, who was standing to the side. This top-tier concierge secretary, urgently dispatched by the senior management of CCB headquarters, was currently holding a tablet, maintaining an impeccable stance of readiness. Help me find the most private, top-tier fitness club in the capital. It must meet 3 conditions. First, it must be absolutely private. I want the entire floor or the entire venue cleared out. There cannot be a single unauthorized person. Second, it must be equipped with national team-level professional physical testing equipment. I'm not talking about those flashy props in influencer gyms used for taking photos. I want equipment for pure, practical data, professional powerlifting racks, limit-level dynamometers, infrared laser timing systems, and medical-grade cardiopulmonary function testers. Not a single piece can be missing. Third, within 1 hour, I want to be standing in the venue and starting the test. If it were any ordinary secretary, hearing these 3 near-perverted demands would probably have them breaking out in a cold sweat. Booking a top venue in the capital within 1 hour, and requiring national team-level equipment, this was simply asking the impossible. But Chen Jixia hesitated for less than 2 seconds. The devilish training from the High Net Worth Service Department of China Construction Bank's private banking allowed her to immediately suppress the surprise in her heart. She didn't ask why. Nor did she say, "I'll try my best." She lowered her head directly, her fingers sliding rapidly across the tablet, pulling up the directory of partner venues that China Construction Bank only opens to clients with tens of billions in assets. This is the power of capital at the top of the pyramid. Any seemingly incredible demand here has a seamless system in place to make it happen for you. In less than 3 minutes. Chen Jixia looked up, her eyes bright and determined. "Mr. Jiang, it's done." Near the Embassy District in Chaoyang District, there is a top-tier, private fitness club called Peak. This club does not operate for the public, it only accepts members through internal referrals. Annual membership fees start at 800,000, and the interior consists entirely of independent, private floors. Most importantly, on their second basement level, they have a physical testing laboratory built exactly to the standards of the General Administration of Sport of China. The equipment is all medical and competitive grade, imported from Germany and Switzerland. The major shareholder behind this club happens to be a long-term lending client of China Construction Bank's private banking, so we can directly invoke the highest level of resource access. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, acknowledging Shen Jixia's efficiency. Contact them immediately. Shen Jixia dialed the phone number of the club's General Manager Han Tao, on the spot. As the call connected, Shen Jixia's tone was no longer the submissiveness she showed toward Jiang Yan. She instantly switched to a high and mighty, icy, official tone. General Manager Han, this is Shen Jixia from the Concierge Department of CCB Headquarters Private Banking. I am representing a top-tier black gold card client of China Construction Bank, and we need to use the physical testing laboratory on the second basement level of your club. The requirement is to have that floor completely cleared by 2 o'clock, which is within half an hour. Furthermore, arrange for the highest level physical tester in your facility, preferably one certified by the General Administration of Sport of China, to be on standby at the scene. On the other end of the line, General Manager Han Tao had been drinking tea with a celebrity client in a private room, but as soon as he heard the words, CCB Black Gold Card Top-Tier Client, he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. He was a sharp man. A client who could be called top-tier by CCB headquarters represented a level of capital and power background that a few celebrities couldn't even dream of comparing to. Secretary Shen, rest assured. I will go personally to clear the venue right now. Within half an hour, there won't even be a fly on the second basement level, aside from the testers. Chapter 73, a breach of contract penalty of 100 million. What on earth does he want to test? Shen Jixia hung up the phone after finishing her report to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Without wasting another half-second, he turned and walked toward the black Lamborghini parked not far away. Su Qinghe followed immediately. As Jiang Yan's personal butler, she knew her place clearly. She was allowed to ride in Jiang Yan's car. But Shen Jixia was not. Shen Jixia was merely a concierge secretary sent by the China Construction Bank. No matter how high the service level was, she was ultimately just an executive personnel within the external resource system. She had the qualifications to mobilize resources and pave the way for Jiang Yan, but she did not have the qualification to sit in Jiang Yan's passenger seat, nor did she have the qualification to appear by his side in his private space like Su Qinghe. Besides, there was no seat for her. Shen Jixia understood this point very well herself. Therefore, without any unnecessary hesitation, she just clutched her tablet computer tightly and walked quickly toward a low-key white hatchback Audi A3 parked nearby. That was the work vehicle provided to her by the China Construction Bank Concierge Department. It was neither flashy nor expensive, and it even appeared somewhat ordinary amidst the sea of Maybachs, Bentleys, and Porsches in the China World Trade Center underground parking garage. But this was exactly what fit her status. She was not here to steal the spotlight. She was here to execute orders. Mr. Jiang, I have already sent the location to Ms. Su. I will follow behind your car and keep communication open. Shen Jixia stood by the door of the Audi A3, bowing slightly, her tone respectful and restrained. Jiang Yan just gave a faint "Amen" and casually pulled open the Lamborghini scissor door. Su Qinghe walked around to the passenger side quite naturally. Her movements were still a bit unsteady. Those long legs wrapped in nude-colored stockings still inevitably trembled slightly as she stepped into the low cabin. But she did not let herself show any embarrassment. She knew very well. The more it was at a time like this, the less she could drag Jiang Yan down. The roar of the 12-cylinder engine sounded like a beast being awakened in the underground garage, vibrating one's eardrums until they went numb. Jiang Yan gripped the steering wheel with one hand and slowly drove out of the parking space. Behind him, Shen Jixia drove the white hatchback Audi A3, maintaining a precise following distance. Neither too far nor too close, it would neither disturb Jiang Yan's private space nor fail to ensure she was ready to await orders at any time. One black car and one white car drove out of the China World Trade Center underground parking garage. It was very quiet inside the car. Su Qinghe sat in the leather bucket seat on the passenger side, her hands folded neatly on her lap. Her gaze remained fixed straight ahead, but her heart was beating very fast. After hesitating for a long time, she finally couldn't hold back the curiosity surging in her heart. Sir, you specifically requested to go to that level of gym just now. Do you feel like you ate too much earlier and need to go, work out and burn it off? It's not for working out. It's for a physical examination. Upon hearing these two words, Suqinghe's lips parted slightly. A physical examination. Going to a gym for a physical examination. But she quickly swallowed all her questions. She knew what should be asked and what should not be asked. 30 minutes later. The black Lamborghini, with its explosive engine roar, braked sharply and came to a steady stop at the entrance of the exclusive underground parking garage of the Peak top-tier club. The club's general manager Han Tao, accompanied by two assistant managers in crisp uniforms, had long been standing by the parking space, sweating profusely while waiting. Seeing the scissor door open, the first person to step out was a young man in black casual wear, with a slender build. General Manager Han Tao's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Too young. At this age, he had probably just graduated from high school, right? But in this part of the capital, an old fox like General Manager Han Tao, who had reached his level, knew that the biggest taboo was judging people by their appearance. Especially when he saw that Chen Jixia, the high and mighty secretary from the China Construction Bank, was currently following closely behind the young man, her posture so low she looked like a maid. General Manager Han Tao immediately raised the danger level of Jiang Yan to the maximum in his mind. Mr. Jiang. Hello. I am General Manager Han Tao, the person in charge here. Upon learning you were coming, I have already completely cleared out the second basement level. I even gave the cleaning ladies a half-day off. General Manager Han Tao hurried up to greet him, his face full of the perfect smile he had practiced countless times. Jiang Yan didn't even look at him, walking inside while speaking. First, from now on, I want the power to all surveillance cameras on the second basement level physically disconnected immediately. Remember, that means unplugging the cables, not just turning off the software. Second, during the testing period, apart from the tester, absolutely no living creature is allowed to appear on this floor. Third, and most importantly, that tester must sign a top-secret non-disclosure agreement for me on the spot. Jiang Yan did not stop walking. His voice echoed in the empty parking garage, carrying a pressure that made one dare not refute him. The smile on General Manager Han Tao's face froze for a moment. Disconnect the surveillance? This kind of operation was a major taboo in legitimate commercial venues. To ease the awkwardness, he instinctively wanted to show off his venue's background in an attempt to be clever. Mr. Jiang, you can actually rest assured. The core selling point of the Peak Club is absolute privacy. Among the clients we have served, there is no shortage of family members of ministry officials and people on the Forbes list. Jiang Yan interrupted him directly. I don't need you to tell me who you have served, that is your business. You only need to do what I ask. Understand? Understood. Young Master Jiang, please wait a moment, I will go disconnect the power myself immediately. He didn't dare to say another word, turning and running toward the power distribution room. At this moment, Chen Jixia demonstrated the execution capability of a top-tier concierge secretary. In the 2 minutes while General Manager Han Tao went to disconnect the power, she had already drafted a simplified but extremely lethal non-disclosure agreement through the China Construction Bank Legal Department's exclusive encrypted channel. Mr. Jiang, the initial draft of the agreement has been drawn up. Chen Jixia handed the tablet to Jiang Yan with both hands. The core terms include, the tester must not record, disseminate, or discuss today's test data in any form, including text, image, or oral communication. The penalty for breach of contract is tentatively set at 5 million. And the legal department of the CCB headquarters has the right to represent you in pursuing indefinite legal action. Jiang Yan glanced at the dense terms and said indifferently, 5 million as a penalty for breach of contract is too little. Change it to 100 million. Also, at another clause, consider it his emotional distress compensation and cooperation fee, 500,000 renminbi, to be paid on the spot. Chen Jixia's fingers modified the screen rapidly. Yes, Mr. Jiang, the modification will be completed immediately. Suqinghe, standing in the back, watched all of this silently. She watched as Jiang Yan, like a supreme arbiter, wove an airtight iron net with money and power. A 100 million breach of contract penalty and a 500,000 hush money payment, just to let him do a test. It was somewhat extravagant. Chapter 74, No Right to Refuse. A few minutes later, General Manager Han Tao ran back, panting, and indicated that the surveillance system had been completely powered down. At the same time, a sturdy man with a buzz cut walked out of the club's inner corridor. The man was about 34 or 35 years old, wearing a tight, quick-drying sportswear outfit. The muscles on his exposed arms and calves showed a shredded definition that only comes from long-term, high-intensity training. His body fat percentage was visibly low, and his gait was steady and powerful. He was the person General Manager Han Tao had mentioned, Lu Ming, the club's special-grade physical fitness tester certified by the General Administration of Sport of China. In previous years, Lu Ming had been the dedicated physical trainer for the national track and field team, having coached several world champions and national games champions. Later, due to some friction with his superiors and an old back injury, he retired and was recruited here by General Manager Han Tao with a high salary. He specialized in acting as a private fitness consultant for those big bosses. As a knowledgeable professional, Lu Ming's first reaction upon looking at Jiang Yan was to instinctively frown in his heart. The young man in front of him was indeed exceptionally handsome, with beautiful body proportions. But this beauty was more like that of a mannequin in a shop window. He estimated his height to be around 1.88 meters and his weight to be at most 75 kilograms. There were no signs of the thick, heavy muscle mass built up by long-term high-intensity training on his body. For a young master like this, the most he's here for is to play around with some cardio and maybe take a few photos to post on social media. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Lu Ming grumbled inwardly. However, the big boss had instructed him that this person was not to be trifled with. So, when Chen Jixia handed him the revised confidentiality agreement, the first thing Lu Ming saw wasn't the dense clauses. It was the liquidated damages section. 100 million yuan. Lu Ming's pupils constricted on the spot. Even though he worked at a place like the Peak Club and dealt with wealthy bosses, celebrities, athletes, and second-generation heirs on a daily basis, the words 100 million in liquidated damages were still enough to make any ordinary professional manager's heart skip a beat. This was no longer just an ordinary commercial confidentiality agreement. It was more like a gag order welded shut with money and power. Once he signed it, everything that happened in this room today would no longer be gossip he could use as conversation fodder, but a truly deadly forbidden zone. Lu Ming instinctively glanced at Jiang Yan. The young man was very young. His figure was slender, his temperament noble, and there wasn't a hint of the excitement or nervousness typical of ordinary fitness enthusiasts on his face. That calmness actually made Lu Ming feel inexplicably creeped out. But this feeling only lasted less than 2 seconds. Because Lu Ming quickly gave himself a rational explanation based on his experience. He was a top-tier young master, after all. Especially someone like this, whose background was such that even the concierge department of the CCB headquarters had to personally attend to him. It was normal for him to be particular about privacy. Some wealthy people didn't even want their blood pressure, body fat percentage, medical conditions, or medication records leaked, fearing they would be used as ammunition by business rivals, the media, or people in their social circles. Not to mention a crown prince-level figure like Jiang Yan. In Lu Ming's view, the so-called physical fitness test today was most likely just measuring data like body fat, cardiopulmonary function, bench press, and explosive power. At most, his physical fitness was just a bit better than the average person. Or perhaps this young master had been training in secret and wanted to test for some impressive data in a private environment to satisfy his desire for control and vanity. Lu Ming had seen this kind of thing before. What many wealthy people feared most wasn't spending money, but losing face. 100 million in liquidated damages sounded scary, but as long as he didn't run his mouth, it would never be triggered. To put it bluntly, this wasn't meant to make him pay. It was a reminder for him to keep his mouth shut. And in these few short seconds while Lu Ming hesitated. Ding! The notification sound for a mobile banking deposit rang out. A cooperation fee of 500,000 renminbi had been cleanly and efficiently deposited into his account. Lu Ming looked down at the string of numbers on the screen, which were so real they were blinding, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but bob. 500,000. All he had to do was sign a paper, measure a few data points, and keep his mouth shut. And this money would be his. Working at this club as a private trainer, conducting fitness tests, and creating rehabilitation plans for those big bosses, it would take him months of hard work to earn 500,000. More importantly, he knew very well in his heart. He actually had no right to refuse this agreement today. For someone like Jiang Yan, the fact that he let Chen Jixia politely present the agreement for him to sign was already him following a respectable process. If he really didn't know what was good for him, let alone not getting the 500,000, it was questionable whether he could even continue to survive in Beijing's high-end sports rehabilitation circle in the future. After realizing this, the last shred of resistance in Lu Ming's heart dissipated. He picked up the pen and wrote his name on the signature line. The moment the pen tip touched the paper, Lu Ming even mocked himself inwardly. So what if there's a 100 million in liquidated damages? I'm no fool. I'll just forget it as soon as I measure it, let it rot in my stomach, and as long as I never speak of it for the rest of my life, it'll be fine. He looked up, his tone much more serious. Mr. Jiang, the agreement is fine. All the data I see in this room today, I will let rot in my stomach and take to my grave. Jiang Yan nodded indifferently, without even any superfluous pleasantries. Open the door, let's go in. Please follow me. Lu Ming swiped his access card, and the heavy, soundproof alloy door slowly opened. Jiang Yan turned back and glanced at Su Qinghe and Chen Jixia. You two, stay in the waiting area outside the door. Yes, sir. The two replied in unison. As Jiang Yan stepped into the laboratory, with a dull thud, the heavy alloy door closed completely, isolating everything in an absolutely private space unknown to anyone else. In this basement-level physical testing laboratory, the air was filled with the cold, sterile scent of disinfectant. Shadowless lamps shone from above, illuminating the expensive testing equipment surrounding them, which radiated a cold, metallic luster. Without any unnecessary decorations, this was a scientific venue that existed solely to challenge and record the limits of the human body. Lu Ming, holding a writing board with electronic sensor recording functions, walked over to a medical-grade body composition analyzer. This machine could scan the water, bone mass, muscle, and fat ratios in the human body with gram-level precision. Mr. Jiang, let's start with the first item, establishing your basic physiological profile. Lu Ming pointed to the footplate on top of the machine. Please take off your shoes, socks, and jacket, step up, and hold the metal electrode handles on both sides with your hands. Jiang Yan did so expressionlessly. He stepped onto the pedal and grasped the electrodes with both hands. The machine emitted a short electronic beep. Scanning began, and 10 seconds later, the screen spat out a row of detailed data. Chapter 75, is the world record broken just like that? Height, 188.1 centimeters. Weight, 82.7 kilograms. Body fat percentage, 6.0%. Heart rate, 42 beats per minute. Jiang Yan clearly remembered that the last time he measured his height, it was 185 centimeters. Just because of one vial of genetic optimization serum, his bones had undergone a secondary growth phase within half a day, forcing him to grow 3 centimeters taller. Lu Ming stared at the two data points of body fat percentage and heart rate, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and his eyes held an irrepressible shock. He had been working in professional physical training for over a decade and had coached countless top-tier athletes. He knew all too well what it meant when these numbers were combined. A body fat percentage of 6% was an extremely exaggerated figure. Many professional bodybuilders could only reach this number during the peak few days before a competition, through extreme dehydration and frantic fat cutting. Yet the young man before him did not look dehydrated or shriveled at all, his muscles were full and lustrous. How was this possible? Even more exaggerated was the heart rate. 42 beats per minute. This meant that Jiang Yan's heart was like a high-horsepower diesel pump, and each beat pumped out as much blood as a normal person's did in 2 beats. Lu Ming had only seen this kind of cardiac function in marathon champions who underwent long-term, extreme high-altitude aerobic training, or in top-tier cyclists. Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming couldn't help it, his tone carrying an irrepressible sense of inquiry. If I may ask, what professional sport did you train in previously? Jiang Yan was twisting his neck, his joints making a faint cracking sound. He didn't even lift his head, his tone casual. I haven't trained in anything. Lu Ming froze for 2 seconds. Haven't trained in anything? How could that be possible? Could it be some kind of 1 in 10 million genetic talent? Lu Ming didn't dare to continue asking. As a professional, he vaguely felt that today's test might overturn some of his past perceptions. Alright, then let's proceed to the dynamic strength test. Lu Ming quickly walked to the instrument rack beside him and took down a heavy-looking, all-black electronic hydraulic grip dynamometer. This wasn't some cheap spring-pulling gadget used in university physical fitness tests. This was a high-precision instrument imported from Germany, specifically designed to test the extreme grip strength of strongmen and weightlifters, with a maximum range that could reach a terrifying 250 kilograms. To give the client a reference point, and also because of a bit of competitiveness that Lu Ming couldn't shake from his professional habits, he decided to demonstrate first. Mr. Jiang, grip strength is the most intuitive standard for measuring forearm muscle groups and neural recruitment ability. Lu Ming took a deep breath, the muscles in his right arm tensing violently, his veins bulging out. He let out a shout and gripped the handle of the dynamometer tightly with his right hand, exerting force suddenly. Beep. The numbers on the dynamometer screen jumped wildly, finally settling on a red value, 78.4 kilograms. Lu Ming panted slightly, a faint trace of pride at the corner of his mouth. 78 kilograms, this figure was absolutely crushing among average adult males. Even among the trained fitness population, it was definitely top tier. Give it a try. Don't be too nervous, just do your best. Lu Ming reset the instrument and handed it to Jiang Yan with both hands. Jiang Yan took the heavy metal instrument without taking a deep breath or planting his feet like Lu Ming had. He just stood there casually, his body not even swaying in the slightest. His black eyes were calm as water, and he didn't even glance at the instrument in his hand. His 5 fingers on his right hand, as if squeezing a soft orange, merely gave a light, understated squeeze. Bang. In the quiet laboratory, a dull sound of metal being crushed rang out. The hydraulic transmission device emitted a groan of being overwhelmed. Beep. The red numbers jumped to the maximum point in an instant and then locked firmly in place. Jiang Yan let go, glanced at the screen, and tossed the instrument to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly reached out to catch it, and at the very moment he lowered his head to see the red number on the screen. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the top of Lu Ming's head, and his brain instantly went into a state of system crash. 234.6 kilograms. Lu Ming's pupils contracted violently, dilated, then contracted again. His breathing stopped completely in that instant. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Ming frantically pressed the reset button as if he had seen a ghost, his voice turning shrill. What kind of concept was 234.6 kilograms? Currently, the world record for human right-hand grip strength on Blue Star was only around 192 kilograms. And that record holder was a super strongman beast who stood 2 meters tall, weighed over 150 kilograms, and had arms thicker than Jiang Yan's thighs. Yet this young man, who was barely over 80 kilograms, hadn't even gasped for air and, with a casual squeeze, had nearly shattered the world record. It must be the instrument that's broken. Yes. There must be a problem with the aging hydraulic valve. Lu Ming's professional faith was dealt a heavy blow on the spot. He rushed to the instrument rack, like a gambler who had lost his mind, and pulled out another brand-new, backup extreme grip dynamometer. Mr. Jiang. Please, use your left hand and test again. As Lu Ming handed over the brand-new instrument, his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yan looked at his nearly collapsing state and found it somewhat amusing. If it weren't for this, why would he have made him sign such a high penalty clause? What scientists wanted was rigor. Jiang Yan switched to his left hand and took the new dynamometer. This time, he added a tiny bit of focus. Within a tenth of a second, the bones and muscle fibers inside his body completed tens of millions of coordinated force exertions. Click. A harsh sound of metal breaking came, and the alloy handle of that precision dynamometer, worth tens of thousands, was actually dented by Jiang Yan's squeeze, leaving a small depression. The red numbers jumped wildly again and locked in. This time, the number was even more terrifying than before. 277.2 kilograms. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. Lu Ming stared fixedly at the flashing number, his legs went weak, and he stumbled back 2 steps, hitting the wall behind him with a thud. 277.2 kilograms. Once again, by a large margin, he had broken the all-time extreme grip strength record for humans on Blue Star. He had witnessed with his own eyes an 80-kilogram carbon-based life form casually trample underfoot the physiological limits that humans had evolved over millions of years, as if tearing up a piece of waste paper. Lu Ming's Adam's apple rolled up and down frantically, as if he were being strangled by an invisible giant hand, unable to utter a single word. His hand holding the record book was shaking like a sieve, and the recording pen fell onto the cold floor with a clatter. Jiang Yan clapped the trace amounts of anti-slip powder off his hands, his voice still calm. Stop spacing out. Prepare for the next item. Chapter 76, Human Crane. The air conditioning in the testing facility was powerful, yet Lu Ming's back was already soaked. It wasn't from the heat, it was from sheer terror. He had spent over a decade in physical training, coached national teams, and seen world champions. He knew exactly what the limits of human muscle, bone, and nervous system response were. But the absurd number on the grip dynamometer just now had crushed the professional common sense he had built up over the last decade on the spot. Lu Ming stiffly bent down to pick up the recording pen that had fallen to the floor. He looked at Jiang Yan with an expression bordering on awe, as if staring at a prehistoric monster. He took 3 deep breaths before barely managing to pull himself back from the brink of a breakdown. Then, he walked mechanically toward the massive powerlifting rack in the central area. This was the area for testing the limit strength of the core torso and upper limbs. For all strength trainers, bench press data was a business card that couldn't be any more solid. Mr. Jiang, for the bench press test, should we start warming up with an empty bar? Lu Ming's voice was a bit shaky, he didn't even notice the hint of deference in it himself. No need to warm up. Put on 100 kilograms directly. Jiang Yan lay on the bench press chair wrapped in high-grade non-slip leather, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and his hands gripping the Olympic standard barbell bar covered in anti-slip knurling. Lu Ming didn't dare say more and quickly hung 2 20-kilogram plates and 1 5-kilogram cast iron plate on each end of the barbell, including the empty bar. It was exactly 100 kilograms. For an average male, being able to push this weight once was enough to brag about in the gym for half a year. Do you need me to spot you? Lu Ming stood behind Jiang Yan's head, his hands hovering under the barbell. Move aside. Jiang Yan only said 2 words. Lu Ming immediately stepped back obediently. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, his chest rising slightly. He didn't perform the exaggerated back-arching movement of a bodybuilder, his arms simply exerted force suddenly. Whoosh! That fine steel barbell, loaded with 100 kilograms of weight, was like a weightless plastic broomstick. It was pushed directly to the highest point by Jiang Yan at a terrifying speed. Lockout. Then lower. Push up again. Whoosh. 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 10 consecutive times, and every single time, the speed, trajectory, and breathing rhythm were exactly like a program executed by the most precise industrial robot, not a single error, without any hesitation or trembling. Lu Ming felt his scalp tingle as he watched. 100 kilograms in Jiang Yan's hands felt like it had no weight at all. Increase the weight, 150 kilograms. Jiang Yan's voice came from beneath the barbell. The corner of Lu Ming's eye twitched, but he nimbly continued to add cast iron plates. The weight on both ends of the barbell had already caused the high-strength steel bar to bend slightly, visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yan gripped the bar again. He still maintained that calm and indifferent appearance. Bang! The barbell left the rack. 150 kilograms, if an ordinary person were just pressed by this thing on their chest, their ribs would be crushed instantly. But in Jiang Yan's hands, it still seemed like a toy. Push up, lower. Push up, lower. The movements were crisp and clean, without any hesitation, and his breathing frequency didn't even speed up by a single bit. Keep adding, 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms. On the domestic professional powerlifting circuit, anyone who could push this weight at an 80-kilogram body weight class was undeniably a champion who swept the entire field. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and locked the 2 heavy steel plates at the ends of the barbell. Jiang Yan gripped the barbell bar with both hands. This time, he was finally a little more serious. His back finally tightened slightly, and the terrifying muscle groups inside his body, violently reshaped by the genetic optimization fluid, twisted under his skin like countless steel cables. Up. Accompanied by a low grunt from Jiang Yan's throat, the 200 kilograms of steel were forcefully pushed into the air. Under Lu Ming's terrified gaze, Jiang Yan performed 10 full-range, standard presses in a row. Even on the last rep, the speed was exactly the same as the first, there was no sign of exhaustion. This meant that this was still not his maximum weight, not even close. Not enough. Jiang Yan returned the barbell to the rack, making a loud thud. He sat up from the bench press chair and looked at the sweating Lu Ming. Keep adding, increase it directly to 400 kilograms. 400 kilograms. Hearing this, Lu Ming's psychological defense line was struck once again. Mr. Jiang, you have to know, the world record for an unassisted bench press is 355 kilograms. But the record holder, Julius, has a staggering body weight of over 160 kilograms. In powerlifting, body weight and absolute strength are directly proportional. You are only a little over 80 kilograms. 400 kilograms, this goes against the lever principles of biomechanics, your bone compressive strength. Jiang Yan looked up at him. Go move them. I know my own body better than you do. Seeing Jiang Yan's insistence, and recalling how easily he handled 200 kilograms, Lu Ming didn't argue further. Like a puppet following orders, he ran to fetch 8 spare plates weighing 25 kilograms each, and with all his might, hung them up. At this moment, the barbell had turned into a dark, looming steel monster. Jiang Yan lay back down. He closed his eyes, feeling the violent power contained within every cell of his body, itching to be released. He needed to vent, he needed to release. Boom. Jiang Yan's arm veins bulged, and with a low growl, the desperate weight of 400 kilograms was suddenly pushed off the hooks by him. This time, Jiang Yan's pressing speed was finally no longer lightning fast as before, and there was a slight pause. But he still, with an unstoppable and domineering posture, completed 8 standard full-range presses in a row. Every time he pushed to the highest point, the fine steel barbell bar would develop a severe, deformed arc due to the terrifying weight on both ends, as if it would snap directly at any second. 8 times. Lu Ming clutched his short hair tightly, his breathing as heavy as a broken machine pumping a bellows. Looking at the scene before him, only one thought remained in his mind: this person, at an 80-kilogram body weight class, pushed 400 kilograms. The world record had been broken by him with ease once again, and by a large margin at that. You have to know that the 355-kilogram world record was only done once, whereas Jiang Yan did it 8 times. What did this mean? It meant that 400 kilograms was simply not Jiang Yan's limit. It didn't even count as approaching his limit. Chapter 77, 800 kilograms deadlift, are you freaking cultivating immortality? Jiang Yan racked the barbell back onto the rack, the sound of metal clashing making Lu Ming's heart give a violent jolt. Thud. Jiang Yan sat up from the bench press bench and looked down at the barbell plates packed onto both ends. The sleeves on both sides of the Olympic standard bar had no room left to add any more plates. The entire rack had also started to emit a faint, metallic groan of being overwhelmed. It wasn't that Jiang Yan couldn't push it. It was the equipment that had reached its limit. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that those 400 kilograms just now were nowhere near the true upper limit for this body, which had been reshaped by the primary genetic optimization serum. If it were just a one-time explosive limit. If there were professional equipment safe and sturdy enough to bear it. His current bench press limit could probably reach an extremely absurd number. 800 kilograms. This thought flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. Even he couldn't help but gasp softly in his heart. An 800-kilogram bench press. Was this what the primary genetic optimization serum described as, after injection, one can reach the current human limit? Lu Ming stood to the side, his lips trembling. He didn't know what Jiang Yan was evaluating in his heart. But he was very clear about one thing. The powerlifting rack in front of him could no longer continue to test this monster's upper limit. This wasn't scientific. Lu Ming started to let his imagination run wild. A cultivator. Internal energy. Genetic modification. Or perhaps innate talent, and so on. Does this world actually possess a side he doesn't know about? However, the torture for Lu Ming was far from over. The subsequent squat and deadlift tests completely ground his last shred of sanity into the dirt. Lu Ming had given up on thinking, he was only responsible for adding barbell plates. The squat event. Still starting at 200 kilograms. Jiang Yan didn't wear any powerlifting belt, didn't wrap his knees, and didn't have any protective gear. He just carried the weight, which was enough to crush an adult water buffalo, and steadily completed a textbook-perfect full squat and stand. Under the terrifying pressure, his knee joints were as stable as Mount Tai, and his neutral spine didn't show the slightest deformation or bending. Then it was 600 kilograms. Still breaking the world record. The deadlift event. When Lu Ming, following Jiang Yan's request, gritted his teeth and added the weight all the way up to 800 kilograms, he was completely numb. 800 kilograms. What kind of concept was this? The existing human deadlift world record, even including equipped categories, giant categories, and exhibition-style extreme challenges, only hovered around the 500 kilogram level. And those who achieved it were all super strong men weighing over 150 kilograms, packed with muscle, relying on belts, lifting straps, assistive gear, and years of specialized training to push their bodies to the limit. But what about Jiang Yan? A body weight of over 80 kilograms. No belt. No lifting straps. No knee sleeves. No protective gear whatsoever. Not even a proper warm-up. He just stood directly in front of the barbell, his feet shoulder-width apart, his hands in a mixed grip, clutching the barbell bar that had been bent to a nearly terrifying arc. At that moment, Lu Ming even had an illusion. It wasn't Jiang Yan challenging the barbell. It was this set of equipment challenging Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't yell or scream. He didn't beat his chest. He didn't have any of the ritualistic actions that powerlifters use to stimulate adrenaline before extreme weights. His lower back muscles just contracted to the extreme in an instant. A terrifying core explosive force surged from the soles of his feet straight to his waist. Like a steel dragon sleeping deep within his spine, it suddenly opened its eyes. Up. 800 kilograms of steel were pulled from the ground by Jiang Yan. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. His body was taut and straight, like the Titan in ancient Greek mythology who held up the sky. Subsequently, Jiang Yan released his hands directly. Boom. The 800-kilogram barbell free fell from midair, slamming heavily onto the basement floor, which was covered in 3 layers of high-density shock-absorbing rubber. Lu Ming's pupils completely lost focus. It was broken again. The world record had been broken once again. And this time, it wasn't just broken by a little. It definitely wasn't a refresh margin of a few kilograms or a dozen kilograms. It was ripping the ceiling of the entire human strength system and lifting it up by a huge chunk. This was no longer a record. This was an insult to human sports science. Lu Ming's clipboard had completely fallen to the floor. He stumbled back 2 steps, his spine pressed tightly against the cold wall, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He looked at Jiang Yan, who was standing behind the barbell, having barely broken a sweat, with only slightly rapid breathing. This is not a human. This is definitely not a human. Lu Ming wailed in his heart. The air in the testing field seemed to have frozen due to that 800-kilogram boom just now. Jiang Yan clapped his hands to shake off the chalk powder, casually grabbed the white towel draped to the side, and carelessly wiped away the few beads of sweat that had seeped out on his forehead. Only at this moment, after experiencing 3 rounds of testing for the bench press, squat, and deadlift, could this body of his, which had been reshaped by the primary genetic optimization serum, be considered truly warmed up. The data for static absolute strength is pretty much clear. Jiang Yan threw the towel onto the bench nearby, turned his head, and looked at Lu Ming, who was huddled by the wall with a pale face. Stop spacing out. Continue, next item. Lu Ming shivered violently. He almost dropped the clipboard in his hand again. He swallowed dryly, using the last shred of rationality accumulated over his career to desperately warn himself. You signed a non-disclosure agreement, you took a 500,000 hush money payment, and there is a 100 million breach of contract penalty. You must serve this monster to the end. He finally knew why the breach of contract penalty was as high as 100 million. Mr. Jiang, the strength tests have been completed. Let's go to the infrared speed testing track next to us and test the neural conduction reaction speed and short-distance explosive power. Jiang Yan nodded. Lead the way. The two walked to a 20-meter plastic straight track on the right side of the testing room, which was specially used for indoor testing. At both ends of this straight track, the world's most advanced Swiss tag infrared laser timers were installed, capable of measuring time to the thousandth of a second. This equipment wasn't something for members to play with in a gym. It was a professional athletic testing instrument. Short-distance sprinting doesn't just test leg strength. It also includes neural signal conduction, muscle recruitment speed, core coordination, ankle stiffness, and explosive power release efficiency. In other words, this is a comprehensive test of human dynamic performance. Mr. Jiang, first we will test the starting reaction time and 20-meter acceleration. Lu Ming walked to the console next to the finish line and picked up the electronic starter. Mr. Jiang, the first item, starting reaction and 20-meter acceleration. Please stand behind the starting line with both feet on the pressure-sensing pedals. After hearing the electronic prompt, sprint across the finish line as fast as possible. He paused and added another sentence. Normally, a human starting reaction time lower than 0.1 seconds will be judged as a false start by the track and field system. Because according to existing sports science, from the moment a human hears a sound, to the brain processing it, and then to the muscles activating, it is theoretically impossible to be lower than this time. Lu Ming said this very professionally. But he had no confidence in his heart anymore. Because today, with Jiang Yan, what is so-called, theoretically impossible, has already died more than once. Chapter 78, Data Beyond Biological Limits. This simply cannot be explained by science. Jiang Yan walked to the starting line. He did not adopt the standard, professional crouching start posture of track athletes. Because it wasn't needed. He just stood there casually. The balls of his feet pressed lightly against the pressure plate, his body slightly leaning forward. His black pupils locked onto the infrared laser receiver 20 meters away. At this moment, his breathing slowed down. All surrounding sounds seemed to have been muted. In his mind, only the signal, muscles, ground, and finish line remained. The genetically optimized nervous system was mobilized to its limit in this instant. Every neural pathway was like a high-speed fiber optic cable that had been relayed, waiting for the signal to drop. Lu Ming stood behind the console, his finger pressing on the electronic start button. Ready. The next second. Beep. The short electronic signal sound exploded in the empty testing room. Lu Ming's finger had just pressed the button. His eyes were just preparing to look toward the starting line. But in this very instant, Jiang Yan, on the starting line, was gone. Jiang Yan, as a whole, had been swallowed by the air, disappearing directly from where he stood. The pressure sensor plate emitted a muffled thud. Immediately after, a black afterimage tore through the air, carrying a brutal wind pressure, skimming across the plastic track. No transition of movement. No sensation of an accelerating start. It was simply a black afterimage that defied aerodynamics, forcibly tearing through air resistance, skimming past this short 20-meter distance as if teleporting. Too fast. So fast that Lu Ming's naked eye couldn't capture the complete movement at all. He only felt a fierce wind sweep past his eyes. His collar was blown backward. Even his body, standing next to the finish line, subconsciously leaned back. Whoosh. Jiang Yan had already passed through the infrared laser line. He stopped steadily in front of the anti-collision buffer pad at the end of the finish line. The infrared timer screen lit up. 2 lines of extremely precise numbers appeared ruthlessly on the screen. Start reaction time, 0.087 seconds. 20-meter sprint time, 2.33 seconds. Clang. The electronic start button and recording board in Lu Ming's hands, once again, dropped to the ground without any suspense. He didn't go to pick them up. He froze in place, his eyes locked tightly on the first line of numbers on the screen. 0.087 seconds. How is this possible? This is a realm that even scientific common sense cannot explain. In the history of human 100-meter sprints, the fastest start reaction limit record recognized by World Athletics is 0.104 seconds. Because from the ear receiving the sound signal, transmitting it to the brain, and then the brain issuing commands to activate muscle fibers. This physical conduction process has a limit time. Once the reaction time is below 0.1 seconds, it will be automatically judged as a false start by World Athletics instruments. Because according to human scientific standards, the neural electrical signal conduction of carbon-based organisms cannot be lower than this time. But now, 0.087 seconds. Jiang Yan not only didn't false start, but at the moment the signal sound rang out, his nerve endings made a muscle reaction one step earlier than the speed of the sound wave propagation. This shows that his entire body's neural synapses have completely transcended the defined scope of human biology. And the 20-meter acceleration time of 2.33 seconds below is even more terrifying. He was even faster than Bolt's first 20-meter split data when he broke the world record. This means that if placed on a standard outdoor 100-meter track, once Jiang Yan completes the extreme acceleration of the first half and maintains top speed, his final 100-meter result is highly likely to break directly into the shocking 8-second or even 7-second range, leaving those world-renowned sprinters hailed as lightning far behind in an invisible era. No, this isn't real. God. Lu Ming didn't dare to think any further. That wasn't a result. That was a disaster. A disaster for the entire track and field system. All training models, all selection criteria, all papers on human limits would have to be rewritten. Lu Ming held his head with both hands. He felt his worldview wasn't just cracking. Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice tight. Are you sure, you really haven't trained in sprinting before? Jiang Yan turned around and walked back slowly, his breathing still steady. That 20-meter sprint just now, for him, was just like an ordinary person taking 2 quick steps. Never trained. But it seems my body's reaction is okay now. Okay. Hearing these 2 words, Lu Ming almost blacked out. 0.087 seconds is called okay. 20 meters in 2.33 seconds is called okay. Then what is called good? Isn't this just taking off on the spot? Lu Ming felt like he wanted to laugh, but couldn't. He could only stare at the screen, like staring at some forbidden evidence that had fallen from outer space. This data cannot be leaked. Absolutely not. Not even a single decimal point. Once leaked, let alone the sports circle, the sports medicine field, the biology field, and even higher-level institutions would be alarmed. Jiang Yan is not an athlete. He is a walking, nuclear bomb-level specimen. For the first time, Lu Ming was immensely grateful that he had just signed that non-disclosure agreement. 100 million in breach of contract damages. Now it seems, it's too reasonable. Even a bit cheap. Chapter 79, Bolt. Lightning. Just a defeated opponent. Can you continue? Jiang Yan stood beside the finish line cushion, his breathing not even ruffled. It was as if he wasn't the one who had just broken the world record. Lu Ming swallowed hard, forcing down the sourness rising in his stomach from nervousness. Professional instinct saved him at this moment. He knew he had just signed for a 100 million yuan breach of contract penalty and accepted a 500,000 yuan hush money payment. Never mind that Jiang Yan had just run a world record. Even if Jiang Yan turned into Ultraman and flew away on the spot, he still had to finish filling out the forms. Yes. Mr. Jiang, this way please. We are going to the fully enclosed indoor track on the top floor. The two took the exclusive internal elevator directly to the top floor of the club. As the elevator doors opened with a ding, an indoor 100-meter straight track, laid out entirely according to World Athletics Olympic standards, appeared before them. The bright red rubber track had high-precision infrared electronic speed sensors standing on both sides, and the large screen at the finish line was pitch black, waiting to be awakened. This was originally a private toy built for those wealthy bosses to show off their physical fitness. But at this moment, in Lu Ming's eyes, this track looked more like an altar. What it was about to witness might not be athletic performance, but some kind of non-human miracle. Mr. Jiang, this is the 100-meter test area. Lu Ming walked to the console and pressed the start button. The large screen at the finish line lit up instantly, and the timer reset to 0.00. Lu Ming took a deep breath and turned to look at Jiang Yan. Do you need to change into a pair of professional carbon-plated spiked shoes? We have sponsored models from all major brands, and all sizes are available. Spiked shoes can increase grip and provide forward propulsion feedback, which is crucial for improving your 100-meter time. Halfway through, Lu Ming shut his mouth. Looking at the Italian handmade custom black soft leather casual shoes on Jiang Yan's feet, he suddenly felt that his suggestion to change into spiked shoes was somewhat ridiculous. Did a monster who could run 20 meters in 2.33 seconds really need that fraction of a second boost from equipment? No need. Jiang Yan didn't even glance at the shoe rack and walked straight to the starting line. He still didn't adopt the standard crouch start, nor did he adjust the angle of that high-tech starting block. He just stood there casually, his feet slightly apart, like an ordinary passerby waiting for a traffic light on the street, ready to take a step at any moment. No warm-up or stretching. No deep breaths to adjust lung capacity. No muscle activation exercises. He just stood there, his deep, pitch-black eyes instantly locking onto the finish line 100 meters away. In that instant, Lu Ming felt the air on the entire track become viscous. Although Jiang Yan was just standing there casually, the terrifying explosive power dormant deep within his genes caused the observer to feel a creeping sense of horror, as if being watched by an apex predator. Ready, Lu Ming raised the electronic starting pistol. This time, he widened his eyes. He swore he would absolutely not miss the moment Jiang Yan started running again. Beep. The piercing gunshot exploded on the empty top-floor track. This time, Lu Ming finally saw it clearly. At the very same moment the sound rang out, the soles of the high-end casual shoes on Jiang Yan's feet emitted a friction sound so sharp it was ear-piercing. The expensive Italian soft leather uppers were visibly twisted and deformed because they instantly withstood an extremely violent metatarsal thrust. Boom. No afterimages, only absolute violent aesthetics. Jiang Yan's figure was like a hypersonic cruise missile fired from its chamber. The first 30 meters after starting are recognized in the track and field world as the most difficult acceleration zone. But it was as if Jiang Yan had no acceleration process at all. He reached his peak the moment he started. Swish, 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 swish. Every time his foot landed on the rubber track, it produced a dull thud. That sound didn't sound like a human running. It was more like an armored land vehicle crushing the ground with unreasonable speed. Wind resistance. In the face of absolute power, the air could only be pushed aside. Lu Ming stood by the starting line, still holding the starting pistol, his neck stiffly turning to follow Jiang Yan's figure. 50 meters, 70 meters, 90 meters. Jiang Yan's running posture didn't even qualify as fluid dynamics in the eyes of track and field coaches. But his terrifying stride length and his exaggeratedly fast muscle contraction frequency made up for any lack of technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! A violent gust of air overturned the plastic isolation barrier beside the finish line. Jiang Yan didn't even perform a lean-in at the finish line. He just stood straight, as if he had suddenly stopped while taking a walk, standing steadily in front of the anti-collision foam pad. The whole process was too fast. So fast that a brief shadow still lingered on Lu Ming's retinas. His mind was blank, like a machine in disrepair, and he slowly turned his head to look at the giant electronic timing screen above the finish line. The red numbers froze on the LCD screen, dazzling and eye-catching, like an oracle written by God. 8.31 seconds. Clatter. The electronic starting pistol in Lu Ming's hand fell directly onto his own foot, but he showed no reaction, as if he had lost the ability to feel pain. 8.31 seconds. What did this number represent? It represented the collapse of human sprinting history. It represented the complete shattering of physics and human movement anatomy. That man known as the Jamaican lightning had fixed the human limit at 9.58 seconds. It once shocked the whole world and was called a limit that could not be broken within 100 years. But now, a Chinese teenager just over 18, wearing a pair of luxury casual shoes that didn't even have grip. Without even warming up, he had run the entire distance so casually, and had raised that so-called God-level record by a full 1.27 seconds. On a 100-meter track, an improvement of 0.01 seconds requires athletes to pay with tens of thousands of drops of sweat and injuries that could lead to lifelong disability. And 1.27 seconds, this was no longer about surpassing opponents, this was a dimensional strike. If it were in the same race, by the time Jiang Yan crossed the finish line, Bolt wouldn't even be able to see his taillights. The distance between the two would be enough to fit a bus. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Lu Ming suddenly laughed uncontrollably. There was no joy in that laughter, only the loss of control after a belief had been crushed. His legs went weak, and he slid down the console stand to the floor. He clutched his head, gasping for air, as if a drowning person had just been pulled ashore. Meanwhile, near the finish line in the distance, Jiang Yan just lowered his head and glanced at the pair of shoes where the soles had come unglued due to extreme friction. The tens of thousands of Yuan handmade leather shoes with the uppers completely torn at the seams, and frowned in slight disgust. As for his heartbeat, after that explosive burst that could be called extreme, Jiang Yan's heart rate had only slowly climbed from the initial 42 beats per minute to just over 60. It didn't even count as being slightly out of breath. Like a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the sprint just now was merely pushing the throttle lever a little bit. Chapter 80. Stop testing, Mr. Jiang, the coach is crying. Jiang Yan walked slowly back from the 100-meter finish line, wearing those handmade leather shoes that were practically falling apart. The soles were peeling off, and the seams on the uppers were bursting. A pair of Italian custom-made leather shoes worth tens of thousands had been reduced to street stall quality by his 100-meter sprint. He glanced down, his brows slightly furrowed. A bit of an eyesore. Jiang Yan then looked up at Lu Ming, who was slumped on the floor beside the control console. This physical fitness tester, who had once served the national team and coached champions, was now sitting on the floor like a man whose soul had been sucked out, smiling more miserably than if he were crying. Coach Lu. Can we continue? It was that question again. Lu Ming shuddered violently, and his laughter cut off abruptly. Did he dare say no? He feared he might be torn apart alive if he did. Yes, 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 we can continue, Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming took 3 deep breaths, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and pulled himself back up using the timer stand. From this moment on, Lu Ming completely gave up on thinking. From this moment on, he completely abandoned all thought. Athletics rules, sports physiology, Darwin's theory of evolution, they could all go to hell. He just wanted to be an emotionless data recording machine now. Don't ask, if you ask, the answer is that saving his own skin is what matters. Mr. Jiang, the next tests are the standing long jump and the vertical jump. Lu Ming's voice had turned into a mechanical broadcast. Jiang Yan nodded and walked to the standing long jump test area. There was no need to listen for the starting gun or find an angle. Jiang Yan bent his knees slightly, the Achilles tendons and soleus muscles in his body were like 2 high-strength hydraulic springs compressed to their limit. Bang! He launched himself directly into the air. His figure traced an utterly unreasonable arc in midair before landing steadily in the sandpit. The fine sand in the pit didn't even kick up very high because his landing posture was controlled to perfection. Lu Ming walked over expressionlessly, scanned the landing point with an infrared rangefinder, and then looked down to write a number on his recording board. Standing long jump, 5.57 meters. After writing this number, Lu Ming didn't even blink. Although he knew very well that the current standing long jump world record officially recorded by the International Sports Bureau was 3.73 meters. With a casual jump, Jiang Yan had exceeded the world champion's record by nearly 2 meters. He was already numb. To him, it would be abnormal if he didn't break a world record now. Next item. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Vertical jump. Lu Ming pointed to the towering test rack beside him, which was lined with a dense row of touch-sensitive paddles. Jiang Yan walked under the test rack, without a running start. Utilizing only the explosive power of his ankles and calves, he launched himself into the air from a standing position like a rocket taking off. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as though Jiang Yan's head had soared directly above his own line of sight, as if he were taking off from flat ground. Clatter clatter clatter. Jiang Yan's fingers brushed past the paddles at the very top of the rack like lightning, hanging in midair for a full second before landing as lightly as a falling leaf. Lu Ming glanced at the final touch point displayed on the instrument, his pen sliding mechanically across the paper. Vertical jump, standing reach/net jump, 1.68 meters. The top basketball superstars in NBA history, known as airmen or aliens, had a net jump limit that barely hovered around 1.14 meters. Yet Jiang Yan, wearing casual trousers and tattered leather shoes, had easily cleared 1.68 meters. If he put on professional gear and took a running start, Lu Ming had no doubt he could jump straight over an SUV. Next is the core muscle endurance test. Given your level, we can go straight to a weighted plank, which mainly tests the static fatigue resistance of the transversus abdominis and lower back. Jiang Yan walked over, leaned down, and supported himself on his elbows. His body was taut like a piece of peerless steel, his perfect, streamlined muscles emitting a cold, hard luster under the lights. Then, Lu Ming placed a 25-kilogram steel plate onto Jiang Yan's back. 5 minutes passed. An ordinary fitness enthusiast's body would have long since begun to tremble violently, their waist sagging. Jiang Yan was as steady as Mount Tai. 10 minutes passed. Even a Special Forces soldier's forehead would be sweating, their breathing becoming heavy. Jiang Yan still hadn't twitched a single finger. 15 minutes. Lu Ming kept his eyes fixed on the heart rate monitor bracelet connected to Jiang Yan's wrist. That green number fluctuated slowly between 48 and 55 beats from beginning to end. It was a dead, flat line. No fatigue from muscle fiber tearing, no soreness from lactic acid buildup, no shortness of breath from insufficient cardiac output. For Jiang Yan, the physical burden of this plank, which required immense core strength, was less than that of an ordinary person lying on the sofa watching TV. That's enough, Mr. Jiang, stop. At 15 minutes and 30 seconds, Lu Ming voluntarily called a halt. His voice was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Jiang Yan stood up easily and looked at him with some confusion. Hasn't it reached the limit yet? Is it over already? There's no point in testing further, Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming shook his head bitterly. Your muscular endurance has exceeded all my reference frameworks. If I didn't call a halt, you could even maintain this position until tomorrow morning. Our equipment isn't designed to test immortals. When the limits of humanity became his warm-up data, it was such a cruel form of crushing. Returning to the basement level 2 test room, they proceeded to the final item. The final item was arranged in the deepest, isolated high-pressure room. A massive instrument was placed here. A huge black alloy force-measuring target was fixed to a load-bearing wall cast of pure steel by 4 thick shock-absorbing springs. This was the equipment for testing the absolute instantaneous explosive destructive power of the human body, a professional-grade punch force-measuring target. Mr. Jiang, this is today's final test. Lu Ming stood to the side, gripping the plastic board that recorded countless heaven-defying data points. At this moment, he had instead calmed down, or rather, had become completely numb. He looked at the hard alloy target on the wall and explained in a businesslike manner. Punch force test. An ordinary adult male's full-force punch, because he doesn't know how to utilize the transmission from the waist and legs, usually has a force between 40 and 80 kilograms. Even those professional heavyweight boxers who have undergone strict training and mastered perfect force generation techniques. Monsters like Tyson in their prime can reach a limit of about 400 kilograms of force with their right hand. Enough to knock an unprotected adult into shock or even snap their cervical spine with a single punch. You don't need to wear gloves, we have shock-absorbing hand wraps here. Lu Ming hadn't finished speaking. Jiang Yan had already walked to the massive force-measuring target, interrupting him. No need for so much trouble. Jiang Yan stood there casually, about half an arm's length away from the force-measuring target. His legs were not even positioned front to back to gain rear support. He simply raised his right arm naturally. In that instant, for some reason, Lu Ming's heart contracted violently. In Lu Ming's eyes, Jiang Yan's movement was too casual, the technique looked completely amateur. Yet, within this calm that lacked any warning of force, a terrifying storm capable of destroying everything was brewing. Within Jiang Yan's body, the remodeling effect brought about by the primary genetic optimization serum was fully mobilized at this moment. Over 200 bones. Tens of millions of muscle fibers. Completed coordinated force generation in an extremely short time. Power rose from the soles of his feet, passing through his calves, knees, lumbar spine, latissimus dorsi, and shoulder blades, finally converging into that slender, fair right fist. No wasted movement. Only the purest transmission of force. The next second. Bang. Lu Ming was startled by the massive sound and stepped back 3 paces. His eyes were fixed ahead. He saw that professional force-measuring target, which cost hundreds of thousands and was claimed to be able to withstand the impact of a bull, denting violently backward under Jiang Yan's fist. The thick, pure steel load-bearing wall even shed a layer of mortar, falling in drifts due to this terrifying force. What a devastating, overwhelming punch this was. Chapter 81, this punch rivals a Siberian tiger, can you withstand it? Just as Lu Ming was trembling, fearing the machine would be smashed to pieces on the spot, the buffer springs finally managed to absorb all the kinetic energy, snapping the target face back. The red electronic display above the force-measuring target flickered wildly, as if it had gone mad. That was the microcomputer calculating the massive and violent conversion of kinetic energy. Beep, beep, beep. Finally, the display let out a long chime, and a string of blood-red numbers froze dead in the center of the screen. 1,018 kilograms. 1,018 kilograms of force. Lu Ming raised his head mechanically, staring at the number. The expression on his face froze completely, and then, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't gasp again, nor did he fall over. He couldn't think anymore, at least not from a professional perspective. 1,018 kilograms of force, what did this mean? This wasn't just a cold, hard number, it was a cruel fact capable of instantly causing death in reality. The paw strike of an adult Siberian tiger is roughly 1,000 kilograms, yet Jiang Yan, as a human, threw a punch with 1,000 kilograms of explosive force without any wind-up sprint or gloves. If this punch hadn't landed on a force-measuring target covered in cushioning material, but instead on a living person. A gruesome image uncontrollably surfaced in Lu Ming's mind. Whoever took this punch would have their sternum completely shattered into dozens of pieces the moment they made contact. These bone fragments would be driven deep into the lungs and heart by the immense force, causing instant, massive hemorrhaging and organ rupture. The victim wouldn't even have time to feel pain before being blasted into a tattered corpse on the spot. This was truly enough to say, I want to fight 10. Jiang Yan slowly withdrew his right fist, looking down at his fair knuckles. Without any protection, throwing such a violent punch would have shattered an ordinary person's finger bones, but Jiang Yan's knuckles were only slightly red, not even a layer of skin broken. The bone density and epidermal resistance of this body had also reached a superhuman level. Jiang Yan exhaled softly. Satisfying. From his rebirth until now, the pent-up rage accumulated from his past life's frustrations and his patient wait for revenge had finally been vented in this violent punch. In his past life, he was just a scientific ant to be slaughtered by the powerful, but in this life, he not only possessed power that transcended the rules, but also possessed a superior body and absolute martial strength. At this power table, if anyone didn't play by the rules, Jiang Yan could just flip the table and smash them, chair and all, into a pulp. The entire second basement floor fell into silence, with only the unextinguished red light on the force tester flickering slightly in the cold air. Jiang Yan turned around and looked at Lu Ming in the corner. Lu Ming was like a machine that had just been plugged back in, his movements stiff and mechanical. He slowly raised the carbon pen in his hand and wrote neatly in the last column of the recording board. Punch force, 1,018 kilograms force. Then, with a snap, he closed the folder. This time, he didn't look at Jiang Yan with the eyes of someone seeing a monster. He took a deep breath, adjusting his somewhat ragged breathing. Then, he walked heavily toward Jiang Yan, holding the data sheet that recorded a miracle with both hands, his waist bent deeply, and with his head lowered, he handed the sheet to Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming's voice was very soft, yet it carried a clarity that came after witnessing great terror. He had worked for the national team for 11 years. In those 11 years, he had personally handled the data testing for the top 30 athletes in the country across various sports. He had seen geniuses, madmen who worked until they vomited blood, and even cheaters who used drugs to break their limits. But he knew clearly that those people still belonged to the category of humans. But the young master before him was no longer human. Lu Ming raised his head but didn't dare to look Jiang Yan in the eyes, only looking at his chest. Every piece of data you produce today is outside the existing human physical reference system. I am very sorry, I do not have the ability to perform a professional assessment for you. Because you have exceeded the scope of my understanding. Jiang Yan lowered his head, pulled the data sheet from his hand, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his pocket. In the non-disclosure agreement you signed at the door, what does "rot in your stomach" mean? Jiang Yan's tone was not harsh, yet it pressed down on Lu Ming's head like a great mountain. Lu Ming's body trembled uncontrollably. 100 million in liquidated damages. In the face of this data, which was enough to overturn the entire world's understanding of biology, 100 million was nothing. If even a fraction of this data leaked out today, not only would the sports world go crazy, the sports medicine community, the biological community, and even higher-level organizations would all be alarmed. It would inevitably trigger a frantic pursuit by the country's highest-level classified agencies, and even global conglomerates. By then, as the only witness, he, Lu Ming, would be quietly erased even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Because in this world, ordinary people who know too many incredible secrets usually only have one outcome: death. For a top-tier clan like the Jiang family that could mobilize the CCB headquarters to seal off a venue, crushing him was even easier than crushing an ant. Moreover, Jiang Yan's own 1,018 kilograms punch force was enough to send him to meet God in any unmonitored alleyway with a single blow. Mr. Jiang, I understand. Lu Ming nodded heavily, his voice sounding like he was taking an oath. From the moment I walk out this door, I have never seen anything in this basement today. You just came here for a routine aerobic stretch. This record will never appear in my mind. Jiang Yan stared at him for a second, and his gaze, sharp as an ice blade, finally melted a little. He not only needed strength, but he also needed a team to help him monitor his body's changes as he continued to evolve in the future. This Lu Ming, when faced with a non-human phenomenon that completely destroyed his worldview, hadn't gone hysterical like a madman, nor had he foolishly asked for the reason. Instead, he had accepted reality in the shortest possible time and correctly positioned himself. This excellent professional quality and psychological endurance made Jiang Yan take an extra bit of interest. Jiang Yan took out his customized black mobile phone from his pocket, casually brought up his WeChat QR code, and held it out in front of Lu Ming. Scan me. Lu Ming was stunned. He couldn't believe that such a high and mighty top-tier princeling would actually take the initiative to let him add his WeChat. But his hands did not hesitate at all. He quickly took out his phone and hurriedly scanned the QR code. Beep. Verification successful. Jiang Yan put his phone back into his pocket, turned, and walked toward the alloy door, leaving behind a remark that was understated yet carried immense weight. In the future, if I need to retest data, I will come directly to you. Do not change your phone number casually, keep your communication open, and I expect you to be on call. To work for me, you must keep your mouth shut and wear a blindfold. As long as you are obedient, the remuneration I give you will exceed the limits of your understanding of money in this lifetime. Watching Jiang Yan's retreating back, Lu Ming held his phone, looking at the newly added avatar on the screen. His breathing became rapid again. It was not only because of that remuneration exceeding the limits of understanding, but also because he suddenly had an illusion that he was like a private territory casually marked by the most terrifying beast in the jungle. This was a deadly danger. But at the same time, for a physical trainer, it was also an irresistible, deadly temptation. He felt that he was about to touch an unknown corner of this world. Although his thoughts might be wrong, if Jiang Yan knew he was thinking this, he wouldn't bother to explain.